We live in a world where franchises have all the power, where the most recognizable IP can sell you anything, from a movie ticket to peanut butter to enlisting. Your favorite characters have been weaponized to bring us to this point where a new property is considered a smashing success if it makes back half the money spent on making it. Telling a self-contained story that doesn't end on a hook into a potential sequel, TV series, and multimedia franchise is practically unviable, and writing a definitive end to a franchise in its prime takes nothing less than the greatest artistic integrity and bravery. Sly 3 is one of those special stories, one that knows you can't just keep resetting the dominoes, rebuilding, rebooting, remaking, reimagining. There is a genuine value, a power, to telling the story you want to tell and leaving it there. But this is merely the beginning of the end, and we have a lot to cover between there and now. If this is your first heist, welcome. From this point on, we'll be going level by level, mission by mission, honing in on every tiny detail even a master thief would otherwise overlook, analyzing as we go, and overall just writing this game one doozy of a love letter, because for the uninitiated, you are in for a treat. Now, let's break down Sly 3, Honor Among Thieves. I praised this in Sly 2, and I'll praise it again. The way Sly handles its title screens is simply top-notch. Press start on a brand new save, and the game will literally start you where you're standing without so much as a black screen transition.
This is it, Sly.
Why don't more games do that?
The gang's assembled and are in position to help you get up to that vault. For the rest of the operation, you are the ball.
Roger, Bentley. I'm starting my approach. Getting over these fortress walls shouldn't be a problem. Look, we're running 5x5 here. Make sure everyone's in sync.
I hear that. Artillery, sure you can make that shot?
So this intro deliberately leaves us with a lot more questions than the first two games. Whereas before we were in cultural hubs, familiar territory, now we're somewhere. Backed up by some people, here to steal something.
All right, it's the crime of the century and the ball's in motion.
What's going on here? Who are these people? Why isn't this first area built to give me a chance to play and experiment with Sly's controls? Why did YouTube add that pink highlight to the video progress bar? Despite all the questions, the tone remains confident, Sly's signature style. It doesn't matter what we do or don't know, we are a master thief. Let's do our master thief thing. Now, it's worth noting right away that very much unlike Sly 2, 3 assumes this isn't your first time out in the field, and won't directly point your nose at how to jump and hit the circle button. Unless you just goof off for a bit, in which case, Bentley will steadily ramp up his hints.
The wall looks pretty sheer. Tough climb. The wire running off the top of that wrecked truck looks promising. Jump and hit the circle button to walk on tight ropes. That wire connected to the truck might get you over the fortress wall.
I kinda love when games do this. Only handhold me if I demonstrate I need handholding, thank you. For the record, I'm also hoping you're at least a bit familiar with these characters, but if you're not, don't worry, you'll catch on quick. You're sharp as a tack, everyone says so. While I was goofing off, I noticed that this pipe that Sly used in the intro just kind of vanished. Not just the pipe, but this whole island we hopped over from, and I'm honestly scratching my head at how. This is absolutely the same map, so Sucker Punch disappearing it off camera is kinda cool. Our progress through this level is very tightly controlled. In many ways, it's more of a showcase of set pieces than anything, and as such, I've always been deeply curious to explore off the rails. This first area behind the wall is really the extent of how far off the beaten path we're permitted to wander, and it is neat. You can find what look like animal cages, and one's been busted out of, building intrigue. We can also see what looks like some kind of spider motif on some of the walls out there. But if we really want to venture off, we're gonna have to do a bit of cheeky hacking, which I am absolutely not above doing. Sly does this thing that I'm kinda nuts about, where almost everything in the entire game world, regardless of how far out of bounds it is, has collision map to it, and can be walked on as though it were just a normal part of the level. A part of me wonders if this was at some point intended to be more explorable. It's doubtful, as Sly 3 was developed in only a year, and I have to imagine pretty much everything structurally was set in stone really early. Either way, this level has an amount of connectivity to it, with roads and bridges and doorways, which you wouldn't ordinarily get out of bounds. There's a bottomless pit barrier surrounding the summit of the island, but other than that, we can basically go anywhere. If you're curious, these spotlights aren't functional, as cool as that would have been for me personally. I did find what I'm guessing was an alternative starting point for this tutorial though, on the island to the immediate left of the one we did start on. It has a rope we can walk on to clear the wall, which is a really rare thing to find outside the regular play area.
Agent Heartthrob, take up position for a Yank 86. Over.
I've got a visual.
I do want to draw attention to the code names of all our mysterious crew members, because they're easy to miss, and even easier to forget. That first one piloting this RC chopper was Agent Heartthrob. Shortly after, this tower is toppled by Agent Old Rock, and this vent is breached by Agent Monarch. Another thing really easy to miss, this thing Agent Monarch crashed into the vent was a crane elevator tethered to the top of the island.
Be advised, Ball is nearing the lab. Agent Deep 6, you ready?
Spear gun loaded.
Looking at this lab was the moment I got really excited to make this series. The amount of detail around here is delectable. It took a ton of arguing with the game to get Sly beneath this laser barrier, and even after I got him down there, it wasn't happy about it. But we can see a lot of great foreshadowing as to what sort of things transpire in this laboratory. A few more animal cages, fluid tanks with tubes and wires, vials, and oh word, is that an Iron Tech 250? Crude, but effective. These cameras in here fully track Sly's position, which is quickly glossed over when they get destroyed.
First is down.
I'm reading both force fields down. Strong work, Deep 6.
Every time.
Agent Deep 6 is the only one we can kind of get a good look at, which is cool, because if you know what you're seeing, a lot of features are obvious, but if not, it remains a mystery. What I definitely wasn't expecting was that you can actually see him swimming in the ocean from outside the island as well. Crazy. We get a much better look at a couple new faces here.
How's your wife doing, Richards?
Oh, very well, Dr. M. Thank you for asking. Very thoughtful.
And your son, what's his name, Mike?
Mark, sir.
The way they convey how in charge this mandrill is despite his diminutive stature is really cool. Just the way he talks and the way Richard responds, it's solid writing and voice work.
Shame you won't be seeing them again.
Sir?
Afraid I poisoned your drink at lunch. Sorry, Richards, but I don't tolerate poor performance. You should have changed the security code from 1, 2, 3 after you installed the new system.
It's easy given the camera angle to assume that this is a cutscene, but you are fully in control here. You can even trip these security lasers with a properly timed jump.
I'll improve, I swear.
No, you'll die any second now.
One last leap out of bounds and we can get a closer look at these two eavesdroppees. We can't normally interact with these elephant guards this way, and as such, I never noticed that they're not just elephants. They're part elephant, part bat, and part gorilla, and for some reason they have like 3 different idle animations for passing gas. A hint that this level may have once taken a different form, you can even pickpocket Richards here. The boss though can't be interacted with in any way.
No, you'll die any second now. Yes, water leaking into the lab. I'm on my way down. Oh, and get a janitor for the lab elevator. Richards got sloppy.
So, there's nothing up here. So I guess the conversation went, "Hey Richards, can I have a word with you?" "Oh sure boss, we'll step right over here." No dear boy, let's head up to the watchtower. The view is excellent." Really cool story beat introducing us to the villain this way. There's only been a handful of other instances where we actually get to see a villain doing villainy throughout the series, and even among those, this feels like the most personal and dispassionate instance. Bro was counting the seconds remaining in this guy's life while inquiring about his wife and child. It paints a pretty gruesome image if you think about it, even if the actual on-screen violence is pretty child-friendly. Even without cheating, it's possible to get onto the roof of this tower, and much like the lasers, these arcs of electricity are fully hazardous hazards. We can get another solid view of the island from up here, but it's quickly interrupted by... As a master thief, I'm frankly embarrassed to be tripping this degree of security. Come on, we were doing so well getting this far. Thankfully, these things have legendarily bad aim. Tonally, the tension here is great if you're immersed, sprinting along these wires and making a mad dash to the security station. Alarms blaring, bullets whizzing. The way the spotlights track you is pretty nifty, but sometimes we just need to sacrifice all that for science. Like if you don't hunker down at the end here, you can see that once again, these lasers being used to try and delve into the vault door are as functional as any security laser. And despite Sucker Punch's best efforts to protect me from myself, I did manage to get hit by precisely one turret projectile.
Power down the turret with that security code!
Hold up, you're telling me that the villain took note of the fact that the default security password wasn't changed, and he saw this as enough of an issue that he killed the guy who installed it but hasn't gotten around to changing the code?
must be Sly Cooper, the new keeper of the cave. Oh, how I long for this.
Nice entrance, my main mandrill. Some more intrigue, some more questions. I love that we get one more letter after
Cooper!
My guess is the next word was about to be how.
No, my naive boy, you're trespassing. I've got the key to this island. This fortress is mine. Everything here is mine. Which now includes the key to the vault. Hand over that cane.
Sorry, pal. Family heirloom. Buy a knockoff at the gift shop.
Now, unlike the security towers, our flying friend is actually shooting to kill. His shock missiles draw a clear parallel with the law inspector who chased us through the tutorial levels of the first two games. But now, the complete lack of familiarity from Sly's direction puts us a bit more on edge. Not to mention, if we had the agility advantage against Miss Fox, this guy's jet glider clears that gap pretty effectively.
Weak, Sly. I expected more.
Something I don't want to gloss over, this rope's far anchor has moved. Obviously to make our path back a bit clearer, but we can see its old anchor too. This was probably the same trick used to disappear that pipe on the dock, but it's pretty slick, I gotta say. Used to great effect once we jump back down to the lab. This feels pretty climactic. I love how the consequences of our infiltration methods sort of come back to bite us here. Things have clearly gone very awry, our tail between our legs and no real idea how it even got this bad. That feeling capped off by...
There's no escape, Cooper.
a monster even bigger than Clockwork, and look how little damage we inflicted before he countered. God, we're in trouble.
He's gonna eat me! It's not working! Save yourself!
If he wants to eat this!
Sly! No! Hold on, Sly! Hold on!
It was like they always say, your life really does flash before your eyes. There it all was, stretching back to my childhood.
The animated cutscenes have never looked better. The art style oozes confidence, and we get a lot more movement per shot than we did before. The rain, Sly's face, but we still don't stray away from that comic book aesthetic, doubled down on with sequences like this. This art of the Thievius Raccoonus is also used in the game's startup sequence, with the vault down here being replaced by Sucker Punch's logo.
Born into a family of master thieves that went back for generations, I was next in line to continue the Cooper name.
This is also the best look we've ever gotten at most of these ancestors. We can recognize a couple by name thanks to the first game, and most of the others have popped up in similar sequences to this one, but now each one gets a little money shot, which is absolutely deliberate.
Fate had different plans. I was robbed of my childhood.
Extremely rare look at Sly's mom over here, possibly the only one in existence even? No, I don't think I count that one. She actually looks a bit like Carmelita, as much as a photo of this little detail can look like her anyway.
When a ruthless gang attacked our home.
If you're playing this whole series, this is the third time we've heard this backstory, but this is the most vivid version. The silhouette of Sly's dad is such a striking image. Hard to tell if this arm belongs to Mugshot or the Panda King, though I'm inclined to guess it's the latter.
The orphanage I landed in wasn't all bad. It was there that I met my lifelong friends. Bentley, he's always been the thinker. And Murray, he's the doer.
Pretty common knowledge these days, Bentley's cookie stealing plan here was actually explored in detail in The Adventures of Sly Cooper, a comic book peripheral released before Sly 2, so this is a pretty cool callback.
We'd stuck together over the years, and our skill, our confidence, and our thieving reputation grew stronger with each heist.
This sequence will look pretty familiar if you've seen Sly 2's ending. These are all stories Sly told Carmelita during their helicopter ride, though interestingly, the versions he relayed to her then didn't feature Bentley and Murray. You may recall he had just bartered for their freedom, so I can see why he wouldn't have wanted to implicate them in this spree of crimes. Speaking of Sly 2's ending, of course.
We thought that the good times would never end, and that our luck would never run out. Which only made things tougher when the odds finally caught up with us. Then I met this guy, McSweeney. who claim to have run with my father's crew back in their heyday.
This particular part of the backstory comes out of left field for most players. In fact, McSweeney and his story about the last generation's Cooper gang featured in the second Adventures of Sly comic book. I wouldn't say you're missing that much context if you, like 99% of players, haven't read those. But if you are curious to know a bit more about this bad fella, or indeed the gang's inaugural cookie heist, I've already made a video covering both issues, which I'll link in the description.
They pulled jobs all over the world and amassed quite a collection of priceless items.
It doesn't take a super keen eye to catch that there's a third figure of the gang in these shots that goes unmentioned, and we can also see a picture of the trio back in this scene.
It was then that McSweeney told me all about the Cooper Vault. It seemed that my father, like all my ancestors, had been hiding their wealth in a secret place for generations.
We're gonna see this shot a couple times, and it's got a few goodies for us. The Statue of Liberty is pretty obvious, but this ship looks similar to the depictions of either the Argo or the ship of Theseus, both famous figures in Greek myth. That's the Ark of the Covenant, that's the Maltese Falcon, and I'd be willing to bet this is a Bentley.
Each one adding to the treasure hidden behind a door that, if McSweeney's story is true, only a Cooper can open. Using some well-placed clues provided by McSweeney, we set out for the secret island that held the vault.
So at this point, it's apparent that our story has begun at its climax. In medias res is the pretentious academic term, which now uses Sly's life flashing before his eyes as a narrative framing device for the vast majority of the game ahead. This is an interesting choice, which ordinarily I wouldn't be very fond of. I find this trope is typically used as a cheap shortcut to grab an audience attention in lieu of having a narrative hook at the beginning of the story.
Yep, that's me.
But I don't get that impression from Sly. If this tutorial mission had instead been something a bit more similar to Sly's prior forays, say, the process of breaking into prison to meet McSweeney, I think we'd have lost something. There's an impact to doing things this way 3 games in, breaking away from the established status quo. In fact, one of the major themes of this introduction is change. There's that feeling in the face of what's familiar, Bentley, sneaking past security, a gang at your back, that everything is different. Bentley's wheelchair, tripping security alarms, this gang is over double the size, and even the fact that we've started at the end adds to that feeling. Perhaps most significantly, for the infiltration, we're seeing the team operate at the top of their game, and for once, Sly feels like a much smaller part of it. You may even find yourself feeling a touch left behind by all this, and that is absolutely by design.
On arriving, we discovered someone by the name of Dr. M had already set up shop. From the looks of it, he'd been trying to crack the thing for years, growing steadily more frustrated in his failures and more paranoid as the decades rolled by. He built himself a fortress with security as tight as Fort Knox.
Dr. M's name is never expanded upon, though there is precedent for one species being their last name, so it's entirely possible that this could be Dr. Mandrill. But it's also worth considering that there are several parallels between everything we've seen so far and the H.G. Wells novel The Island of Dr. Moreau, which we'll go further into later on. But I feel it's not a stretch to assume that this plainly mad scientist gets his name from one of the literary greats.
Getting inside the place would take precision, creativity, and moreover, it would take an army of world-class thieves. Finding and bringing together that much talent won't be easy, but to get inside the Cooper Vault and collect my inheritance, I was willing to pay the price.
Our cutscene ends on a fairly objective note, lacking anything as dramatic as,
I would either become a master thief like my ancestors before me, or fail and allow my family name to bite the dust.
perhaps a sign of Sly's maturity, but the goal is significantly less personal. Despite this treasure's link to our family, we don't really know them. But in a way, that's what this is all about. It's a strong first impression, but the way they chose to follow it up baffles me. Remember like 15.5 minutes ago when I mentioned how much I liked the lack of hand-holding throughout the tutorial? It's really organic, like if you've got it, you've got it. And even if you are in full sequelitis mode, like,
I don't know what to do.
then the game's still got your back, and boom, you learn to cross the thin wire with blue sparkles. Pow! This one looks the same, but you jump on it and you slide down like it's slippery. Seconds later, you come across a thin ledge with blue sparkles, and bam! Just like that, you understand that these thieving opportunities are contextual. Then the game rocks up and slams a pair of training wheels on you and tells you you can't take them off until you can ride straight. Why? You already threw me into the pool and I came up swimming. Do I really need floaties at this juncture? I do get it. Sucker Punch has been pretty abstemious about hitting the player with new moves over the course of the other games. For instance, Sly 2, we had entire levels between the introduction of spire points, rail slides, and hook swings, and each time the game lodged us in a spot we couldn't get out of without using them, and had Bentley explain how they worked. So in the interest of picking up where that game left off, I can see where they were coming from, front-loading a few more of Sly's previously established skills, but surely there was a more elegant way to do that than this. What was stopping you from putting a crawl space here and then a spire point there? If any other game gave me 10 different moves to master right off the bat, I would be overwhelmed, but Sly 3 gets away with this because of how many of them are contextually mapped to the same input. Say it with me now, jump and hit the circle button.
Jump and hit the circle button.
Jump and hit the circle. Jump and hit the circle button.
Jump and hit the circle button.
So I'd argue that even if you felt the need to include this mandatory training room, you did not need to go over any applications of the blue sparkles. Give me a quick rundown of a few less self-explanatory mechanics like the stealth slam or Bentley sleep darts and let me move on. That's not even to mention the weird narrative implications of the gang just having this warehouse stuffed with crazy mechanisms and guards that are definitely being held here against their will. It kinda shoots any feeling that we're the underdogs in the foot. A lot of the Sly fandom just kind of pretends this whole thing doesn't exist, and so should you. And speaking of things that shouldn't exist, you may have noticed that the Binocucom graphic looks horrendous. Most of the footage I've been showing so far has either been from the PS2 original version or PS3 footage that I've edited to keep these little, let's call them oopsies, from distracting from any given visual. But now they're getting my full attention. The PS3 quote-unquote remaster comes to us quote-unquote courtesy of Sanzaru, and while I respect the quote-unquote effort, these are some of the laziest ports I've ever seen, and Sly 3 got it the worst. Look, the turrets are literally flickering. How did you even break that? I find most of this more embarrassing than anything. I know the PS3 was notoriously difficult to code for, but all you had to do to fix this was zoom things in by 5%. How little did you have to care to not even bother? It's a shame because, for my purposes of showing off little details, the widescreen resolution, the brighter lighting, and the crisper textures are ideal, but unlike the PS3 version of Sly 2, the cracks here are just too frequent and glaring to ignore. Luckily, since I began this project, Sony was kind enough to port the PS2 version to modern hardware, which is 100% how I would recommend playing for yourself if you like what you see. But for the aforementioned reasons, I will continue to use primarily PS3 footage while fixing what visual errors I can in post. But there will also be several points where I show off the other versions, especially if there's a difference worth noting, like the volume of this electric sound effect.
You picked up a lot of skills after reading the Thieves Raccoonist.
Heck of a page-turner, that book.
Or say, for instance, they removed the shadow filter from Agent Deep 6, completely spoiling what is honestly a pretty significant twist. You can look back at the screen now if you looked away. Don't worry, this is as negative as I'm ever gonna get with this game. It's all stuff that I feel needed addressing, but I definitely don't want to end this first section on a down note. So let's take a look at all the stuff I actually quite like about the Hazard Room, which is basically all down to the characters.
Okay, all great thieves have one thing in common.
A ton of cash?
No.
Frankly, the dialogue in these games is such a highlight that any interaction between these characters is welcome. Meaning any optional ones, which most of these training courses are, is something that I'm much more likely to seek out.
I just love bikes. Is that okay?
The writing in Sly 3 is especially sharp, and goes a long way towards making these tutorials feel a lot more worthwhile.
I'm gonna have this guard attack you, and you'll have to run away to lose it.
Whoa, hold up.
Ready, set, go. Nice escape, Sly. Run to this waypoint within 6 seconds, and then try and escape from the guards if they hear you.
Come on.
Ready, set, go!
Listen to the way Bentley jazzes himself up here.
How are your bombs versus guards?
Against sleeping guards, I'm like a Greek god. All fall before me.
One can't help but compare to the beginning of the last game.
Its impact will shake the nightclub's front peacock side loose from its mooring. Look, I can't talk now. I've got to keep moving, keep safe.
You might assume that the accident that cost him his legs would leave him cowed and undo much of the progress he made up to that point, but if anything, it seems to have had the opposite effect.
With a zoom function and nerves of steel, I'm ready for anything.
Bentley's quicker, tougher, more versatile, and more confident in his souped-up wheelchair than he ever was outside of it. Not to mention, this is just kinda badass. How many games can you name where one of the playable protagonists is paraplegic? If Sly 3 is not the only one, it was almost certainly the first, and a solid decade before representation in games was that much of a talking point. Don't ever change, Sucker Punch.
That's it, I give. You've made it through all my challenges.
Hey, don't feel bad. Those wall hooks were kinda tricky.
It was all supposed to be tricky.
And that brings us to the end of the beginning of the end. An excellent intro, I hope you'll agree. It sets up the story ahead in a pretty unique way. Plenty of intrigue and questions we'll want the answers to, though I suspect most players will quickly forget about the shadow of Sly's impending demise once we settle back into a more familiar cadence. It's probably not worth worrying about. What's more likely to pique your interest at this point is the promise of more party members to come, possibly even more playable characters. What will they add to the team? What about Murray? What locations will this adventure bring us through? What new abilities will we add to our suite of thieving expertise? Was that Freddy Fish's voice actress?
In position.
It's filled with anticipation. The beginning of the road always is. The success of Sly 2 was special. I don't think I need to go very far to prove how well it connected with its audience. Sly 1 oozed potential, but was too set in the traditional ways of a typical mascot platformer to realize it. Still, changing things up as dramatically as it did was risky, bold, and oh so gratifying to see absolutely realize that potential. There's nothing quite like Sly 2. This beautiful globe-trotting heist 'em up that leverages the strengths of an anthropomorphized jumpy game against the sort of writing chops you typically associate with a more modern Naughty Dog title. The veneer of its Batman-inspired comic book art style, the icing on the cake. There's an expectation, then, when going from Sly 2 to 3, that initial success was just the beginning. That this unique formula, the iconic international destinations, and the lovable characters would just carry us on, and on, and on, and on, and in some cases, on. And to that end, the intro's almost antagonistic deviance really puts the player on the back foot. But really think about it, and realize it's not as though we could have just slipped back into an old routine. Not after that last game's finale. We lost Bentley, Murray, the team van, even the disintegration of Clockwork, though a welcome change, was still a massive blow to Sly's identity, both the games and the character.
When Bentley was injured during the whole Clockwork affair, Murray blamed himself, eventually leaving the team. We tried to console him, but going out on his own was something he needed to do.
There's a sort of denial, then, that hangs in the air of our first proper episode. A struggle to yank at all those threads and try and maintain what we're at risk of leaving behind. So our first goal...
It was clear that we needed Murray back. Not only was I missing a lifelong friend, but his brute strength helped get us out of more than a few scrapes in the past.
Get the band back together.
We got word that Murray ended up in the Australian outback, where he studied a mystic art called the Dreamtime from an Aboriginal guru.
Everything about this first opening has been deliberately crafted to set a player hoping for more Sly 2 at their ease. A famous city as the backdrop. An endearingly caricaturized villain with a motivation explored through their backstory.
Octavio.
It's like we're sinking into a warm bath, and all the bubbles scents have names like Black Chateau and Starry-Eyed Encounter.
Everyone loved to hear him sing opera, and said he was destined to be the next great tenor. But just as his career started to take off, musical taste changed. Suddenly, it was all about rock music, and no one wanted to listen to opera anymore. He held on to a few fans, and it was these mobsters that took him into the business. Heading onto this guy's turf was dangerous, but worth it for a chance to make things right with Murray.
Let's do a quick speed round on that cutscene. These thugs Murray's beating down are the rats and warthogs from the Paris level in Sly 2. This frame is taken directly from the end of the second issue of The Adventures of Sly Cooper. The Dreamtime Murray is studying is actually a real thing. More commonly called the Dreaming, it's a somewhat major aspect of Australian Aboriginal culture and mythology. This isn't the best time to go into much detail about it though. Trust me, we'll give it its own spotlight later. Setting our first mission in Venice is incredibly clever. Sucker Punch always cited the Italian Job as one of their principal inspirations for Sly 2. Sly 3 began production not long after the 2003 reimagining of the film released, the inaugural heist of which was set in Venice. The opera Don Octavio is performing here is The Valkyrie, which you might know better by the name of one of its songs, Ride of the Valkyries, which you can even hear in the background for a sec.
But just as his career started to take off,
This rock band, the Oscars, is an obvious reference to the Beatles, but the name Oscars is a much harder reference to place. Are they named after the Academy Awards? Maybe the famous Oscars involved with the theater like Wilde and Hammerstein? There's an Oscar in this game's credits under contingent game test analysts. Maybe he was just that charismatic, or maybe it's just that the name kind of almost rhymes with Rockstar. Don Octavio's mask is a play on the extremely famous theatrical icon, the Phantom of the Opera, further played up by the level's title, which incidentally gets a tiny touch of Bach's Toccata and Fugue in D minor to accompany it. Beginning as we have once before with a beautiful pan over the level to come. There's a distinct addition to the format here that's extremely welcome, the current time. Also, hey, there's Sly, waiting for his cue to start moving. Seems he was already inside the safe house, just with its windows unloaded. This setup is pretty sleek. We got these really nice bay windows with a perfect view of Don Octavio's iconography, along with some of his posters on the table. Lots of overt nods to the Don's influence on this city. These blueprints on the table were also present in abundance in the second game. I still don't know if they're a reference to anything though. And last bit before we get underway, super nice quality of life improvement that any character with a mission to fulfill will have this little icon over their head in the safe house. Whoo, look at this place. So many moving parts, the boats, the Ferris wheel, the architecture, the canals. Gorgeous. It's interesting then that our first mission squirrels us entirely to the side of it. Straight to business, let's find our boy.
That massive dome marks the Venetian police station.
Cops around here really like to make an impression.
I'm afraid it's a losing battle. Don Octavio runs the show in this neighborhood. It's his security forces patrolling the streets, not the cops.
Noted. Huh. Looks like I found my way inside.
Well, that dome is covered in glazed tile. There's no way to climb up there.
Oh, come on, pal. There's always a way.
Got an obscure line from Bentley here if you take way too long to put two and two together.
There are some wires crossing the canal. They look like a good option for getting up to that air vent.
That mission start flag summons these spire points, which makes it pretty much impossible to get up here without triggering it. But with a precise jump from one of these tour boats, you can. It's the life up here. You can use this ordinarily out of reach spire point and even crawl into the vent. Wow!
Nice climbing, partner. I've got the blueprints to the vent system in front of me. I should be able to guide you to the jail cell.
Hey, Murray? Is that you?
Murray, that name's a stain on my pants, bro. What?
A few peculiar version differences here. In the PS3 version, this area loads in a second further into the scene, skipping the vent entrance, and the shadows in the cell have been tuned way down.
Cooper, you got some fuzzy dice to come round here.
Dimitri, long time no punch. See, you're still in jail.
And you still a cracker box.
Another blast of Sly 2 scented bubbles for our bath. The nigh undisputed fan favorite baddie, once again voiced by the all-star David Scully, bringing the heat with that funky hip-hop inspired vernacular.
You cracker box!
Let's get past the name calling and get to business.
Looking for main man Murray, eh? Sorry, but I'd rather see you get busted big time. God! Policia!
Wait.
But here's an unexpected shift. A dialogue tree. It's pretty surface level. Only one option from the list will progress things and the rest have no consequences, so it's hardly a puzzle.
Where's that generous nature you're so famous for? I always pegged you as the bigger man in these types of situations.
I'm a big man. Big with the payback and the sex appeal. Got that, Ant? I control the beat on this track. You're just a dancer.
If anything, the challenge here is to avoid picking the correct choice so you can get as much optional dialogue as possible.
It'll be a heck of a cage match, and we both know who will win. Or did you forget Paris?
Worth it to see your smug face behind the bars.
While there's not a lot going on here mechanically, it's a clever way to convey Sly's development as a character.
If those cops get their mitts on me, who's gonna break you out of jail?
More mature, more cerebral, more willing to talk through a problem before resorting to laying the smack down with his cane.
And then I'll get the double sentence. Grief!
I got in here through an air vent. We can both use it to escape.
I can't fit in no vent. You spy my macho frame. I'm I'm packing too much sexy muscle to fit in vent like you stick dudes.
Dimitri single-handedly raising this game's age rating from E to E10+. I say go for it. You're killing it, man.
How about I get the cops' attention, then run for it? Once they're all outside shooting at me, you can slip out no problem.
No, that's a plan I can get behind. Dimitri is free and Cooper is cooked. Key for sale is in head cop lady's office.
Of course, who else would head cop lady be but Carmelita Montoya Fox? I like to think she took it upon herself to hang up our wanted posters around here whenever she got assigned to this place. If we don't rush, we can sit in the shadows while she gives her own version of one of Bentley's chalk talks to the police forces.
As we all know, the canals of Venice have been mysteriously filling with tar for the last month. No one is sure of the cause, but the effects have been devastating on the local wildlife and tourist trade.
And we can even catch a couple details early if we do, like that these are mercenaries, not cops.
I've hired you mercenaries over traditional cops because this is a dangerous assignment.
And that Octavio seems to be polluting the Venetian waterways for some reason.
Our sources believe that this man, Don Octavio, is potentially responsible for the disaster. I've yet to receive a warrant to search his Opera House mansion, so we're just going to have to do this the old-fashioned way.
Also, if you get caught out here, Carmelita's delivery just tickles me.
Sly Cooper. Should have figured you'd show up. Grab him, boys. Okay, I know you boys like things redundant, so I'm going to give you the presentation again. This time, pay attention. You're not getting paid to nap.
Hey, take it easy on him, Carm. You're the one who got him up for this meeting at 4 a.m. Her office desk has a couple of Sly game-related books on it. I guess reading the player's guide would genuinely help you figure out where Sly's gonna be next.
Now, where was I? Hold tight, boys. The power's on the fritz again. It'll calm down in a few minutes.
Better make sure you're under a desk when the lights come back on.
This slight escalation of mechanics is pretty cute, and so is the running commentary by the Mercs.
I can see, da! I can see! You look a lot better in the dark, Petrov. Really, you are an ugly, ugly man.
Some of it's even a little racy.
Keep your hands to yourself, Leon.
Can you really crack this coconut?
Sure, just takes a light touch.
Another brand new mechanic, combination lock cracking, which is pretty satisfying provided you have your controller rumble turned on. Obviously I can't vibrate whatever you're watching this on, so I can't really convey this, but just trust me, it's nice. Here's something odd about this system. You can actually crack the code by rotating in either direction, regardless of what the initial arrows tell you.
I'll do like I promised and distract the cops so you can make your escape.
Solid. Don't worry, no mind. Straightway our password for Murray to find you. Meet at Rialto Bridge, big Italian landmark.
You wanna know something crazy? I think Dimitri's watch is accurate. These two hands look to be about the same length, so 50-50 shot, it's either like 720 something or maybe 430 something.
Hello, assorted meatheads. And lady. Anyone feel like some exercise?
Cooper! Grab him, man!
And I'm out.
Ah, now it's really just like old times.
You've got some serious nerve showing up in my squad room.
I was concerned we were growing apart.
Then let's spend some quality time together in my interrogation cell.
So forward. What happened to the demure girl I used to know?
She grew up and stopped taking grief from guys like you.
Guys like me? Are you saying I've got some competition for your affections?
You're the only man in my sights right now.
Carmelita and Sly's banter has always been sharp, but now it's downright vorpal. And for Carmelita's part, there's an animosity there that we've rarely seen before, which is more down to the delivery than the actual writing. It might be time to consider we've been around this carousel maybe one too many times. On that same subject, even though this is a pretty short chase sequence, Miss Fox has a ton of callouts she can make, enough to run this course 15 times over.
You can't keep running for the rest of your life. You're slowing down, Cooper. You want me to slap the cuffs on you? You don't dodge as fast as you used to.
A lot of them even make reference to the mercenaries under her command, which kind of draws into stark relief how absent they are, huh?
Apes, converge on my position.
Sorry, Dimitri, I guess I'm not as tempting of a diversion as I thought.
Greetings, old Inspector Fox! Man, you're in it again!
Now, this is just silly. There was a moment kinda like it in the prologue, too. I'd love to defend it, but like, I got nothing.
Hope that manual works both ways.
That's right. Hide in the sewers, doors like the rat you are!
Let's take stock of that first mission, shall we? A bit of platforming and infiltration, a dialogue tree, a bit of positional stealth, an added timing mechanic to that, cracking that coconut, and finally a platforming chase sequence. The jobs in this game tend to bring a degree of complexity and evolution to them which even in Sly 2 we were only likely to see in the end mission heists. I'm a fan of the variety. Dang, Dimitri got word to Murray fast. It's pretty funny how quick we were to try and free him. But in retrospect, he's always been pretty harmless. What was he? A forger? Like, oh, you wouldn't forge a car, would you? Yeah, whatever. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Thanks for the quick escape. I owe you one. Again.
Of course, Searcher. We are all in need of peace.
You're really whole hog on this Dreamtime stuff, huh?
My mind is clear, like the woodland after a forest fire.
I like that despite the episode's main objective of getting Murray back on the team, there's an edge to Sly's conversation with him. Despite his claims in the opening cutscene that he wanted to make things right, he leads with,
"Listen, Murray, we need you back on the team."
And only then tries to address the actual reason he left.
That thing with Bentley, it wasn't your fault. He doesn't blame you for the wheelchair.
Sorry, Sly. I walk a different path. My guru, in his wisdom, told me to lose myself and not return until the black water ran pure. So here I stay.
It comes across pretty selfish, far more so when he doubles down with,
"You sure he didn't tell you to get lost and not come back until you cleaned out the water filter?"
Come on, I'm on a real spirit quest here.
Sorry.
It's not something the game ever draws more attention to than this, but it seems Sly actually holds a bit of resentment towards Murray for leaving. But it's nice to see that the value he attributes to their friendship wins out pretty quickly here.
Tell me everything. I've missed you, pal.
Well, it's a long and awesome story. You got any gum?
After completing that mission, it becomes impossible to enter the police HQ again. I guess Carmelita must have figured out how we got in and boarded things up. If we were to get back in though, we'd find Dimitri. Just kinda chillin'. You know, he's cool, he's good. And our crawling state no longer persists beyond this table, letting us aggro everyone and discover none of them have AI in here that tells them how to attack Sly, not even Carmelita. So our goal has gotten a bit more complex. We'll have to get to the bottom of this tar business to get Murray back on our team, and to do that, it seems we're gonna have to take down Octavio. Thankfully, we've already basically got Carmelita on our side with that, and as we are not bound by her laws, we can get around that pesky need for a warrant. Maybe make their job a bit easier, eh? This is the point at which we're invited back to the hazard room to learn a few more mechanics the game will probably end up teaching us anyway. I already said pretty much everything I wanted about it, but there are a few funny things I could still touch on. Like, hey, during the guard tutorial, you're challenged to reach this waypoint in a few seconds, which you're meant to not be able to clear without sprinting, and subsequently being heard by the guards, but you can still sneak past them by jumping, at which point the guards are alerted to your position anyway. This guard is entirely invincible to everything except the stealth takedown, and of course...
Now for the showstopper. See that boat slug up above? That poor unsuspecting guard?
Yeah?
Feel like dropping it on his head?
This is an ingenious addition. Mechanical traps strewn throughout the maps. Sly's biggest weakness lies in engaging guards head-on, and you're strongly encouraged to find ways around it. Stealth takedowns, fleeing and hiding, making use of your environment by knocking these less acrobatic guards off rooftops. And this dovetails with that beautifully. Never mind why the city of Venice needs trap doors dropping into the canals beneath, this is just dang fun. And strongly evocative of the kind of antics a crew like this might employ in the films that inspired Sly 2 and 3. Oh, and while I was goofing off, over the course of 15 actual minutes, Bentley made 3 separate remarks about how to find missions via waypoints.
Just click the L3 button and head to the waypoint. The operation is underway. Click the L3 button to find a job. It's time to get started. We're ready to go. Click the L3 button to find a job.
Man, they really wanted to leave no one behind with that. Alright, so our first job in this set. Get some incriminating photos of Ladon in a few compromising situations.
Never thought we'd be helping out the cops.
I have to laugh at this bit of dialogue, cause like, 10 of the 13 episodes we've completed by this point in the series have ended in some kind of Interpol raid or another.
Your average law enforcer isn't that, I don't know, attractive? Hold up, here he comes. That's despicable.
Get a picture before he finishes. This is perfect.
Now the dialogue here suggests there's a time limit, but yeah, no, take your time. Why don't we admire this fountain? This mounted Templar dude getting ready to skewer a lion. Really cute touch that we can rail walk on his spear, too. We're teed up for the perfect photo here, but I'm feeling artsy. Let's see if we can do better. Perfect. Over the rest of this mission, we'll have to tail Octavio all over town as he leads us on a wild goose chase from photo op to photo op. And seeing as he's giving us such a runaround, I'd say this is the perfect opportunity to go over this level's bottle locations. Anytime you're ready, map. Just show me the first bottle. You know, do the whoop thing when the bottles pop up, and... Oh, there's, there aren't any bottles? Not even one? Really? Yeah, so that's a shame. They were fantastic collectibles. Perhaps Sly 3's generally more streamlined approach called for their removal, or maybe they were just a victim of the game's lightning-fast development cycle. Either way, we still have plenty of reason to engage thoroughly with the level design. Octavio moves quickly, and while he's not that aware of his surroundings, his plethora of security forces can complicate matters rather quickly. You'll have to weave among the buildings and the streets to avoid their attention and the Dons by making snap decisions that'll keep you from falling too far behind. I think the saddest part is that all the traps around this level have been disabled. But this is a peaceful mission. Just watch and observe.
That poor bird bath. I guess more of a bird death trap now.
We can hear Octavio vocalizing to himself throughout this mission. While most of these are simple scales, one of them is the overture from the famous opera The Barber of Seville. Thanks to Phoenix Alaris 93 for pointing that out to me, but it's got me convinced this clip must be a reference too. It's too short to be certain, but my best guess is La Traviata. Another thing I can touch on now is Venice's beautiful world design. Obviously, they were working with some gorgeous source material, but everything about this place is stunning. I could just stare at some of the concept art they drew up for hours. All the stonework, the bridges, the lion and griffin imagery stressing Octavio's level of synchronicity with his home turf. Here's something fun and silly. The tips of the griffin wings are actually spire points. There are even a few landmarks around here based strongly on real life. Rialto Bridge is in the center of town, the Campanile de San Marco, one of its accompanying pillars, and Octavio's opulent theater mansion is clearly inspired by Santa Maria della Salute. A few easy things to miss. Octavio slides these hidden panels away from the tar pumps when he gets to them. A neat bit of continuity they didn't have to bother with. Also, if you wind up on this ledge he was using, there's a convenient wall hook right nearby you can use to keep yourself from soft locking.
He's doing something, but what? I can't believe it! He flooded that aquarium with tar! All those poor dead fish!
If you head over to this aquarium before he turns on the tar, you can actually see the fish occupying it, which surprised me. What surprised me even more is that we've seen these exact fish before. These are the very same models from the old Grizzleface mission in Sly 2. Guess Bentley's bombs must have launched a few way over here. Once again, it's nice to see a villain actually engaging in villainy. In this case, downright eco-terrorism, which gives us a clear idea of what we're fighting.
Hey, Samir, get that engineer on the horn. Listen, Akira. This Ferris wheel was a good idea. She's a pumping the tar fast. Nobody suspects a thing. But still, is it gonna be enough to get things ready for my opera recital? Well, when the people come to see me sing, I want to make a show they keep a-coming. Even if they don't feel like it. One way or the other, there'll be opera fans again. Hey, hey, hey! Okay, see you soon.
That thief! He's twisted a time-honored amusement park ride into a tool for wrongdoing. Break open the control panel with your cane. I'm on my way to do a little rewiring.
Massive lore implications that Sly can just smash these padlocks? These are the same things that kept us out of countless mechanisms, and this is all it took?
Look away if you must. You're about to witness the dark side of electrical engineering. Kill a bunch of poor innocent fish, will he? That'll do it.
Oh my god, that pigeon is dead. This is the start of a strange pattern in Sly 3. I'll cover it more as the pattern gets clearer, but I want you to keep this scene in your head.
This opera house is Octavio's base of operations.
Nice place. Sure to be a few coins laying around in there. What's the plan?
If you could get me inside to one of Octavio's computers, I should be able to hack his firewall and get the dirt on his operation.
Okay, have you got a point of entry? I'm guessing the front door's not the safest option.
That wooden hatch appears to be an ideal way to slip in undetected.
This fountain in the courtyard reacts to you standing on its spout, which is just delightful.
Octavio is known to rely on 3D technology to secure his property. In order to see the security measures, we'll need to utilize these depth optimizer goggles.
Functional and fashionable. Nice touch, Bentley.
So, as much as I'd love to let that scene slide by without context, I can't in good conscience. In the original release of this game, select missions gave you the option of playing them in horrible red and blue 3DO vision. The game was originally packaged with a cheap pair of glasses to experience the effect. Hey, it looks like Sly's mask, that's cute. This is honestly fine, it's basically just a little seismometer into the culture that this game was originally released in, where anaglyphic 3D was a bit of a technical fad. What's weird is that Sanzaru kept that cutscene, but removed the option to turn on the effect when porting the game. And if I'm being completely honest, I think if I'd been given the option between them keeping the terrible red and blue filter and removing the scene, I would have had them keep the filter. There is something a bit charming about it. Look, the characters even have unique models with the goggles on for the mission. Couple cool details in here, a few more opera posters, and these glass doors we came in through are see-through. But they didn't put anything outside of them, so what we can actually see is a future section of this level, which is still pretty neat. Anyway, the mission. The central gimmick here are these double-button doors.
To open this door, we'll need to press the 3D security buttons at exactly the same time.
The perfect security measure to deter any thief working solo, and also makes things extremely awkward if you ever want to get into your home while you're alone. So the more times you fail this, the more lenient it becomes, until eventually you have like a 3-second window to hit the timing. This is something Sly 3 does extremely often. Basically, mess up anything, even once, and it'll immediately ease off the difficulty. The game wants to be extremely accessible, while also not worrying players with a difficulty setting up front. Another great example of this is the damage things do in any given mission. Die, again, even once, and you'll suddenly find yourself significantly tankier. If there's any complaint I have about this system, it's that I think it's too quick to ease up. I'd prefer maybe 3 attempts on the hardest difficulty before it turns down the dial on me. On top of that, I'd say let's call it the difficulty floor, might be insultingly low. As a perfect example, this whole time I've been talking, Bentley's just been plugging away at his button while I've done nothing. And even still, after 30 attempts?
1, 2, 3. Nice.
It works without any input from you. On the other hand, I can see how this is a good thing for accessibility's sake, especially if anyone with difficulty hearing the prompt is playing, so props for that. Hey, wait a second, I recognize this layout. This is the crypt from Sly 2. Very thrifty, Sucker Punch, very thrifty.
Drat, my booster won't be enough to make it to that next door. I've made a number of improvements to my wheelchair, but none that can float me through this canal.
Don't worry about it, pal. I'm sure I'll find a way across.
Got some traditional Sly antics here, hopping through security measures while listening to our overseer enjoy the sound of his own voice on the PA.
Good evening to you, my fine associates. Octavio here. I'm pleased to report that the bar suction levels are at an all-time high. However, it saddens me to report that some of you haven't been keeping in time with the orchestra. You know what I mean. I'd like to see Mal, Raphael, and Julius in the main vacuum room immediately. We're gonna discuss your retirement package. And if any of you catch these boys, make a run for it. Well, shoot them in the back.
And at the end of it all, our first required fight. These cats wield fireworks as their main weapons, a cool aesthetic choice, but certainly nothing too complicated to deal with. One piece of concept art indicates these guys might once have been oar-wielding gondoliers, and another still leaned really far into the carnival aesthetic, indicating Octavio's forces may once have been undercover as street performers or something. And this design is even still referenced on the posters around here.
This door is made of 4-inch thick bulletproof plexiglass. My bombs won't make a dent. See if you can find a way around it through that ventilation shaft.
Well, nice of you two to stop by for a little fatherly advice. Julius made a run for it, and the curtains. Now, normally I'd whack-a-mole, but it's a carnival, and I'm feeling charitable, so I take a second.
These missions feel so alive, man. These are the guards Octavio just summoned with his announcement, and now we get to eavesdrop while also getting a peek at an area of the level we have yet to visit.
You two stoolies are gonna be my new eyes and ears. I can't let no one get near my demolition switch or sabotage any part of the operation down here. No, it's from inside of the family that someone's not content, then you tell me straight out. I can't be taking no chances this close to a short time.
If we break through the barriers and drop in early, it goes about as weirdly as you might expect. Octavio can't be beaten, but he will start ignoring you completely once he finishes his spiel. Marco and Raphael here, on the other hand, are programmed to be completely oblivious to you no matter what. Can't say they're gonna make great eyes and ears, Octavio. With clever use of the smoke bomb gadget, you can evade the notice of these cats and get some funny scenes like this one.
Thanks, pal. Judging from the security, we must be getting close. It's live!
Now we gotta fight 2 cats. These guards do a lot to make you feel like they're smarter than they are. Most prominently, they have the ability to jump over your cane swipes. You can just swing again, but it goes a long way towards conveying a certain evolution in their abilities.
Yes, a Wurlitzer 700! I could splice into this easy!
Just as long as you're enjoying yourself. That's the important thing.
This, Wurlitzer 700 computer appears to have piano keys for a keyboard. Perhaps odd, but when you consider that Wurlitzer is a piano company, maybe it makes sense.
Oh, it'll be a snap extracting the details on Octavio's operation from this old dinosaur. What? A delay switch? Sorry, Sly. Guess the dinosaur has teeth. I'll hack as fast as I can. Watch my back, there are sure to be guards on the way.
So we're tasked with defending Bentley from an onslaught of pigeons as we wait for him to finish hacking in. These massive uncovered fireplaces make quickly dispatching them easy, though peculiarly, these are a special variety of pigeon that's easier to take down. The ones outside have an additional fire attack, and along with that, aren't vulnerable to fire the way most guards are. The only fire outside is produced by other guards, which always knock each other out no matter what the attack, but that they don't die to it is unique. Here's a fun one. If you slow down the sounds they make, you get the Goose Guard sound from Sly 2's Canada? Bentley's hacking animation is also reused from Sly 2, meaning his feet clip through his chair so he can stand on the ground, and they thought I wouldn't notice. But thanks to an odd visual glitch, if you let him die here, it becomes blatant. Bentley, you dog. A few more bits and bobs I found in this final room. When you first get in here, the door behind you remains open. I thought maybe it'd be clever to try and run as far back as possible to unload the pigeons, but that didn't end up happening. What was really amusing is that after Bentley died due to Sly's cowardice, the game shut me right down and locked the door behind me so I couldn't try again. Well, hang in there, buddy, cause take a gander at them there griffin carvings. Dang, those almost defy the art style. These rugs have some nice musical notation on them, nothing playable of course, you don't put a clef on the staff like that, and it wouldn't take much convincing for me to believe these buttresses around the perimeter of the ceiling are meant to look like PS1 controllers.
Download complete! Now we can find out exactly what Octavio is up to.
Our last mission in this set finally has us taking control of Bentley in his sick, souped-up wheelchair. One of my favorite changes that comes along with it is that he now starts with his trigger bomb gadget without needing to purchase it. And what once was my biggest qualm with it, that being that it wasn't worth the effort when considered against sleep darts, has been solved, as the damage has been amped up to one-shot even flashlight guards, combined with the fact that he now has the alarm clock available to him, and he's really leaning into that role as the team's gadget specialist. On top of that, he can now pickpocket guards all on his own, an extremely welcome change that puts him on much more even footing with
Click the L3 button to find a job.
Sly. Are you serious with this cazzata? Though Sly's still more versatile, playing as Bentley just makes you feel devious. Though honestly, it's a missed opportunity they didn't make the alarm clock awaken sleeping guards. Anyway, our mission isn't really for Bentley after all. Instead, it's the first of no doubt many vehicle segments to come.
That Octavio has hired the Blue Viper Gondola Gang to take out Carmelita.
The Blue Vipers? Those guys are nasty.
I'm sorry, I can't get over the idea that Venice's equivalent to biker gangs is gondola gangs. I'm going to choose to believe this is fact. Now, suddenly taking over our 3D platformer with high-octane minigames like this is Sly's bread and butter. In an interview with Brian Fleming, this game's producer expresses a lot of pride in the sheer breadth of mechanics in this game, wider perhaps than the first 2 games combined, which certainly comes with some risks. If navigating this canal while wrestling with the finer points of not overheating your turret isn't your cup of tea, you're kinda out of luck. Fleming likened the experience to that of visiting an amusement park, and even knowing that mindset endears a lot of these mechanics to me. It might not be my favorite coaster, but it's been a while since I've ridden it, so I may as well enjoy it while I can. Given how Sucker Punch has handled set pieces like this in the past, I was anticipating that this chase sequence would be set up like a treadmill, loading in front and unloading behind, so I was pleasantly surprised to find that that's not the case at all. Instead, this area is an enormous figure 8, which takes about 8 entire minutes to traverse on foot, and makes it pretty impossible to tell otherwise. Man, look how into manning that turret Bentley is!
Another uneventful patrol. This city's beautiful, but a bit quiet for my taste.
I hope you realize that by saving Carmelita, we're only making our operation here more difficult.
Maybe so, but what's the fun in stealing if there's nobody trying to catch you? Besides, she's helped us out in the past.
That, and you've got a thing for her.
And I've got a thing for her. Look, I'll stash this boat. It might be useful for later. You stay out of trouble.
Before we let things advance, head back to the episode menu and select Jobs and Challenges. While Sly 3 may not have bottles, it got a couple extra goodies instead. For one, we can replay any mission we want at any time, which is just a huge relief, and for two, we can undertake what the game calls Master Thief Challenges, a callback to the Master Thief sprints from the original game. These are remixes or twists on some of the jobs we've taken on that will usually require a bit more finesse. Take out those gondoliers with half an HP bar. It doesn't change things up too much, but it's a good baseline of the things we can expect going ahead.
Scratch one blue button. Nice shooting, Bentley.
Alright, I'm gonna be honest. In the first Chalk Talk, I stole Bentley's thunder because...
So, according to these decrypted files, Octavio is pumping tar from underneath the foundations of buildings so he can sink them into the canals on a whim.
The audio balancing on this is abhorrent. I guess I could tweak it, make it a bit more palatable on the ears.
He's going to demonstrate this destructive ability to the people of Venice during his opera recital on the first day of Carnival. To counter this threat, we'll first destroy the balloons and sign advertising the recital. If no one shows up, he'll have no reason to sink a building.
Although now that I think of it, why are these here? These rundowns of the missions are made a bit redundant by the introductions to those missions we get via Binocucom.
Take out the sign and balloons advertising Octavio's big comeback opera recital.
I hear ya. If no one shows up for him to extort with his building sinking scheme, then why would he bother with the demonstration?
Is it just for the vibes? The feeling of seeing a plan take form followed by execution? I guess that's fair enough, but honestly, I'm inclined to gloss over them unless there's some standout dialogue, or little details worth pointing out. Destroy the ads for Octavio's demonstration, steal the blueprints for the pump room, destroy the oil thingies, and trick the police mercenaries into a turf war with Octavio's helicopter goons. Got it? Let's go. Sly's idle animations in the safe house are incredibly charming. Look at him balance his cane, he's so proud of it. Solid as a rock, Sly. He can even take out the Thievius Raccoonus and read a page or two. After all the work we put into getting it back in the first game, it's good to see he's still appreciating it. Oh, that rear Ouija goober. What a scamp. Also, the sound that's made when he sets down his cane is the same noise that the smoke bomb makes, which strangely makes more sense in the context of how it worked in Sly 2 when he tapped his cane on the ground. Speaking of power-ups, there are more available after the act break, and by the looks of things, we've gotten a nice jump in variety too. The combat dodge is as weird as ever. It's overkill on the small guards and outright doesn't work on the big guys. I don't know why it's here, but the knockout dive is always good. Give Sly a solid option in those less favorable matchups. The shove attack is kinda strange. It ties into a change in Sly's moveset. Pressing triangle when not sneaking behind a guard will cause Sly to charge up his cane. Press square after a charge to perform the old spin attack, and with that new power-up, press circle to charge forwards. It's kinda neat. It has more range than a normal swipe, and hella knockback on the rooftop guards. It has its uses, but really, it's just cool they've expanded Sly's toolset at all. Gives you a bit more to think about in combat. Another major change as of this day in the operation, Carmelita now roams the streets, and is a deadly threat to encounter, both for us and the other guards. Oh Sly, you prankster, you troublemaker. It's fun having her as an extra element in play, even if the only thing we can really do with her is avoid her. Hey, look, I did a comic book.
Octavio keeps the blueprints to his main tar pumping station in 3 parts. Each is cleverly hidden behind a painting inside one of his legit coffee houses.
Not very subtle, posting a full-time guard in front of a coffee house.
Since we destroyed his Ferris wheel, he's gone all out on the security. In fact, he's got all his guards checking up on each other. If we're going to get inside and at the blueprints, we can't raise any suspicion.
I'm with you. I'll approach the guard while in disguise and pretend to take the next shift. When the coast is clear, you head inside and swipe the blueprints. With me standing out front, no one will know that something's up.
While in disguise, you can basically only jump. Well, that and one other thing. Man, this game just keeps teeing up opportunities for me to wreak chaos in so many different ways. I love it. So if you get spotted while in disguise, it's just a quick round of Simon, and you're in the clear from them.
Bass, 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 soprano.
Okay.
Alto, tenor, tenor, alto.
Sorry about that.
These 4 words are the 4 major ranges used usually when referred to someone singing. Soprano and tenor are upper female and male ranges, respectively. Alto and bass are lower, and they correspond nicely with their positions on the controller.
Hello again, I said.
Man, these guards are real polite when they're not trying to kill you. Mystifyingly, they even seem to have a tendency to leave their patrol route to you if you hang out with them for a minute, but only if they're off camera. Man, that's weird.
Tenor, alto.
Sorry about that. Okay, I guess you're the relief shift. Thanks for coming early. I got a big plans for tonight. Carnivale, good times, eh?
I can't believe that worked! You've got the worst Italian accent I've ever heard! No offense.
Head inside and grab the blueprints. No telling how long till another patrol comes by.
Oh, here we go. These coffee shops are extremely ransackable. Oh mercy, oh heavens, not the muffins! Hey, check it out, readable menu prices. You know I'm a sucker for that. €5 for a cheese pizza, 12 for one with toppings, huh? I don't know about that. Hey, the coffee station in the police HQ had this exact same brand of coffee. How about that?
Octavio really is old school if he's using a painting safe. My father used to crack these all the time. The trick here is finding the safe's combination hidden somewhere in the artwork. Might take some searching, but it's sure to be there.
These painting saves are pretty slick. How are you gonna ensure all of your players, some of them kids with no attention spans, win this little game of I Spy? Well, simple really. You hide multiple codes in the paintings. Who's gonna keep looking after finding the first one anyway? Even on repeat playthroughs, I always remembered where I found the code the first time and never found the duplicates. But what an incredibly clever way to make this seem tougher than it actually is. These codes will reset if you back out and come back in, and the sound of all 3 of them doing it at once does something to my brain. Oh, and of course, this is the art of Jean Basson's logging camp from the intro to Menace from the North. Ayy! Real fast before we leave, Bentley's reaction to fire damage is brilliant. Now, the password, I hesitate to even call it a minigame, is so easy that I doubt most people will have ever even heard some of the lines for failing it, so here's some of the best.
Hey, it's me!
You stupid!
Could you repeat the question?
Wrong!
I'll get right back to you on that.
Yeah, right. Am I glad you're here? Mama's making spaghetti tonight and I'm starving. I'm gonna eat like 3, no 4 plates full.
I guess that you really like cooking.
Mamma mia, I want to be buried in her sauce. It's heaven.
Any problems with that guy?
Said he wanted to be buried in his mom's pasta sauce.
Yeah. That's strange.
You know, I just can't get it out of my head. Have you ever had pasta sauce that tasty? I don't want to distract you or anything, but I just don't think I've ever had cooking that good. Are we like missing out on a whole universe of flavors here?
The next painting comes from the background of the intro to Vicious Voodoo back in the first game. Nothing too trying about any of its 3 codes.
You know, maybe there's a good Italian restaurant around here.
Enough with the sauce! Keep your focus, we're on a job here! Thugs everywhere, death around every corner!
You're right. We got one more coffee house to hit, then we're done.
Yes, now you're talking sense!
And then we eat.
Yeah, that's one of the best exchanges in the game. No notes. If I tried to add to the joke, I'd just be messing with perfection. What I can segue out of that is the sheer amount of restaurants you can notice about this town if you look. Gelateria, pizzeria, trattoria, bucceria, cafe, cafe, I can't make that work, a parfumery, and this souvenir shop has novelty Octavio mugs and plates. In short, it's safe to say you can definitely find a good Italian restaurant around here, Sly.
Yeah, you know the code, but what's my nickname? There's only one Tony B on the payroll, and I'm famous in the family.
I'm Manu, just got called in from Roma.
They know me in Rome. I'm practically the mayor of organized crime in Rome. You telling me you never heard my nickname there?
My cell phones are going off. I should take this call. Could be the boss.
Yeah, okay.
Talk to some of the other guards in the area and see if any of them know Tony B's nickname.
Alright, I see the merits here. Gotta introduce players who might not have realized that this whole disguise racket will work on any guard, not just the ones blocking the doors. Speaking of guards, we may not know Tony B's nickname yet, but these big dogs are called cane corsos, a breed better known as Italian Mastiffs, which almost literally translates to guard dog. Very clever.
Yep, that's the password. Sometimes I forget them, you know.
You and me are both, pal. Hey, you know what the Tony B's nickname is?
Yeah, that fathead likes to call himself Tony the Killer Bee. What an idiot.
Oh, come on. Everyone's heard of Tony the Killer Bee. You're the terror of every player grounder from here to Sicily.
Ha ha ha, real funny. Least I'm not on guard duty during Carnival. Who's got the last laugh now, tough guy? Me. That's who.
Don't take too long. If that guy comes back to chat, I'm out of here.
Man, this is a nice coffee shop. Even got a bit of continuity with the dome on the roof. Nice, nice. And we got a picture of Prague from the beginning of Jailbreak. Pretty sure no one missed that. I found the first two on this one pretty quickly, but the third took me a while. I'm gonna give you a moment to try and spot it for yourself. This one's pretty good. It's right up there on the roof.
Get out of there! It must have been rigged to an alarm.
We need to hide out back in the safe house. That alarm is attracting all kinds of guards.
Yep, can do. Here's something I noticed long after this part was already edited. There's an interactable on the police station door. Use it, and... I can't even begin to guess how this happened. The cafe door isn't interactable. You can't re-enter this space by any means other than the door across the plaza. Just, what? How? Now, of those, I decided to do that mission first because the disguise upgrade we acquired is permanent, and we can continue to make use of it throughout Venice.
I've taken over this Carnival fireworks stand as a base of operations for our next job. We need to take out the sign and balloons advertising Octavio's big comeback opera recital. Now, I've cobbled together a few explosives powerful enough to destroy the anchors to those balloons. Unfortunately, I'm a little short on fuses.
Then I'll be quick.
It's not gonna come in too much handy here though. In fact, if not for the hazard room, I'd say this mission is the de facto tutorial on sprinting, and the disguise really ain't gonna help.
The Carnival password.
Transmitting password.
Hey!
The game has determined that these guards must die here, so no matter how well you evade them, they still run full force into the bomb.
Excellent!
The only way to save them from that grisly fate is to just kill them earlier.
That explosive had some kick.
It was a child compared to this ferocious beast. Don't dilly-dally with this one. It's got a longer fuse, but you've got farther to run.
Ferocious beast?
Run, Sly, run! Fear the beast!
Bentley's enthusiasm for explosives has really amped up. In the past, it was only his chemical expertise that suited him to the role of gang demolitionist, but now he's really gotten into the spirit of things. This sprint's a little tricky, mostly because Carmelita is smack in our path, but nothing too strenuous.
Ha-ha! The whole stage 2. The balloon, carried by the wind, will impact on the Octavio side. The combustible gases in the balloon will ignite, and BAM! Hindenburg Part 2. Drat and curses! The wind died. The balloon's caught. Sorry, pal. See if you can climb up and knock the balloon free. I'll start putting together another explosive for the side. Such a shame. I was really looking forward to seeing that balloon burn. Fasten any chemical reaction.
Okay, game, I guess I can let the hazard room stuff slide if it means escalating the climbing mechanics to this point this early. This single building calls upon more thieving opportunities than most entire missions. It's nice that we're starting here, but we'll just have to see if it escalates things further.
Loot. Oh, looks like we've got a new ferocious beast on this operation. Come on back and... What? Sorry, sir, we're currently closed. Hey, let go of me! Sly, get back here, quick!
So nothing seems to be going exactly right, huh? Finding Dimitri instead of Murray, tripping security alarms at the end of jobs, and now...
Help!
Ah, Sly Cooper. My boy on the inner side picked up those pictures of me you sent to the cops. Nice a try, but I own this town.
Our octogenarian opera ghost has gotten the upper hand on us. Our duo is clumsy, struggling to keep up at a point where things should be simplest.
Ooh, that's the toughest talker you got. You're pathetic. Back in my day, we had enforcers that would make people pee their pants just as soon as they look at them.
Believe me, old-timer, I don't make idle threats.
Oh, I know all about you and your crack little gang. You ain't nothing without these little guys' brains. So, I figure I'll just scoop them out real slow and use them to fertilize my tomato plants.
I'm allergic to tomatoes.
Now we're improvising, sprinting after a relic of the past who's still light enough on his feet to outmaneuver Sly. Have we lost it? Did we ever even have it?
You want this runt? Take him! I won't forget about this. You guys are dead!
You okay, Bentley?
I'm fine. My ego's bruised, but it'll heal.
Mine too, Bentley. Mine too. That mission unlocks 2 Master Thief challenges. The first, Tower Scramble, evokes the Master Thief sprints of old, a time limit on a good old-fashioned platforming course. I appreciate this because, despite the acrobatics on display, nothing about reaching the top of this tower is hard. Just don't forget to press circle, and you literally can't miss. Put the pressure on with the timer though, and it's a whole different ballgame. Our second challenge, Coin Chase, dares us to pursue Octavio while also collecting 20 coins along the way. He rubber bands super hard though, so you don't really have to stress about it, it's just a matter of not getting too far away from him. But he's got a generous radius. These flower beds, the ones with legs, not the ones without, are the real moneymakers. Now this is the kind of thing I can really sink my teeth into. Getting that 20 coin requirement is nothing, but it tracks your high score, so I figured, why not really go for it? My record is 90 coins. I'm convinced 100 is possible, but there's a degree of luck to it. Objects will pay out random amounts, sometimes guards or chimneys just won't spawn, and I've optimized as much as I have the patience for. Also, I did check, and pickpocketing loot from a guard doesn't count towards the total. That's a shame. Okay, Bentley's got another mission. Let's see if we can actually do a job as him where we use his skill set. You know, darts, bombs, the works. His chair's new thrusters let you coast out of a double jump, almost like a glide. It's cool.
Sly said you were looking for me?
We need your help to destroy some tar drums.
I guess we're not rocking with Bentley after all. Murray makes his gameplay debut here, and he has all the same abilities we were once familiar with. However...
I'm done with all that. I found a new path. It's full of peacefulness.
Come on, what happened to the Murray? The guy who'd get into a fist fight with 10 thugs wearing nothing but a towel. The guy who used to punch first and not bother asking questions later. Where's that guy? Where's my old friend?
He's whole hog, or whole hippo on the path of peace. A path which, apparently, has some pretty sweet loopholes.
Well, what if you could help us peacefully? You wouldn't have to punch anyone.
I'm in. Keep it peaceful and I'll smash up anything you'd like.
As a student of the Australian Dreamtime, I'm sure you've learned of the ball form?
Yeah, sure, like my first week.
Excellent. Tuck into ball form and clog that vent pipe. The pressure buildup should shoot you skyward. Maintain your ball form and smash into the tar drums around town.
Awesome! Yeah, that's totally peaceful!
Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother checking if the Aboriginal ball form is a real thing, but it's neat for what it represents for Murray. His role in the first game was, as Sly put it,
part-time driver and full-time burden.
Outside the van, he was little more than a ball and chain, a big dumb lunk who kept getting himself into trouble, and Sly constantly had to bail him out. In the 2-year turnaround between the end of the first game and the start of the second, he reinvented himself though. Determined not to drag down the other guys, he pumped fists in iron until he became The Murray, a luchador-inspired title reflective of his newfound gusto for getting his hands dirty, and calling out his wrestler moves. Now, even for the player, he was the gang's rock, a solid wall of muscle that we could always rely on if things got too tense on the stealth side of things, ready to keep on coming and go through hell if it meant protecting his friends. But despite all that, he was still the most emotional. He took the gang's heavy losses at the end of the game the most personal, and blamed himself for all of it.
I'm sorry, Bentley. I tried to save you, but I just wasn't strong enough.
Get over it, Murray. I don't blame you, and never have. The only thing I feel bad about is losing my pal.
In the comic Between Games, he sort of regresses back to that burdensome mindset, convinced that he's the cause of the group's misfortune. So what we've gotten now is a total reflection of that need to reinvent himself, overcorrecting and going whole hippo in the other direction.
It's just that I promised I'd stay here and peacefully meditate till the black water ran pure.
Peace, meditation, and a strict spiritual regimen to balance out his physical one. It's peculiar, but it gives him a level of versatility even Sly can't match, at least without a mega jump pack. We can reach areas no one else can, and despite the noise, we traverse this whole city leaving all the guards none the wiser. Sure, laying the smackdown on the guards is met with an immediate mission fail, but I think Murray puts it best.
Yeah, well, I haven't forgotten who my friends are. I'm just playing with a different deck.
Now, with all the narrative stuff out of the way, this mission's weird. The way the ball works is, you can only ever reach the highest point you've been to since you entered the form and maintained the bounces. Exit the form or stop bouncing, and you'll only ever be able to get so much air. What's weird is that these tar reservoirs will cover themselves up if you ever lose your bounce from that initial air vent launch. No matter how tall of a building you jump off of, they'll stay stubbornly closed until you head back to that one launch point. Also, even though you're not allowed to punch guards, you can still land on them, and apparently that's fine, that's still peaceful. Don't get too comfy back on the ground, there's a Master Thief challenge for that mission, imposing a time limit on you now. It looks pretty strict, but then it refills every time you bust a drum, so there's honestly not much to say about this one. The ball's pretty sensitive to slopes, so you could always aim at the sides of rooftops and bridges that slope towards your goal, but still, the time limit is too generous for that to be truly necessary. Now, I've saved the best for last. I'm just gonna let this play.
Bentley, looks like you found one of Octavio's Vincinetti goons. You on your way to the police station for the old bait and switch?
Yeah, he's following me. Too close for comfort. You gotta move.
Hey, all you fake cops, go home. We don't need no more stupid dogs in Venezia.
I might not be a real cop, but I've got feelings, pal. And it just hurt them.
You talking to me, fruitcake? Cause I don't need a date.
Eat missile, punk.
This was a good plan, Bentley. Now we can just sit back and watch the fireworks.
Thank you. I pride myself on deviousness these days. With her ape guard under fire, there's a 93% chance that Carmelita will arrive and take out the entire Vincinetti gang.
Devious.
Inspector Fox, I'm glad to see you. This Vincinetti puke is giving me all I can handle.
Stand your ground, soldier. We'll take them together.
We take control of Carmelita, and she kicks so much ass she has to buy custom boots designed to combat the odor. Unlike any of the gang, she is always sprinting, R1 instead being dedicated to firing her shock pistol. She has a little pirouette attack, but her pistol packs a paralyzing punch. Even better, her circle button is a mega jump, giving her incredible mobility and cementing her as the most powerful playable character in the game. These Vincinetti fellows are tough foes though. They can take a lot of punishment and dish it out just the same, and we've got to take down 10 of them in a row. It's nothing Miss Fox can't handle, and thanks to her sheer power, there's actually not much input I can offer. Just shred them down and be sure to have a great time doing it. Before we wrap up this mission in a neat pair of handcuffs, let's talk trophies. This is perhaps my favorite addition made to the PS4 and PS5 versions of this game. Sony took the liberty of adding a whole display cabinet's worth of new achievements to the entire trilogy, which, counter to those created for the PS3 versions, we won't get simply by completing all the missions and obtaining all the gadgets. We can grab our first one now, target practice, which tasks us with nailing 5 of these hanging signs as Carmelita. I love this, both for giving me an excuse to explore a bit as Madame Fox, and teaching me that these signs are breakable. Another one available to us at the moment is Time to Cool Off, for dropping 3 guards in the drink with these canal traps. Just so I don't have to specify, from now on, every trophy I mention will be for the PS4 and 5 versions of the game. That's not because I don't like the PS3 ones, although, yes, also that. It's mainly because we'd never once have to go out of our way for any of them. I wasn't exaggerating. You will Platinum Trophy the Sanzar report just by beating the game, finishing every Master Thief challenge, and buying every gadget.
All sectors have been stabilized. No further Vicinante presence has been detected.
Good work, man. For mercenaries, you fought with honor and distinction. I'm proud of you.
Seeing her with her own job complete screen just feels right. Now, if you're hungry to play as her just a bit more, there's no Master Thief challenge for that mission, but there is a surprisingly robust 2-player mode. It's called Cops and Robbers. Sly versus Carmelita in a race to 5 points, Venice as their playground. It's nothing vital to the core Sly 3 experience, but get a player 2 around and this is a surprisingly good time. Despite Carmelita's power, I think it's pretty heavily weighted towards Sly's success. Both players can score points by knocking out the other, but Sly can also gain them by picking up Pedestal Treasure, another Sly 2 feature absent from the main levels, and bringing them to drop-off points. And some of these are just way too close together. Each player can also collect power-ups, including Mega Jump, which is always a good time, and as far as I can tell, this is the only legitimate means within the game of reaching a few high-up blue sparkles, like this one way on top of the tower, or this one on top of Octavio's mansion. That second one's especially funny because you can see only 1/3 of the town has any objectives or power-ups in it, and there's no real reason to wander over there. Carmelita also gets the Contessa's Hypnosis power, which has some bizarre lore ramifications. At the end of the day, I just have to applaud Sucker Punch for capturing, perhaps even elevating the feeling of escaping the law by giving a player control over Carmelita. This can get tense. Oh, Sly, you rascal, you rogue.
With Octavio's comeback opera recital just a few hours away, we're all set up for the main event. Get ready for Operation Tar Be Gone. Our objective, get Murray back on the team.
Okay, I've let a lot of the photos slide in these slideshows, but Bentley, I need you to sit down and explain to me where you got these pictures of Murray in his old gear in Venice. I've seen your photoshopping capabilities, I know you ain't got it like that. Now it's time to knock down the dominoes we set up, destroy the tar vacuum pumps, steal Octavio's demolition switch by, challenging him to an opera duel and knocking him out while he's distracted, and head off with Murray. Let's talk about that. Murray's current stage of his spirit quest is to meditate until the tar is out of Venice's water. Bentley, you're leaping to quite a conclusion that he's gonna rejoin the team as the muscle when that's all said and done. Now onto the final phase of Venice. I want to point out the skybox, because it changes between every phase of the episode. Honestly, I might never have even noticed, but that's all the more reason to appreciate its inclusion. That kind of polish means a lot to me. This will continue to be the case in future episodes, but one especially endearing detail here is that the wanted posters about town weren't there when we first showed up. Carmelita must have made sure they got plastered over the city after we made our appearance.
This is it. Octavio is due to arrive for the opera recital in just a few minutes.
We did a good job taking out the advertising. No one's shown up to listen. No audience means no demolition demonstration.
True, but to finish the job, we'll need to take out the main tar vacuum. Use your disguise to gain entry to the opera house, then head down to the pump room and let me in through the side door.
No problem, signore.
Phew, nice digs. The fountain, all of Octavio's O logo. As long as we've got a bit of a slow moment here, there's one more pre-release design to go over for this level, and that's Octavio. My goodness, did we ever get an upgrade here. This design is so much harder to take seriously. It's basically a different skin on the same model, but something about this makes him look so diminutive. Some of his concept art brings across what they were going for, but I guess it didn't translate too well into 3D. Grrr.
Drat! A double button door! I'll think of something. Just give me time.
Don't worry, Bentley. I just need to try a button 30 times. Oh, I guess that might help.
You! I don't recognize you. What's the secret soprano password?
Interestingly, if you use the mission replay menu to take the disguise into Octavio's snap...
I got a shadow, huh? You stink! Back in my day, thieves knew how not to get caught.
He's not fooled then, but he is now.
What's the secret soprano password?
He requests a unique password that none of the guards can ask for, which is a nice touch.
Tenor bass, tenor, tenor.
Weirdly though, the code itself is the same as the Carnival password.
What's the Carnivale password?
Tenor bass, tenor, tenor.
You can't sneak that past me, Sucker Punch. Step it up.
Okay. Pass a word to the rest of the guards that under no circumstances am I to be disturbed during my big comeback recital.
Yes, sir. I'm certainly looking forward to the performance. Once I'm done in the pump room, I'll be headed out to the stage. If it isn't too much trouble, would you help me with this double-button security door?
But of course, for a fellow musical lover, it would be a pleasure.
Oh, you know I need to know if the 30 times thing will work with Octavio.
3. Be quick in there, you won't want to miss out.
Yes, indeed. Nice bit of polish here. There are 2 versions of this scene depending on if you start it in disguise or not.
Sly! Over here! Once I've destroyed all 6 tar pipes, the vacuum should start to lose suction.
Look, if those bombs attract any guards, let me do the fighting. You just focus on taking out the tar pipes. We need to stay on schedule.
Woohoo! About time we're actually working as Bentley. The various mechanisms around here can make just laying the bombs on these pipes pretty tricky. You may even want to use trigger bombs instead, but the mobsters flowing in aren't much of a threat, so there's not much call to optimize. Now, I'm gonna break continuity here for the sake of narrative flow, and skip ahead a bit. After finishing this heist, we'll unlock 3 different Master Thief time trials based on some of the pieces of this operation. I'm gonna go over these as we go through their coinciding challenges, largely because, since all they do is add timers, they're practically identical. Speed bombing is probably the most set apart of the 3. It gives you a little under a minute to knock out all the tar pipes. The main thing that really makes this difficult is that the enemies, and Sly for that matter, can really throw off your positioning, and cause you to misplace some bombs and waste precious seconds. A really easy and kind of silly workaround for this is that the guards won't start spawning in until you destroy your first pipe. So prime them all by hitting them with 2 bombs each, and then circle back to easily dispatch them with only 1 blast apiece.
Just 1 pipe left!
Nice work, partner. Is there still time to catch Octavio's recital?
We're right on schedule. If my calculations are correct, he should be about to perform an aria originally written as a duet. That's when we strike.
Think he'll really let you on stage with him?
Of course, he's a musician. He'll be overjoyed to have a lyrical counterpoint. Just be ready to drop the chandelier when I've lured him underneath.
Okay, so here's my theory. Bentley knows this is a stupid plan that's gonna get him hurt, right? He was already talking up his own deviousness earlier, so maybe the plan is for Murray to see Bentley in trouble, and then he'll have no choice but to leap into action, right?
Ah, Mr. Tomato Fertilizer. You got a death wish.
I couldn't resist showing you up at what you treasure most. Opera singing.
You're a vocalist. Fine. A duet is coming up. We'll sing it first, and then I'll gut you.
Bring it on, Grandpa. I'll sing you under the table.
Then again, maybe Bentley just knew he had Octavio outmatched, because little does the Don know, Bentley is well versed in the obscure art of Mongolian throat singing, allowing him to actually harmonize with himself. Or we could win through the sheer power of interpretive dance. Yeah, this minigame gets more lenient the more you fail it. The failure state scene is also fantastic.
Whoa, whoa! That's the worst singing I ever heard. I can't go on, you're too awful.
Dude, where's your arm? Oh, it's back on the PS2 version, okay. But very much like a similar job in Sly 2, I got to get pretty silly here. Not that it wasn't extremely silly to begin with, Bentley giving it his all in an actual opera duel? How, when looking back at the best heists of old, do you take this seriously? Is there not a more dignified plan we could have executed? Something more along the lines of Sly 2? No, really, that's the question we're trying to answer here. What this whole episode has been built around. The ending of the last game had a massive impact, so is there any going back on the changes it made? Would Bentley have ever considered singing against a professional before? let me put that better, humiliating himself on stage like this. He may have lost his legs, but he's gained an unshakable confidence in their stead. Would the Murray ever refuse an opportunity to use his fists? Would Sly have ever been so quick to bargain with Dimitri?
You can take all you want. I can. No deal.
The fact we're left with is that this isn't Sly 2 anymore. That's not a bad thing. Look at all we've gained. But things have changed, and we have to be ready to change with them.
Now!
What? No!
Freeze! The lot of you are going to jail!
This recital is over.
He's still got the demolition switch!
They never ever freeze!
I'll drive, you shoot.
I need immediate pickup. Criminals are headed east.
Actually, Carmelita, according to the Binocucom, we're headed southwest.
All units converge.
Roger.
Sorry, Cooper. This time I've got you surrounded.
Can't you go any faster?
This is it. Shoot out his engine and we'll have him.
The canal is full of cops. We're in big trouble here.
Octavio's at least got a couple tricks up his sleeve compared to the Blue Vipers, but nothing functionally more complex.
That Carmelita, what a sweet talker.
This chase gets a chance to be a bit trickier with Octavio's Canal Challenge. It gives you probably like a minute and a half? I don't know, these bars are hard to judge. Honestly, making a Master Thief reiteration of both Canal Chase sequences makes them overstay their welcome just a tad. Maybe I'd be singing a different tune if the time limit made me work a bit, but it's nothing strict.
Yes!
He's out of control. Get ready for a sudden stop.
No! More to the left, you idiot! We're gonna crash!
Well, he went left.
It's over, Octavio. You're beat. Give us the demolition switch and we'll all try to ditch these cops.
You chasing me for this? Fine, big shot. It took me 6 months to prepare this thing. But what the heck? I got more where this came from.
You guys see that boat go out of control and jump and smash into that thing? Destruction! So cool!
And now we shift our focus back to Murray, the hippo who's perhaps internalized too well just how different things have become. He's seen how things are changing, and rather than find his new place in the new way, he's removed himself from it entirely, refusing to believe, because of one shortcoming, that he was ever a necessary part of this band of merry rogues.
You think that was a cool punk?
You monster! Stop it! Stop it!
And now, he's faced with a grisly parallel of what he sees as his greatest failure.
You're right to be scared, hippo. Your wheelchair friend should have been so smart.
Murray! Help!
And it shows him just how far he's been running.
That does it! I'll floss my teeth with your spine! The Murray returns!
The fight against Octavio is a catharsis of fists. The old Don matches Murray step for step, even having a quicker version of our own Thunderflop to counter our attacks with.
He's too fast. Lure him into the tar pool. That should slow him down.
Honestly, I'm a little disappointed at how this works mechanically. Octavio's not impossible to hit. You can get in a couple blows if you're careful, but he's invincible unless you snag his feet in some tar. While he's not as limber now, he gets a different skill set with more range. He'll probably get his licks in, but learning the telegraphs and deftly avoiding them is pretty satisfying. At half his HP, you'll have to relocate the fight to get more tar.
Murray, these pumps are out of tar. I saw some more valves over by the cop station. Follow me to a fresh supply.
Without the tar, I'll crush you boys like a bugs! You may have more tar, but I'm not holding back no longer. Listen to the song of your death!
The Murray knows no song, but the triumphant horn section of his own triumph.
And then he'll unleash his ultimate attack, the sonic waves of his sultry voice. This boss fight is also our final Master Thief challenge, with the longest time limit yet. I think it's about 4 minutes. I'd say you're generally more at risk of running out of health than time, so make use of the spare moments waiting for Sly to get the tar flowing by smashing up chairs and stuff, and maybe spare a fist or two on your run across town to get yourself topped off. That operatic ray attack is going to be the hardest because it has the least amount of wind up before you're going to have to revert to dodging that sweet tenor. Actually, hang on my man, you are a baritone at the highest. Listen to this note he sings. That's like down here. Tenor my foot. On that note, let's talk about Octavio.
Take that, the punks! Ain't no school like the old school.
A remnant of a bygone age, unironically whipping out the phrase, back in my day, every few minutes.
Octavio really is old school if he's using a painting safe.
The lengths gone to paint him in this light have gone from overt all the way down to the neatest little details, like the computer he uses.
This old dinosaur.
For him, there is no cost too great to hold on to the past. The golden years of opera are the only ones worth it, right? Rock and roll is worse because it's different, just like Murray's Path is worse because it's different. Just like Sly 3 is worse because it's different from Sly 2, right? Let's rewind a bit and zoom back out to our framing device set up at the beginning of the end. Sly is dying. He is literally watching his life flash before his eyes, and at this moment, these are his clearest memories. Allow me to veer sharply down a path of pop psychology for a moment. If you're the kind of person who watches this kind of video, odds are you're already familiar with the stages of grief. For the few who aren't, they're a somewhat over-literal interpretation of the emotions, or lack thereof, that neurotypical humans are likely to experience when they're informed of a death, either that of someone they love, or of their own impending, or anything along those lines. The popular model involves 5 stages: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. But the model I'm interested in today is the slightly more modern 7 stages, which adds shock and testing, because it would seem to me that the episodes in this game are deliberately evocative of those 7 stages. After the initial shock of the opening dropping us in medias res, leaving us with far more questions than answers, we, like Sly, begin the process, starting with denial. The refusal to accept the way things are going, permeates almost everything about this episode, right down to the way it emulates so much of Sly 2. My apologies if my comparisons to that game over the course of this episode got a bit repetitive, but I really wanted this point to land when I made it. In Opera of Fear aggressively attacks the idea that the status quo hasn't changed since last time, as steadily, over the course of the jobs, the differences become more and more apparent, until...
So that's it. The old guard's out, and a new generation steps in.
That's right, stepping in, big time.
There's no more denying that we're moving forward, a new direction, veering towards perhaps something a bit more final. The only question now is, are you in?
Octavio wasn't so lucky. The guy got 30 years behind bars for what he did to Venice. I guess Italians don't like it when you sink their landmarks. Ironically, he found success as a singer while in jail. After all, most of his old fan base was already in the clink.
A few great touches on that scene to close out on, like the way the whole gang has splotches of tar on them. Interesting smidge of continuity here, this building with the number 1422 can be seen in the opening as well. I have to wonder if the number has any significance. And of course, we carry on one of Sucker Punch's favorite running jokes, of adding le to anything to make it French.
But the big score here was bringing our old pal back into the gang. Once he put on those gloves and that mask, it was clear to everyone, most of all him, that the Murrays had returned.
I want you to think of your favorite video game sequels for a sec. I'm talking the games you like more than their predecessors, and try to pinpoint a reason as to why it's your favorite. I'd bet you an entire trove of golden watches that it's not because of the stuff that was exactly the same in the game prior. The irony of Opera of Fear is that on a mechanical level, it's better than any of the locales in Sly 2. Most prominently, the basic moment-to-moment satisfaction of running from one end of the level to the other, making snap decisions based on the movement patterns of guards and gondolas, making use of traps, a disguise, the sheer degree of verticality. Pickpocketing is more immediately gratifying as you get the payout from loot as soon as you pocket the goods, and yet, I've always had the sense, even as a child, that if Venice had instead been a destination in Sly 2, it would probably have been my least favorite. The real gnarled heart of this whole sequel thing is that if you ask the fans what they want, they'll always say, "More please." There's a quote attributed to Henry Ford. "If I had asked the people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses." He probably didn't actually say this. This is closer to a sentiment coined by Edvard Manga that wasn't attributed to Ford until he'd been dead for decades, but it's pithy and I like the sentiment, that the general populace is uncritical and unimaginative when it comes to the next step. Yet every truly amazing follow-up has taken strides to leap out from that shadow and forge its own identity, just as it's time for us, and our gang, to travel onward.
At first, it seemed just like old times. The gang was back in action. But little by little, we learned that Murray's heart just wasn't in it.
I couldn't really ask for a clearer thesis statement for this episode. It was just like old times, but...
Without the Guru's permission to give up on his Dreamtime training, he'd never really feel comfortable returning to the gang. We knew we needed to help him out.
Our premise right out the gate is a massive shakeup. We've never started an episode with the boys just straight chillin'. We've finished plenty that way, but now we're essentially working backwards. That's not a bad thing, but it does keep you off balance.
So, we packed up our things, whipped up some quick disguises, and headed for the Australian outback.
Now this opening is filled with references. This sorta chiptune song playing at the beginning is based off Sly's main motif. This image of Carmelita looking super stylish is from a bonus video hidden under beginning of the end. This is Goodbye My Sweet, a bit analogous to the stamp heist video hidden in Sly 2. It puts me in somewhat of a tough spot, cause we've only unlocked half the video, but chronologically, if this heist is canon, it would seem it takes place right about now, between episodes 1 and 2. I'm fond of this lending a sort of double meaning to Sly saying the gang is back in action, and I love the idea of the three of them pulling a low-stakes, just-for-fun job to celebrate getting the team back together, but I have to say if it's canon, because it doesn't fit super well. Carmelita puts investigating international crime on hold to act as a bodyguard for a chocolate bar. It doesn't track. Even still, we have about a bazillion Easter eggs to appreciate. This opening shot of the Paris hideout has the sign for Le Stinky Cheese, which was in the Black Chateau. We've got memorabilia from tons of past jobs. Raleigh's hat, Mugshot slot machine, Dimitri's painting, the Panda King's fireworks, Ms. Ruby's voodoo doll, Rajan's hat, and look, there are clue bottles in this game after all. Fictional newspaper articles are always fun to pause and look at, just to see what method they used. Sometimes they copy-paste one paragraph over and over, sometimes they go full lorem ipsum, and rarely, my personal favorite, they'll actually write something for people as insanely thorough as me to read. Now the framing kinda swoops all over the place, but I've transcribed as much of it as I could. Things are pretty standard, almost boring for a while, and half of it did get copied onto the second page, but Hokyo Lim is the name of a member of Sly 3's art team, who, I'd say it's safe to assume, wrote the text for this scene and inserted himself as both the professor of delicious confectionery treats and the professor of historic confectionery treats. As the text gets further from center screen, he starts freestyling a bit, talking about some of his favorite snacks like pretzels and apple juice, soccer, and finally, in something I'm kinda surprised he got away with, I sure am glad I have all my Christmas shopping done for the year. I can't believe it's only a few days away, and I'll be working on this cutscene over my break. Lame. Now this does offer a potential answer to a very old Sly Cooper mystery. A member of the art team with a propensity for inserting himself in the assets would explain the dubious presence of a human face popping up from time to time. And Just going off of appearances, yeah, I think it's safe to assume this is Hokio Lim. If we do accept this bonus video as canon, this passage has a bit of interesting lore. Director James Barkley is a character we've seen in the final cutscene of Sly 2, but we only know his name because of the first Sly Cooper comic. That one's also tenuously canon, but on the off chance they're both reliable sources, that means with Jimmy's retirement, Carmelita is now in charge of Interpol's crime division. A sailboat on the Caribbean, huh? Nah, it's probably nothing. I hate to nitpick your history here, but Kaiser Wilhelm III's wife was named Cecilia, not Helga, and they actually had 4 sons. This Thievius Raccoonus entry is much the same deal. Kind of a dull read, Thaddeus is even worse with writing run-on sentences than I am. A bit of copy-pasting, but Hokio couldn't help himself, and snuck in another pretzel mention on the second page. I do really like that we're giving a bit of screen time to a Cooper that so far has only been in those montages. Lastly, all this signage around the train calls back to one of Sucker Punch's favorite jokes, of adding le to anything to make it French by adding das to everything to make it German. What a cliffhanger. Suppose we'll just assume the Cooper gang was captured and dismantled. What a shame. Anyway, meanwhile, the Cooper gang goes oceanic. Another detail not quite like old times, the team traveling by plane. And it's nice to see they've upped their disguise game since we last saw them try their hand at it.
Along the way, Murray told us story after story about his teacher's amazing abilities.
Yep, that's Luke and Yoda from Empire Strikes Back. Pretty sure no one missed that.
Apparently, this guru of his was capable of fantastic feats. He used the dream time to blend perfectly into his surroundings, and even gain mental control over the weak-minded. If even half the stories were true, then this was a guy I just had to meet. Our gang needed to grow its ranks for a chance to get inside the Cooper Vault. And this guru, this Outback mystic, was looking like the best recruit we could have ever asked for.
I appreciate you thinking outside the box there, Sly, but again, this is extremely presumptuous. Murray at least has history as a thief. It wasn't a huge leap that he was willing to be gay and do crime again, but what makes you think his spiritual, peaceful guru is gonna be down?
However, when we finally arrived in the Outback, it was a shock to find that things had changed. And the guru was nowhere to be seen.
One last beat on the dramatic departure drum, there was no face to put on our conflict in that scene. No villain with backstory to go over, just a dirty great mining operation. Welcome everyone and everything to a Rumble Down Under, possibly the most criticized level in the entire trilogy, and it's not hard to see why. Even this establishing shot leading to the safe house is a bit off-putting. The disgusting green water, the grimy industrial mining equipment, the relentless sounds of drills. It's unpleasant, even if deliberately so. For the final time, we're invited to the hazard room to brush up on some skills as Murray. Now, if you played the last game, most of his moveset isn't gonna be news to you, but there are 2 exceptions. The juggle grab, which lets Murray snag guards out of midair, has always stuck with me, because, as I mentioned way back in Paris, this is something you can do in Sly 2, but the game never teaches it to you. And going back after learning the technique from this game only to find it still worked slightly blew my mind as a kid. The other, and possibly coolest ability, is the shakedown, his answer to Bentley's newly acquired pickpocketing gadget. Murray can straight up mug guards by vigorously shaking the loot from their pockets, and this simple addition deserves a lot of attention. While Sly's agility has always placed him atop the team totem pole, opening routes to countless areas unreachable to the rest of the gang, pickpocketing was among the most valuable arrows in his quiver. The unfettered access to the loot so carelessly left in our foes' back pockets was one thing, but there was at least one mission focused on this talent in every single episode of Sly 2. The game practically stating outright that his ability to do this is always essential to our success. So what's the game saying loud and clear now that all 3 musketeers can pull it off? That the responsibilities are shifting. The lines between leader and member are blurring as both Bentley and Murray become more versatile, and suited to the tasks once only their eponymous field man could have done. Better yet, I love the way each method is fitted to the character. Sly's traditional light touch, Murray's brute strength, and Bentley's aptitude with gadgets. Although, if I'd been in charge, I would probably have tied his means to his sleep darts. Just have him press circle on a sleeping guard to rob him blind, cause it does sort of stretch my suspension of disbelief seeing that no one feels this massive cartoon magnet latching onto them. Even the historically more perceptive Carmelita. Plus, it would solve the issue of needing to weigh having it equipped against the value of other gadgets, and the fact that it's far slower than Sly's cane. A snag that becomes all the more apparent now that Murray is outright better than Sly at pickpocketing. Faster, and the only one of the three who can steal loot even when the guard's already onto him. Yuendumu is a real town in northern Australia, which I'd probably never have heard of if not for this game, and the comfortable familiarity of lampposts and clotheslines are nowhere to be seen here. Apart from the sheer cliffs and the occasional dead tree, the rough and jagged mining equipment is all we have to maneuver with. This attack helicopter keeps dropping explosives everywhere, drawing the attention of twitchy miners. Navigating this space is uncomfortable. There aren't many direct routes among its various quadrants, and no, your Venetian mob disguise won't fly with the Aussies. There's a new power-up in store that will ostensibly make things easier, though I don't know what the spin attack level 2 accomplishes that the Mark 1 didn't. Maybe a bit more range? Yeah, well, at least it was inexpensive.
My master spends most of his time up there in that cave, overlooking the valley and contemplating the depths of deepness. I really appreciate you breaking the news to him that I want to break off my training.
No problem, pal. I'm looking forward to meeting him. Anybody you call master must be a heck of a guy.
Oh, he's awesome. He'll get inside your head and freak you out 6 ways from Sunday.
Awesome.
This exchange kinda reminds me of one from the last game.
You know how I love to mess around with Carmelita.
Yeah, that's weird.
Role's a bit reversed, though. This episode has a lot of miniature platforming challenges baked in. Keep an eye out, it's probably the most we've seen since the first game.
Sorry, pal. This cave's empty. Got any other ideas where he might be?
I want to appreciate this imagery on the curtain for a sec. There we go, consider it appreciated.
Well, that's his hut, but he doesn't really hang out there on account of the smell.
The smell?
It's a long story. I had to apologize up and down for like a month before he'd speak to me again.
What did you do?
The unspeakable, Sly. The unspeakable.
As a kid, I always interpreted this to mean something way worse than mistaking the hut for an outhouse, something I must have been too young to understand, but even as an adult, I can't think of what that would be. Then again, Murray is a hippo, and if you've never seen how they mark their territory, well, I wouldn't say it's unspeakable, but I certainly don't think all of you would forgive me for showing a clip.
Sorry, Murray. Nobody's home. And by the looks of it, I'd say the guru was fighting someone or something off here. I'm starting to think the miners might have got to him.
You might be right. They'd come in and be all angry and yelling, and he'd be all peaceful, and they'd just get ticked. Then he'd try to find a middle way, and they'd just go crazy and smash everything up, and then haul them off.
The middle way is actually a Buddhist philosophy, which doesn't have a lot of overlap with the Australian Dreamtime. Maybe the guru's just well-traveled, but the dreaming isn't really about peace. That's more of a bonus side effect of being in tune with your community and the nature around you. Rather, the focus of the dreaming is more like creation myth, genealogy, and one big buzzword Sly is sure to relate to: ancestry. Through meditation, song, dance, and other artwork, they would channel their ancestors, tell their stories, and revel in how their past led them to where they are today. Sucker Punch, you sly dogs. Ain't no way that was an accident.
It's tough to say, but given the layout of the miners' camp, I'd venture a guess that they use that area with a high fence as a makeshift stockade.
Looks like there might be a way up using that cliff below. Shouldn't be a problem.
Just keep an eye out for that gyrocopter. I'm positive it's what gave away the guru's position. These miners have no respect for the Aboriginal sacred sites. They're drilling into everything. Ayers Rock, Kings Canyon, Wave Rock. The cultural insensitivity is sickening.
Again, all three locations Bentley mentions are real places, though strangely, while Ayers Rock and Kings Canyon, aboriginally called Uluru and Watarka, are relatively close to Yuendumu, Wave Rock, or Katarkich, is about 2,000 miles west. I'm fairly sure Ayers Rock is the only one we can see in-game. I'd have to be feeling pretty generous to say anything out there looks like either of the other two. There he is! He's a frickin' koala!
You must be the guru. I'm a good friend of Murray's. He's come asking to be released from his training.
The Guru's design went through a lot of ideas on the conceptual level, including a rabbit and kookaburra design that I'd be really curious to see move around. Oh, dear, that's really what they went with, huh? Okay, I get it, it adds to his mystical otherness, and it's not like they could have reasonably hired someone who speaks Pintupi. I see the vision, I just don't love it. Especially when the whole gang understands him as though he's speaking English, I have to question why he doesn't speak English.
You seriously won't leave without your gear?
This is also a really unnecessary writing corner they've backed themselves into. It's like showing half a phone conversation. Everything the character says has to contextualize what they're responding to.
As for your walking staff and moonstone, me and my gang have a real talent for stealing back things that were wrongfully taken.
It's so unnatural, unless you're willing to just leave your audience out of the loop entirely. Before I let the slideshow play, there's a Master Thief sprint unlocked from that mission, Rock Run, which sends us along the whole thing again, now with a limit of a bit under 2 minutes. It's a little awkward the way it pauses for binocu conversations that don't happen, but other than that, there's nothing to this. You know, in the first game, you had to collect all the bottles in a level to unlock its sprint, which made it something of a catharsis to blast through as fast as you could after being so meticulous on the first run. But with a mission like this, and the timer as lenient as it is, I feel like I didn't get much out of that. If we go into that stockade on our own, we can't find the guru, but he's got another personalized curtain with the same pattern. And there is mercifully a pipe to ensure we don't have to live out the rest of our days here. And as long as we're up here, this building proudly displays the name of, presumably, this mining company. Bluntly entitled, Dingo Mining.
The guru won't leave the stockade until he has his walking staff and his moonstone.
Another loophole to the guru's language barrier, Bentley can simply have elaborate conversations with him off-screen and relay them to us via Chalk Talk.
He also insists that we purify Ayers Rock of all miners. Only then will the Dreamtime spirits be appeased, and the guru will be free to use his powers.
Still a weird energy about. It's a very commercial antagonist, kind of like Jean Bassan without the personal stake of his clockwork parts. And we don't even have a head honcho to pin a target on. What we do have instead...
He also mentioned that the miners had foolishly unearthed the Mask of Dark Earth. I guess it was his job to guard the thing, and now that it's out, bad things are sure to follow. Sounds like mumbo-jumbo to me, but we've encountered some unexplainable phenomena over the years, so I'm not gonna rule it out as a threat to our operation.
Thank God Bentley brought up the bad mojo bomb, because if he didn't, I definitely would've. There's a lot to unpack there, but I'm gonna hope a better opportunity to do so presents itself later. With the first proper phase of the episode underway, let's talk structure. This area, despite its grungy aesthetic, is really interesting to play around. This giant crane at the center, which they took the time to label has 12 tons of counterweight, makes for a cool launching point in any direction on account of its spinning. Between that and the climbing routes around the perimeter, Sly has a lot of freedom to keep out of danger while navigating the mining fields, but he'll almost always be reduced to ground level if you try to take more direct routes. What's weird is that we've already done the only mission that's going to highlight all that. Let's start Sly's job, and I'll show you what I mean.
After capturing the guru, the Dingoes confiscated his magic walking staff and moonstone. Without these objects, the guru is powerless.
Given that we're dealing with miners, I bet they stashed the goods in one of the caves around here. It's a secure location with plenty of guys on duty to provide protection.
I agree. The most likely candidate is this mine shaft. It appears to have the highest number of workers coming in and out.
Good place to start. I'm on it.
Almost every job we're going to undertake this episode is going to focus on some kind of sub-area. In this case, the mine shafts, and this basically turns Australia into the secret 6th level of Sly 1, actually. You got pure platforming stretches, one guard at a time, cleverly themed obstacles. It's weird. I wouldn't necessarily call it a step back, it feels more like an homage. Oh, and don't miss out on these cool Aboriginal cave paintings on the walls. Look at this cow over here, she's my girl.
Time to take you back to your rightful owner. These miners are smarter than they look. They booby-trapped the moonstone.
It looks like a light-sensitive detonator. If I can get it outside and into the sunlight, it should power down.
This wall of drills feels kinda like an afterthought, doesn't it? Like maybe in playtesting players didn't realize they needed to double back? Now this is what I'm talking about. That's the kind of explosion I expected when they told me the loot in Sly 2 was booby-trapped. This timer gives me a good reason to bring up Sly 3's dynamic difficulty again. This time, depending on how many times you fail the challenge, the allotted time to escape the cave steadily increases from 55 to 80 seconds. Pretty standard stuff, but what I haven't mentioned up to now is that the internal system the game uses to determine how easy it should take things on you is called... suck. Yeah, I see what you did there. Every time a player dies or fails a challenge, their suck rating increases, and a bunch of variables like damage and timers are adjusted to match.
The Guru's walking staff must be hidden in their other cave complex. I've marked the entrance in your binocular.
This second mine has a peculiar darkness gimmick, turning Sly into a dynamic light source thanks to the Moonstone. Ambitious given this game's really simplistic lighting engine, but it ultimately doesn't feel like it affects anything. I don't know what it is with these hooks, but sometimes when you latch on, Sly's animations won't load, and he'll suddenly T-pose to assert dominance. Except his tail and mask, of course, those are always physics objects. This back wall also looks like an afterthought. Maybe this mission once took a very different form. Perhaps the caves were strung together instead of separate.
Wonder what's so special about this staff. Another booby trap for a stick? These guys are paranoid. And from the sound of it, they've called in reinforcements. Nothing like a horde of angry dingoes to make things a bit more interesting.
Now this is a surprising difficulty spike, a time limit, relatively low visibility, and hordes of enemies. We've never struggled against a group of rooftop guards before, but these two varieties work surprisingly well together, especially given the limited space on these rails. The kangaroos have this smoke bomb that conceals the attacks of their allies, and these dingoes' whip attacks deal an upsetting amount of damage. Similar to the pigeons guarding Octavio's computer, the kangaroos have had their moveset reduced for this sequence. Ordinarily, they do this elbow drop attack to try and smush ya, and they have the unique property of their regular jump dealing damage if they land on you. Here though, they're just using smoke bomb. This is a rare instance of something I outright prefer in the PS3 version apart from the improved resolution. The opacity of the smoke bombs used to be much less of an issue. I'd even go so far as to call it a non-issue, but the kangaroos were made much more threatening, and by extension, much more interesting by this change. The dingoes in this cave also seem to be uniquely more difficult than the ones outside, cracking off their whip attacks much quicker to account for you likely sprinting past them. As you can see, we ordinarily have much less to fear from them. I found the best tactic to be simply spamming jump attacks. I'm sure there's something more elegant, but these miners really gave me the business. That was fantastic. It's a good thing I enjoyed that because both caves have a Master Thief challenge involved. Cave Sprint charges us with taking on the first half of the first cave under a time limit, and the additional caveat of not taking damage. Though, as is tradition, these little pebbles don't count as damage. This sprint actually gives us the opportunity to get a little fancy. We've got about a minute to clear the course, but with a few Master Thief maneuvers, I managed to get a time of just over 36 seconds. Worth noting that the suck system doesn't seem to apply to any mission selected from the Jobs and Challenges menu, and they're locked at their highest difficulty. I'd say that's a pretty good compromise. The second cave's challenge is to knock out a dozen guards and escape in the time limit. I'm reasonably confident that if you can make it out of the cave to begin with, you can do this no problem. Never mind how easy it is to knock these guys off, the limited solid ground leads to them jumping off of their own accord with disturbing frequency. As a pro tip, the push attack comes in especially handy when your enemies are all lined up like this, since it turns anyone you hit into a projectile. And there should be just enough enemies along the way to finish this out no issue. I'm gonna say this is the closest any game has ever gotten to recreating that cartoon dustball brawl through gameplay. In trying to optimize for a high score, I found it was more down to how the enemies spawned than anything I did. You can double back during this middle stretch to get a few extras to spawn in, but with time of the essence, I was never able to pull it off more than once. But I did manage to get 17, which I'm pretty pleased with. One last detail about these caves, the music playing in here seems to borrow from the background track to A Predator Awakes. Not sure if there's some appropriate connection I'm not seeing, but it's interesting nonetheless. With Murray making his proper field debut, we can get his old Berserker charge power loaded in, which is a little more practical than the last game now that flashlight guards have become significantly less susceptible to his fists. Having the option to knock him out can come in handy. Now the question is, what is the best way to dispatch flashlight guards now that they take 5 hits instead of 2? Well, one technique the game won't tell you, if you're holding a guard, you can throw them at your feet instead of straight ahead by pressing triangle. Then you can just pick them up again and repeat. It's not smooth, but we're talking about Murray here. Before tackling our mission, there's a PS4 trophy we can snag now for taking out 5 guards in Australia with the ball form. This ended up being a lot tougher than it sounded, mainly because the ball form's damage is like an 1/8 that of Murray's fists. Luckily, there's nothing in the rules that says you can't knock off some health with punches first. Afterwards, I found the square button charge maneuver to be much less annoying than the bounces, and there we are, Master Apprentice.
I know you're a little nervous to see your teacher again, but he's requested that you and I pay him a visit individually.
If it wasn't for the guru, I wouldn't be the Murray you see before you today. I'm just not too sure he'll be pleased with my progress as a mystic.
What are you talking about? You used the Aboriginal ball form to great effect back in Venice. He'll be proud of you.
Maybe, but I lost my temper and got in a fight with Octavio.
To help me? I'm sure the guru is happy to see friends sticking up for each other. Head into this cave. It'll take you right up to it.
Okay, Bentley. Caves ahoy!
Not much to say on that scene, just all around solid character work. Bentley's pretty quick to assume he understands the guru's value system, but what else is new? With the Dreamtime, it's all been up to assumptions so far. Example 36J of a mission feeling completely designed to teach us a mechanic they made a hazard room tutorial for anyway. There's a weird forced perspective trick with these pressure pads. They're way bigger than the ones outside, which can lead you to misjudge your jumps.
The door ahead appears to be sealed shut.
Then I'll just bash it in! What's the good of having fists if you can't smack steel doors with them?
It's too thick, even for you. No, to get through, we'll have to overload the pressure in this piston.
You want me to punch it? I could do that.
Use your Aboriginal ball form to bounce on top of the piston and smash it down. Build up enough hydraulic pressure and the door is sure to open.
Piston beware! You're about to be bounced!
I could definitely see this as evidence of Murray's need to overcorrect again, but I think it's more meant to indicate how much he's missed this.
Yes! Eat it, piston sucker!
This set of 3 pistons is hysterical. There's not much strategy to it, but there's no way around the fact that it takes forever.
I did it! 3 against 1, and I still took you piston chumps to school! Oh, look at the size of that guy! He must be jacked up by that mask of dark earth the guru was warning us about.
Curious, it seems to make the wearer much larger. Probably more aggressive, too.
I can take him. My righteous quest to see the guru won't be stopped by some big stupid freak in a mask.
Hey, a mini-boss, that's new. He's stupid easy though, so now we can talk about this Mask of Dark Earth a bit. I have it on good authority, it's not directly based on any aspect of the dreaming. If anything, the inspiration seems to be the mask, given Sucker Punch's propensity for drawing influence from their favorite movies, but if we squirm a little, it can still fit in. See, the dreaming is all about the many. Family, community, all those who have come before, in a word, togetherness. The idea that even if you find yourself alone, everyone who loves you is with you. This mask seems to be an embodiment of solitude, out to wreak its havoc on the collective of miners scattered across its realm. Or at the very least, those are the common threads my boy Mythology and Gaming could find, and as far as I'm concerned, no one is more likely to know than he is.
Holy cow! That mask can run! Mine can't do that.
Murray continues to have the best dialogue in the series. Guess we'll be seeing that guy again later. You can see by the way the guru moves that he's still animated as though he has his staff.
I have returned, my master. The black water now runs clear. I'd like to... I am asking... Oh, man. Yeah! I want to join back up with my friends, and, we're hoping you'd come along, too? You'd love it in the gang. We have all kinds of fun. Miners, gyrocopters, and a mask of dark earth? Yeah, that's a lot to deal with. But we'll help you, I promise!
So I guess the guru just agreed to join a band of thieves. I suppose if one doesn't place value on material wealth, one wouldn't have any moral qualms to stealing it? I don't know, I guess it never really comes up. Not that we'd know of, anyway. I suppose the trio could just be gaslighting me on what the guru's saying.
We're hoping you'd come along too? You'd love it in the gang. We have all kinds of fun. But we'll help you, I promise! Thanks, Guru. I'm happy to see you too.
This next mission has the best name.
Big Truck.
Murray, let's motor out to Ayers Rock and scare away those mining dingoes. Your guru wants it purified.
Awesome! This is the biggest truck I've ever gotten to drive! I could crush houses with this baby! Oh, yeah!
I have an idea of how we might drive the miners out of Ayers Rock. But for my plan to work, we'll need to force the drill on this rig deeper into the ground.
Okay, Bentley, you've got my interest. Though it looks like I may have to take care of a few guards if I'm going to get at those drill controls.
Defeat the guards and start the drill. Then Murray can begin phase 2 of my plan.
Yes, defeat the guards. Well chosen words, Bentley.
Nice work, Sly. The sonic vibrations caused by that drill should drive the giant scorpions in the area to the surface. If we can capture a bunch of red soldier scorpions, releasing them into Ayers Rock is sure to push out the miners.
This truck is one of my favorite vehicles in the whole trilogy. With the size of these scorpions and the lack of pretty much anything to scale by, except itty bitty Sly, it'd be easy to feel like this is just a normal sized truck, but there's a good deal of weight behind the controls that's satisfying to utilize. Never mind the force that would be necessary to flip a tanker this size. The melting wheel mechanic is a clever twist. The hot desert sand will turn them to mush if we don't cool them off with water or scorpion bits. With no real threat from these arachnids, it's good to have an extra factor to keep track of, and there are two details involved that I can't say enough good about. The heat meter pauses if the truck is upside down, and you can keep pushing the gas in this position too.
Hang tough for a minute. My sensors are showing a drop-off in underground movement. We'll have to drill deeper to keep the scorpions coming out. Sly, you'll have to climb to the top of the drill tower and override the depth control system.
Okay, Bentley, I'm on my way.
Love a good back and forth between teammates like this, and this is a neat climb. Really pushes the wall hooks about as far as they can go.
It's working! Wait a minute. It's draining the water around the tower. Murray, you'll have to rely on squishing scorpions to keep your tires cool from here on out.
Ooh, what an organic way to up the difficulty. Like, of course that would be the consequence of drilling deeper. And now, what was a skillful extra we could go for is necessary to close out this mission. Brilliant. Madmen. Architects. Hey, here's a weird bit. These scorpions can drop coins, but they can only be collected if you manage to line up the truck's wheelhouse with them. I guess it makes sense, it's just peculiar.
Great job, Murray. Now back that truck full of scorpions up to the mine entrance and deliver that not-so-friendly payload.
No! Giant scorpions? Run for it, mates! Uh-oh!
Blue's Clues asks, uh-oh, alright. Yep, so consider Ayers Rock purified. Again, great choice of words.
Ayers Rock is clean of miners. The guru will be pleased.
Don't worry, we'll get to it. Scaling the drill is a Master Thief challenge which gives us just under 30 seconds to reach those override controls. You can skip one of these upper gears if you're really going for the gold, but I don't see much room for optimization past that. I did find out while waiting out the timer that you can climb down this ladder at the front of the truck though, so that's neat. You can do it back on the main map too, but I have no clue why you would. Bentley can pick up the health extractor off of ThiefNet. Now my main issue with this thing in our last soiree was that it costs barely less gadget power than a health pickup restores. They've dramatically reduced its cost, which is nice, but now I'm forced to come to terms with the fact that it's really not practical. In a pinch, you could always use the free trigger bombs to accomplish much the same tasks, so I'm still not crazy about this one.
Hail, O Guru of the Stone! Murray has purified Ayers Rock, and now I humbly deliver your walking stick and moonstone. The time for escape has come.
Ooh la la.
Thank you, you're too kind. But tell me, how do you plan to escape?
Over there, in there.
Gadzooks! You can transform yourself. Why, once you change shape, a guard is sure to come inside and investigate.
Hey, Honda. Hi, Honda.
Too true. Wait, here comes a guard.
The Guru, a brand new playable character. Murray's tales were not exaggerated. He can transform to not only blend into his environment, but become invincible as well. Though he has no direct attacks of his own, he can hop onto the backs and minds of guards and steer them around like a turbo Segway. He can even make use of their attacks, the whip for the small dingo, the gun for the big one, and I guess because there were no other options, the smoke bomb for the kangaroo. It serves literally no purpose. Even if you have drawn the aggro of another guard, it doesn't function like Sly's smoke bomb. Not that you'll typically need to worry. Despite the Looney Tunes legs, purple koala on their back, and this look in their eye, the other guards won't suspect a thing unless they expressly see you mount up. The kangaroos do retain their unique property of keeping their hitboxes during a jump, which is a nice attention to detail, but that's about all there is to the guru. Let's head over to the mission.
I hear you. Those drills are tearing up the landscape. They appear to be fragile at the base. Ram a guard into it, and the whole apparatus should break apart.
Haven't had it here.
Oh yeah, some things never change.
I like that his binocucom is him just peering through the moonstone and communicating, I guess, telepathically with the gang. There is another achievement we can snag now. Boggling the minds is for using the same guard to attack 3 others. Bear in mind, this is attack, not defeat, so nothing too taxing. Honestly, that goes for all of Guru's gameplay. His various means of stealth outclass even Sly, so the only real challenge comes in the form of controlling his mounts since they won't stop moving forward.
That grinder's tearing up Wave Rock!
Wait, this is meant to be Wave Rock? I guess.
However, the linked generator is weak, easily destroyed, provided you can jump a few guards over there and ram it.
Once again, the rules around what is and isn't peaceful are totally nebulous. The only distinction seems to be whether or not the death and destruction are caused by a mystic technique. Like maybe if Murray had exclusively fought Octavio using the ball form, that would have been above board. It's worth considering the possibility that this is, in fact, not a contradiction. As I said, peace and pacifism isn't necessarily one of the Dreamtime's central tenets, but then we need to answer the question, if the guru condones violence when necessary, why did he instruct Murray otherwise? Well, given what we know of the guru, I think it's reasonable to assume that when he said
to lose myself and not return until the black water ran pure,
he may not have been speaking literally. Though the water in Venice was black thanks to Octavio's schemes, the water within Murray's mind, or soul, or chakras, or whatever metaphor you prefer, was surely just as polluted. Having lost sight of what it was he fought for, it seems the guru knew that the best way to get Murray's head back on straight was to have him stop fighting until the events in Venice reminded him of why he became the Murray in the first place. And even though that's a borderline headcanon, it does make a lot of this go down easier.
Master, you've done it! The miners' machines are silent! The Dreamtime spirits rejoice!
Another Master Thief challenge, we've got to chain hypnotize 5 guards without touching the ground. Well, 5 or 6, it depends on if the first one you ensnare counts or not. You'll probably need the slightly advanced tech of pressing triangle to dismount a guy without crashing them into something, but once you've got that down, getting 5 in a row is no problem. Once you hit that number though, you may notice the job doesn't end, and indeed, it'll track your high score. And with no time limit, I'm painfully curious to know just how high the game's willing to count. While reaching 5 was no big deal, aiming for 10, 20, and beyond, some rare occurrences that can break up your combo might start rapidly approaching inevitability. For me, this was usually the guru randomly deciding to magnetize to the guard I just dismounted, but every once in a while, like here when I was at 82 guards, he'll just fail to stick the landing. I did figure out that while the counter won't increase if you hop off and on the same miner, it makes no considerations for you chaining the same 2 guards back to back. I ended up dropping that strategy though, as the guru seemed less consistent when up against a wall, which this tactic necessitated, so it was back to the old-fashioned way. My working theory was that the limit was 99, and if it ticked over to 100, then maybe I'd dedicate a couple hours another day to reaching 999, but oh my god. Excuse me? I wasn't gonna do this, but goddammit, I'm cheating. Screw you guys. Okay, and 100. 99 is not the cap, color me surprised. But hey, at least now I know this was never gonna happen without save states.
Many hours later.
If you've ever wondered why these videos take so long, shut up, no you have not. I can't describe the dread I felt seeing 999 tick over to 1,000, followed by the relief of seeing it stop there. This is pretty odd. Maximum numbers in games tend to either be the highest value of a given number of digits, so a bunch of 9s, or the highest number calculable by whatever processor is assigned to track it, so 255 for 8-bit, 65,535 for 16-bit, etc. So for the max score to be a perfectly round 1,000 like this, means that someone specifically programmed it that way, which is a weird thing to do for something you'd expect no one to ever see. My only conclusion is that this was meant to be achieved someday. I hope I made you proud, wherever you are. One last bit, check out the Guru's HP icon. That's the same symbol on his curtains, which is vaguely interesting. Our next set of jobs is all about fulfilling 2 goals: clear out all the miners, and deal with the evil floating mask. How exactly we're gonna go about that, well, better to show than to tell. Our Thief Net Cup runneth over. Bentley's hoverpack is an honest-to-God quadruple jump, granting him absolutely absurd aerial ability to rival even Carmelita. It was honestly news to me it unlocked at this stage of the game, since it's gonna get a pretty big spotlight next episode, and that does feel like a better time to talk about it, especially since we've already done Bentley's only mission in Rumble Down Under. The one where we walked up to the Guru, remember? That was exciting. Murray's Juggernaut throw causes enemies to have a larger impact hitbox when thrown. I'm still trying to figure out the practical applications for this one, but hey, at least they fixed the description this time. Sly's where the money's at. Another new charge attack, Rocket Boots, and our old friend, the Paraglider. Rocket Boots is the stealth slide with a new coat of paint, and packing significantly higher speeds than ever before, both against the slopes and absolutely with them. Fun to play around with, though definitely something I tend to forget I have. The jump attack is, perplexingly, the voltage strike ability in disguise. Sly can now one-shot guards, and it doesn't even cost any gadget power. I'm guessing to balance that out, some guards are resistant to it, including kangaroos, pigeons, and especially the guard dogs. Just to be thorough, I decided to check the pigeons guarding the computer too, and despite their removed resistance to fire, they are still resistant to electric. Also, while doing that, I noticed Bentley's jump animation during this scene had changed now that we've upgraded the booster, which is odd. And lastly, the Paraglider, which always leaves me feeling a little underdressed when I start one of these games over without it, cause it's such a natural extension of Sly's advantage state, and goes perfectly with the crane at the center of the map. I said I wasn't gonna bring up the PS3 trophies again, but there is one funny detail about the one you get for obtaining the Paraglider. You can get it early by simply entering the 2-player mode, since Sly has it there regardless of your progress through the game. Like, wow, right? Lemon Rage, a top-tier name for a top-tier job. Let's go.
Alright boys, look tough and get angry. It's time to intimidate the locals.
I'm not sure I can do it. How do you guys get angry?
Find the match deep inside yourself. Light it, and let the fire burn up your guts and boil your blood!
Yeah, I pretty much do the same thing.
It'd be a pretty big tonal shift for the characters to discuss how they tap into their trauma, so instead we get this relatively lighthearted description, but make no mistake, that is what Sly and Murray are talking about here.
Listen up, dirtbags. Time to clear out. From now on, this bar is Cooper Gang turf.
Tough, wagger. But you ain't got no respect with us. We here are known around these parts for our drinking skills. And this just happens to be a lemonade bar.
Sly, I'm not sure this is such a good idea.
If a lemonade drinking challenge is what you had in mind, then the 3 of us will take on the best 3 lemonade drinkers you've got.
Fair dinkum. Losers have to clear out.
A surprisingly above-board approach for the gang, a good honest face-to-face competition. There's been a lot of extra effort on Sly 3's part so far to humanize and downright characterize the generic guards that have populated each level. Once upon a time, there were exactly 4 guards with any dialogue: Rajan's bouncer, General Clawfoot, this moose, and whoever made this announcement. But now, between disguises, the audible reactions to the Guru, and the fully loaded cutscenes, so many of these nameless mooks are completely endearing. It's a cool move, but also a bit of an odd one in the light of another change Sly 3 has been making. We'll wrap back to that in a minute though. Ooh, that's sour. We're gonna be slurping pudding through a straw for the next couple weeks. Our lips are gonna be so puckered.
We won with the drink. You are the lemonade.
There's a ton of flavor dialogue amid this drinkathon, including this one.
Wait, I'm allergic to lemons.
Which explains why Bentley kinda shriveled up when the dingoes threw down the gauntlet. This is one of the best job failed screens in the game. What the heck is a jumbuck? Oh, it is so on! I love that no matter how consistent your mashing skills, our three boys have wildly different paces.
Down it, sissy!
Murray's the anchor of the team, no surprise there.
Go, mate, go!
Alright, Bentley, come on, man. You can do it. We'll get you all the antihistamines you want. Just come on, just finish strong.
Down that lemonade, you monkey jumper!
Full on!
We win!
That's cheating! Why, the turtle spilled more than he drank. Round here, there's only one thing we do with cheaters. Turn on the fence, Bruce!
Whoa! Bruce is on the frickin' ball! He just stands there by the switch, night after night, waiting, hoping to hear those beautiful words. Turn on the fence. Turn on the fence! Oh, he did it!
It's time we gave these cheaters a beating.
Nothing says true friendship like a good old-fashioned bar fight. This is a first. We've never seen all three of them really go to town. It's usually only Sly and Murray, but I love how you can get some organic examples of their teamwork here as they double-team guys. There's no extra points for honor. Fight dirty, smack them into hazards, pull out as many gadgets as you want, this bar will be ours. These kangaroos pouring in are the opposite of those in the mines, only capable of doing their elbow drops. I guess things would have gotten a bit too chaotic if they were throwing out smoke bombs on top of everything going on. They are still resistant to electricity, though with Bruce's fence, that only serves to make their deaths slower. Sly's new jump attack comes in real handy here. And of course, this is what Murray was built for. There are a few similarities to the Big House Brawl. I wonder if Murray's thinking about it right now, and thankful he doesn't have to fight alone this time.
Nice work. This is tense. Sly, you okay? Good one, Sly.
You just keep coming. You holding up, Murray?
Feeling strong. Behold, my powers of destruction.
Give it to him, pal.
Yes! The Cooper gang rules the roost. We're the kings of the hill. The totally maxed out heavyweight champions.
Those guys won't be coming back here anytime soon.
Guys, looks like they saved their big guy for last.
He's wearing that freaky bad spirit mask. He must be so jacked.
We should work together to take this guy down. That mask has a powerful force in it.
Aw, man. Bruce is gonna be heartbroken. This dingo is way less of a pushover than that cave kangaroo. Sly can't even touch him, so let's really hammer home the gang's teamwork by getting Bentley and Murray involved setting up traps. I appreciate this fight narratively a lot more than I do mechanically. I always think it's a mark against a game to just make you run away until a boss does something that makes them vulnerable. I prefer to have more agency, but the way it's contextualized does a lot of heavy lifting. Even though it doesn't do any damage, I like hitting him with the furnace. It feels productive.
Finally, that guy was the mask. It's getting away?
We might have cleared out this bar, but that mask is sure to keep making trouble for us. We need to destroy it.
Heck yeah, that job gets the trio mission complete screen. It's the definite highlight of Rumble Down Under. I'd even say one of the high points of the whole game. It's got a little twist in the challenge menu. Pressure Brawl gives us another timer to worry about. You've got well over 2 minutes. I'd imagine it would have been pretty tough to balance around anything tighter, but as usual, it doesn't end up being much of a factor. My only real tip is to not get too fancy as Murray, and just spam his main punches. It does the job faster than anything in his bag of tricks. Last few details in the bar, it's been creatively named Outback Bar, and they're charging $9 for whatever's roasting over the fire there, $5 for what I can only assume is a crocodile leg, and only $1 for drinks. Not a bad deal. I can see why cleaning this place out would be so demoralizing. These rafters have collision and enough space to be ledge grabbed, so, yeah.
Time we subtracted a few miners from the equation.
You know I don't understand that math talk.
We need to, put the smack down on these, bad dudes for justice.
Righteous. I'm the man for the job.
The guru will start luring miners to a position near this giant crocodile. Your job is to throw the thugs into the mouth of the monster.
Just gonna let that whole plan sink in for a minute.
Teach him to like eating miners, huh? That's a sinister plan, Bentley. I approve.
Sly's relationship with violence has always had a degree of plausible deniability to it, cartoonishly stylized enough to keep most players from scratching their head at any particular crime. Sure, the gang's never had a problem laying the smackdown on the festoonment of goons, but we've never been given much reason to think anyone was sent packing with more than a broken bone or a bad burn. Maybe a horrible disfigurement at the worst.
Roger, it's feeding time.
There's no such ambiguity here. These guys are fucking dead.
That's right. Miners are food. You like eating miners. Take a bite of this. Eat up, pal.
This is a frankly absurd amount of murder for one of our main characters to be so into committing.
Delicious miners. Wonder if they taste good. Chew that miner like bubblegum.
And remind me what these guys are doing? I'm pretty sure just their job, right? Yeah, they're working for a greedy and environmentally unfriendly corporation, but aren't most of us? And as I just alluded to in the bar, this feels particularly psychotic coming off the heels of so much dialogue with these same dudes. Imagine if one of these guys loved his mom's spaghetti as much as that dog from Venice. This isn't okay. Job complete, but at what cost? At what cost?
Tarnation, that mask keeps getting away! Since when do masks get away?
A Master Thief mission tasks us with doing it all again, but this time robbing the dudes as you go. I don't know who decided this was a good idea. There's no limitation on how long you can raid these guys' pockets. Except technically Murray's HP, but enemies drop health packs constantly. Even though the guards exclusively spawn over here, you have free reign over the entire level for this. I found this island over by Wave Rock to be the most efficient, and I hit the max score in like 5 minutes. 1,000 again, so I guess that's just the blanket maximum they assign to all these missions. One last thing to note about this scaly boy, the original concept art for this level's flashlight guards depicted them as crocs. I wonder if that was changed just so Murray didn't add forced cannibalism to his list of crimes.
You ready to head out for the oil fields? Should be right through this cave.
Oh yeah! Bentley said there'd be heavy machinery and destruction going down.
Sounds like your thing.
Y-E-S, yeah!
We're going after some radioactive oil, right?
I don't know. I can never pay attention during those slideshows. Don't tell Bentley.
Wouldn't dream of it.
He's just like me. He's just like me for real. You can see these rocks off in the distance, both from the main level and Ayers Rock. Nice continuity.
Sly, phase 1 is to protect these power stations while Murray gets all 6 oil wells flowing. Use this Super Claw 10,000 to deal with any miners that might show up.
Another new vehicle to come to grips with. I can't tell if this is just me having done this before or not, but this thing is way too powerful for the number of guards they send your way. You've got at least 4 different means of dispatching these dingoes, but none faster than swinging them for the fences. You can also do this. The mission doesn't really tell you what these nodes the guards are attacking are unless you fail. These are the Claw's power supply, and they have way too much health. I'm quite sure you'd have to sit back and drink a latte to lose this one.
Hurry, Sly! Grab Murray and move before the miners get ahead of you! You better pick up the pace, Sly! Grab Murray and get going! Those guards will be out attacking the...
I was surprised to learn Bentley wasn't just whistling Dixie about the miners beating you to the other power supplies. Wait long enough and they will start attacking without you there.
Oh no! The miners have started attacking the power stations at the next set of oil wells! Let's get that oil burning! Sly, drop a flint rock on the end of that long plank. Hurry, you'll then jump on the end and catapult the rock to the oil wells. The sparks on impact should start a fire.
This final stretch has a bit more going on. Having to go out of your way to pick up a rock and drop it precisely under pressure can give the miners a bit of a foothold, but out of curiosity, I decided to see if it could be done while ignoring the attackers, and yeah, it wasn't even close.
Now for phase 3.
The spinning hooks up on the top of the drill are taken directly from the one at Ayers Rock. To such a degree, we could even latch on if we were to cheat Sly over to him. This electric fence is also made up of climbable poles, which appear to be de-snowed utility poles from Canada. Thrifty recycling or clever continuity?
Both is good.
This is baffling. There's one explosive barrel you can place on the catapult. Murray will dutifully launch it, but it won't ignite the oil. In Australia, rocks are more flammable than bombs. Who knew?
With the oil wells alight, the pressure differential should draw the deep uranium-enriched glowing oil to the surface. We'll need to be extremely careful in retrieving a small sample.
Fly! Fly! Look at me! I'm glowing! Woo!
Murray has leukemia now. Honestly feels weird that that's where the mission ends. It kind of felt like they were setting up for you to defend all 6 power nodes surrounding this whole ring at once. That might have even justified the massive HP meter, but what we got instead is Quick Claw. This will give one of our team members about a 20% chance of moving first in his priority bracket each turn. Now, Sly's base speed is so high he's probably always going first anyway, but it could be helpful on Murray or Bentley. Oh, wait. This is one of the weirdest Master Thief challenges in the game. Keep Murray safe from the guards to score high on this challenge. Now, first of all, Murray ain't even vulnerable. We're still protecting the claw. Second of all, there's no score. And while you might assume from the name and the presence of a timer that this is another time trial, but no. That's not a time limit, that's just another HP bar for the crane. Only reduced when it takes damage. At first I thought, oh, maybe it's like a diminished HP bar, like the gondola challenge, and it had to be separate for some obscure reason pertaining to there being multiple power nodes. But no, it's tracking the HP one for one. There's no reason for it to be here. The challenge part of this Master Thief challenge is actually just a rampant influx of dingoes. I appreciate this, enjoy it even. It's pretty close to what I was just asking for, but what's with all the clerical errors? We've made it to the operation. The Mask of Dark Earth is essentially the last domino to fall.
Time for Operation Moon Crash. To start things off, we'll need the guru to take out the gyrocopter.
Oh, and the gyrocopter, I guess.
Now, according to Aboriginal folklore, the Mask of Dark Earth is the sworn enemy of the moon spirit.
Unlike the Mask of Dark Earth, there are various Aboriginal depictions of a moon spirit, so good job there.
So, given Murray's moon shape, we'll coat him in the glowing oil and have him pose as the spirit. We'll then dangle him from the crane. The mask is sure to spot his ancient foe and come running. That's when we'll strike. Murray, thunderflop off the crane and obliterate that mask. With the mask destroyed and the miners run off, the guru will be free to join the team for the Cooper Vault job.
This is a dumb plan, right? There's almost too much wrong with it to go over. Almost. Why would the Dark Spirit be fooled by a glow-in-the-dark hippo? Why would you assume it can even see as opposed to sensing things on a spiritual level? If it does assume Murray is the moon spirit and come running to do what? Attack, right? Or are these the kinds of mortal enemies that just kind of glare at each other? The essence of the plan is to drop something heavy on the mask to smash it. It already feels unlikely that will work given what we've seen it survive so far, but you're also assuming it won't simply evade and flee again. What if the mask possesses Murray? Why aren't there any precautions in place? Are we just banking on the hope that we're not prone to it? And finally, this is still radioactive oil. Those goggles aren't gonna do squat. Murray has 6 kinds of cancer right now.
Guru, I know you've yet to formally join the team, but we need your help to destroy the Mask of Dark Earth. Your objective is to take out the gyrocopter while it's refueling. The bad news is the gyrocopter has a sensor that can detect your moonstone. I suspect that's how they found and trapped you earlier. Get too close and they'll detect you, then take off out of reach. For this job, you'll need to run guards toward it and then jump off early before it senses you.
Oh, okay, this part of the plan is dumb too. The Guru's not especially suited to trashing this thing while it's grounded. Bentley, you could stick a bunch of bombs to it and you wouldn't even have to worry about its moonstone sensor.
Behold, the moon spirit rises.
Everyone keep an eye out for the mask. It's sure to take the bait.
We got a situation here, fellas. Looks like Carmelita finally managed to catch up.
Drat! We can't stop the operation now. We'll just have to give her a wide berth.
Roger, applying wide berth.
Quit horsing around and look out for the mask. It's close. I can feel it.
Here I come, Master!
Did you get it? Is the mask gone? Sly, can you see?
Just like the last time Bentley put a dumb plan to action, it's good for the sake of my sanity to see it go awry, but unlike Operation Canada Games, I can't chalk this up to hubris. I have no idea what led the gang to think this would work.
Cooper, thought I'd find you here.
Carmelita, you've got a little something on your face.
It's not nice to make fun of a girl's looks.
Maybe I should smash you!
Now, that's not nice.
Bentley, could use a little help. How about putting a few of your sleep darts in Carmelarja here? Then we'll pry off the mask.
Rare failure condition here. You wouldn't want to, but if you try to leave this perch... I like that they're giving us a proper sleep dart challenge. Hitting a moving target with a non-hit scan projectile like this is especially satisfying.
Finally, the darts are starting to kick in. Or not. The chemicals in my darts must somehow be interacting with the mask to make her even bigger.
Whoa, you're not kidding, Bentley. She's getting gigantic. Everyone head for the big truck. We've got to get some distance between her and us. She might shrink back down with time.
This is bad. Looks like she's picked up a ring full of dynamite. All round power to the onboard Superclaw 10,000. Use it to keep any explosives off our truck. Maybe you can throw them back at her? Might slow her down.
She's too huge. We can't outrun her in the truck.
This is bad. We need a new strategy, and fast. Force just isn't working.
Time to stop running and deal with the real problem. Pry off that mask of Dark Earth, and maybe we'll get back the Carmelita we all know and love.
I do not love her.
Okay, not the point. It's all about taking off that mask. We gotta find a way up there.
You're the climber, and I'm sure you've always wanted to get closer to her. Can't get much closer than climbing up her bootlaces.
That's not a crazy idea.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
Got a better idea?
Yeah, but we'd need a giant fighting robot.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to go with the bootlace plan.
Yeah, I know. Okay, get your jokes out now. This is my awakening. She can literally step on you. Ha 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 ha. Someone at Sucker Punch really enjoyed putting this into execution. Fine, yes. There is something almost undeniably horny about all this, exacerbated by a trophy for rail walking on her tail. But Godzilla in tight pants be damned, I think this is really clever. Climbing the laces, the seams, wall hooking on the buttonholes. We've never had to climb anything with quite so many moving parts, and the movements aren't mechanical. You have to get into a rhythm with her steps, and you can't stay still for long or the mercenaries will blast you. It's genuinely tricky, possibly the first real climbing challenge the series has ever posed. Here's something obscure. If you get too far from Carmelita, she'll nail you with her truck. You can stand on her head. I have nothing to add, that's just neat. Of course, there is a time trial for this once we've finished the mission, and I'm pleased to report that this one actually did take me a few tries. To such an extent, I fully recommend using the rocket boots to give yourself a head start. This also happened, though I have no explanation. With the mask dislodged, we find out its real weakness all along was bullets. And then the mercenaries just die, poof, vaporized. Dear God. But that's the end of the strangest villain to episode we've ever faced. No one has ever put the Mask of Dark Earth high on their Sly Cooper boss tier list. In a series carried on the shoulders of its writing and voice acting, the malicious, voiceless embodiment of wrath dug up by some greedy miners ain't it. I mean, he's basically the Balrog without the kick-ass design.
Shadow and flare.
It's also just kinda lame. It doesn't pose any threat unless it's possessing something, and even then, while that sick howl and impenetrable language were cool, it never felt like it meant business. But it does represent the next layer in our grief nesting doll. Anger. Murray fears his teacher's anger for his decisions in Venice. The Mask of Dark Earth turns its wearers into furious monsters. And we even get that direct talk about anger outside the bar. This whole mission has basically been a back and forth of 4 different factions visiting their wrath on each other. But the ludonarrative aspects are once again the most exciting aspect of this. Don't worry, I'm not about to say Sucker Punch deliberately made Australia the worst level so people would get mad at it. They're certainly not that pretentious. But this level does function as something of a rude awakening. It's such a departure from any of our prior capers, in tone, in mechanics, and indeed, the presence of our first new playable character in 3 years. Concept art for this level is much more vibrant in color than the final product, which consists mainly of dirty browns accented by sickly purples and greens. I do feel there was an intentional direction to make this level feel unpleasant. I wouldn't say the gameplay suffers from that, far from it. Some of these are among my favorite missions in the series, and yet the fan consensus is that this is the low point of Sly 3. Well, some of you think Episode 5 is even worse, and I'll get to you when we near that bridge. But for Rumble Down Under, it comes down to its narrative weaknesses. Unclear, fairly impersonal stakes, a not all that bad bunch of baddies, and a none too compelling boss which we definitely didn't get a sympathetic backstory for. That's all fair, but there's a reason for it too. Getting too comfortable in the pattern established by Band of Thieves was never an option for Sucker Punch, the team having a relentless desire to keep moving forwards. Perhaps this was all just a misguided attempt to shake things up, but I wouldn't even call it misguided. Putting both the characters and the player in unique situations, even if they aren't as compelling as what's come before, is an important part of Sly's legacy. Variety and adaptability are a part of the series' foundation, and I don't think Rumble Down Under could have done a better job at solidifying the feeling that we're on a new path. And for everything we could complain about, there's no denying it still packs those incredible character moments we love the series for.
Carmelita just lay there, unconscious, helpless on the desert floor. Being gentlemen, we kept watch over her throughout the night.
Sly's relationship with Carmelita felt a little strained in Venice, chafing under the repetition of their dynamics, so it's really nice to see a caring heart still beating underneath all that when the red tape disappears. This is so far from the Sly who left Carmelita handcuffed in an active volcano.
Her camera proved to be a real source of entertainment as we took turns posing.
This concern mixed with playfulness is what I came to see. These pictures have a bit of a story to tell, the guru essentially learning the gang's dynamic. Maybe there's a hint of second thoughts in there before finally he shrugs it off and is down to clown. Heck yeah, you'll fit in just fine.
Morning broke, and we got a clear view of the landscape. It was beautiful, empty of the miners that had been digging and drilling into the sacred place. The moment was broken as Carmelita began to stir, and we prepared for another quick exit. Only this time, it wasn't just the three of us. For the first time in Cooper Gang history, we picked up a new member, and the team would never be the same.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Sly. Now, we've shaken loose from the beaten path. Anything is possible. Some might even say, the sky is the limit. First, the question was, can things be the same as they were in Sly 2? Then, in Rumble Down Under, we said, okay, if they can't be the same, how different are they? And now we're faced with perhaps the most important question yet. Regardless of this new direction, can we reach the same heights as Sly 2?
Bentley was obsessed.
This opening has volumes of text in it, most of which flying by far too quickly for my audiobook enjoying eyes, but now that I have the arcane powers of editing, I can finally read the ancient texts. Possibility to cut supply to ammo reserves, neutralize guard radios, use magnetic fields to remove mines, recon suggests submerged defenses in addition to surface mines, device for scaling electrified walls, jungle cover could be advantageous, new navigation device, cloaking device may be necessary, high acidic content in water may need underwater protective gear, mines are of unknown designs, turret gear is comprised of unknown metal, security design is genius. This is the clearest picture we get of Cane Island's overkill security measures, and yet it's not like you have to pause and read it to get the point. This is a delightfully effective tone setter now that the gang's got their momentum back. Seeing Bentley try to concoct a heist only to devolve into a teacher when their student uses the word perchance too many times, it's a bit disconcerting.
Every night he'd pore over the blueprints to Dr. M's fortress, looking for a way to get into the Cooper vault.
Bentley with stubble is one of the most cursed things I've ever seen. This is much worse than acne on a tiger.
He soon came to the conclusion that there was no way inside unless the gang picked up a dedicated RC specialist. An expert who had mechanical and piloting skills far exceeding his own.
This album over here, with the only legible word on it being love, is probably a reference to an album of the same name and color scheme by the Beatles, and in universe was probably made by the Oscars. You can just barely make out this picture on his desk, a match for the one at the end of Jailbreak. Still no solid intel on who it's a picture of, but I appreciate the continuity. A very rare international version difference here. Instead of getting to see much of this chat room exchange, players of the original PAL version were treated to a little Bentley montage consisting mainly of reused assets from other cutscenes. Here he is from the intro to Opera of Fear, and here he is from the intro of Jailbreak.
After weeks of searching techie chat rooms, he finally found someone who could keep up with him intellectually.
Okay, so the funny thing about these chat room exchanges is that, while not verbatim, Sly's summaries leave out very few on-screen details.
A gearhead genius out of Holland named Penelope.
The most notable exception is this little chat in the middle. For one, this chatting site is attached to ThiefNet, the same dark web community where we sell loot and buy gadgets. And for two, how famous is the Cooper Gang really? We unfortunately haven't gotten to play out many classic heists as them. It's always been either treasure keys or clockwork toenail clippings, but we know they have pulled a few big jobs. This ultra-rare stamp, that bar of chocolate, the Firestone of India, which is probably based on the real world's Rajaratna ruby, and Vincent van Gogh's Starry Night. So I'd think it fair to say they would have a global reputation. And okay, look here. I know what you're going for with the turn of the millennium AOL Instant Messenger chat room vibes, but you cannot be telling me Bentley would ever use the wrong there.
She politely declined our invitation to join the team, saying she only works for the best. Apparently, her idea of the best was her boss, the Black Baron. A big-time dogfighting champ up there in Holland.
The Black Baron's name is a clear nod to the Red Baron, a German pilot historically considered to be the best to fly in the First World War.
He's so good that he's even set up an international competition called ACES to attract worthy opponents.
ACES is a really clever name for a dogfighting tournament. Apart from the fact that an ace is an expert pilot, whoever wins it would logically be crowned the Ace of Aces, which is a real-world title accorded to the very best to fly for their country during a war, like the Red Baron for instance. We can see in this screenshot that ACES is actually an acronym, but we never find out exactly what it stands for. Let me take a stab at it. Aerial Combat Event of the Season. All the cockiest eagles soaring. Apparently the coolest entry in the series? I'll workshop it.
A few days later, she sent us a counteroffer. If our gang could manage to beat the Black Baron at his own game, then she'd know we weren't just a pack of jokers, and therefore, worth her time. So, we got busy. With no time to lose, Bentley and Murray worked to put a plane together, while I got my pilot license the fastest way possible.
While Jose Ortiz is a name that doesn't seem to be all that significant to Sucker Punch or the world of Sly, these other two are. Oscar Piggy, who apparently has a story to tell, was first seen as a low-ranking back alley gangster dealing with Dimitri. Then he was an inmate at Heathrow Prison alongside the top dogs of both the Fiendish Five and the Claw Gang, and now he's an up-and-up licensed pilot. My goodness. And this other one, Ringu Starr, is one of the Oscars, presumably the drummer, considering the similar name to the Beatles' own Ringo Starr. Apparently a man of many talents.
We'd prove to this Penelope that the Cooper Gang was up for the challenge, even if we were making it all up as we went along.
I gotta say, the episode names are batting 1,000 so far. Great double meanings, like, yeah, this mission focuses on airplanes, but A Flight of Fancy also describes the gang's aspirations of winning one of the most competitive dogfighting tournaments in the world as rookies. Beginning our sweep of Kinderdijk, something is different. The tone more confident, the focus giving every member of the cast, even Carmelita, a chance to shine. We establish mechanical elements, environmental storytelling, and get a much more personal opening look at this region than we're used to. Interpol's presence as a threat is made an immediate point of, and once settled into our safe house, these massive windows give us a beautiful view of the blimps and windmills dominating the skyline. Flight of Fancy is off to an extremely strong start, and we haven't even taken control. As soon as we do, a little twist. We don't jump out to explore the level, but rather suit up in disguise and head into the hotel lobby.
If we're gonna succeed in this year's ACES competition, we'll need to learn who we're flying against.
What? They keep the flight roster a secret?
Correct. In years past, competitors would go out at night and sabotage each other's planes in preparation for the next day's dogfight.
I get it. So now they keep the lineup a secret, and no one knows who to mess with.
Precisely. Looks like you're a good pilot.
He is?
But we've only got one plane, and you'll be up there against dozens of bogeys.
You know, normally I'd make some sarcastic remark about how overwhelmed I am by your confidence in me, but those are some grim odds. And, well, you know, I'm always up for some sabotage.
Our friend, Dimitri, has been hired to give color commentary during the dogfights. He'll know where the roster's hidden. Scout about somewhere in the hotel lobby. But be careful. If you start a fight with the other pilots, we'll be kicked out of the competition.
Sure, we all play nice until tomorrow. Then we blow each other to bits at 300 feet.
Now, if you've been with me a while, you already know I adore hotels. They are simply my favorite setting, so this level's already got an unfair advantage over me. This also means our safe house this episode is our assigned hotel room, something we have a more or less legitimate claim to. Though we are under an assumed identity, this is all surprisingly above board. We're just one of the pilots, chilling with the competition between events. Maybe we'll kick up our feet, strike up a conversation, maybe order some room service so Murray can stop shoveling down pizza from God knows where. There's not much to explore or do. We can't even shed our disguise for a quick mission fail, let alone whip out our cane and wreak havoc. Best we can do is hang about on the fan, but the details, they are aplenty. We can learn the hotel's name from the bottles of rated E10 plus grape juice, Hotel del Europe. These private rooms surrounding the ground floor are marked off with the words M's Private Party, and we can glimpse some of the silhouettes milling around within. Private though that party may be, I see no harm in inviting ourselves. While most of these silhouettes are canine in nature, some are reused from Rajan's ballroom in the second game. We can also peer through the windows of some of the competitors' rooms, decorated with the Icelandic flag. Contrary to the lobby's French tricolor? No, that's the Netherlands. Wait, how did... Nope, Dutch came first. What? Why did France do that? This windmill and plane setup by the entrance is a neat little pair of moving parts, though they can be pretty easily desynced. They're moving at the same speed, but have slightly different loading distances, so you may end up seeing these planes clipping through the feathers. And of course, the Black Baron's portraits are writ large across the whole space, lest we forget who runs this show. And lastly, the music in here is, what else, but a remix of Dimitri's iconic theme from Paris.
Let's dance!
Dimitri, funny seeing you here. Never pegged you as a flyboy.
Like a dance floor with many lights, I have many profiles. Dig? Don't even try to understand the silky enigma of Dimitri.
Bentley seemed to think you might have a copy of the Aces flight lineup. That true?
And why should I talk to a 2-bit Rudy Poot crackerbox like you? Question mark in bold. Why?
Breaking out the dialogue tree once again, you gotta figure it's 2 for 2 on Dimitri just so they can have an excuse to write more dialogue for him.
We both know you're gonna tell me. You wouldn't have bothered showing up if you didn't want to talk, so spill it.
I know, but to talk is like sitting on an electric chair. The Baron has eyes and ears and fists. Dimitri will be discovered, and the jig is pinched.
If you talk, me and the gang will protect you. We're all in this together. You can count on us. You know our reputation.
The Black Baron is a big wheel. He'll roll all over us. Too many men he commands. We can't stop them. Too many to count.
Establishing Baron as a threat to be reckoned with through the ethos of characters we know to be formidable is a great way to build him up, especially given how little we know about him compared to the head honchos of our past.
Come on now, Dimitri. A man like you can deal with this Black Baron. You've got the best fashion sense of anyone I know.
The fashion? Style? You're right. If I cannot dress him, I can certainly outsmart him. All is told through clothes. Okay, I'll talk a flight lineup if you agree to owe Dimitri a favor, which I'll collect in a few months of time.
A favor?
This no small-time favor like, will you water my fish or feed my plant? No way, bro! This old-school mafia blood pact favor, like movies, big time.
Bargaining is the next to fall in our Stage of Grief domino sequence, the most cerebral of the stages, your rational mind asserting itself in desperation that someone, somewhere, has to be able to do something. And all you're missing is the price.
Le bling? Cash won't help me get done what needs getting done. I need gang of thieves, not Federal Reserve.
In turn, Holland is easily our most sophisticated caper yet. Unfeasible odds both on the ground and in the air. We've well established fighting our way out, let alone fighting fair, is not an option. To meet Penelope's terms, we'll have to play dirty, make deals we don't like, sell our soul one piece at a time.
Okay, Dimitri, hook me up with the flight roster and we'll owe you one.
Done! The bargain she has struck. To find flight roster, look behind one of the tacky paintings in Black Baron's air hangar. It's hidden in secret safe.
Art decryption lock, huh? I know just the guy for the job.
Stand cool. Here comes Big Cheese.
I bid you all a most flamboyant welcome, my esteemed comrades of the skies. Welcome, welcome to another year of the Aces competition. We've got teams here from across the globe. Canada, Belgium, Ecuador, Iceland, Korea, and many, many more. Not the least of which is last year's deadly runner-up, Team Mugshot. This time we're gonna drill you jokers full of holes. Now, we all know that in years past, some teams have engaged in a little good-natured late-night hijinks.
Like when Team Canada stole Ecuador's parachutes!
Or when Team Iceland sawed the landing gear off Korea's planes.
Or when Portugal put rat poison in Team Mugshot's coffee machine!
Yes, that was all so very funny, but no more. You know the rules. No one, absolutely no one, is to leave the hotel after sunset. If my guards catch you outside, you will be beaten to within an inch of your life. No exceptions. This will be a fair competition.
Same as last year and the year before. I've got the scars to prove it.
I bid you all an exuberant and exaggerated farewell, pilots. Tonight, sleep like geese. And tomorrow, soar like eagles, eh? What?
The term villain doesn't really describe the Black Baron. The worst we can say about him now is he's clearly got an inflated ego, but as we understand it, he's got the skills to back it up, and frankly, he's just fun to listen to. His logorrheic diction absolutely demands your attention. Now, since he doesn't present much in the way of antagonism, we get a reprise of Mugshot, our villainous foe from Utah. And we see just who the M in that private party was. It's something of a rogues gallery with both him and Dimitri here, though while the worst thing Dimitri did was destabilize the economy, Mugshot was one of the fiends responsible for the death of Sly's family. I doubt we'll be playing nice with him.
They don't lock the front door to the hotel. This isn't a jail. But you heard the Baron. Once outside, things will get dangerous.
We can briefly see the hotel exterior when the door opens, but they modeled way more of it than they needed to. It does approximate the hotel's front entrance as seen from the outside, but this welcome banner is placed quite differently. And if we consider how our room backs up to the same wall as the front door, we understand that this hotel manages to bend reality just a tad. We're set loose on the town. Kinderdijk is once again a real locale, and is perhaps one of the best represented in popular media. The fields of tulips and windmills are very emblematic of this region, but it's represented within the game as a complex ecosystem of ideas and structure. The main town holds the hotel and a few shops, but is separated from the rest of the area by water. This moat is filled with sailboats that give us a few options for traversal, and on the other side we'll find another town square, bountiful farmlands marred by the wreckage, no doubt wrought by prior dogfights, a bit of wolf-hunted wilds, and the airfield populated by hangars, a runway, and a tower. In addition to our usual stock of guards, the blimps drifting by overhead have spotlight turrets that can cause us trouble. Despite the level's aerial themes, the Dutch countryside affords us very few opportunities to stay in Sly's happy place while we're on the move, pushing us to avoid or dispatch the guards on equal footing. And overlooking all of it, the Baron's castle. The most overt display of pride and power an overseer has displayed since we went up against Rajan. In this level's concept art, the castle was originally intended to be adorned by a giant windmill, and as cool as that would have been aesthetically, I like the thematic cohesion of making it double as his private hangar and runway. By far the coolest way to get around, if not the fastest, is by hitching a ride on the blimps, which fly close enough to the control tower that you can hop aboard. Before we do, hang out on the radar for a sec, and you'll be rewarded with a trophy. These bouncy things up front of the blimps launch you higher than a mega jump, so if you're willing to wait, they can get you absolutely anywhere.
I won't be able to get inside the Baron's hangar with that drawbridge up. There should be a release lever on top of the castle somewhere. Sorry, pal, but you're the best climber we got.
Another generally brilliant climbing challenge making use of every circle press in the book, with the added bonus of eavesdropping on the boss as we go.
The
competition starts tomorrow. Where are all my guards? Asleep? Watching TV? Why bother paying them at all if they're going to lounge about like common tourists? I tell you, Christoph, the Aces pilots get better and better. We've got some real competition on our hands this year. Oh, I'm not saying it's too much for Team Black Baron. No. We've done a fine job training. Our pilots are in tip-top condition. The best lot, without question, truly. I'm not saying this, truly. This is going to be our finest victory ever. Yes, tomorrow we'll witness some legendary dogfighting. Provided the other teams don't sabotage each other. When will they learn?
But this castle has a number of, as Double B would put it, very funny properties. For one, we can skip it entirely with those blimps, which the game can't quite abide by, with the real trigger for the waypoint on top lying on this last pole.
Psst, Sly! Hey, Sly!
But we can always break things significantly more with a bit of no-clipping. We can watch the Baron pop out of existence as he teleports into the sitting room. We can watch him walk through a chair to show it who's boss. We can admire this room ourselves and see some continuity with the hatch leading from the roof. We can beat the ever-loving daylights out of both the Baron and Christoph, and all the more gratifyingly, find that Blaubert has finite health, and can be left stunned by our total breach of sequence. It's interesting that he doesn't notice us within this room, but can spot us on the windowsill.
Oh, what? Oh, who goes there?
There's also a room rendered behind the drawbridge, but as we'll find in a moment, that goes unused.
Sly, are you up there?
Nope, sorry. Just us Black Baron goons.
Throw the switch and lower the drawbridge so that I can get up there.
Sorry, pal. I don't see any switch.
But there just has to be a switch. I can't get in the Baron's hangar from down here.
Hold on. I got an idea. It's gonna fall.
Medieval, but effective. Thanks, pal.
Sure thing. See you back at the safe house.
I love how, despite how far Bentley's come, improvising continues to be his Achilles heel. Thanks for the assist, buddy. Without that catapult, there'd be no way for Bentley to get to the roof of the castle. If we did get up here prematurely, this catapult Sly knocks down isn't functional, despite the fact that the other one is.
If Dimitri's intel is accurate, the flight roster should be locked behind one of the paintings in this hangar.
And this year promises to be the best dogfighting action we've ever seen. However, cannot stress enough that I must win. We've all been hired to help me achieve victory. If in fact the unthinkable happens and Team Black Baron loses, I'm going to dismiss the lot of you and start clean with the new staff. Am I making myself clear? If we lose in Ireland, I'm going to take it out on all of you. Anyhow, have a pleasant evening and let's have fun. What?
This is one of the most memorable moments of this game for me. Octavio's set of painting safes were elementary. Once you knew what you were looking for, the little numbers practically jumped off the screen, but you get to this one, which, yes, is cutscene art of Rajan's Spice Temple, and it's just like, I don't see them. No matter how close you look, they're just not there. Well, no biggie, there's a second painting over here. This art also comes from Predator Awakes, and this code may as well be in bright red ink. Easy peasy. But you plug it in and... get wrecked, idiot. But the thing is, this painting once again has 3 codes, but all 3 of them are hidden in the macro details of this image. What a great twist. You're so used to zooming in that it takes a while to catch the bigger picture. Incidentally, the second painting also has its combo hidden in 3 places, but the other 2 are likely to escape notice with the magnifying glass starting over the easy one. The flight roster isn't necessarily behind the temple painting. It's always behind whichever combination you solve second, ensuring you have to reckon with both. As you may well have come to expect, the climb in the middle there can be taken on in sprint form, and you can pretty easily cut out over half the obstacles by taking advantage of the slightly wonky hook physics. You can even reach the top of the castle before Baron disappears inside.
Okay, fellas. According to the Aces flight lineup, we'll be flying against Team Iceland and Team Belgium in tomorrow's semi-final round. As you're all aware, we've only got a single plane, while our opponents will be flying 15 apiece. You got that, guys? That's 30-to-1 odds against us. In order to give us a fighting chance, we'll need to pit these 2 teams against each other. First, Murray and Sly will paddle through the sewers beneath town to get access to an air vent leading into Team Iceland's hotel room. Steal one of their trademark Viking helmets, then head over to Team Belgium's hangar. Vandalize one of their aircraft, then plant the helmet in order to frame Team Iceland for the damage. Next, Murray and I will steal one of Team Belgium's monogrammed handkerchiefs. Meanwhile, the Guru will break into the Team Iceland supply truck carrying their lucky ice sculpture. Sly will steal the art and then place the handkerchief insinuating Team Belgium for the crime. Get it? We framed both teams so they'll be gunning for each other and not Sly in the semifinals.
Certainly one of Bentley's more complex plans, though the game does a great job justifying it. There's really no alternative to playing as dirty as possible, so let's get to it. God, I can't get over how much I love our safe house this level, and the entrance is just our balcony. Though there is one drawback, the first time I played this game, I had no clue cheese was bouncy. Yeah, they try to show off that property in the opening, but the conveyance of the design really ain't there. So back on my first outing of this level, I was under the distinct impression you had to do this to reach this mission.
Looks like hard-partying Team Iceland has already gone to sleep. Time to borrow one of their Viking helmets.
Why do you need me? Just have Sly pick the lock to the door and steal the thing.
This is a delicate business. We're trying to frame Team Iceland for a crime they haven't committed. If there's any evidence of their door being forced, people might believe that they're innocent.
Man, you've gotten devious over the years. So, how are we supposed to get inside?
There are some sewer pipes beneath town that should connect up with the ventilation system of the hotel. Sly scrounged a raft for the trip, but be careful. Other pilots have caused trouble down there in the past, and the Baron is sure to have set up some security.
I get to row a boat? Nautical!
Murray's technically correct use of the word nautical in the way you'd expect someone to say awesome has always stuck with me. You know what, Murray? This is nautical. You own it, buddy. I was frankly disappointed to find out that this boat has no sort of popping or sinking animation for dying, but this whole course is easy enough I can understand why they wouldn't have felt that was necessary.
Make your way to the hotel ventilation system. Murray, stay and guard the boat.
The operation has never been in more jeopardy than it is right now. These rings are the most devious security measure yet concocted by any of our foes. This is so much fun, pulling myself away is going to be nearly impossible. Well played, Baron. Maybe you really are the best. Real nice hotel you got here, having a ventilation shaft connected directly to the sewer. Ugh.
Be careful not to wake these guys up. They're a paranoid group and have probably set up some crude burglar alarms.
Hey, Lars, you got the keys to the room?
Yeah, hold on. They're not there. Don't you have them?
No, you're the responsible one here. Let's just bang on the door.
No, everyone there is asleep, and I'm not gonna wake them all up. Those guys will shoot at us tomorrow if we do that.
Fine. We'll just go down to the front desk and ask for a spare. But you can forget about me being your wingman tomorrow.
The door these voices are emanating from is not the door to the lobby. I'd guess this would be the bathroom or a closet, unless Iceland's room has a secret passage behind the Baron's portrait. I know I keep banging this drum, but I love that you can see into the lobby from here. It's the little things. It's all collision modeled and functional, of course. If we clip over there, we can even ransack some things we wouldn't ordinarily be able to reach. Just as long as we don't break anything too close to Iceland's room.
Nice work. Head back to Murray and the raft.
Sorry, pal. The valve gates changed position. We need to escape through another tunnel. But fear not. The Murray has an unnatural sense of direction.
The problem with affecting a water reflection like this, by modeling the level upside down beneath the waterline, is that if you choose not to model anything prominent, like the boat or these spinny things, it kind of gives the game away, and leads one such as I in my youth to mistake these reflections for the floor, which inexplicably had ceiling lamps protruding from it like flowers.
Land ho!
This dock we've reached through the altered tunnels is not the same one we first cast off from. That one's back over there. In fact, these sewers are kind of befuddling to look at from out of bounds with all their offshoots. Larger, I think, than the overworld map, but I'm afraid it's not going to let me have a better look at things.
Nice job. You really showed some finesse with those oars.
The Murray is, and always has been, finesse.
Yeah. You good to plant this helmet on the Belgian plane?
Can do, pal! Can do with a vengeance!
You know, another problem with this cheese is it's labeled fromage, which is in fact not Dutch for cheese, but French. I'd guess it's imported, but then what's with the windmill branding? On the way over to the hangar, I happened upon an odd glitch with this airplane elevator. Activating the loot get cutscene caused it to suddenly reverse direction. I wonder why that is.
That's Belgium's prize plane strung up from the ceiling. It's held in place by these anchors. Destroy them and the plane should come crashing down.
Seems like these lasers might roast my hulking bulk.
True. You'll have to compact yourself using your ball move to travel safely beneath the laser grid.
Check!
I love that the game waits to teach you this additional property of the ball form. It has a surprising amount of utility, enabling Murray to reach sprinting speeds while remaining silent, not unlike Sly's old raccoon roll. Now, I don't know how I did this. I was experimenting with the game out of bounds, and some combination of hijinks I pulled off caused me to spawn into this hangar as Sly. I have no clue how to replicate it, but I was pleased to learn that these lasers are over his head, no ball form necessary, and that this hook holding up Belgium's plane is hookable, even while the plane is in the way.
Excellent work! Plant the Viking helmet and the Belgians are sure to blame Team Iceland.
Murray has a new gadget to buy that he unfortunately isn't given much occasion to use this episode. The guttural roar, which scares the heebie-Jesus out of any guard that hears it. Great if you don't want to deal with them, but probably best for its comedic applications. It doesn't work on wild animals like the wolf or the croc, but it does work on Octavio, so Murray is canonically scarier than the enforcers back in his day. Sly, why are you looking at me like that? Sly's second-tier push attack is probably the most incremental addition to his kit we've yet seen. The only improvement over the level 1 seems to be the distance at which its victims are launched.
Alright, see that armored supply truck? It's en route to drop off Team Iceland's lucky ice sculpture for the semifinals tomorrow. I've given the drivers some bad directions, so they should be going around in circles for hours.
I've always wondered exactly what these bad directions entailed. When you see the well in a square, take a left, and then another left, and then another left.
We need you to get inside that truck, steal the sculpture, and plant some evidence implicating Team Belgium. Now, the first thing to do is steal one of Team Belgium's official gold lace monogrammed handkerchiefs. Murray will head inside and get one of those stodgy Belgians laughing. They're notoriously stone-faced. Then I'll move in and steal the handkerchief.
Exploring the hotel as Murray, I was pleasantly surprised to learn he can use this door to the hotel room, same as Sly. Of course, this abandons the mission, so maybe don't do that. While in disguise, Murray's movement abilities are adjusted such that he's always sprinting. An interesting side effect of this is that by pushing the control stick only slightly, we get this unique sneaky trot animation that is hysterical. Okay, Murray, time to tickle this guy's funny bone.
Hello, Belgium Flyer. Do you like comedy?
Oh, no.
I think it's time for Mr. Salty Pants to crack a smile. What do you say?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Why did the chicken cross the road to France? Because it wasn't turkey. And you see, the chicken's not a turkey or a Turk. It's a chicken, a French hen. What was Genghis Khan's favorite meal? The brains of his enemy. Get it? I mean, it's more weird and gross than funny, but I mean, you gotta admit, it's pretty weird.
What kind of animal do you think Genghis Khan was in this world? I'm thinking like a yak. Look, I really can neither add nor detract from these jokes. Murray's got me dead to rights here. I have no choice but to let him go off.
Ever see someone put their fist down their throat? Ta-da! Hey, fish! Stuck! I need help! Hey!
Okay, Bentley, it's go time. Make the pull while the Belgian's laughing, or he's sure to feel you fishing for the handkerchief.
This giant stupid magnet is incredibly conspicuous, but don't worry, I'm sure no one is looking at the guy who's laughing so hard you can hear it from outside.
Nice work. Meet me outside with the goods. It's up to the guru now. I agree. The back door should be its weak spot. Yeah, I'm sure the guards around here won't mind too much if you break the door down with their heads.
back in control of the Guru. No, he is not selectable from within the safe house and will only ever be playable within specific missions. This is sort of odd, but I think it will make more sense the more we fill out our ranks. There is one neat difference in playing as him here compared to Australia, and that is his ability to transform adapts to his environment. Whereas before he took the form of a bush or rock, now he can be tulips, a wheel of cheese, or a pile of apples. Yeah, okay, it's a bit silly, but I think it's ultimately more charming. Now, the Guru actually cannot enter the hotel room, but he can still interact with the various mechanisms about town, and has no qualms smashing a plane into someone's head. Doing so as any character will net you a trophy, by the way. But on to business. Smashing this truck is probably my favorite of the Guru missions. It's interesting to see how Sucker Punch goes about escalating the difficulty given how powerful this kid is. Hitting the truck anywhere but spot on its rear will hurt you more than anything else, and the more damage you do, the faster it will drop these comically large bear traps. I think the guards run slightly faster once you let them loose, so jumping off while the truck's on a straightaway seems to be the best way to avoid these issues. A final stretch is Sly, making this a neat sort of mini heist where all 4 of our boys get a job to do. Though I have to imagine the back of a truck isn't the ideal environment to crack a lock by touch. But Sly's obviously built different. 1 icy fish, and the job is done. We never see that sculpture again. I bet we put it in a punch bowl or something.
Great work. Team Iceland is sure to blame the Belgians. They'll be all over each other in tomorrow's dogfight.
Now we've had our fun, time to play defense.
Ah, Murray, I've been working to get our hangar security devices online, and they're almost operational. Unfortunately, my internet pal Penelope heard a rumor that a rival air team might be stopping by to do mischief to our plane.
Mischief makers? Coming here?
If you could stand watch while I finish getting the systems online, that would be great.
Fear not, Brainiac chum. You'll be safe while my fists are on duty.
Greetings, troglodytes! Didn't think I forgot about Mesa City, did you? I figure you joints let me smash up your aeroplane and we're even.
Mugshot. Unlike Dimitri and the Claw Gang, it's hard to pin down a fan favorite of the original Fiendish 5, but the gangster's classic line,
"You break into my place, steal my stuff, trash the joint, I feel transgressed and violated. Let's rock!"
is certainly one of the most memed.
You in what army, dumb guy?
Army? Oh yeah. Okay, boys. I paid you up good enough. Time to crack some skulls.
His surprising polysyllabic vocabulary is still strongly represented here.
Get that, Paloka! My Imperious Maximus! It's out of whack!
But the role he plays in this mission is especially interesting. It's not really about the fact that he's here, it's more that Sly's not. We're facing down one of the murderers responsible for orphaning Sly, and he's off, probably hobnobbing with some of the other pilots. It's a great representation of Bentley and Murray's rising significance within the gang, that this is their fight as much as it is Sly's, and matching Murray against him feels especially fitting. Mugshot is too strong to hurt with fists, and he has a plethora of voice lines he can respond to your attempts with.
I could take it all day, lightweight.
Instead, we're fending off the waves of goons while waiting for this mechanism to recharge.
Get that pig punk! These doors ain't holding themselves open!
A pretty simple boss fight, but nonetheless a cool combination of mechanics we haven't quite seen combined before.
Murder that ball of fat!
Whoa! How the heck did they get away with sneaking that in? Wow. You can see what looks like a large truck behind Mugshot here, and if we sneak a peek outside, we can see it's not just large, but comically massive. Maybe no match for our boy Big Truck, but still a bit hilarious. An odd detail with this hangar is the number 23 above the interior door. There's a hangar 23 outside, but it's the one across the runway from us. There's also a hangar 23 in the concept art, and no other numbered hangars anywhere in the level. I guess they just liked the number 23. Well, it is number 1 after all.
Oh! Right in the solar plexus. Don't think this is over, meatball. You're not untouchable. This is just the beginning of a really bad day.
Mugshot wasn't making idle threats. I'm reading multiple hostiles moving through the sewers toward our position.
Fortunately, my security devices are almost online. I'll just have time for a quick test.
This is a marked leap from anything we've seen these games do before. Clearly a spiritual successor to Mojo trap action from Tangled Web, but a lot more sophisticated. It's fairly self-explanatory. The orientation of the traps matching that of the buttons is a stroke of genius. Makes it really easy to get the hang of, but once foes start pouring in from both sides at once, you're gonna have to dial in. This first wave has a really arbitrary fail condition. Let one through and Murray will dispatch the intruder no problem, but let like 5 through and he just gives up.
We stopped that group, Murray, but it looks like more are on the way, and they're packing explosives.
The explosives the second wave are packing are just rocks. Well, now the plane has a health bar, and the failure condition makes much more sense. Oh my god, these rocks are explosive. Why does that keep happening? I knew from experience that these sewer sections had to be around the hangar somewhere on the same map, and I did manage to find them way up in the sky. Nothing too glamorous to explore on foot, though I did get a chuckle out of the way this mashy spike plate only has spikes on the edges visible to the camera. A convincing little time saver, but now that I know, I can't unsee it. This mission has the one instance of unused music I know of in the entire trilogy. Basically, many songs in these games have a subdued variant that plays when you're sneaking up on something. There's one of those in the hangar, but nothing to sneak up on. It's nothing terribly exciting though. It sounds like someone's just kinda noodling around on the timpani.
Mugshot'll need a lot more than muscle to intimidate us.
Looks like he's got muscle and mortar fire. Maybe it's time I brought in some backup. Just hope she's monitoring the ham radio frequencies. Penelope, do you read me? Are you out there?
I read ya, Bentley.
It's Freddy Fish!
You should try having brainstorms on a more regular basis. But your hangar is getting attacked by some traitorous, paid-off Black Baron goons. Don't worry, I won't let those honorless double-crossers hurt your team's plane.
You're a heck of a woman.
I know. That's what my homepage says.
As an RC specialist, our first control of Penelope is a chopper quite similar to Bentley's. To be frank, this game never quite does anything to demonstrate that Penelope's piloting skills are better than those of our resident mastermind.
Oh, wait! I just installed a Yank 86 and haven't had time to read the specs. Are you familiar with the device?
Absolutely.
But I'm willing to accept he may have simply wanted someone to run that aspect of things so he could be free to coordinate, if it means we get to flesh out our team with characters like this one.
Wow, that's dangerous.
I'm probably not doing a great job of hiding it, but this mousy mechanic is my favorite.
You're not afraid of heights?
This Yank 86 is a lot more involved than Bentley's old bombs. There's at least more to think about, but the best thing about it is that yes, anything you launch will die regardless of where they land, but it's entirely possible to hit the airborne goon and finish them off that way. And once you figure that out, there's no going back. It is far too satisfying. While all these guards are Black Baron turncoats, the tanks seem to belong to Mugshot directly, marked with the same M logo as that private party sign. Oh my Jesus, there's nothing left! It's a fairly long endurance challenge, but that's just more time you get to spend listening to Penelope's banger of a theme.
Great job, Penelope. You're the best RC pilot I've ever seen.
Those thugs deserved it. No one sells out the Black Baron and walks away scot-free.
That mission unlocked 3, count them, 3 Master Thief challenges. Mugshot Goon Attack is another cakewalk. Once again, the only limit on how long we can spend dispatching hogs and hares is Murray's considerable HP, so the goal of 30 only takes a minute. Of course, no surprise, the upper limit on the score is 1,000, though not remotely difficult, still quite a chore thanks to the enemy's rigid spawning timers. It took about an hour to reach. Security Breach is exactly the sort of thing I really appreciate the Master Thief trials for. A more hectic influx of guards and a reduced HP bar on the plane. I almost wish there were an endless mode that ramped up faster and faster, but This is a close second. Defend the hangar feels less necessary. Given how slowly they eased us into this minigame, an extra challenge would be welcome, but unlike the sewers, the enemies here feel no more numerous than they were in the core mission. The hangar's got less HP, but its base HP is so high, even halved, it's still a fortress. That one has a Penelope-specific mission complete screen. She looks a bit different than she did in her profile pic, but I wouldn't worry about it. This one's probably just photoshopped. Now for the main event.
Stay sharp, Sly! Iceland and Belgium will be at each other's throats up there, but you're still outnumbered!
Relax, Mom. This is gonna be great!
I think it's fair to say that this series' vehicle segments are its most notorious, stretching all the way back to the Lycidious Crabs level in Tide of Terror, if not even further considering this submarine mission is some of the earliest development footage we have. It's no understatement that all these locomotions are baked into Sly's very DNA. In a dev interview, developer Medan barely touches on the team's reasoning.
You know, there's a bunch more mini-games, just like the last game. I think you sort of need to do that with this kind of game, you know, all kinds of different experiences.
He doesn't elaborate on this need, but I think this is what it boils down to. The core concept of Sly as a game, once you strip away all the thiefiness, is a platformer where the central gimmick is a button that does most of the platforming for you. The vehicles and other gimmicky segments are, in my estimation, Sucker Punch's best efforts to evolve that concept. Obviously, it wouldn't be fair to strip away all the thiefiness, so at every juncture, the designers asked themselves, what's something else a crack squad of thieves would do? High-speed chases, stylized hacking, a love of all things that go boom, and thus we get these incredibly varied interludes. The problem, as I've addressed once or twice before, is that no one booting up any of the Sly Cooper games is doing so going,
"Oh boy, I can't wait to see how far things deviate from the central platforming system."
And yet, ever the stubbornly ambitious, Sucker Punch decided the solution to such criticism wasn't to remove the gimmicks, but to bend all sail towards making them as enjoyable and fleshed out as they could. And thus, the dogfights.
Opponents and watch your six. I know how you hate being burned alive at 500 feet.
I think it reflects an extraordinary elegance of design that almost nothing about this mode is explained. Unlike every vehicle I just showed, the only tutorial Bentley offers is on where to find more ammo, and even that's strictly contextual based on if you try firing with an empty cache.
You're out of bullets. Lie down underneath one of the bridges and pick up some more rounds.
The fire button is identical to that of the gondola, and that's all that's strictly necessary. But experiment a bit and you'll find every face button has a function. X to boost, square to slow down, triangle to do a loop, and circle in conjunction with different directions held to perform various maneuvers that will help you get the edge on your opponents. This environment is delightful, thoroughly destructible, and almost everything on the ground will burn quite merrily if it catches a stray bullet. It's also deliciously dynamic, the swarm of biplanes all ripping each other apart around you. Interestingly enough, though Iceland and Belgium are capable of shooting each other down, or even crashing into each other, the number of planes we need to destroy will never increment until we are directly responsible for the carnage. Presumably, anyone brought down by any other means simply respawns covertly off camera. Our goal is only 25 planes though, not 30. The implication being that those other 5 already fell victim to the flames of rivalry we spent last night stoking. If you're curious, Belgium's still got 13 planes airborne, Iceland has 12. Gosh, it's just so bloody brilliant! Rich with little details like the particle effects you get when grazing along the ground or zipping across the surface of the water. I would have thought this was all scaled down, our planes and the environment around us effectively forming a miniature diorama, but no. Hacking the game to run about on foot, every feature is the size it would be in the overworld, apart of course from the details beyond the arena's limits. And the cherry on top is Dimitri Listow's colorful color commentary. He even has a bit of an Easter egg included should you dare to fly through this barn at the center of the map. This is a clever reference to barnstorming, a term which describes an old form of entertainment best described as stunt pilots. And flying through the open doors of a barn like this is exactly the sort of thing an old-timey barnstormer might have done, though that's not actually where it got its name. The term was coined because the pilots preferred to use local barns as hangars, since their shows toured the countryside. Now as for strategy, this isn't terribly complicated, but I like that there's no means of health recovery in the area, so this does necessitate a bit of finesse. It was pointed out to me by Edvin that these scarecrows on the ground have drops like regular breakables, so you can find and pick up health packs which don't actually do anything. Okay, come on, that's funny. Holding square to more easily line up your shots should hold you in good stead. And all according to plan, you are well beneath the notice of these rival teams, so the most damage you're likely to take is from crashing into stuff. I think the implication here is that the superior engineering of Sly's plane, the fact that it's faster, sturdier, and better armed, in addition to Sly's own piloting skills, are all on account of Otto von Cooper's entries in the Thievius Raccoonus. Though it's never mentioned specifically, I like when an ancestor is represented in spirit like that. I have just one small nit to pick here though, and that is the homogenized designs of the enemy pilots, each and every one looking rather like a hamster, which we know at least most of the Iceland boys are moose. By the way, this took me forever to catch on to. The black planes are the Icelandic ones, the blue ones are Belgian. By far one of the funniest things you can do in this mission is to single out only one of the enemy team and shoot down only their planes. Once they're all out of the picture, the other team will absolutely swarm you and get taken apart by a total lack of coordination. I guess being a team of one has its perks sometimes. Ah, almost snuck that one by me. Sucker Punch is running the joke. I didn't mention this one because it's the sort of thing I've heard a native French speaker actually say, whereas this should be lay finals, if anything, so I'm counting it. Precision Air Duel calls upon us to do exactly what I just did. Note how they call the Iceland planes tri-wings. They knew it was confusing.
We'll be flying against Team Iceland and Team Belgium in tomorrow's semi-final.
This mission does have a small margin for error. You are allowed to take down 3 blue planes before it fails you, which I imagine they had to do because sometimes they will just crash directly into you. There's not much different here, save for one strange addition, this ammo pack hanging in the barn. I have to wonder why it wasn't there in the first round. The heck, why does this one track your score? It's not like you could possibly get something other than 12. There's another 2-player mode unlocked from completing the semifinals. Biplane Duel once again pits Sly and Carmelita against each other, but this time on much more even footing, or landing gear, I suppose. These planes are identical to the one we control in the single-player mode, though much more fragile. Other differences include the rainy nighttime backdrop, these 2 extra barns on the ground, and the addition of power-ups to spice things up. Most aren't terribly useful. I can't imagine how asleep at the wheel one would have to be to die to this napalm attack, but the shield makes a kamikaze strike far more viable, and the nuke, oh lord, that's a bit overkill, is an effective deterrent to your opponent and no mistake. If you get a close look at the mines, you'll see they have an identical design to the ones guarding the sewers. And finally, it continues to be a nice touch that Dimitri runs commentary here.
Carmelita's the man!
He actually did the same in Cops and Robbers.
Sly is dynamite!
But without the context of Flight of Fancy, that doesn't make too much sense, so I didn't acknowledge it.
Thanks to Sly's flying, we're officially in the Aces Finals. Our opponents, Team Mugshot and Team Black Baron.
This is by far the longest chalk talk yet. It's almost 2 full minutes of Bentley breaking down our even steeper odds against Team Mugshot and Team Black Baron. The plans revolve around getting Mugshot knocked out of the fight completely and crippling the Baron's considerable resources. And Bentley's got a real crackerjack tactic to pull that off. Ready?
Here's the plan. I'll challenge him to a fist fight out in the town square. It's time we dealt with Mugshot. We can't risk him taking down the Baron before you in the finals.
Not to mention he deserves a little payback for what he did to our aircraft hangar.
Okay, I'll pick a fight with Mugshot and bait him into meeting in the town square for our rumble.
Yeah, okay, Bentley's actual plan was to bait Mugshot into a shootout with Carmelita, but I just wanted to bask in that moment where Bentley's confidence has shot up high enough that he felt he could brawl with 300 pounds of muscle and leather.
You do that. I'll get Carmelita's attention and lead her back here to the same place.
Agreed.
I've got to hand it to you, Bentley. This is a really underhanded plan.
Why, thank you. I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Even though he's not about to get his hands dirty, what he's about to do instead takes no fewer balls.
I'll beat it, twerp. The Black Baron's been giving me the grill since that event in your hangar.
Perhaps you'd like to take out some frustration by engaging in a physical battle with me outside the town square.
No way! I'm being watched here. that, and it wouldn't feel right pounding a four-eyed runt in a wheelchair.
Bentley's like, whatever. I've faced down Jean Bassan, Don Octavio, and the jaws of Clockwork. What's this leadhead gonna do?
I'm sure you wouldn't win in the fight anyway. You've got such a long, sad history of losing to the Cooper gang.
I could whip your whole gang with one arm if you jerks would sit still. Look at these arms. I'm unstoppable.
You know, I've been thinking about your appearance.
Look, if you don't got nothing to say nice, then don't say nothing at all. Get it? What? Ain't got no sassy comments, smart guy? Oh, I get it. You got nothing nice to say, so you're keeping quiet. That's real cute. You really got nothing nice to say? That's cold.
I'm about to end this man's whole career.
Your mother was a broken down tub of junk with more gentleman callers than the operator.
Oh! Nobody talks that way about my mother. Nobody! Okay, little broken down runt. Looks like you're gonna get broken down even more.
Town Square, 5 minutes. Please don't be late.
I have no idea how Mugshot's gonna keep that appointment, Bentley, not when being left in flames like that.
Okay, Sly. Mugshot is on his way outside. Go find Inspector Fox and lead her back to the town square.
In control of Sly, we've picked up 3 new power-ups on Holland Day 2. Silent Obliteration has seen no changes from the previous game, a quieter stealth takedown that nonetheless takes slightly longer to pull off, and the level 3 spin attack is fairly worthless. It has a ridiculously long duration, but it launches little guys so far away and seems to be capped at only dealing 2 hits to the bigger guys, so I'm left to assume its purpose is for crowd control, and may have in fact been more useful an episode ago. There is one nice thing about it. Ordinarily, when sneaking up on a guard, the charge command will be overridden by Sly's uppercut to prime the stealth takedown, so if you want to use the quicker and quieter jump attack, you have to start charging it up while out of sneaking range, and having a 3rd stage of charge is a nice option. It's especially fun to combine with the rocket boots. They did a great job of making a number of Sly's abilities interact with each other, but the coolest get this round is Shadow Power. Invisibility has played an odd role in the series so far. In the original, it was the ultimate upgrade to Sly's core abilities, mapped as a central function of the circle button to be abused most terribly by the player. In Sly 2, it could only be obtained from the game's final vault, by which point there was, at most, 1 more mission you might be able to use it in without the use of cheat codes. It was little more than a trophy. Not so here. We have nearly half the game to go nuts with this, and the jobs and challenges menu to play around with too, and oh my goodness, is this a joy. It packs the usual restrictions. While invisible, we can't run, jump, attack, or use any thieving opportunities, but all I'll note on that front is the conspicuous presence of level 1 in this gadget's name now.
Hey, Inspector Fox. Still looking for a date to the prom?
Quit running and I'll pin the corsage on you.
This Carmelita chase is painstakingly short-lived. Mechanically, it's a treat to have access to the entire map and for her to be persistent enough not to give up the hunt no matter how unreachable you are. But this really is just a short stint across town and it's over.
Blast it, Sly. Why run? Why not face me like a real man?
Mess with me? That little punk is gonna eat dirt. Hey! You're that cop hag that busted me back in Mesa City!
Mugshot, alias Two-Gun Tony, also known as Meathead Mugshot. 7 foot 3 inches, 324 pounds, wanted in 7 countries with 13 outstanding warrants for your arrest. And yes, I'm that cop hag that put you away back in Mesa.
Well, wise guy, lady, feel like going for another shot at the title?
It's my duty to put you behind bars. That, and I enjoy making tough guys cry like the stupid babies they really are.
I ain't no stupid baby!
This really is Carmelita's game. Not just the ability to play as her, technically that's not new, but the focus on her strengths and abilities has never been stronger. It's worth bringing up that she's the only member of the cast we've seen so far to have been recast. Not just once, but twice. From Roxanne Ortega to Alicia Glidewell to Ruth Livier.
Plenty of time for that once you're safely behind bars.
Whereas you crooks are so predictable.
Sly Cooper. Should have figured you'd show up.
It's kind of a shame, because it's easily the first thing people notice each time she initially pipes up in both sequels.
These taser packs a paralyzing punch.
And that tends to undermine the actual characterization at play. In that spirit, I don't really want to dwell on which voice actress I prefer, not when the evolution of her role in these games is so much more compelling to me. This sort of anti-hero role is far from unique to Sly, but as always, the way you get to experience that dynamic through gameplay makes it feel that much more potent. The challenge for Sucker Punch has always been based on how to make her feel as hyper-competent as she's written, despite the fact Sly never fails to give her the slip. And especially how to keep her from feeling like a typical damsel in distress character when she's captured by Clockwork or the Contessa. And what I love is that the answer has come to be that Sly and the gang rely on her practically as much as if she were one of our own. And the stroke of genius is including her in our plans as a way to bring that across. Taking control of her shock pistol and ripping into one of the toughest foes Sly has ever faced is a powerful first-hand experience, but the subtextual threads being woven beneath these shootouts are absolutely intoxicating. Is it just me, or does this part of Mugshot's theme sound like the Pokemon anime? Oh yeah, right, the fight itself. Well, Mugshot's got some tools of destruction up his sleeves, and though I see most people keep the action to this square, the whole map is our playground right now. Letting things rage across all of Kinderdijk is a great time, but I don't think the devs quite accounted for that possibility, as you can completely cheese this fight into itty-bitty slices by simply claiming a bit of especially high ground. Let's not do that. I adore that his movement patterns and firing methods are nearly identical to his boss fight from Sunset Snake Eyes, though when he's got you in his sights, he is far more relentless. His only curveball is his ability to hurl dynamite at you when you're on the rooftops.
This ain't no pillow fight!
It'll take a much more significant bite out of your health, but it's slow enough that that shouldn't be too much of an issue to avoid. As far as explosives go, this fight is essentially the only practical use I can find for these explosive gas tanks all around the level, as they actually will do more damage than one of your shots if you light one up when Mugshot's close enough. On the whole, cheese or not, this fight shouldn't give you any problems. You can outrun him, outgun him, outsmart him. We've seen Carmelita face down a train before. Two-Gun Tony ain't even gonna be a scuff on her boot.
Mother? That you? I'm sorry. I didn't know they was yours.
Ugh, booking this idiot'll take all night. Oh well, I'm sure Cooper won't make his move anytime soon.
Speaking of trains, I'm a master of segues, we've unlocked part 2 of Goodbye My Sweet. Frankly, I have no idea how. Every source I can find online says this movie is supposed to become available after passing 70% game completion. So either they're all wrong, or I've found an obscure glitch, but yeah well. There's not much for me to comment on in this scene, though the parallel shot of Sly and Carmelita with this animation on their ears and cheek fur is quite appealing. The rest all plays out fairly standard, though admittedly stylish. Really, I'm just not sure why they felt the need to separate this into 2 parts at all. It was a weird place for a cliffhanger, and I believe the appeal here is more down to the presentation than the story being told. We do get another newspaper to pore over, and while everything in this shot is identical to the first one, we get a bit more to look at on this page. It's just a matter of time, I can assure you of that. Sly Cooper, if that is his real name, is a low-level street thug, and he won't be able to slip through our fingers again. As we speak, I have agents all around the world working diligently to make sure that Sly Cooper will spend the rest of his life behind bars. Darn Ringtail. That's quite a lot of comment for a woman with no comments, Carmelita. One-woman army. Take down 15 guards before Mugshot. Insert token joke about unnecessary police brutality here. At this point, you guys know the drill. There's no real obstacles to completing this challenge, especially not when the very act of pursuing it grants you enough health packs to patch up all the Fallen Aces competitors and so much more. And Mugshot moves slowly enough that as long as you keep circling the area, he'll never catch you. There is one interesting difference from the story mission, the inclusion of flashlight guards. I can't tell if that was intended to make this easier or harder, since unlike the bunnies and piggies. The rams have no resistance to electricity, and so can be one-shot by our shock pistol. They're also bizarrely aggressive, running at you even before they've spotted you. Are we okay assuming the max score is 1,000 at this point? It took me about 20 minutes to get to this point when I discovered that these explosives take you down in one hit. So shall we all just pretend I spent the extra hour and a half on this and carry on with our lives? Why yes, I do believe we shall. I nearly overlooked a melee attack Mugshot can do. I would have missed it entirely if Elf King hadn't let me know, but give yourself a second to picture in your head how Mugshot would strike physically. That can't have been what you pictured, right? I also nearly missed one of the new trophies. There's one for beating him in Beauty and the Beast without taking damage. Ironically, the reason it almost snuck past me is because I was running through the game on the PS4 version and doing this fight the fastest way I knew how, which, of course, involves him not being able to attack you. When I got this trophy, I just assumed it was for beating him at all. Guess I'm just too much of a pro sly gamer. On our way over to the next job, Giant Wolf Massacre, which will surely maintain our cast's strict moral code, I want to point out this odd divot in the cliff wall here. It looks significant, decorated with plants and all, worth keeping in mind.
Aha! A perfect feral specimen of Lupus gigantormus.
So let me get this straight again. You plan on stalking that thing, drugging it, putting the guru on board, and setting the two free to smash up the guards?
An airtight plan, I agree. It's simplicity itself. By channeling the wild destruction housed in that bloodthirsty creature, we should be able to thin out the Black Baron's ranks. Which, of course, means fewer enemy pilots flying against you in the finals.
I'm all for evening the odds in our favor, but come on. This plan seems a little risky.
Not at all. I've modified my sleep darts with heavy doses of skunk balm. It should be enough to pacify the beast, provided he doesn't catch wind of me first.
Skunk balm, huh? Sucker Punch out here making up whatever they want and getting away with it.
Alright, that sounds okay. You can hang back and shoot him at a distance.
Well, given the weight of the darts, I'll need to sneak up behind him and take a shot within a few meters.
Meters?
Quit trying to freak me out and put the guru on the binocucom. After I put the wolf to sleep, it'll be up to you. Thanks, Guru. You always know just what to say.
Taking control of Bentley on the field, I want to ignore the wolf for a bit and take a turn about town to show off a few more devious additions this game has made to his abilities. First, the Insanity Strike gadget, once one of Sly's, is better suited to our duplicitous tortoise. It's received some changes since the last game, now highlighting affected enemies with a green aura, and though it will eventually wear off, it's been significantly improved in a number of chaotic ways. Enemies under its effects will aggressively seek out other guards, spreading the insanity to those they hit, and scaring away those they haven't. Though still far from practical, it's deeply entertaining, and can be combined with Bentley's many other tools in a lot of creative ways. As far as those other tools go, some of you guys in the comments have let me know some properties of his darts and bombs that I was not aware of. XAndrewXFTW told me he now has the ability to reverse pickpocket his bombs onto unaware guards by sneaking up on them and holding triangle until his chair's arm curves back. Bombs attached in this matter are actually more deadly than the usual kind, which makes sense. I certainly wouldn't want a bomb going off in my pocket. This is so much fun, essentially giving him his own version of a stealth takedown. There's even a trophy in the modern releases for doing it 5 times. If you get into a scrape, as a bit of an advanced tactic, you can let loose a dart the instant you press the binocucom button. No need to wait for the interface to cover the screen. So if you first get your target centered on screen, or just get really close to him, you can crack off a dart in the heat of the moment. The hares have the goofiest sleeping animation. Rumble informed me that Bentley's darts are also capable of activating trap buttons. Okay, I mean, come on. Come on! That's cool. Like, that's so freaking cool! Your imagination is truly the limit as far as the antics you can pull off with this chair. Try everything, it'll probably work, or at least fail in truly glorious fashion. Unfortunately, for all the effort they put into making Bentley so fun to play as, you never really have to. Let's consider for a minute every mission we've taken on as him. gondola minigame, cracking Octavio's painting safes, handing off the reins to Murray, a brief stint of frantic bombing, opera minigame, another gondola chase, handing off the reins to the Guru, a bit of a bar fight, sleep darting Carmelarja, cracking the Baron's painting safes, using security traps to defend the hangar, and a dialogue tree before handing things off to Sly and Carmelita. You know what's missing is any opportunity to use his suite of options for clearing out unaware guards. Give me a Far Cry style stealthy base assault or something. But this will remain a consistent issue. They've made Bentley more fun than their headliner, yet the only time you can really let loose with him is while just goofing off in the overworld. Don't get me wrong, that's fun to do, but it leaves quite a bit to be desired. This mission does give us a bit of an opportunity to flex our creative muscles though. While we could sneak up behind the wolf and pop him one before running for our lives, far better to serve up a guard on a platter, than do your work while he's distracted. Oh, who's a good boy? You are. You are, yes you are.
Nice work, big game hunter. The skunk bomb is kicking in. He's almost asleep.
Okay, so that divot in the wall is supposed to be the wolf's den? My dude, this is such a sad little hovel. What is this? He'll occasionally stir and then settle right back down, but even asleep, the nearby guards are still terrified of him.
Mow down these thugs.
I'll quietly sweep under the rug any criticism I might make of this level's premise, the impracticality of it given just how many means we have at our disposal of disposing of these pilot guards, because this rip-roaring rampage is a jolly good time. The wolf jumps high enough he can even reach the top of the castle. Running over rooftops and pouncing upon all these guards running scared is a worthy power trip. Crashing through the scenery like it's paper is also pretty satisfying and occasionally even charming. Like when you notice these trees explode with a burst of apples. And hey, at least it doesn't look like this thing is actually eating them. A light bit of mauling to keep them from suiting up tomorrow. That's all.
Excellent. That should even the odds tomorrow in the finals.
Wolf Rampage challenges us to do the same thing, while avoiding serious damage to the wolf. Much like the hangar, he's tough enough that you're not likely to feel the difference anyway. The only thing likely to kill you was the water. Interestingly, the wolf can drop coins and a health pack, but you'd never be able to pick them up. Even if you felt the strain here, this is the first health handicap challenge where we can simply heal off the damage deficit, making this an even more nothing challenge than it already was. Neat bit of beta left over on this mission select. It's portrayed on the nighttime map, and that is the most noteworthy thing here. I suppose I could also mention his HP icon is identical to the dingo icon from last episode. Hope you weren't expecting to sneak that one past me, Sucker Punch. It's also worth noting that the only guard the Guru is able to ride that a player is not likely to see are these rams, since they're not present when you're tasked with breaking open the ice truck, only during the wolf massacre, when you'll probably beeline for the doggy. Now to take Bentley's much improved platforming capabilities for a spin.
How do you plan to hack into the aircraft control tower?
It's simple, really. The whole system is linked through computer nodes which monitor the power generated by the nearby windmills.
Seriously? All the power around here comes from the local windmills? I thought they were just for looks.
The control nodes tell a different story.
How do you plan to get up there? It's pretty high.
My turbo chair has been outfitted with an extra afterburner. Heights such as that are nothing to me.
There is a smidgen of optional dialogue if you try to undertake this mission without the necessary gadget.
Appears I'll need to buy a hover pack for this job.
It's not exactly this mission's focus though. Instead, we're getting back into the hacking saddle.
Prepare yourself, computer. I will show no mercy.
Now, if you've watched my Sly 2 videos, you'll remember I was fond of hacking mechanically, but its level design, and especially its tendency to reuse the same level like 3 times in a single mission, left something to be desired. The last few levels in the final chapters were starting to scratch that itch though, so hopefully things escalate out of tutorial territory a bit quicker this time around. We've already got a number of new mechanics on display, so it's looking promising.
Another falls before my digital kung fu!
Reaching the top of these windmills is really no issue with this level of aerial control. In fact, it hardly bears mentioning. One very cool detail about this triple booster power-up though, and its role as a required gadget, is that you can see Bentley making use of it in the prologue as a light bit of foreshadowing.
Come, grasshopper, kneel before the feet of the master.
Oh, things have absolutely escalated quickly. Heck yeah. We have to face down a whole firing squad making use of these unique cover mechanics, and carefully timing our movements to exploit gaps in their firing rate. We're forced to remain on the move rather than camp in one spot thanks to these circular lockdown codes we need to transport, and this digital black hole serves as an extra curveball to keep things tricky. We are so back. Another cool detail I like about this booster is that the thrusters used to propel our jumps are the same used in the Adrenaline Rush, same sound effects and all, which is a satisfying bit of consistency. Much like before, this is still a repeating level design, but the way each iteration is built upon makes that pretty difficult to notice. This is excellent. Keep it up, Bentley. One last cool detail about the thruster, you can see in Bentley's jumping animation that pressing the big red button on his chair is what activates the afterburners. This last gauntlet is downright hectic. Projectiles flying everywhere, multiple cyber tanks with force fields holding our keys hostage. Woohoo! Color me satisfied.
Success! I've got total access! Wait, the code's unstable! Everything's speeding up! Windmill throwing stars, eh? This little system bug might come in handy. Thanks to our combined efforts, we're now ready for the final round of the Aces dogfighting competition. Put on your helmets, because it's time for Operation Turbo Dominant Eagle. This is a sudden death competition. The first team to take out last year's champ wins. That's if the Black Baron doesn't take out all the competition first.
I want to thank the many of you who educated me back in the original run of these videos. I mentioned here that right behind the propeller seems like a pretty bad spot for a gun, but a lot of you guys let me know that planes with that design usually attached the firing mechanism to the propeller itself to ensure that the bullets only fired when the blade was out of the way. That's extremely neat. I want to especially shout out Ultrabot Ultimus for being the first to let me know about it. Once again, if you've yet to buy the paraglider, Bentley will give you a gentle reminder once you reach the waypoint.
Sly, you'll need a paraglider for the heist. Once you buy one, we can get things started.
Excellent! The B-Champ's dogfight is beginning! With these guys going at it, no one will notice as you slip onto the gunships and plant a tracking device.
Sounds straightforward enough. Where'd you get these trackers? They look kind of funny.
Best I could do on short notice. They're sensitive to extreme changes in altitude. You'll have to pull this job off at high elevation or it's a bust.
This mission puts me very much in mind of the heist of a tangled web. Blimps, fighter planes, and us paragliding desperately between them all. It makes me feel like a little kid again. It's simply delightful sailing over this level watching the competition wage on beneath us, and look how much this level's changed since we did this on our way to the first mission. I love that this is the only level in which the weather changes, in addition to the time of day. Plus, you can see the damage we wrought in that last mission, with this river here nearly overflowing. The failure barrier is just low enough that we can touch down on 2 specific points. There's no way back on a blimp from them, but the view is nice.
Nice work, Flyboy. The gunship's GPS data is flowing in. Head back to the hangar and suit up. All right, Murray. The Black Baron's communication antenna is held up by 3 support beams. Pull them out of place, and the whole array will fall apart.
Don't worry. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's rowing. And breaking stuff.
Now we're down in the thick of it, and Iceland and Belgium have begun shooting each other down exclusively over top of us. Holy crap. I thought this competition was called Aces, not Faces Down in the Water. Got him. This leg of the heist is pretty satisfying. There's something to the rope or the current that makes you feel like you're really fighting against some force here, which helps me suspend my disbelief as to this rubber boat's abilities to shatter these support beams. What the game doesn't tell you is that you are more than welcome to row down to the opposite end of the river. Even though it is further than the breaking point in the expected direction, this doesn't accomplish anything, though I did find out these bullets whizzing by are fully functional projectiles, as I've nearly come to expect.
The Murray has broken you! Let that be a lesson to all antennas! I will not be trifled with!
This is it! I am the Tiger, pal! Look for the Black Baron! Take him out and this competition is all over! And go easy on the throttle! It's been sticking lately!
Quit worrying! I'll see you in the winner's circle!
Okay! It's the big time final round. This is what you pay for, peoples. The best of the best, going at it like cats and king cobras. The skies are full with the danger!
The finals! Despite Mugshot's absence, his team is soldiering on up here. A beta screenshot of this game reveals that Mugshot was once intended to be an aerial adversary during this mission, perhaps even the reigning champ, though we know the Carmelita vs Mugshot mission was also one of the earlier ones completed, so this must be a very beta screenshot indeed. Something I never would have tried if not for this project, you can shoot down all your competition, even though the Baron's plane is the only objective. There isn't much different about this dogfight from the semifinals, though I suspect Team Mugshot's AI is more likely to try and crash into you, or perhaps I'm just unlucky. No, the only difference is how tough Double B is. A testament to Penelope's skill as a mechanic, no doubt, and he's also a slightly fancier flyer than any of the others. There is one way we can mix things up though. Like Sly 2 and many other PS2 games of this era, Sly 3 contains a cheat code system. We'll go over the bulk of them another time, but there is one we can pull off while airborne. Pause the game, press R1, R1, right, down, right, and when you resume, you'll find yourself piloting a very different plane, bedecked in Toonami iconography. Toonami was a TV slot that ran on Cartoon Network back when this game was the new hotness, and its producers seem to have had a pretty cozy relationship with Sucker Punch. A lot of promotions and even sweepstakes for both this game and Sly 2 ran on it back in the day, and in exchange, Sucker Punch snuck in a reference or two like this one. The plane itself isn't just a skin either. Its guns are centered on the fuselage, which makes it feel much more accurate, and it packs an infinite stock of rockets on the L1 button. These look like the biplane dual heat seekers, but they have no homing capabilities. Though they are, I believe, 3 times as powerful as a single bullet, that's still not enough to one-shot any of the opposition, and the extra smoke that they give off can really cripple your visibility. Taking down planes with these feels more like a self-imposed challenge than a cheat code, but hey, I like a challenge. This code works in any mission that puts you in a plane, including 2-player mode, though it only works for Sly. I was kinda hoping Carmelita would get an orange one. In addition to Dimitri's continued commentary, the Baron can make a few callouts of his own if he lands a shot on you. Get up on his grill though, and his HP bar will fall pretty quickly.
Crack! That raccoon is good. Gunships! Converge on my position and destroy the Cooper aircraft. Send in a spare plane as well.
Oh god, he's calling in an entire half a plane!
Roger, Baron. All units en route.
Sorry, Baron, but you'll have to fight fair this year.
What? Who is this? How did you find this frequency? What? No? What? Is this? Oh, I command it!
This scene takes place entirely within gameplay, and this windmill can be destroyed if the stars happen to align.
Oh, this plane's come unfixed. High time for an upgrade, I say.
Oh no, you don't, you weasel.
Weasel? Am I?
This line is brilliant, and I'm not gonna tell you why.
I beat you. Your biplane is in pieces.
But we're both still airborne, aren't we? The victor has yet to be decided.
Then, let's settle it.
Beware, my boy. I've trained 10 years in fisticuffs. Pugilism is my passion.
If you fight as well as you fly, this shouldn't take long.
On guard!
The Black Baron, easily the most diminutive boss we've fought, but no less formidable. Another elegant bit of design, Bentley has a tip lined up for you, but he'll only give it if you lose.
Victory! I have won again!
He's a master boxer. Wait till he commits to a big punch, then strike!
His lack of ranged options is his biggest weakness. You can pretty easily weave in and out of his range and take him apart, however, each time you down a quarter of his health, he'll cling to the edge of the wing and summon a load of hogs to try and deal with you, and in such numbers, they can be troublesome. Try to get him lined up and push him off the plane. At half health, our posh pugilist will add this ground pound attack to his repertoire, which turns the whole wing into a hitbox. You have to jump to evade it, but it actually causes the whole arena to dip down, so staying out of range isn't a problem. On that note, this arena is really impressive, if a bit dizzying. To prevent us from flying off the wing every time we jump, the plane itself isn't actually moving. Apart from tilting forward and back, instead, the whole dogfighting map is spinning like a record, as well as rising and falling. This is easier to see the higher you get, and you can see that though the skybox is also rotating, it doesn't rise and fall with the map. In his final phase, pigs will pour onto the wing constantly. Their attacks are quite capable of hurting their boss, but I wouldn't call relying on that a sound tactic. Just keep up the pressure, and we've got him. As usual, this boss fight comes with a Master Thief challenge, a simple time attack, and also as usual, this doesn't really mix things up, so I don't feel bad tackling it out of sequence like this. Dealing with the pigs as fast as possible is the only real time saver. Just set up shop by the door and knock them off the front of the wing, and you should be able to wrap things up with minimal extra effort.
A fatal blow!
That's enough. You win, Cooper.
Yo, this rules! Ah, what a cool twist. I'll gush more in a minute.
You are the Black Baron.
Suppose someone was bound to find out sooner or later. I guess I'm kind of relieved.
But why?
Look, let's talk on the ground where it's safe.
It was quite a revelation. Penelope and the Black Baron were one and the same.
It bothers me that they took the time to draw her shadow on the ground of this shot, but not to animate it with her.
But before we could even process this turn of events, we were rushed to the winner's circle. Somehow, against all odds, we become this year's champions. There was a bit of an awkward moment between Bentley and Penelope. I guess the photos they'd sent each other over the internet were a bit exaggerated. That night, Penelope explained that the disguise was invented to get her past the Dogfighting League's strict age requirements.
Little detail it took me a while to realize, this dining room is within the Baron's castle.
However, after winning, the Baron became a celebrity, and she found herself putting on the costume more and more often. But now, with the Black Baron out of the picture, she was free to take up a new path, and she joined the gang without hesitation.
Penelope's design went through a heck of a process on the conceptual level. At one point, she was intended to have a much stockier silhouette to better fit the Baron's suit. Kinda reminds me of Redwall, actually. But for unknown reasons, she developed to be quite a bit lankier. Perhaps a hint at a bit of potential compatibility with Sly, though interestingly, her final design lacks a tail, and she will never, ever have one. This does create a significant dissonance with her reveal. Her proportions unnaturally grafted onto the Baron's suit, but perhaps this is more of an Iron Man suit than a simple costume. It would explain how she was knocking Sly around like a piñata, and this does ensure that the twist comes as more of a surprise. Though there are a few subtle hints. Never seeing the two of them in a room together is one thing, but the way she reacts to Mugshot's cronies betraying the Baron is probably the most overt. Oh, and for that weasel line, it's a cheeky developer in-joke, since Penelope's original concept drew her as a weasel.
The next day, our newest recruit treated us to a week-long aerial tour of Holland.
The next day, our newest recruit treated us to a week-long aerial tour of Holland. The next day, she treated us to a week-long aerial tour of Holland? Something time machine joke for the benefit of anyone who's beaten this game. Penelope's characterization is so freaking strong. You get a pretty good idea of her entire dogfighting career just from the few details we do know. Undoubtedly a prodigy at flying, the type who could pilot a plane before she could drive a car. We don't know what the actual age requirements she circumvented were, but it's a safe bet she was probably a teenager when she won her first tournament. However, as the Black Baron's legend grew, as she set up her own tournament to play King of the Hill, the pressure to win each and every year grew too. And she starts playing a bit less fair, leveraging her ever-mounting resources to stack her deck with aces. She becomes obsessed with forcing the other pilots to play by the rules, all while she keeps gunships and airliners in her back pocket to keep everyone else from snatching her victory. And the undercurrent of the Baron's undefeated reputation becomes something she's chained to. I don't think it's a reach to assume she wanted to lose this year's aces. She confesses to Sly the relief she feels when it's all said and done, and look how proudly she proclaims them as the winners. But this PA announcement we caught in her hangar is the most damning.
I'm going to dismiss the lot of you and start playing with the new staff.
I think this was her covering her bases, establishing a reason for her to burn down her empire when the Cooper gang won. She still fought her hardest, but she knew going in that we were something special, and would provide her with exactly the out she secretly needed. Thus concludes Flight of Fancy. I'm gonna contradict myself here, but after writing all this out, dare I say, better than Jailbreak. It doesn't have the advantage of the narrative gut punch, leaving you as the player alone with the weakest party member, and the catharsis of overcoming that, but every other aspect is firing on all cylinders. The level design, the mission structure, the character beats, I'm confident labeling this as my favorite episode in the series. Where most chapters tend to have that one weak mission that overstays its welcome, Flight of Fancy is back-to-back highlights, and I am still not over the reveal of the main antagonist being the very character we were aiming to recruit. Our success on that front feels especially triumphant. A character proven to be as cunning as Bentley, as tough as Murray, and as confident as Sly, the first member of the Cooper gang whose asking price for joining up was earning her respect, and, well, we aced it. Looks like we were the aviator crowned the Emperor of the Skies. How about that? Welcome aboard, Penelope. Next time, you're in for a serious ride. We've talked at length about this game's immediate predecessor, and that checks out. Sly 3 owes a tremendous amount of its identity to Sly 2, but I've only mentioned the original game a few times in passing. For all the foundation Sly 1 laid down for this series, it's odd to look back at what is very nearly a completely different genre. The Crash Bandicoot-style linear levels are one thing, but it's the simplistic story that really feels like it got left behind. Its easily digestible revenge/coming-of-age drama doesn't get the wheels in my head turning the same way, but I think it's only fair to reminisce about the moments that really did shine against the rough. Like Bentley's coming out of his shell arc, progressing from the safe-in-the-van tutorial giver to the hero of Sly's darkest hour feels great in a vacuum, and even better seeing how far he's come since. Then there's pretty much everything about Clockwork, from his dramatic reveal literally lurking in the shadows of Sly's past, to the way his immortal knowledge plays foil to the traditions of the Thievius Raccoonus, and the almost philosophical discussions Sly had with each member of the Fiendish Five before their boss fights.
Yeah, well, you give me the creeps too, lady. Cooking up an army of ghosts isn't a very neighborly pastime.
Yeah, it's a bit Saturday morning cartoon, but Sly's cockiness was a really strong reflection of his immaturity back then, and despite his criminal occupation, watching him match his ideals against these baddies was just about the best thematic content the game offered.
Why should you care if I bury a few worthless village in snow? You are a thief, just like me.
No, that's only half right. I am a thief, from a long line of master thieves, while you're just a frustrated firework artist turned homicidal pyromaniac.
Wow, I bet you brought all that up for absolutely no reason.
Nope, none at all. Next cutscene, please. These condensation rings on the blueprints are a cute touch, but Jesus Christ, how wide was the cup that made them?
After a careful analysis of Dr. M's fortress, Bentley came to the difficult conclusion that his demolition skills just weren't gonna be enough.
Oh, this sort of thing is pure dopamine to me. An adorable little snapshot to effortlessly establish the evolving group dynamics, Penelope especially. I love how she's not at all uncomfortable or unhappy, far from it, look at her frickin' legs dangle. But she's positioned on the fringes, not yet having established herself as a core member of the group, though she is closest to Sly himself. Also, Sly's got this Peter Pan shadow thing going on, but if he's not worried, then neither am I. A bunch more text to read here, mostly simple stuff, but I do like the "don't let Murray touch this."
If we wanted to get inside the Cooper vault, we'd have to recruit a full-time demolition specialist. However, Bentley's proposed candidate was a shock. My old enemy, the Panda King.
Now this is serious. The opening scenes of Missions Past have had a variety of tones, from confident to mysterious to desperate, but none have ever felt quite like this.
As a member of the original Fiendish Five, he had a part in taking out my dad and stealing pages from the Thievius Raccoonus.
The Panda King isn't our first recurring villain, he's not even the first of those responsible for the same crimes against Sly's family, and yet he's treated immediately with a lot more weight. Mugshot, for all his airs, was treated as a joke, a washed-up thug barely worth our attention, and we simply swept him out of our way so he wouldn't inconvenience us on the road to our real goal. The extra gravitas the Panda King gets comes as a factor of two things, I think. One, he was never a joke. Apart from Clockwork, he was easily the most verifiable threat in the game. We even got to watch powerlessly as he buried an entire village in an avalanche just for refusing to meet his demands. And two, it is heavily implied that this is the Panda King's arm in this silhouette, and that Sly has every reason to blame him especially for his father's death.
Eventually, I caught up with it, and I claimed back what he had stolen.
This redrawing of a frame from one of the original cutscenes in the new art style is so cool. Not just as a callback, but as an emblematic illustration of how far the art style has come. How much more polished and confident. Though the background appears to be the exact same asset just under a sepia filter.
There was no way I was gonna let that monster on my team, but Bentley was firm. He discovered the Panda King had left his life of crime and was now a monk living the life of quiet meditation high up in the mountains.
The Panda King's new design is another pop culture parody, this time Master Pai Mei from Kill Bill.
I wasn't at all convinced, but there was no denying that he had the skills we needed if we were to succeed.
This frame defies me. There's so much that's the same as their last plane ride that every difference is sending me. You're telling me Sly picked out the exact same gloves and cuffs but with black studs instead of gold this time? And while he's reading the exact same magazine, Murray went from Little Timmy to Hulk Hogan. Bentley's dad energy is off the charts, and Guru, that fit, and Penelope, my dear, if you could pull that off, why did you even need a catfish photo on ThiefNet? I will do my best to run any Chinese we encounter this chapter through a translator, but go easy on me if you actually know the language. I know Chinese is extremely contextual and nuanced, I'm just working with what I got. For instance, this literally translates to Chinese aviation, but in context probably translates to Chinese airlines. Please don't hurt me. Heck of a departure from the formula, our introduction to China drops us into this small area not unlike a tutorial level. It's not our hub, but it makes quite the impression. I'm especially fond of this swirl pattern in the ice. I love when basically anything does that to indicate we're in the east. It's so stylish.
Stay sharp, team. For all we know, the Panda King's just as dangerous as ever.
How can you say that? Just look at him! Have you ever seen someone more at peace with the world?
I'll admit, he does look kinda zenned out.
Mr. King, Honorable Panda King, we humbly wish to speak with you.
I guess he doesn't want to talk. Sorry, Bentley. Let's go.
Be realistic, Sly. He's clearly in a deep meditative trance.
As we venture into this episode, I want you to keep an eye out for a few recurrences. Pay attention to the dynamic of Bentley and Sly's authority, or even their prominence within the expanded group. It already started with how that first cutscene ended. If you didn't know who these characters were, who would you assume was the leader here?
Van! I miss the van. We never had to walk anywhere back then.
Okay. Let's just get this over with.
This area functions a bit like a miniature heist, which calls upon the talents of every member of the group. I think it's very telling that Penelope's introduction is met with this sort of ceremony, whereas the Guru just kind of was. But the effect this has on most players is pretty universal. This is where you really start to feel the size of the group. More voices to be heard, more skills to showcase, and a complex network of relationships, most of which inevitably don't get much screen time.
Seriously, you guys want to see my blisters?
No way. Is he serious? No, seriously, was he for real about the blisters? Cause, I don't know, yeesh.
It's really fun to just take advantage of this delightful little playground they've laid out for us, in conjunction with the really excellent design embellishments like the unique patterns on each of these pillars, or the fact that you can see the remains of what was the path up to the shrine dangling from the cliff. This was one of my most replayed missions as a kid. This game's remaining ball form missions are numbered. Not that I'm surprised, none of them have really pushed the boat out much further than the first, but I do want to point out this odd physics glitch the ball form causes. After enabling it, until Murray's state is reloaded, the Murray can't go down slopes correctly. Best I can figure, this is because Murray's fall speed is reduced in the ball form, and it seems it doesn't revert back when he starts walking again. Oh man, check out this frozen Zen pond area. Bro's got it going on. Alright, those banners over there say Invincible, which is made with the characters for No and Opponent, which may indicate a few double meanings. This board spells out Sky King Valley, which I'm assuming is inspired by a Hall of Heavenly Kings, a major component of Buddhist temples, which clues us in to what kind of monk the Panda King has become.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but Sly can jump onto small points. Those bamboo shoots would be an ideal means of ascent if they weren't spaced so far apart.
Hold on. Let me see if I can figure it out for myself.
What's made apparent pretty much immediately is that there are now two brains of the operation, and I love that not only is Penelope eager to test her intellect against Bentley's, but he doesn't take it as a slight.
Split each shoot down the middle, thereby doubling the points of ascension. However, the ice down there appears too thin to walk on, so there's no way to do it by hand. So, I'll need to use my lightweight remote control car to split the trees for us.
Perfect! That's it, exactly!
Great! Anything for Sly. I love to see him pull off those athletic moves.
This RC car is among the most infamous additions to our arsenal. It's not going to be clear why in this simple little runaround. In fact, it's pretty fun to goof off with. There is an invisible wall around the pond, but with the right angle, you can still take out the guards on the shore, which is always fun.
There you go, Sly. Hope it's everything you could have wished for.
Thanks. It looks great.
My pleasure. Really. Anytime.
Sly, isn't it time you climbed up there and joined Murray?
Yeah, sure.
This bouncy thing's also got some Chinese on it. Who wants to bet it says bouncy? I want to bet it says bouncy. Nope, it says jump. I was close. It's not terribly common for your party members to just be hanging out on the field with you like this, and for obvious reasons, they've been made invulnerable to just about every attack you can do. But they overlooked one or two things. For some reason, Penelope specifically is susceptible to your aerial attack, and everyone can be taken down with the level 1 jump attack. Thanks to Christopher Bannock for sharing this amusing oversight with me. It got me wondering if it worked in any other instances where your allies are running around with you, but it seems like this is the only mission where it's the case.
Whack the supports up on those pinwheels!
Really?
Pinwheel destabilization is the cornerstone of this plan!
Jump into my hands and I'll throw you up there!
I'm almost surprised they retook this line when they could have just reused this one.
Jump into my arms! I'll toss you up there!
Now that the pinwheels are unstable, I just need to light them up with my darts!
Once again, Bentley's absurdly overpowered quadruple jump sort of renders his own plan obsolete, and we can do some very silly things with only a bit of creativity. Where's your arm, dude? I do like anytime the game challenges your precision with these darts, but what if I missed? In front of the new team member? That'd just be embarrassing. The Guru's up last. Never mind that literally everyone else could make use of those fireworks if they wanted. Guru once again has 3 new transformations in the new region. Fireworks, some sticks reused from Australia, and probably the best one in the game, a bonsai, which is just a shrunken model of one of the trees around here. These tiger flashlight guards have a great design. I like their lanterns, I like that their attack is a throwing spear that they quite literally pull out of their ass. Though the thin ice around here is instant death for the whole crew, there's an interesting oversight involved. Guards will die instantly if they touch the central pond, but the ice on the exterior leaves them quite unharmed. Dang, Bentley, you knew it was gonna do that?
I agree. He's in a super meditative state.
So let's just shout in his ear.
Now, to break him out of this trance, we'll need to delve into his mind.
A hacksaw then?
No, it'll require channeling. Sly, sit beside the Panda King. The Guru will bridge your minds.
I see you carry the cane of the notorious Cooper Thief clan. Have you come here for revenge? To steal back the Thievius Raccoonus?
Whoa, this is just like the time I beat the stuffing out of you.
Why should you care if I bury a few worthless villagers in the snow? You are a thief, just like me.
Yeah, are you even listening to what I'm saying?
Insolent child, you shall pay dearly for your disrespect. Still, to honor your Cooper ancestry, I will send you to your doom with the beauty of my new firework technique. Flame Fool.
Uh-oh.
What craftsmanship. What complete and utter panache. This is the boss fight against the Panda King. Every detail meticulously reset. His words, his attacks, the only difference is this bow animation he does when we take a hit. It's significantly shortened on account of the fact we no longer die in one shot. This was already the easiest boss in the original game, trivialized now both by Sly's and our bolstered experience. But the difficulty hardly matters in the face of what this does for the story.
Snap out of it. This is all in your head.
My mind is clear, focused on your destruction.
I'm sure we've all been there, imagining a moment of great regret in your head, visualizing what you could have done differently, what you should have said.
You know how this'll end. I've already beat you once. I can do it again.
I have never known defeat. I am unbeatable.
It is a narrative privilege, not just to see this, but to play it out from the perspective of his nemesis. To feel the difference, to experience firsthand how much we've grown while our enemy reveled in the past. This is simply one of the coolest moments in Sucker Punch's repertoire, exemplifying the strength of the medium to tell stories in ways the written word or moving picture just can't match.
You're just a frustrated firework artist turned homicidal pyromaniac.
Am I? Am I? Let us find out.
A few more details before we psych this guy out. The Panda King retains his original voice actor in this game, Kevin Blackton, who also voiced Mugshot and the original Clockwork. And Raleigh, my god. Sorry to see you go, man. You were clearly far more talented than your career would have led most to believe. But for the longest time, I was sure he was recast in this game. Not because he sounds that different, but these lines were all tweaked slightly.
Why should you care if I bury a few worthless villagers in the snow? Why should you care if I bury a few worthless village in snow?
My guess is this was done for optics. Not that Sucker Punch has shown themselves to be above stereotypes, but I can't think of a better reason. A really cool detail to keep in mind as we get to know the Panda King in a new light is the first thing we see when we enter his mind. It's just a close-up of the lamp, but without knowing that, this looks like a fracture. A fractured psyche, you see. Everyone here just gained like 10 IQ points.
We both know why you're here. You're fixated on the moment of your greatest defeat. I beat you, and forever after you've wondered how it all fell apart.
I hate you, Sly Cooper. You've ruined me. Ruined the Panda King.
And I've hated you, but that doesn't make any of this real. Years have passed, and we both changed. Come out of this trance. Let's meet each other as we are today, and let go of who we were when this fight occurred.
You are correct. Forgive me. My mind is not always my own.
The Panda King wasn't any more excited about the notion of him joining the gang than I was. If it weren't for the Guru, who for some reason really hit it off with the old guy, the whole deal would have been a bust.
The Guru has now done one thing crucial to our success. I'm keeping count.
We could see the anger in the Panda King's eyes as he recounted how he lost a member of his own family. A daughter who was abducted by a powerful general from the northern mountains.
As I was writing my script, I was about to meme on the fact that the Panda King is the only character we've met in the entire trilogy to have canonically reproduced. Remember, Neela being Rajan's daughter is never confirmed in the final release, so haha, peak performance, etc. But the more I thought about it, the more the idea of what children represent narratively wormed its way into my mind. God, what is happening to me? Essentially, a child is the embodiment of the future, potential, everything that could be, provided you don't muck it up. Something a professional arsonist and global crime lord has got to be keenly aware of.
She was to be the bride in a forced marriage to this unscrupulous ruler, and Panda King was exiled.
There are a lot of gaps between this game and the first that we are left to fill in for ourselves. It's been somewhere upwards of 2 years. No doubt the Panda King's sentence was significantly longer than that, but he was one of the few we didn't even see incarcerated in Heathrow Prison in the comics, so it's a safe bet he escaped confinement at some point. A unit like him who can cast explosions with his fists probably wouldn't have had a problem with that. Afterwards, he reflects on all the damage he caused, reconnects with his daughter, hangs up his old mantle, and pursues a life of peace.
We agreed to help him recover his lost daughter in exchange for his skills in the Cooper Vault job. I still wasn't convinced this was a good idea, but a deal's a deal.
Sucker Punch really likes to do this thing where after the most intense or exciting chapter, we follow up with a literal cooldown in a locale cloaked in snow. China, in this case, feels especially somber. It should be intense, an old enemy at our back and a new one at our front, and yet there is a deep, melancholy feeling running underneath the whole thing. one that the Panda King sits at the center of. In keeping with our lack of tradition, we launched straight into a chalk talk before even stepping foot into the new hub. This plan's pretty simple. Jing King will be forced to marry General Cao in a few days' time, so we need to gather information fast, and by as many means as possible. We'll pose as prospective wedding planners, do some good old-fashioned B&E, and monitor things remotely. There's one crucial bit of info I'm gonna let Bentley share, though.
General Cao, a real peach, this guy. During surveillance, I actually witnessed him kick a puppy. Twice!
That's effectively deflated the tone we were building. Well done there. It's okay. I needed a good opportunity to steal the narrative weight from that sequence anyway. This can happen on the PS3 version.
Snap out of it. This is all in your head.
What head? Cold Alliance is easily the level I am least familiar with on a basis of layout. It's the only one in either Sly 2 or 3 which doesn't have what I'd consider a recon mission, instead having that interlude in the valley, and as such, there are entire swaths of this little city I have never explored on my own time. For instance, this pagoda I've been climbing has a secret room inside which serves no purpose. Or at least, it didn't. Now, on the most modern releases of this game, getting in here as Murray nets you a trophy, but in any case, it smacks of unused or cut content. The layout's not terribly dissimilar to the Contessa's prison, with a central compound standing out from the rest of the encircling level. And I believe, as a bid to curry favor with me specifically, these rails on the palace bridges are slippery, and this impressive Cao statue is covered in all kinds of blue sparkles. I think our safe house this level actually belongs to the Panda King, as very much unlike his meditation garden, this is the only thing with his iconography on it in the whole level. It almost goes without saying at this point, but that's also just great environmental storytelling, expressing the general's level of control here. Other points of note are the distant village across the water, and loads more Chinese for me to translate. These red banners say King's Son, which means prince, and then all along the southern edge of the map in this sort of rock garden area, you'll find 3 stone etchings with loads of Chinese characters. They actually kind of defy translation, since they're not words, they're names. Names that aren't Chinese really don't translate very well, so they get spelled out more or less phonetically. In addition to that, I'm pretty sure they were also just making up symbols to add to these to confuse things further, but we got there in the end. These are all members of Sucker Punch, and since that's actually a pretty short list of names, I can be reasonably certain of all my translations. The only exception is this one. I could only get one clean character here, so I have to guess this is either Augie Pagan or Adam Smith. You also get these spire points, which say dragon. It's funny, you'd think we'd have a lot more rooster imagery around here, but it's mostly dragon. Last Chinese I'll hit about town are the coins. I haven't mentioned it in this game yet, but it is a staple of the series for every level to have their own unique coin designs. Usually the icon of the villain, but these ones all say add oil, which is how the Chinese say come on, come on. This could be a reference to something I'm not aware of, but it's cute even if it's not. Before we choose a mission, we already have a Master Thief challenge unlocked after striking a deal with the Panda King. Big Air in China is a real oddball, sending us bouncing around the map. It's a little tricky, the terrain here is by and large a bit more treacherous than Venice, but it just makes me laugh that the first mission available in this hub is a totally contextless romp. Okay, for now, let's go meet the General.
This is it, General Cao's palace. If we're gonna get at the Panda King's daughter, we'll need an inside track on the wedding.
No, you can't come out yet, my blossom.
But please, my father will be so worried. Just let me tell him I'm all right. I beg of you, sir, let me out of this prison. Is this the way you woo your wife? You have shown me nothing but cruelty. I'm so unhappy.
Got some Kakejiku on the walls in here. I'm pretty sure the red ink on these is usually a signature, but in this case, it seems to be part of the title of the art. In full, Noble Bamboo Garden, which may even be a hint of foreshadowing. I don't know, is foreshadowing still foreshadowing if 99% of the audience can't decipher it? Over the entrance to the castle's audience chamber, we also have this sign. The second word is either room or hall, but the first is Luan. Far as I can tell, that exclusively refers to a mythical bird in Chinese folklore. I'm a bit mystified as to what it has to do with Cao. Man, if only I knew someone who has done extensive research into this sort of thing.
Thankfully, you do have someone. See, within East Asian folklore, the Luan is an incredibly important bird, as it represented omens of peace during times of war. It's said that during the Warring States period of the Zhao dynasty, the Luan was presented to King Zheng of Zhao as a tribute of peace after his conquest of the northern tribes of China. What's fitting with the Luan being mentioned here in the Kunlun Mountains is that this region is believed to be home to the Queen Mother of the West, a motherly goddess who's thought to be the progenitor of Taoism, as she represented peace and prosperity for Western China and to many of her worshippers. For those who venerated the Queen Mother in her own home here in the Kunlun Mountains, it's believed that they bore witness to the Luan flying over them as a sign of the goddess's presence and the prosperity that she would soon be granting them. So then why would General Cao, a warlord, have a bird of peace associated with his palace? Well, given the fact that he mentions that this has been his family's home for generations, it's more than likely that his family actually ties back to that Zhao dynasty and the Warring States period. Perhaps even in Sly's universe, his ancestor was that king who received the Luan after conquering the region. Fun parallels to think about. But one last association I found intriguing was that the Luan was said to have the colors of the evening sky. 5 colors, I'll add, that Cao is portrayed with. That being orange, gold, white, purple, and black, possibly furthering his connection to the Luan with his design as he views his conquest and marriage to Jing King as bringing peace and prosperity to all of China.
Thanks, Smith. I quite literally could not have said it better myself if I tried. We are 1,000 miles out from using the word le to make everything French. Good golly. You know what? I think Luan is meant to be General Cao's first name. Still more, these kakechiku in the main hall are different from the entrance. They say, "Awaken with you, Lotus Flower." We can also see a silhouette of Jing King in her jail cell. And finally, the character on the back wall there is Chinese for double happiness. It's made up of 2 of the characters for joy, which we can also see individually on these candles, along with a plate of oranges which represent wealth and good fortune in Chinese culture. All traditional decorations or offerings you would find at a Chinese wedding. What happened? Sucker Punch's attention to detail has always been admirable, but why? This is on another level.
Greetings, Honorable General Cao. I have heard of your impending marriage and have respectfully come before you to offer my services as wedding coordinator.
General Cao's name and design are both fantastic. He's a chicken, so it's a play on General So, and he's incredibly, insufferably arrogant, exemplified as a cocky rooster.
Given my genius, I am of course completely capable of organizing the event. However, I might be interested in employing a photographer. A day of such momentous import should be captured for future generations to marvel at.
His character is a bit more generic, lacking a certain presence on screen. You kinda get the impression he's all crow and no peck.
You'd better not be wasting my time, wedding planner. I get very, very uncharitable when people waste my time.
Sly has a new disguise to make use of. It's mechanically identical to our Venice disguise, though somehow even more dapper. My God, Sly can strut.
Sun, moon, day, night.
Yes, sir. My mistake.
It's kind of odd that the password system is still in place. There's no context given for why the guards expect this prospective wedding photographer to know them. Guess we're just lucky? Oh, also, Bentley just thinks all monkeys are ugly.
That guy's not going to cut it. Head to the waypoints. I've marked where you can find some good-looking guards.
In fact, this mission has the most savage failure screen these games have ever pulled out. If you take out a pig or tiger, monkeys are ugly and disposable. Well, I like the monkeys, thank you very much. They've been given the exact same voice lines as the monkeys from India, so knocking them off a cliff makes me feel nice and nostalgic. They also got this crazy handstand kick attack, and that's just fun. Though the voice actor for these password interactions is the same as in Venice, these voice lines are all completely new.
Could you repeat the question?
Incorrect!
By the way, I don't know who did the voices, this role goes uncredited, but 10 to 1 it's either Scully or Blackton. And finally, a subtle shift in difficulty. Passwords in Venice never asked for more than 2 different buttons, but now they can ask for all 4.
Listen up, meatheads. General Cao wants some pictures of his staff, so big smiles all around, or else.
Great shot, but you'll need a few more before talking with General Cao.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I must have accidentally used the camera that literally captures things. Maybe that's why it's the size of a briefcase. Look at the way he sets it down when he's holding a ledge. They didn't have to do that. These pig guards are some of the coolest in the series. They use just like outright magic to fight, it's amazing. These dragon heads are easy to dodge, but if you don't, they electrify you and cover your screen and this. It doesn't seem to be intended to do anything but distract you, but it certainly does that. Our last pair get photobombed by this nearby monkey, and I swear, despite Bentley's specific instructions, it never even occurred to me you could just kill him. I always waited for him to be far enough away.
Really, Sly, that's some lovely photography. Show those shots to the General. I'm sure he'll be impressed.
A fine evening to you, officer. Now that we have 2 disguises, we can pull off a supremely entertaining glitch in areas where we're required to remain in costume. Open the gadget menu and equip the other disguise to the same button, and you'll instantly fail the mission. Then, press that button again, and you'll have effectively tricked the game into thinking you just changed into the right outfit. Now you can wreak absolute havoc directly in front of Sal. There's plenty in here Sly wouldn't typically be able to circle press on, which I always get a kick out of. And I quite like the particle effects you get for destroying a paper lantern. Sal himself cannot be attacked though. Only other place we can play around with this is the beginning of the Venice operation. The most interesting thing here is that this unique fountain was given a unique broken state you'd never see without using this glitch. We can also pick a fight with Octavio, but due to his gimmick of being invincible without his feet in some tar, we can't actually do any damage to him. Also, you can use this new disguise to pull this off.
Hey, what's the temple password?
Moon.
Yes, sir. My mistake.
Sal's shield says Prince on it, just like the banners outside, and I adore the utter impatience in his animations here. The way he keeps shifting his eyes to you like, have you taken it yet?
Here, check out this pose. Impressive, I know.
Greetings, General Sao. As you have no doubt guessed, I'm the world-class photographer, hoping to play a humble role in your upcoming magnificent wedding.
Let me see a sample of your work. I have a keen eye, a great sense of artistic value. I can tell at a glance if you're world-class.
But of course, Your Excellency.
You have a strong sense of, compositional regularity and, force perspectivism. These are adequate.
This is a great line. Not only does it make it pretty clear he doesn't actually have a clue what he's talking about, he's just slinging lingo and hoping it'll land, but I'm convinced it's also a developer in-joke. Forced perspective is something Sucker Punch uses liberally in this game, and Sao himself is probably the easiest example to demonstrate. No doubt to keep the cel-shaded borders from muddying the models at long distance, the further away most characters are from the camera, the larger their models are. You can watch Sao visibly shrink as we get closer.
I'm sure it will be a wedding none of us will ever forget.
We've got some power-ups to buy before our next mission. Sly's got an upgraded jump attack, which is probably my favorite of all his charges, able to one-shot even guards which are resistant to electricity. The tigers, like the guard dogs, are completely immune to electricity though, so for them there's no substitute for the good old knockout dive takedown. Bentley needs the grapple cam before we can take on another job, and he also gets the size destabilizer. Enemies shrunken with a hit from this become much more manageable, dealing significantly less damage and dying in just one hit, no matter what you hit him with. This is the case for any guard. Any guard. Karma not so large anymore, huh? This essentially gives Bentley an option for close quarters combat, something to do if your cover's blown and you can't run away. But like so many things, it's more entertaining than outright effective. As long as we're putting the Inspector through the ringer, her invincibility when not shrunken enables us to pull off something extremely amusing. As Bentley, we can slip a bomb into her pocket, and since she doesn't die, we can see the no longer live explosives still chillin' in the pouch. It seems Bentley's bombs aren't magnetic, or at least less magnetic than that Belgian handkerchief. I guess the gold lace was pure gold or something, and we can't latch on. However, if we head back to the safe house and tag out with Sly, he is fully capable of getting the bomb back. Oddly enough, this, I guess it's a glitch, only works in Venice. It doesn't really feel like a glitch though, it's closer to what I'd call emergent gameplay. This level feels delightfully vertical. Even though it doesn't quite look it, I like that the safe house is basically the lowest point on the map, so getting anywhere is a bit of a hike.
Okay, General Sal's center of business is protected with a special double padlock.
That shouldn't be a problem. Sly's figured out he can just break these now, right? No, now we gotta pull off this elaborate coordinated pickpocket between both Sly and Bentley because the keys can be destroyed by one guard if the other knows it's missing? Yeah, okay. Jokes aside, this is actually super interesting. These padlocks on the control panel in Venice are the gateway to a cavernous rabbit hole of Sly 3 alpha content. To begin with, the game's hazard room feels completely ham-fisted and overly video gamey in the face of the extremely organic tutorial that was the Paris level in Sly 2, where every mission lent valuable context to the lessons they were meant to teach you. Well, imagine my surprise when I went digging through Sly 3's developmental versions and found that Venice was originally designed to fill that very same role. Here's a mission that taught you how to climb and wayfind. Here's one that taught you how to use Bentley's bombs and sleep darts. Hey, I recognize this sprint tutorial. I love being right. And, most pressingly, here's one for pickpocketing.
We are going to pickpocket the keys to the control box, then override the controls to spin the wheel real fast.
I'm kind of in love with these text-to-speech interactions they used in the alpha, especially this one.
Haha. I found you, and now I am going to chase you.
And I will try to get away.
Hey, I mean, it's still better than... There's a ton of cut stuff throughout the alpha, but one of the most peculiar is in that same pickpocketing mission. They were gonna incorporate this, like, baseball minigame more than once? Okay, and then here's the weirdest part. In a build that is nearly finished, the lock on the Ferris wheel was given a different design. Why did they change it back? All that does is make me question why I can't just hit them now. You flock of silly geese.
The keys are designed with a self-destruct feature, and the guards carrying them are in constant radio contact.
This mission's actually got a lot of what I guess you could call plot holes. Like, the team has so many different toys to play with now, we could go about this in a dozen different ways. Bentley could just put this guy to sleep and alleviate the need for synchronization entirely. Or Murray could get one in an airplane hold while one of us makes the pull. The rigidity really makes me want to get creative.
Hey, what's the temple password?
Whoa, whoa! What happened to my health bar? I think I just accidentally discovered an invincibility glitch. I can't seem to die.
Nice work. With this second key in my grapple cam, I'm all set up for the inner office.
Sure you won't need my help on the inside?
I'm afraid this is a problem only technology can solve.
Right. Well, have fun with your, technology.
What do you guys think is going through Sly's head here? That's not rhetorical, I genuinely want you guys to think about it.
You weren't kidding about the security in this place. Hope your grapple can lure a guard onto that pressure plate, otherwise you're never getting into that upper level.
Outside the gate behind us, the level has remained modeled with a lot of detail. None of its collision is mapped, which is actually kind of surprising, but this bouncy cloth is still kind of functional. Time to introduce a new playable character. What? The Panda King? No. The Grapple Cam. This little honey can be remote controlled by Bentley to zip around with its grapple claw, an augment that can also be quite destructive. It can even pick up coins and health packs. It can self-destruct or just beat the snot out of guards with its claw. And it's too small for them to fight back. Even if they're lucky enough to land a hit, it has enough HP to take sustained turret fire for ages. And perhaps best of all,
Yo mama! Eat dirt!
man, Bentley gets all the toys. One of the funniest things you can do with this is latch onto a spotlight and make it go absolutely haywire.
Don't be scared, little computer. This won't hurt a bit.
This hacking sequence focuses on these nutty black hole enemies, the last room challenging you to fight two at once, though they'll kinda take each other out if you let them.
Aha! The database is wide open. I'm a capital G genius.
Murray's up next with Fists of Flame and Temporal Lock to add to his repertoire. Fists of Flame is one of his old standbys from 2, especially useful in this game as a means of taking out flashlight guards. Temporal Lock is funny though. It's curious that in each of the 3 games, a different member of the team has gotten exclusive access to this move. Here, it's recontextualized as a Dreamtime technique, which is cool, but I will say I kinda preferred it on Bentley. It does work on all hostiles, including Carmelita and Octavio, which will never stop entertaining me. Wait a minute, is that... It is! What? During the Octavio boss fight, you can see Carmelita patrolling around in her copter. That's sweet. How have I never caught that before now?
The mysterious signal I picked up was somewhere on the water's surface.
I'm not seeing anything.
Keep scanning. These readings are clear.
Great snakes on a stick! I don't believe it!
What? You found the signal?
It's the team van!
This mission does an awful lot with very little. The team van was the cornerstone of the Cooper gang for the majority of the first 2 games. It represented everything about their road trip lifestyle. The quick getaways, the next caper, even complexities like Bentley's arc surrounding Jailbreak, as his presence behind the wheel for the first time went from a feeling of dread to a cause for celebration. Before Murray was the Murray and he was the team burden, he was still an asset to the gang when driving his van, which is why we were absolutely gutted when we lost it in the final act of our previous adventure. As for how it got here...
Last time I saw it, it was floating away on a block of ice in Canada! And now it's here!
Highly probable given ocean currents.
Yeah, well, I mean... maybe. It's a lot less probable it somehow drifted all the way upriver to the Kunlun Mountains, but it's why it's here that has an impact.
I gotta go get it! Don't worry, baby! Mama's coming!
Don't even think about swimming, Murray! That water's freezing! You wouldn't last a minute.
But my baby!
The bigger the gang gets, the less cohesive it feels. This is something Sucker Punch themselves identified as a compelling aspect of heist plots like this.
You know, when you get a big group of people together, maybe not everybody's going to get along, there may be a little bit of tension, so it's going to be just a ton of back and forth of, you know, differences of opinions, because they're all the best at what they do. So you're gonna get a little bit of button heads.
Especially now that Sly and the Panda King are completely uneasy with each other, with only a bargain to hold things together, what we need is something to catalyze, if I may, jumpstart the new dynamic.
Oh, my sweet van! How I've missed you! Don't worry, I'll break you out of your icy prison!
Murray's relationship with his van, the nostalgia, the familial nature of it, is so endearing. Penelope plays the pragmatist. As the most mechanically minded, she's the least sentimental about this sort of thing. She can tell he cares for it, but at the end of the day, it's just a van, and she could probably build him a better one if need be.
I will not! I will never leave her behind again!
But for the Panda King...
Words do tear at a father's heart. Would that I had such passion when they came from my little Jing King. Fear not, brave hippo. I will destroy the spike blocking your path.
And this is a real treat. The bright reflection of our fight with him in that opening number. It looks very similar to the turret missions of old, where we had to cover for a Murray that couldn't fight back, but we use this juxtaposition to show how incredibly far he's come, all while earning the respect of our most reticent ally yet. We see through the Panda King's eyes the exact perspective Sly once shared, only now, Murray is in a whole new light.
Well done, hippo. You've lit the flames in my soul. I feel awake for the first time in years.
No, thank you, Panda King. You can ride in my van anytime. You got shotgun for like a month.
A great honor. I accept.
And with that, a bond is forged, the most crucial link of common ground for the rest of the team to rally behind. And we got the van back. What a mission. Now I have to go back and talk details. This Penelope section is extremely odd. I'm pretty sure these Tiger's projectiles are only here to imply tension, as they have spectacularly bad aim. So you're free to ignore the Tigers, and the only thing you have to worry about are these rockets, which spawn independently of the guards. If you do go after these big cats though, Penelope has a completely unique set of dialogue for taking them out from the hangar defense mission.
Fly away, be free. Shouldn't have come to work today, pal.
These lines are all exclusive to this section, as she remains silent in the next stretch to make way for Murray.
Ow! You might stop my body, but my spirit's on fire!
Since you have free reign of the entire level, you can also force the chopper above its designated altitude by jimmying your way up the slopes. This serves no purpose, though it is interesting. I found that the cooldown on the thruster gets reset upon the cable hitting the ground, so you can basically boost as fast as you can mash up here. Another funny thing is that for the purpose of the code, this helicopter counts as Murray, and the yank counts as him throwing a guard. So if you have the Juggernaut throw gadget by this point, the enemies will get a pink shockwave when landing. Curious thing about Penelope, you never get to just run around on foot as her. Anytime you're ostensibly playing as her, you're just controlling one of her gizmos. However, she does have a full-blown rig that you can take control of through hacking. She has no voice lines of her own, no binocucom, no visible health meter, and no means of attack, but other than that, she is a fully fledged playable character. She has unique animations for almost everything, and they are all utterly adorable. From this little motion she does with her foot when she presses a button, which have a unique holographic icon over them to boot, to this pose she does over a bottomless pit, even her death animation. There's one more thing she can do, which is pretty cool, but it's a bit of a spoiler, so I'll put a pin in it. This all indicates pretty clearly to me she was intended to be controllable in some missions much like Guru, but that was cut. I swear I didn't mean for this to be the cut content episode, but that's certainly how it worked out. Not done with that mission yet, this battlement that the Panda King takes up position in is always visible on the map, but kinda blends in. It's all collision mapped if you get up there, but this ain't no Predator Awakes turret. No one mans this thing but the big guy. Last thing to do with that mission is the Master Thief Challenge Sharpshooter. At first glance, it seems pretty standard for these optional trials. Murray's got half health, the enemies spawn a bit faster, no big deal, right? But, this is genuinely the toughest thing in this game so far. That reduced HP bar makes a world of difference, especially when the enemies start pouring out from 2 directions at once. This took me a few tries. I did eventually figure out that since the game caps the number of guards at 5, you want to get as many as possible stuck behind the van so to ideally only have to worry about 1 or 2 at a time. A degree of strategy I was not expecting there to be any call to employ. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say the difficulty is also an evocative parallel of the first game, given this tidbit of developer commentary hidden in the code.
So probably the biggest challenge, I think, on this level was just getting the controls right. Fully manual.
We had fully manual, which was kind of like the Binocicom, where you zoomed with the right analog stick. And people were having... It wasn't good. It was too hard.
Too hard.
This speaks to me of a level of trust the programmers have gained in their player base, given now we have that more difficult mode of control and overheating to deal with, on top of a meteor challenge altogether, and I could not be happier with it. Turns out the folks who ported this game to PS4 and 5 have even more confidence in their players, since there's a trophy for beating all of Tearful Reunion without letting Murray take any damage. Penelope's chopper is allowed to get hit, but Murray can't get a scratch, which is quite the endurance challenge. I was especially baffled to find that this was the first time in the series that the guard's rocks actually count? Still, I don't think there's much I can add in terms of tactics. I'd say if you can handle Sharpshooter, you can probably do this. But I doubt anyone would fault you for abusing the system's save state function to expedite matters.
The operation is running smoothly. With access to General Sal's database and Sly successfully hired on as the wedding photographer, we're ready to make an attempt for Jing King. Given the complexity of Sal's downloaded data, I've programmed my ThiefNet computer to automatically analyze the... What the... General Sal! He's got my computer! Our whole plan is on that computer!
And while he was stealing it, he took a few flattering selfies to document it and turned those into slides, and inserted those slides into the middle of this Chalk Talk arrangement for the ultimate dramatic reveal.
Alright, Luan, I'll give you this. You got gumption. This is a cool moment. We've never seen anything go wrong during one of these presentations before.
Bentley, calm down. I need you sharp. Listen up, team. This Sao character is more clever than any of us thought. As of this moment, we have one goal: steal back the ThiefNet computer. The time for subtlety is over. Bentley, break into the palace and ransack his personal computer. He might have linked it to ours. If so, that's where we'll start. The rest of the team will stand ready. No telling where this might take us.
It's a little goofy, especially the way Bentley keeps flipping slides while panicking, like, oh, here's one of me looking distressed, this is perfect. But it does establish Sao as a lot more than just some blowhard. Dude hit us where it hurts without even letting on that he saw straight through our scan. And Sly's voice taking over for Bentley's here is honestly more jarring than the rug pull of losing the laptop. It's so unprecedented, even though it feels extremely natural given Bentley's poor improvisational skills. This is probably my favorite Chalk Talk. It subverts your expectations and actually feels crucial. And it's got follow-through. We actually don't have access to ThiefNet right now. No way to buy gadgets. If you really need your Fists of Flame fix, you can head over to any other episode and load it up there, but this is great. If this weren't the case, I'd definitely be calling it out, so well done.
General Sal's computer has to be around here somewhere. No need to be sneaky. Let's just get the job done.
Kinda weird that Bentley doesn't take this opportunity to talk to Jing King, maybe let her know her dad's working on getting her out of this. Easily my biggest criticism of this episode is that, despite how central she is to the plot, she is not even a little bit of a character. One might even say she's paper thin.
Okay, Sly, I found his personal computer. This should be easy.
This hack job is pretty significant. These red barriers in conjunction with the gravity wells and this big ol' cyber ninja boss fight are unique and satisfying to work around. I especially like the way the boss dares you to get out from your safe zone by pulling you into this hazard. There's a bit more to say about it, but I'll leave that until we finish the mission at hand.
Aha! I think I found something. His diary mentions a secret passage through the prayer bell. Then a walk across the heavens. You getting this, Sly?
I'm en route to the bell right now.
Better bring along the guru. This sounds like his department.
I'll need to set off the transfer sequence from here.
Got any ideas about that walk across the heavens thing?
This little spacewalk is simply delightful. The comical reactions of the guards, the way you can watch Guru pluck them from their patrol routes, there's just enough precision platforming sprinkled in that this doesn't feel mindless, and trying to take this quickly can feel especially stylish. No notes, one of the best platforming segments in the series.
Ah, the famous Sly Cooper. It seems you and your little gang were able to follow the trail I left for you. Of course, you'll be helpless without them, as you'll soon discover.
And Sao is still 2 steps ahead. This guy doesn't get enough credit, man. He's absolutely stunting on us at every turn, and I love this.
Why try to convince you when I can simply destroy you?
We'd expect someone as proud as him to gladly play dueling ideologies with us, but he's having none of it. Our skills will do the talking now.
I've heard of these types of battlegrounds before. The energy from all the fighting that has gone on before strengthens the combatants, allowing them to soar for long distances.
This is one of the coolest boss fights in the series. The gimmick of flying around, mastering angles and speed to evade his attacks and intercept him at just the right moment is that good stuff. But thematically too, oh my god?
This sacred forest has been the stage for hundreds of battles, as my ancestors crushed anyone who got in their way. And you will be no different.
A duel where the combatants are literally uplifted by the spirits of those who came before. This is a battle that actualizes the strength of a legacy, pitting these characters' values against each other every bit as much as their abilities. And check out what he says if he beats you.
The Cooper family has been beaten by Tao! Our legacy is superior!
He doesn't even take personal credit for it. As we strike him down to his second phase, we learn what we could easily have already guessed.
Stop this, Sal. Release Gene King and this fight can end.
No! Gene King is mine! Once our bloodlines cross, it shall be glorious!
There's nothing about Jing personally he could give a flying cockadoodle-doo about, but the reputation forged by her father. A simple question of bloodlines. He is a Sao, and this is what's done. He needn't interrogate the methods or the merits, only to look on the riches and the reputation that these practices won those who came before, and he can justify all of it.
But she doesn't want to marry you.
She's a woman. She doesn't know up from down.
His characterization is exquisitely well done. His value of tradition is conveyed with broad strokes, like his overt sexism, all the way down to the neatest little details, like the fact that he and his guards are all members of the Chinese zodiac. And it makes him really easy to hate. It's genuinely scary to see someone this intelligent be so blinded by such outdated principles.
Oh, it gets worse, Cooper. Up until now, I've gone easy on you. But now you'll sample the ancient black arts of the family Tao!
Sly fights this battle on both fronts. Since he can't help but be the product of his own family name, there's no argument he can make against the arrogant prince's short-sighted callousness without being called a hypocrite. So instead we have to focus on abating the draconic ghosts of his lineage, the grasping hands of the past, threatening to hold us back. And once again, this fight is awesome! Calling upon speed, precision, and the agility to weave in and out of range to get in what attacks you can. As the battle wages on, the safety of the bamboo grove wanes, as the general dares you to face him on even footing. As a kid, I once tried to cut down every blade of bamboo in this grove, and became convinced it must have been regrowing behind me as I went. Turns out I was wrong, and there's just way more bamboo than I thought. And you can absolutely clear it out if you want. Now me, personally, I probably would have turned that into an achievement. Call it Sao Family Landscaper or something. But instead they went with a classic. Beat Sao without taking damage. This is definitely one of the most difficult achievements in this game, mainly because by defeat Sao, it means both phases, and that means if you get hit on phase 2, you're starting over the entire mission. And let me tell ya, I don't feel the least bit cheap for dropping a save state at the start of the gauntlet. That is ludicrous. Now, taking him down the old-fashioned way isn't too bad, but I know of at least 2 ways to cheese this guy. One is push attacks. They send him flying every time, interrupt whatever attack he's doing, and if you can get him into a corner, give him absolutely no way to respond. The second, more precise but far more entertaining, is that you can delete his entire health bar with a stealth takedown. I managed to get this to work with a push attack, but I had a much easier time with the knockout dive. There is a brief instant where Sao is considered knocked out after getting hit by these. If you get close enough in that window, you can take him straight down with the good old triangle square. There are 2 Master Thief challenges for beating these phases at half health. Kinda strange they made an achievement for doing exactly this but harder, but I can't complain about it. These fights are some of the best Sly has to offer. In fact, laptop retrieval is genuinely my favorite mission in the game. I think it's better than Lemon Rage. Amazing story content, ingenious use of Sly's platforming abilities in multiple contexts, and a delightful send-off of Bentley's computer hacking mechanic. That is the significance I was alluding to back there. That'll be the last time we take control of Bentley's little cyber tank in the main story, which feels dramatic. That gameplay mode predates playing as actual Bentley. But luckily, if you're hungry for more there is. Bentley's Hackathon is another 2-player mode. Probably the one I've seen talked about the least, mainly because it's the only one that's not competitive. Well, it does track both players' scores individually, so if you really wanted to go at it over that, you could, but I can practically guarantee that you won't because you're gonna be out here fighting for your lives. This is the most difficult challenge in this game. It could very well be the hardest thing Sucker Punch has ever made. Once you get down to the lower floors, you will be drowning in enemies and bullets. There are power-ups that can even the odds, most valuably one that increases the number of shots you fire until you die, but in all likelihood, you will die. And those deaths tend to snowball as you struggle to claw your way back towards those upgrades. When I was younger, me and my friend at the time tried to take this on and never got past the 4th level. I wasn't even sure if there was a set amount of levels, or if this mode was an arcade-style infinite score attack challenge. As such, this has always been sort of a white whale of mine. What lies beneath this onslaught? It took a sleepless week of data crunching, but me and the boys did manage to break through the ice. Level 5 introduces these pink guys that emit gravitational fields. Not bad on their own, but in groups, the pole becomes too strong to get away from, and they can absolutely spaghettify you if you get too close. After that, level 6 is the final boss, essentially a tougher variant of Sao's avatar, with more projectiles, more shields, these giant lasers locking down your options, and he's dead. Okay, I'm delighted there's a completely unique hacking boss fight down here, but after all it took to get to him, I am stunned at how easy he is. Really happy to have finally conquered that though, and the boss himself isn't the only cool detail about that mode. This minigame is unlocked from the start of the game, but if you play it after reaching Cold Alliance, Penelope replaces Sly as player 2, which makes a lot more sense. There are a ton of bonuses you can get in each level for fulfilling certain conditions, like clearing quickly, an accuracy bonus for missing less than half your shots, or one for not losing a life. You can only get each of these bonuses once per floor, but only one player needs to fill the conditions in order to earn it, with the exception of the no power-up bonus. Both players need to go without for that one. The most points you can get is from the passive bonus, if one player doesn't fire a single shot. Now, thanks to the mathematical ramifications of dividing by 0, you're not allowed to get the accuracy bonus if you get this one. As usual, I'm curious as to how high this score can count. By getting no deaths, we were able to determine it was over 100,000, and with all that in mind, I won't be pursuing it, but I have calculated the theoretical maximum score. The amount of points you get for each level is kind of weird. It's like bowling for some reason. You always start with the total points you earned on the prior level. So for clearing the first board, your base score starts at 0. Then you get a 500 point clear bonus, 2,000 for no deaths, 2,000 for no power-ups, and 10,000 for one player never firing a shot. I'll go ahead and assume that if only one player is shooting with no power-ups on every floor, the only level it's even possible to get any time bonus on will be the last one. So that brings our first level's total up to 14,500, which means that after clearing level 2, our base score will start there. The no death and power-up bonuses ramp up by 1,000 every floor, and the last floor's clear bonus is 5,000 instead of 500. So our grand total, if you somehow manage to get through all this under such strict conditions, would be 379,000 points. Give or take a couple extra since the time bonus for that final boss is even more lenient than he is. If anyone out there has the know-how, I would love to see a TAS of that.
You have won this battle. The war rages on. Take your foolish computer. It won't help you. Jing King is mine.
Jing King is a person, not property. And sorry, pal, but we're ending this right now.
Beware. Beware the power of Tao.
The wedding is still on. Jing King remains Sao's prisoner. Yes, we are going to free her, but that's not enough. No, for this heist, we really need to put the screws to this guy. He's earned it. So, we're cleaning out his treasury as well.
This is my jam. The gang is just salty Sal managed to get one over on us, so now it's personal. Let's get it. Our reward for reclaiming the ThiefNet computer is the best new stock of gadgets yet. Goodness me, they are expensive though. If you haven't already, this is definitely the point of the game where you gotta start choosing which gadgets you really want, or else head out and shake down the entire population of China.
This ruby is near flawless.
We will have access to a really fast means of making money in the next episode. In the meantime, I'd say the only must-have gadget here is Feral Pounce. Thief Reflexes is slow motion mode, back for the third game in a row. It is pretty entertaining, but I have no idea what it's actually intended for. Push Attack 3 is also weird. It's really hard to tell what's improved, but here we go. Any guard hit by it becomes a massive hitbox that will hit any other guard in the same postal code. It's very silly, but Feral Pounce is Sly's long jump. This was withheld until the final episode of Sly 2, so it's nice how much of the game we have left to play with this one. Of course, going back and playing old missions with it is also a hoot and a half. As one of the best examples, in Big Truck, there's a massive bottomless pit barrier surrounding the drill in the center of Ayers Rock. With a combination of Feral Pounce and Paraglide, it's possible to land outside that barrier and run around here freely. It's really odd that the scorpions out here are programmed to attack you. Not just the soldiers either, which begs the question of why we couldn't capture the blue ones, but we're way past that now. This thing also devours some of the Master Thief sprints. The Baron's Castle is easily the most extreme.
This lock looks pretty standard, but I'll need some help carrying the goods.
The Panda King is the man for the job. He's strong, good with explosives, and capable of dealing with multiple opponents. Once we get enough fireworks, he should be capable of blowing the hopping vampire crypt sky high.
Look, Bentley, I know you believe in the guy, but I don't trust him yet.
You don't have a choice.
I like how candid Bentley's assessment of the Panda King's merits are. The idea that Murray can't really be trusted to lend his strength to the job was even set up in the opening scene.
Look, I don't mind telling you I'm putting my neck on the line here. We're all counting on you.
I will mind your neck.
Now we have to tackle a very difficult question. How do we accept the Panda King as a part of our gang? The rescue of the van was a necessary first step to building that bridge, but it was only the first step. Murray operates primarily on immediate gratification, so he's happy to judge him by his most recent deeds. Bentley's sense of objective logic clearly quells whatever personal feelings he has, but Sly's eternal fixation on the past keeps him from seeing a clear way forward. You, as the player, will probably fall somewhere in the middle. Like, yeah, a new party member who's kinda nuts with it is cool, but this guy killed a lot of people. Like, a lot of people. Where could you take this character with that? Are we going to excuse those atrocities? Redeem him? It's difficult to imagine how we could.
Hello, old friend. I am about to work alongside Sly Cooper, and I cannot carry you with me on the journey. You fool! This is your chance for revenge. He humiliated us, ruined us, made us weak.
Now, I've actually been kind of dreading this scene. I'm not a frickin' psychologist, man. I play video games for a living, and what we're presented with here is a very literal interpretation of the Panda King's inner conflict in a way that looks to me like a depiction of dissociative identity disorder, a schism which is usually brought on by a tremendous trauma, which by his account would seem to be when we toppled his empire. Those feelings of regret, humiliation, they caused him to create this altar which could bear the weight of his past failures while he walked the path of humility. This doesn't absolve him of his crimes just because only half his psyche feels responsible, but it does give us cause for empathy. Not Bentley or Sly, but us, the player. We get a modicum of control over this conversation, to navigate the inner turmoil with him, and to experience firsthand that he was never just a monster. He's a complicated man with his own values.
I have no desire to join with my weaker side. You are failure. I am the strength that used to be the once glorious Panda King. You are strong, and I am humble. But only through cooperation will we become the father Jing King needs. The yin and the yang.
Duality is a major theme of this game we have yet to touch on, and it's conveyed almost entirely through masks. The masks we have to wear to deal with our reality. Octavio's Phantom Mask, Penelope's Baron costume, Murray's mask, even the Mask of Dark Earth all create a personal disconnect. Their wearers all bearing a new persona that makes them more powerful, more confident, more intimidating. This doesn't mean the person underneath disappears, and counterwise, throwing away the mask doesn't mean that side of yourself is gone either. Neither is the solution. We all contain multitudes. It's about existing in harmony with yourself. Using the Panda King to bring all that across is brilliant. The idea of the balance of opposites is a major aspect of Chinese culture, and it's a complicated lesson to learn. I'm amazed this is the direction they went with. Usually, in media, this sort of split personality is used to make a character seem deranged or psychotic, but that's not what DID is inherently. It's a real condition that affects real people who have experienced real pain, the kind most of us can't even comprehend, and those people deserve sympathy. So it's a pleasant surprise to see Sucker Punch handle it with this kind of introspection, when they just as easily could have had the Mirror Kings go,
"You ruins your murder! Kill the nasty creatures, but hits them with us!"
And then the good Panda King banishes the evil one, and he and Sly skip hand in hand into the sunset. The writers are fully aware that's not how complex emotions are dealt with, which segues nicely into our next stage of grief, depression. This is the toughest one to talk about, because it's an extremely sensitive issue that affects a wide array of people, and all of them differently. It's not just being sad, it's like drowning while watching everyone around you breathe. But I think the aspect of Cold Alliance that captures depression best is how underlying it is. The Panda King doesn't mention his internal struggle to anyone, choosing to wage that battle alone in a way that will ring all too familiar to anyone who's wrestled with loss. The fact is, you're probably not gonna know when people in your life are suffering this way, regardless of if they're capable of reconciling with it on their own.
If strength were all that mattered, Sao would be an ideal son-in-law. Very well. Cooper shall live.
In the end, it may even be a blessing that we have someone as despicable as Sao on which to direct that emotional turmoil. This room we're in is never used for anything else, and can't be explored without manipulating the game's code, but it's fun to walk around in for a minute just the same. This mirror is, of course, not a mirror, but a window to a nearly identical room. It sells the illusion just fine, but there's actually something really odd about it. The mirror room has an exterior window, but no door, and if you look at this building from the overworld map, it seems like that is how things are constructed. I mean, I'd hope this house has another room. There's such a thing as being too much of a minimalist.
Fear not, Cooper. I shall not kill you this day.
Ditto.
In control of Papa Bear now, the Panda King is almost as powerful as Carmelita. His melee attack is a bit of flame fu, which can instantly defeat any normal enemy, and he can unleash a hail of fireworks on a multitude of foes and breakables at once. He doesn't have any other abilities, not even an aerial attack, which does feel odd, but he doesn't need it. The Panda King does have his own binocucom that you're never required to see. It's got this nice samurai shogun aesthetic. I like this. He also has his own holographic icon on buttons, and a whole slew of animations you're not likely to catch on a typical playthrough. I love his ledge grab. He looks so unamused. And check out his falling to death one. His drowning one also has a bit of extra detail and some of his fireworks floating to the surface. It occurred to me I should check out the Guru's animations too, considering we never get to control him on a map with bottomless pits. And for an unused animation, this is quite elaborate. I can also show what happens when you possess a guard that wasn't considered. You don't get to do any attacks and they just use their normal running and jumping animations. Perfectly functional though.
Such power! Looks like it was enough to wake up the undead guardians.
These vampire designs are extremely clever. The main inspiration is the Chinese... Oh shoot, I didn't look up how to say that. Welcome to this pronunciation video. The main inspiration is the Chinese Qiangshi, which are comparable to both vampires and zombies in the West, but their interpretation as a praying mantis, a creature known for both moving in a similar way, and for a variety of somewhat disturbing carnivorous habits, is a stroke of genius. For some reason, they also explode on defeat, I guess just to incentivize taking them out at range, but it also works as a reason why we couldn't just do this with Murray. As long as we're smashing graves, the words written on every stone out here say Forbidden Land, but for some reason the word land is written backwards. As far as I can find, this isn't the sort of thing you'd traditionally write on a gravestone, but maybe it's more to do with the undead elements. Check out this one-digit lock Sly's trying to crack. How does that even work? This mission gives the impression that you need to protect Sly while he's busy trying to figure these out, but the vampires only pursue you, so you can set up shop basically anywhere you want. Like this little outcropping over here, where the dudes won't even be able to reach you. Not that you really need to make this easier on yourself. This stretch of the job basically exists so we can revel in the Panda King's destructive power. Bentley's bombs certainly can't pull this off.
We're making a pretty good team. This is the last of the fireworks. Put them in the crypt and kaboom! No more hopping vampires.
Yes, this ordinance will suffice.
They're gonna be fangs everywhere! Right. I'll just head back to the safe house.
Yes, do that.
That scene has always stood out in my mind. The fact that Sly is trying, despite his own judgment, to treat him like one of the guys, only for the Panda King just to utterly shut him down, makes it really clear that this will be nothing more than a professional relationship. And yet, that bridge has officially been crossed.
The deed is done!
Okay, you know who's got the best falling animation in the game? Bentley. He also gets the Rage Bomb gadget. Same properties as the Insanity Strike, just in a ranged package. Not too much to say about this one.
Hey Bentley, are you and Murray finished fixing up the van?
I'm afraid we'll need a new power source. The old polycellular battery has lost its core.
Okay, is there one around here I can steal for you?
Penelope's aerial reconnaissance has located a candidate, but due to the delicate nature of the work, I should be the one to decouple it.
So, what? Can I help out here at all?
You see that? And this scene from earlier?
Sure you won't need my help on the inside?
The gang has doubled in size now. A typical episode is usually about 7 jobs and a heist. With 6 party members to go around, the amount of playtime each one gets is thinning significantly. And that's felt most prominently with the guy whose name is on the box.
Right. Well, have fun with your, technology.
I wouldn't blame you if you felt it was a problem, but the fact that Sly himself is feeling it in-game is significant.
Is the battery complete?
Yes, it just needs to be charged.
Seems like that might be a problem in these parts.
Well, if we took it the rails,
Hold it right there, Sly Cooper. Don't move or I'll zap you.
And let's not forget our honorary last member. I have never seen anyone playing this game so much as hesitate to open fire on Sly. Yeah, hell yeah, let's get him, Miss Fox. This is a genuine catharsis. Like, the roles aren't really reversed, but we finally get to feel what it's like to be on the other side of the Carmelita sequences that have defined this trilogy since the very beginning. Let's finally nail that blasted ringtail. The battery's got one more Chinese word on it, electricity. But unlike most of the Chinese in the rest of the level, this is a simplified character instead of a traditional one. An extremely subtle detail that nonetheless hints at how out of place this modern technology is in this region.
Yes! Interpol, I've captured Sly Cooper. Repeat, captured Sly Cooper. Requesting extraction unit. Over.
Nice acting, Sly. The battery is fully charged.
Man, I thought I was so frickin' clever. I was gonna do this whole thing using only kicks and be like, how did Sly charge the battery if I didn't shoot him? But nope, sucker punches ahead of me on that one. He only takes damage from the shocks. I'll tell you where they're not ahead of me though. Carmelita doesn't have damage animations for falling. She's too cool for that. But she does have death animations, and they're weirdly less finished than Penelope's. When drowning, she uses Bentley's voice line. And for falling, she drowns. She also doesn't have a burning animation. In fact, she doesn't have a burning animation so hard she just becomes immune to fire.
Now that the battery is full, it won't absorb any more of Carmelita's shots.
No, really. It was an easy capture. I don't deserve a medal. He was practically... Cooper!
Now back on familiar ground, and this is pretty much exactly what I was asking for back in Holland, an extended chase around the whole map. I personally am amused by the way the battery flies off your back if you die in this section. It even makes its own splash if you land in the water. But that's about all there is to this one.
Excellent! The van is ready to go! You rock, Sly!
Man, that mission was cool. The Inferno Flop is Murray's most powerful all-purpose killing tool. Big or small, friend or foe, this gadget burns everything around him. Now we just have to keep an eye out for the next time Murray is called upon to actually fight. I bet it'll be incredibly soon.
Hey Murray, check it out. That strong box should be the prime router for the hardwire phone lines.
Yeah, hard phone lines.
You're the only one on the team strong enough to open it. Crack the lid, and I'll be right down to reroute the wires.
Sure, Penelope. Easy for a muscle man like myself. Just keep clear and let old Mercules work.
What kind of animal do you think Hercules was in this world? I'm thinking like a yak.
That's bad gas.
This is all my fault. Hang in there, Murray. I'm coming.
Quickly, take the foreigner to the highest peak and blast him to pieces. Be sure to leave a trail of gunpowder. All must be done in accordance with tradition, or the ancestors will be displeased.
Okay, so this mission is a surprising difficulty spike, the likes of which we haven't really dealt with since the first game. I often hear people say Penelope's RC car is their least favorite vehicle in Sly 3, and I have no doubt this mission is a huge part of why. It's not that it feels bad to control, its handling is extremely tight, and its turret auto-locks onto pretty much anything you want to shoot extremely well. It's that this is a multi-minute long gauntlet with no checkpoints. Slip up near the very end and it's all the way back to the beginning. The fuse is also pretty stressful, but like, it's absolutely supposed to be. This is a timer on Murray's life, get the lead out. Like most things of this nature, it does rubber band pretty hard, and won't be tough to catch up with if you goof a bit. If you do fall too far behind, there are a few urgent lines Bentley can say that I'd never heard before.
Penelope, you're getting too far behind the fuse! Murray doesn't have much time left, Penelope! Step on it! Hurry up, Penelope! The fuse is getting shorter by the second!
While I wait to see if the fuse can even reach Murray if I don't chase it, let me see if I can find anything about this execution method. Let's see. Quartering, torn apart by chariots, beheading, strangulation... Nope. Exploded on a mountaintop with a mile-long fuse doesn't seem like it was really a thing. That makes sense. Gunpowder's gotta cost at least enough money you wouldn't be this frivolous with it, but dang if it's not pretty metal. Okay, so that took 5.5 minutes. My complaint about this mission is this.
Use your RC car! It should be fast enough to beat the lit fuse up the mountain! It's the only tool we've got to save Murray!
It's the only tool we've got? Penelope has a helicopter, I thought? What is literally everyone else doing right now?
Hold tight, big guy. Might be close.
Yes! The Murray lives! I will never forget you, brave little RC car. We will be friends forever. You can ride in my van!
Alright, the humor in this game, especially from Murray, is great, but it's still pretty rare for it to get a full-on laugh out loud from me. But that one definitely does it.
Time to free Jing King, rob General Sal blind, and send him up the river. I call it Operation Wedding Crasher.
This episode's been kinda weird structurally. We really didn't do, like, any setup. The prologue area doesn't feel like it's a part of the main heist, so apart from finding and fixing the van, what did we do to prepare for this heist? I guess we wiped out the vampires, but every single other mission was just gathering intel. I'll admit, I tend to forget Cold Alliance is a part of this game, and this is probably why. Like, every time I see the concept art for this episode, with its teetering structures and high cliffs, I catch myself thinking, oh man, I wonder what happened to that level. Even though we basically did get everything in these pages.
I'm in green light position. Let's get a roll call.
Ready!
In position.
I'm pumped!
This roll call is a major callback, or I guess call forward to the prologue. These voice lines are all completely identical.
In position.
I'm pumped!
Except Panda King.
I too stand ready. Even if we fail, it will have been an honorable effort. Jing King is not forgotten.
Probably a good thing considering what's at stake for him. Also, where are these two standing right now? Is this the cave on the far end of that broken bridge? Oh no, this is that little cave where the van is parked.
Penelope and Murray are relying on your second story work to be let in. They should be in position by the front door.
You can pretty easily reach the vent we just crawled in through, but it's a very rare case of unusable blue sparkles.
Opening the door for a lady. And some say chivalry is dead.
I try to show my proper respect. You guys gonna be okay in here? The security's tight.
Yeah, we're fine. You'll need to get moving if you're going to make your rendezvous with the Panda King and the Guru.
Always a slave to the schedule. That's me.
Woohoo! A little bit of rapport between Sly and Penelope. That's what I'm here for.
What's the plan?
According to the blueprints, there's a security computer on the far side of the room under the dragon statue. I should be able to destroy it with my RC car, provided I don't trip any of the blue security beams along the way.
Blue security beams? Oh man, this is tense!
Is this a developer in-joke? Like the fact that every security measure we've ever seen has been either yellow or red, so Murray is genuinely freaked out at the introduction of a third color? This is another mission that I think draws a lot of ire for the RC car. Once again, it's a pretty long gauntlet, and one slip-up will send you all the way back to the beginning. I do remember this one taking me ages and ages as a kid. Like, I thought I'd never get it. Looking back though, I think that was just because I was impatient. Unlike the fuse, there's no time crunch here. You have no reason not to take your time and thread these needles as carefully as you please, so I don't think it's as rough as the last one.
That should do it. The laser door should be going away.
They must have another computer or something.
But there was only supposed to be one.
The fact that Penelope doesn't excel at improvisation much like Bentley is another nice character beat for her.
There's no way we'll get in.
Penelope, I've been doing this a long time. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that when the plan gets messed up, always fall back on the golden rule.
Yeah? What's that?
Break stuff.
Oh.
You're right.
He is?
If I can destroy all the security nodes before the other computer comes online, that laser door should deactivate.
Less talk and more breakery.
Okay, I love this. Really cements Murray's role on the team. His grace under pressure is absolutely necessary at this point. And you can see how well he and Penelope complement each other, and how Bentley and Sly would have come to rely on this guy for his input as well as his strength. This is also pretty cathartic. After a tense stealth section, letting loose on all these nodes and the walls between them is almost therapeutic. The time limit is also extremely generous. Just don't miss the ones sectioned off in their own cubicles, and this is no problem.
Yes!
Wow! You're pretty good at breaking stuff. I can respect that.
Thanks, pal. Let's get that treasure.
Huh, it's actually gotten pretty rare that we have the option to abandon missions by leaving whatever building we're in. Like, we couldn't even leave Sao's palace when we were trying to get him to hire us. A lot of details to love in here, like around the incense bowl that someone else definitely broke, carved into like every surface is this character. Once again, like the gravestones outside, these are mirrored, which has only served to confuse my translator, but this means life or longevity. Then the rug down the center has the word dragon, though again, it's backwards. Was this on purpose? Did they not want it translated? Oh wait, I don't even gotta look this one up. I know this one. This is heaven. In Japanese, though, hold up, that can't be right. No, it's right, that's the same word in both languages. That's kinda cool.
Looks like a double lever trapdoor.
Hey, bet you didn't expect this to come back. You know what? Thinking on it again, if a door were set up to be locked unless I tried it 30 times, I definitely wouldn't figure that out. Oh, hold on, Sao's a cut above though. I've been standing here for like 20 minutes. I stopped counting after we passed 100, so I think it's safe to say you do have to press Murray's button to get inside. This is a really cool dragon statue. I love the way it's wrapped around this swirling earth sphere. And I want to talk about it a little. Is it possible that Sao's ancestors were dragons? We haven't really considered the ramifications of cross-species romance in this world, but we know it's definitely a thing. And we haven't seen any horrible hybrids wandering around, so you gotta figure the result of any given parent is just whatever the mother was. Like Pokemon. If you hack Sly in here, you can walk along the dragon's back, and even find a few other things exclusive to him, including a couple extra vent entrances around. This one over the door is even lasered off until we take the security down, though you'd never see that.
Yes! We're in!
What do you see? Is it awesome?
There's plenty of loot, but the foundation looks rotted out. Totally unstable.
Hey Murray, Sal's on his way to your position. How you coming with the treasure?
We're doing awesome! Stand aside, Penelope! Cannonball!
No, wait!
That was a thunderflop, Murray. Come on, you literally have a ball form. Kinda obvious to assume since they didn't show it, but the inside of the vault is nothing to write home about.
Always a slave to the schedule. That's me.
It's cool to get a bit of time play in this heist. That's not a device we see them break out too often, but with 3 separate teams all working different angles, I think it's pretty justified here.
Might as well do it with style.
The bases around you are used in an ancient Chinese security technique to detect subterranean thieves. Our tunneling to free Jing King will shake the palace.
I get you. If any of the vases tip over, it'll trip an alarm.
This isn't exactly true to life, but the original seismometer, or earthquake detector, was invented in China nearly 2,000 years ago, and its design is kind of vase-esque, so this gets a pass from me. I remember having a lot of trouble with this as a kid too, but that was mainly because it literally didn't occur to me to jump, and having to run around the centerpiece here does make things needlessly difficult. But you know what? I like needlessly difficult sometimes, so I've gone ahead and memorized the exact order these things shake in. Front and center, 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 2, 8, 1, east, north, west, 1 again, 8 again, 10 again, last stretch now, south, north, west, and don't worry, 4 o'clock, we didn't forget you, we're in. That'll teach you not to be procedurally random. It's honestly a weird choice to have this tunnel cam on screen at all, since you can't really afford to pay attention to it, but it is cool. You can see them actively make progress, and after launching the last rocket, you can even see a shaft of light from the ceiling indicating their access to Jing's cell. I was able to find where on the palace map this tunnel is, but I couldn't get it to load in properly when reached from out of bounds, so all that's over here are the rock barriers they blast through and the little fireworks device they were using to tunnel. Still neat though. Another oddity, if you pull out your binocucom in here, it's still set as your spy cam. It does not surprise me no one thought to double check that.
Hear that, Bentley? You're up.
Lure Carmelita with your grapple cam to the front of the palace. I left her a calling card and I'm sure she'll see it and come inside.
You, with the low self-esteem! Hey you, unattractive person! Come over to this position!
Kinda don't love that Bentley just canonically roasts Carmelita here. These voice lines work in my head for the guards, but I always felt there was a respect between these two. There's gonna be another mission later where Bentley's grapple cam callouts change to suit the mission, so I wish they'd done the same here.
Cooper! Ugh. These guys have to brag even when they're running away.
Oh, Father! You have rescued me from General Sao. I was beyond hoping for such a thing.
Yes, my daughter. You are safe.
Heads up, Sly. You've got company.
Okay, Bentley. Secret Plan Alpha is underway. You know the one where I disguise myself as General Sal and steal the veiled bride during the wedding ceremony? Yeah, make sure the whole gang's there. Okay, I'm headed to the rendezvous now. Over and out.
Sly Cooper and his secret plans. Who's this veiled bride he's so interested in anyways? Well, he's not the only one who can play the disguise game. I'll give him and his gang a shotgun wedding they'll never forget.
Okay, this was the plan? Sure hope Carmelita doesn't just shoot Sly while he's feeding her this fake intel. Hope she doesn't question the presence of an entire tunnel in Jing King's cell. Alright, I'll roll with it.
Hey Murray, Sal's on his way to your position. How you coming with the treasure?
We're doing awesome! Stand aside, Penelope! Cannonball!
No, wait!
Uh-oh.
Okay, guys, parachute down the treasure to me. I'm ready.
I love how many different angles we get on this complete decimation. We just dropped that whole temple off the mountain. Woohoo!
Never have I suffered such an outrage! You shall pay!
Eat it, Sal! I broke your temple, and I'll break your face for messing with the Cooper gang!
The outrage! Stone Dragon of the Temple, I summon you from rock to flesh! Aid the family Tao in this hour of need!
Oh, okay, here we go. It's funny, I actually don't have a lot to say about this. With all the rest of the black magic Sal's been whipping up, that stone dragon coming to life feels downright precedented. And just like Giant Carmelita, the platforming sequence we get out of it feels like a worthy climax. We're dodging fire breath and this molten tongue, riding fireworks back up when he tumbles us off, you can see Penelope struggling in his claws. I really enjoy this. How's it hold up thematically?
Haha! The Tao line is master in this place. Hear me, Sly Cooper! My lineage surpasses yours in every way!
It's not about the family name, pal. It's what you do with it.
Yeah, this serves. This is basically the Sao line's guardian spirit, this incarnation of wrath and power, and it works for me that beating it is the same as defeating the arrogant prince. Obviously not in his eyes, but it's enough for the gang, and more than enough for the Panda King.
Feel like making an exit?
My hero.
I still win, Cooper. You might have stolen my treasure and thwarted my dragon, but I still have the bride. Jing King is mine.
We get a really slow, plucky rendition of the wedding march in the background here.
General Sao had his wedding right on schedule. Everything was as he'd arranged.
You got one last appearance of the word prince on Sao's groom outfit, and is that some Luan imagery on the wedding gown? Why, I do believe it is.
Except the bride came as kind of a shock.
I love the implication through all of this that the gang stuck around to watch the fireworks. You really don't outfox Bentley and get away with it.
Carmelita was a little disappointed it wasn't me she busted at the altar, although I doubt she minded taking Sao into custody. He did after all plague the streets with the undead. From what I hear, the locals were happy to see him go. We dropped off Jing King with her aunt. The Panda King insisted that she'd be safe there and that he needed to pay off his debt to the gang. I was still wary, but there was no denying that his skills would come in handy. Needless to say, we lived it up in the back streets of Shanghai. What kind of gang of thieves would we be if we passed up on recreation like that?
We end on one last callback to the China level in the first game. This is just really cute. The fact that Murray's still pulling even though the Panda King is a whole weight class above him, Bentley and Penelope are still adorable, and here we go, one last burst of translation. This says big discount. I don't think that's Chinese, I'm pretty sure that's just 59, and I did try this little pamphlet up here, but the letters are just too small, I couldn't get anything from it. But this little shot is the perfect bookend for this chapter. We started out with the boss of Fire in the Sky and ended with the very next scene. The intervening time spent taking a very thoughtful look at relationships, legacy, and perhaps most importantly, reputation. I'm willing to bet it was because Sly's reputation preceded him that Sao caught a whiff of our schemes the moment we showed up. As someone trying to operate in the shadows with the element of surprise, that kind of fame is a burden. And despite the themes of duality, there are 3 sides to the argument in this mission. All thieves, none quite seeing eye to eye, but it's the Panda King's experience and hindsight that wraps up this section of the story. He was a king, not by blood, but by force. He was glorious, feared worldwide, but the actions he took from that position nearly cost him the only one he cared about more, and all because that's exactly what he did to Sly. The Cooper gang coming in to prevent him from suffering the same fate, when it would have been so justified from one perspective, is extremely poignant. Sly doesn't forgive him, but he doesn't need to. Helping the Panda King win his happiness is the right decision. And it's not the last time Sly will have to make that choice. A cold alliance has been forged, and now there remains only one shadowy figure from the intro we have yet to account for. The writing is only getting better as we go. Cold Alliance was rich with compelling themes, patriarchy, tradition, material and immaterial value, and yet the stronger the story becomes, the more the framework has to strain to support it. As we get further and further away from the run and jumping that Sly was founded on, finding ways to uphold the story with more and more ideas, characters, and gimmicks, it's easy to criticize Sucker Punch for piling on the toppings and the sauces when all I asked for was a cheese pizza.
Whatever happened to the concept of less is more?
But less is more than just think how much more and more will be.
It feels cheap to make jokes. We've already discussed at length the design philosophies that led to their decision to add so much gameplay variety, the experience of a theme park, the gang's thieving opportunities chafing under the limitations of the simple control scheme. But one thing you have to give Sucker Punch is that they know when an idea has run out of rope. Whenever a funky vehicle segment rears its head, you can at least be sure that it'll only show up again if it's served by some sort of twist or escalation, which in its own way is kind of remarkable. That entire control schemes and animation rigs were created for the sake of one mission apiece shows a lot of restraint on the developer's behalf, and more respect for their players' time than most people give them credit for. A less savvy team would rationalize that the work they put into such a minigame should be justified by having you play it constantly. But Sucker Punch's emphasis on variety has always given each level, each mission, and especially now, each character their own flavor. And I would be hard-pressed to identify an episode where those ideas are better highlighted than Dead Men Tell No Tales. Another one of those killer tableaus of the gang. Penelope's sticking close to Sly, this time the King's the one in the outer orbit. I gotta say, the Guru's gremlin energy is really growing on me.
We got the message late one Saturday night. Dimitri was calling in the favor I promised him back in Holland.
Dimitri's profile picture is a direct screen grab from the intro to Black Chateau. And man, it's criminal we don't get these lines voice acted. I feel like reading into the orthography here. Check out the way Dimitri starts by properly capitalizing his sentences, but once he starts getting static from Bentley, he pivots to reflect the slightly more shorthand style. Given we know the reason for Dimitri's broken English is that he's something of a linguistic chameleon, I just think that's nice. Once again, Penelope is looking even better than her anime profile pic. Panda King in a t-shirt is hilarious. Everybody Koopa until Sly shows up with the golden teeth. Murray rocking that Eye of Ra tattoo and his dark poetry of darkness. Bentley's giddy-up strikes me as a direct reference to Buffalo Bill, and I'm assuming Guru's baseball outfit isn't meant to evoke a specific team, but if it is, it's probably the Oakland A's. I love to see the team traveling in style like this, especially since cruise ships are on that hotel level for me, so where are we off to in such high fashion?
Bloodbath Bay. Easily the most lawless town on Earth. It's home to a group of cultural hermits who doggedly maintain the ways of their pirate forefathers.
Bloodbath Bay is not a real place, and from the sounds of it, we should be glad of that. But its origins as a hub of piracy are undoubtedly rooted in the likes of Nassau and the Isle of Tortuga, which were famous no-questions-asked havens for pirates, but that was in like the 1600s, so our destination here is something of an island out of time, which I'll dive further into in a bit.
The cruise over gave us some time to get the rundown from Dimitri. I guess his grandfather, Remy Lusteau, was a pioneer in deep-sea diving. He'd made a fortune looting undersea wrecks.
Remy Lousteau is probably a reference to Jacques Cousteau, the real-life father of scuba diving. I was consulting the likelihood this was a deliberate reference with my friend and editor Igrilith, who happens to be a massive marine nerd, and it quickly blossomed into a really fascinating rabbit hole. So you know what? It's time I properly introduced someone. This is 2C Phoebe.
Hello.
We came up with her to be a stand-in for the audience for me to occasionally bounce off of, but given she's already voiced by my friend Igrilith, take it away.
Alright, so let's start with the species. Dimitri, and by extension his grandfather, are both marine iguanas, the species of large marine lizards endemic only to the Galapagos. Despite how voracious they look, they're actually herbivores and subsist almost entirely on marine algae. They do this, how else, by diving, and can hold their breath for anywhere between 30 to 40 minutes.
Then we've got their nationality. Like Jacques, Dimitri hails from France, but curiously, his grandfather is from the Caribbean. It seems he was still a francophone though, so we figure he was most likely born in Haiti, around the early 1900s.
Which places this particular Quaquilotherm's preeminent plundering pursuits right around the revolution of autonomous underwater diving. In 1942, Jacques Cousteau and his partner Émile Gagnon developed what they had dubbed the Aqualung, the first ever open-circuit, self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. And yeah, that's where scuba comes from. So this French-speaking marine iguana's grandfather, who possessed this revolutionary scuba gear, who was diving around the time that the Aqualung was invented, and whose last name is one letter off from the also French-speaking inventor of scuba, according to the Sly Wiki, is only potentially a reference. Wait, hold on, is his name really spelled that way?
Yeah, why?
Because it's not how you spell Remy.
Sure it is, it's right there.
But Wikipedia has like 20 spellings and none of them are—
Now the really fascinating takeaway for me is the realization that this must have been planned to an extent when Sly 2 was still in development. Given that Dimitri's last name was known internally, and that his species hails from the opposite side of the world from where he set up shop. Sucker Punch has always been extremely deliberate in choosing what animal to use for which character, and nationality is at the forefront of that decision-making process. So why put a Galapagosian lizard in Paris? Add to that, we have some evidence there may once have been a pirate level planned for Sly 2. We have this artwork of an unused gorilla boss, and it just gets the wheels in my head spinning, wondering how long this has been planned.
Although his luck ran short when a young cutthroat by the name of Black Spot Pete stole not only his loot, but his precious diving gear as well.
Black Spot Pete is not named after a famous pirate, but rather after a piratical tradition thought up by Robert Louis Stevenson for his novel Treasure Island, which you can be sure we'll be paying a lot of homage to going forward.
A broken man, Remy retired from treasure hunting and eventually started a family.
Tell us what happened to Dimitri's little sister, you cowards! I demand to know!
Dimitri, growing up on his grandfather's stories, dreamed of one day recovering the gear. So that was our task. We've been called in to get our hands on this miraculous diving equipment.
It's a weird premise, right? Even before we get into the mini anachronisms, our objective is just this 60-plus-year-old set of diving gear. Dimitri, I know your main goal is probably revenge, but I'm pretty sure we could just buy you a straight-up better scuba suit, right? This is something of a watershed chapter in Sly's history, more removed from its groundings in reality than most anything we've had to contend with. Even when the generally more fantastical Sly 1 did pirates, it didn't give much time to focus on it. Like, yeah, pirates still exist, but a full shipyard of wooden three-masted galleons and schooners, a stone skull fortress, and an entire port of scurvy dogs bedecked in bandanas, peg legs, and eye patches? We have functionally time-traveled to the golden age of piracy, and that may be a tough pill to swallow. It's probably gonna depend on how much Yarhar Fiddle-Dee-Dee is in your heart, but I think it's also important to look at this from the perspective of its era. Pirates have been a matter of morbid curiosity in the literary world for centuries. Treasure Island is probably the most famous story about them, thanks in no small part to its many adaptations, but swashbuckling stories put to paper and film were in perpetual vogue from like 1724 through to the 1960s, with Disneyland's own Pirates of the Caribbean ride being something of a last gasp for the genre before... You wanna guess what happened?
It's one small step for man.
In the wake of the space race, science fiction completely eclipsed its historical and fantastic rivals. In fact, just because it makes my point, less than a year after the Pirates of the Caribbean ride opened, Disney's Tomorrowland began a massive renovation with renewed sci-fi vigor. You could no longer profitably tell a story about pirates unless they were crewing a spaceship. It's a bit ironic then that it was also Disney, once so eager to chase trends, that started the new pirate boom of the early 2000s, with a movie adaptation of the same ride that practically rang the old boom's death knell. Curse of the Black Pearl is genuinely one of Walt Disney Pictures' greatest achievements. And not that I have the time here, but I don't even need to prove that, because just look what happened next. And nowhere was that buccaneering influence felt more than in the realm of video games. A torch which otherwise had all but solely been carried by the Monkey Island series was suddenly taken up by everyone in Reach, and that privateer fever has only intensified over time. Curiously, one of the front runners in that crowd was our very own Sneaky Raccoon, and it's kind of a feather in his tricorn. We've barely scratched the surface though, so before I spoil the surprise, let's get underway. Bloodbath Bay is a surprisingly small map that nonetheless has a lot of fun nooks and crannies to explore. This misty path along the rocks at the foot of the waterfall takes today's Secret Pagoda Room award for stuff I never knew was in the game. But in terms of the rest of the town, I love how the maritime aesthetic of line everywhere means Sucker Punch needs no excuse to make this whole area relentlessly climbable. And the forest of masts and crow's nest makes this an absolute playground for our paraglider. Not to mention the very considerate inclusion of this catapult on top of the safe house.
There he is, Black Spot Pete.
I didn't think pirates could get that old. Thought scurvy would get them or something.
Don't lower your guard for an instant. All pirates are killers, plain as that, and they don't trust outsiders at all. How's your pirate accent?
Arr, I forgot me number 2 pencil for the Scantron test.
Joke all you want, but that guy won't help us out until you've earned his trust.
Black Spot Pete's got a pickpocket pouch on his back, but there's never anything in it, though we can probably assume there was intended to be at an earlier point in development. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised at the overt alcohol references around this level. I know the ESRB can slap a T rating on you for that, and I figure if it weren't an issue, the beverages back at the Hotel del Europe would probably have been more overtly wine, to say nothing of the lemonade bar.
Black Spot Pete, I've come to talk of treasure, a subject I hear you're familiar with.
Treasure! But I won't chatter with the likes of you on so blessed a subject. Get out of me sight, landlubber. All my years I only spoke of the golden kindness with me partner, cantankerous Tim.
Maybe we can work out a bargain.
Shut your mouth hole, lubber, and cork it with me cutlass. Hard on the tonsils, I assure you.
God damn, that was a really vivid, child-friendly death threat. Oh my god. Old Pete's got these kinda creepy, bulbous eyes with no pupils, I guess to drive home how blind he is. He can't be interacted with in any way, or even seem to see or hear you no matter what you do.
Salt of the earth, that Black Spot Pete.
It's clear to get anywhere with the old coot, we'll need to fool him into thinking that you're Cantankerous Tim.
The job becomes a series of antics centered around stealing pieces of Cantankerous Tim's old pirate outfit from a bunch of various guards, starting with this guy.
That's Stone Jake, toughest guy you'll ever meet.
This level's flashlight guards are basset hounds, and wield full-on cannons, which is pretty badass. I love the way they just drop it on you as a melee attack. So Stone Jake here, the keeper of the eye patch, is invincible to all our antics, and we're intended to lure him across the map to an anchor trap and concuss him that way.
Stone Jake has a thing about monkeys. If you whack the palm trees, he's sure to come running.
Funnily enough, this level's regular flashlighters are a rare breed not to have any resistance to your jump attack, but Jake here is in another league. He can even swim? Oh dear lord, he can't be stopped! Funnily, his weakness isn't anchors, but this anchor specifically. If you manage to lure him through town instead of along the beach, he can shrug off any other trap no problem, so it's gotta be the one by the fortress. We could lure him carefully around, or we could make use of the newest gadget available to Sly, Shadow Power 2. This one lets us do basically anything while invisible, running, jumping, attacking, even pickpocketing, and will remain undetectable unless we attack a guard directly. You'll notice it doesn't replace Shadow Power 1, and that's because it also drains our gadget meter a little faster, so you can pick based on the situation.
There's the second lieutenant. You need to steal his peg leg.
Peg leg? Seriously? Isn't that kind of harsh?
You'll need it for the costume. It's very unique. Look, what you need to worry about is getting past his bodyguards.
I'll have to pick them off one by one.
Oh yeah, sure I will.
Excellent work.
I love how, from his bodyguard's perspective, this guy basically just tripped and died, and they're completely unconcerned. These Chihuahua guards are kind of funny. For the longest time, I thought they were cats because all their voice lines are recycled from the cat guards in Venice. I think some of their animations are too. Rounding out our trio are golden retrievers. They're probably my favorite in the game. They really just have so much swashbuckling swagger, dual-wielding swords, and they're the first rooftop guard to realize the flashlights aren't the only ones allowed to have guns. And they can blast you with a pistol at mid-range. If you just swing mindlessly at them, they can effortlessly block and parry your attacks. I like them. They're good boys. Even though they do have an embarrassing tendency to fall asleep on slanted roofs and slide off to their deaths.
You've just got one lieutenant left, Twitchy Ned. I'm afraid word's gotten out that someone is taking down lieutenants, and he's hiding out up in a crow's nest.
Twitchy Ned's a fun one-off character. I like all this chatter he spouts as you climb up to his hiding spot.
They're everywhere. The dogs are closing in. Stay awake. Keep your wits about you, Ned. Stay sharp. Yes, sharp as an axe, sharp as a pin, sharp as a tack, sharp as a... Gotta keep alert. Alert.
I also like that you can skip it using the catapult.
They're everywhere. The dogs are... Ah! I know it! 'Tis true! An Asian of Thames come for revenge!
Chase him down, he's got Tim's hat!
This chase through town is a great time. You can really let loose with the stealth slide and feral pounce to keep the pace, even if he rubber bands extremely generously. He'll also steal your signature move and try and drop stuff on you. Funny thing this, in any other case, these would be one-hit kills.
What an idiot.
But I can see why they wouldn't have felt that was fair. While we dog after him, this is going to seem a weird spot to bring this up, but our next stage of grief in the 7-stage model is called testing. This one's not terribly consistent or as easy to explain. Essentially, it encapsulates any behavior where the griever doesn't transition smoothly from depression to acceptance, and can describe a lot of emotions or signs. Someone in the testing phase might essentially relapse and go through many of the prior stages again. If we start with denial and its entanglement with refusing to let go of the second game, stealing all three of these pirate articles has been deeply reminiscent of some of the most memorable missions from Sly 2, luring Rajan around with sound, picking off the Contessa's bodyguards, and chasing Neela through Paris and India. Not to mention the process of stealing an outfit piece by piece, like we did with the tuxedo in the guest house. Bloodbath Bay, as Sly 3's penultimate level, is naturally a melting pot of ideas from across the series taking their final bow. And I'd say it's definitely worth considering that this whole stage of grief parallel could be a coincidence. I've certainly had to reach at times to make it fit, and I almost didn't mention depression during Cold Alliance because it was a lot more subtextual than overt. It's feasible that this is all just a consequence of especially competent writing, the natural progression of the human psyche spilling over into the creative process, but the ways it does often fit are really compelling to me.
Avast there! You've got me with me back to the sea. I yield!
I just wanted your hat.
Me hat? That's what this be about? Take the moldy cut of cloth and away with you!
A few neat details about that chase. He won't bother with the drop traps if you get ahead of him, which is nice. And when you run by Black Spot Pete, he has his own reaction to the chase.
Watch your skylarking, you young pups!
I also happened upon a funny glitch while I was running through this mission on another file. Somehow, Ned managed to fall out of his crow's nest, and you can just interact with him like any other guard. Turns out, he's actually the toughest guy we'll ever meet, and he can even survive the anchor we used on Jake. Twice. He does immediately teleport to where he's supposed to be if you climb up the rope though, so this isn't any kind of soft lock. The pirate outfit is our fourth and final disguise. Though the game never draws attention to it, it does function just like the Venice and China disguises, enabling us to play the password game with the dogs around here.
Whole spar, port, jib. New blood, eh?
It's probably good the game never has you do this because it makes the least sense out of the three. The implication is that Bentley had access to some sort of database of the passwords, which is how he can feed them to Sly. But we're given no reason to believe these dogs would keep such a database.
Spar, 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 spar. Me bad.
One last time, my favorite part are the exchanges you get for failing.
News you was a rat.
It's a good thing I enjoy that because there's a trophy for failing to sneak past a Venetian guard in all three equipable disguises. There is technically a fifth disguise in this game, but it's inaccessible without manipulating the code. It's this shadowy silhouette form Sly wears in the opening cutscene. If we hack it into the game, we'll find that it functions as an all-purpose disguise, fooling pirates, Imperial guards, and Venetian mobsters alike. It goes a step further, too. If you wear it in front of guards that have no password game involved, they'll just ignore you as though you're invisible. I also tried it on the mercenaries in the police station, and was tickled to discover they count as the guards outside for these purposes.
Alto soprano.
Okay. In fact, this works with the normal disguise too, though I'd have never thought to try that. Dead Men Tell No Tales has some of the funniest mission fail screens in the game. This one's a great example. Approach Pete out of costume and...
Shove off, landlubber!
Arrgh!
What? Cantankerous Tim! You're back, you two-faced scallywag!
Aye, matey. And not to be rude, but let's talk of treasure. Arr.
How about a round of vinegar talk first, you baboon-faced toilet?
I've read about this, Sly. It's customary for pirates to engage in insult competitions. Just make sure you never repeat anything that's already been said.
At long last, a challenge element to this dialogue tree mechanic.
You're a pig-breathed, pus-faced whale fart.
Trading insults from these options while having to remember which ones have already been flung under a time crunch is extremely charming. Not least because this is all too likely a nod to those Monkey Island games I brought up earlier, where a good parry and thrust meant nothing if it wasn't backed up by a good verbal jab.
You fight like a dairy farmer.
How appropriate! You fight like a cow!
It's not too hard. The fact that the options all shuffle each round means you can't just fixate on which buttons you've already pressed. You have to actually focus on the words, but it can definitely depend on what your memory is good at. If you're like me, whose memory latches on to images a lot easier than it does words, Sucker Punch's good old suck system has you covered. On a fresh attempt, you'll need to get through 3 batches of insults, throwing barbs 5 times to satisfy Pete. If you fail a few times though, the session shortens to 2 batches, and you only have to pick a unique set 3 times before the game ends.
You're a bleating, grog-abusing angerhead.
Ha ha! Cantankerous Tim, it must be you! Forgive this old sea dog and his sunburnt eyes for not recognizing you straight away. I've never met a man on land or sea that could curse half as well. Tell me, shipmate, why after so long away do you drop anchor now?
I've come for me share of the treasure we stole years back from that Remy Lousteau fella.
'Twas a good haul, that. I speak of it while drunk often. You and I burying the loot in the belly of Dagger Isle. Aye, and many a year I kept the map to the treasure hidden, safe as a swaddling babe.
Arr, then let's have it. High time we dug up our retirement and lived as lords.
It shames me fierce to tell you, shipmate, but I lost me galleon in a game of cards. And worse yet, the map was stolen by that terror, Captain Lefouille.
What? What? I'd have run him through with my cutlass before giving up so treasured a parchment.
This Lefouille's no ordinary buccaneer, no. He's earned the reputation as the smartest man on the 7 seas. The devil lives in yonder cape. 'Tis there you'll find the map, and your death as well. If you go for the treasure, shipmate, you go alone. Me seafaring days are long behind me.
Thank you, Pete. You've been a good friend.
Aye, and you're still a skinny, malodorous, hairy-palmed bottom feeder.
We got Master Thief challenges both for Jake's segment and the Nameless Peg Leg Chihuahua, both with a time crunch. Jake's section is way faster if you just get spotted and lure him the old-fashioned way instead of bothering with the trees. As long as you stay outside his light, his aim's poor enough it doesn't even feel particularly risky. And of course, this guy's no match for Shadow Power 2. But I suppose if you were going for a no-gadget challenge or something like that, then what you'll want to do is get the perfect shot with this boat to take out both bodyguards in one go. Either way, not terribly complicated. This is probably the most exciting Chalk Talk in the game. We're gonna need to steal Pete's treasure map from the Foreboding Fortress, but the Dagger Island he mentioned is nowhere close to us. So to reach it, we are going to have to steal a boat!
Commandeer. We're going to commandeer that ship, Nautical Town.
Before we start buckling and swashing, there are a couple small details around town I want to point out. Like this little shack called the Rusty Blade, and then this building called the Pirate Grill. That one and one other building have a poster advertising the wedding of Dev and Karen. This is real. Sucker Punch's Dev Madan and Karen Yamagiwa got engaged and married over the course of this game's development, and the team put these posters into the game to celebrate, which is just so gosh dang adorable.
Okay, Penelope, I'm in position with your hover spectrometer. I'll launch the device, and you scan for metal structures that resemble a safe or chest, anything the treasure map might be stored in.
From my understanding, a precise enough spectrometer actually could be used as a long-range metal detector. These days, they're mainly used to determine the compositions of distant stars and planets, so you know, I don't know.
Roger, Bentley. Let's light this candle.
Be still, my heart. She made an obscure NASA reference. Why do the girls always have to go for Sly? It's just not fair.
I'm not sure how obscure that is, Bentley. I think that's only one step down from Houston, we have a problem. Now, if she says, please be informed there is a Santa Claus, then we can talk. Being serious, Bentley and Penelope's developing dynamic is about to become one of the main focuses of this episode. I could talk it over as we go, but I think I'd best save it for the wrap-up.
The spectrometer's matrix.
What manner of witchcraft is that?
Pretty obvious one. The sound this machine makes is reused from the Contessa's hypnosis powers.
Ah, well, best to shoot first and ponder later.
No! We haven't downloaded yet.
Ah, the pieces are still intact. The disk is shattered, but we can still retrieve the data.
But it's broken, and I rig all my gear to self-destruct if anyone tries to take it after a malfunction.
The disk will destroy itself if someone tries to pick it up.
Man, this mission skirts the razor's edge of contrived setup. It feels really clever that Penelope would have her equipment rigged with a failsafe to prevent it from being stolen, but not as clever that she wouldn't have some means of overriding that. Regardless, this is a really fun use of the RC car, so I don't especially mind how we got here. You may have already noticed all these ramps scattered around town and thought nothing of them, but now you can use them to drive between rooftops and gather the scattered data, all while fending off the technophobic pirates. I'm into it.
We should have all of the spectrometer data.
Hold on. I got it. There's a massive chest near the top east-facing windows. Let's go.
Penelope following us around has all the same characteristics as her playable version we unearthed from the code in Cold Alliance. Though Bentley's melee attacks can't hurt her, she's susceptible to a number of his gadgets. Not the fun ones though. You can't even shrink her with our brand new reduction bomb, which I am a bit disappointed by. Strangely, she doesn't seem to be vulnerable to damage, so even though enemies can target her instead of you, it's not like this is a traditional escort mission. She's here solely for the teamwork vibes.
This Lafouille guy is really on it. He must have seen the desk and raised all the bridges to the fort. There's no way in.
I've dealt with guys like this before. They can't really trust their own men, so they always keep an escape route handy. You just have to look around a little.
Wow, Sly's really taught you a lot.
Sly? We're a team. In case you haven't noticed, I'm the brains of the operation. He's just the field man.
Just the field man? Sounds like you're jealous.
Well, yeah, I wish I wasn't in this chair. I wish I could run on tight ropes and jump on flag poles and all that stuff. But I can't.
You can do other stuff. Sly can't rewire a satellite or write ASCII code.
Sly can't even spell ASCII.
Yeah, he's not the most technical guy. Hey, let's get moving. We won't find the back entrance just standing around. Oh, sorry about that standing comment.
Give me a break, Penelope. It's just an expression.
Just keep it in mind. We're gonna talk about it. The drawbridges raising up is a fun bit of dynamic world design, but this flashlight guard's patrol route wasn't made dynamic to match, and he'd rather die than be stuck up here. You can make it to the front door no issue, but these two techies are dead set on a back door, so we gotta go around. This wiggly water's a lot easier to traverse than it looks.
Penelope, I've told you this before. You know I'm afraid of the water.
I'll tell you something, by thunder. That disc in the sky was just the beginning. But, sir, 'tis gone. Them bridges is up and all's as clear as morning. Sure. Every man's entitled to their opinion. But I don't want to hear no more of him. Second Mate Jones. Yes, sir. You're now promoted to Captain of the Guard. Thank you, sir. Double the patrols and keep an eye out. There's a storm blowing in. I'll be just inside torturing the prisoners. Call out if you need help. No, sir.
Aye, sir.
Lafouille is not a villain often talked about all that favorably in the Sly fandom. He's not down in the Mask of Dark Earth tier, but the fact that, just like the Mask, he's not established in the opening cutscene makes him feel a bit ornamental. But this scene establishes him wonderfully. I love how Jones really doesn't want to be in charge given what he just saw happen to the first mate, and the way every word Lafouille speaks is laced with threat despite the words themselves. He's also got a really cool element to his design that I guess went a bit unfinished. He's not holding that sword. His hand is a play off of a pirate's hook by being a sort of Swiss Army knife but for buccaneering cutlery. Unfortunately, its function seems like it was never implemented to his in-game model, and he'll only use it in its sword form. But either way, this does mean he wields his sword left-handed, which is always just that little bit cooler. And of course, I gotta give it up for David Scully, voice of Dimitri, Don Octavio, and Lafouille, not to mention Rajan. It's also worth noting that both Lafouille and Black Spot Pete are the same species, Eclectus parrots, though Lafouille has the same coloring as a female of the species. So, you know, be your authentic self, Lafouille. We love to see it.
We can't get inside with these pirates guarding the door. Time for a little swashbuckling.
This is the closest the game ever gets to fulfilling my wish of a stealthy Bentley base assault. There's nothing stopping us from just running around and mashing square, but we can use any of our tools to do this as elaborately as possible. It's just a shame it's over so quickly.
Not too shabby, Bentley. Not bad at all. On three, in pirates. 1, 2, 3. Arr!
Really good to know you still know your pirate talk, Annette.
Arg when I'm happy. Arg when I'm sad. Arg when I'm good or bad. Arg!
Okay, I know it's not just gonna let me in without pressing anything, but I gotta try. Hey, they actually got the cardinal direction right according to the in-game compass. That never happens.
There's a massive chest near the top east-facing windows. I've never seen a security chest so thick with traps.
I don't know. Looks pretty straightforward. If I had my spanner set, this would be a cinch.
Really? Let's head back to the safe house and get your tools.
I'd like to stay here if you don't mind and study it some more.
Sure, I'll be back in a flash.
The design on this chest's trap system is really cool. Got this whole Kraken aesthetic.
I've got your spanners and I'm on my way back.
Great! But I think I've already got it. This is it! The Dagger Island treasure map. Ah! My eyes! I can't see, some kind of blinding dust.
That's a bit silly, isn't it? Like, she's wearing glasses that would have blocked most of it. Why not just make this a flashbang?
I'll save you. I'll think of something. Perfect. I'm sure she won't mind if I take the turret off her car.
Hurry, Bentley! I'm getting kind of scared here.
Once again, we're really skirting contrivance here that Bentley or another team member can't just run over there and guide her by the hand, but in exchange, we get this sweet upgrade to the Binocucom. He says he took the turret off the RC car, but this one doesn't even have to deal with overheating. It's a direct upgrade. For the rest of this mission, Bentley is invincible and undetectable by guards, and we're not allowed to exit the grapple cam. We are allowed to self-destruct it though, which results in an instant mission failure. Penelope now has an HP meter, which if I'm not mistaken is actually bigger than Murray's. That's pretty overkill since the streets are practically abandoned, and even if they weren't, this new turret rips apart guards like nothing. So the only way she should even take damage here is if you gun her down yourself, or lure her poor trusting lack of a tail into the water. This is the mission I was alluding to last time with the contextual callouts. I'm really glad Bentley doesn't relentlessly insult her across town, even if I'm not convinced that any of the sailors around here wouldn't find these suspiciously unorthological. Unornithological. Why? Why did I do that to myself? Even if I'm not convinced that any of the sailors around here wouldn't find these suspiciously unornithological.
My darling, that is the cry of the deep doo-doo bird. I must fly.
Penelope!
Bentley? Thank you. I was really scared there for a bit. You saved my life.
There now. Let's get you inside and make sure that dust has no permanent effects.
And he opens the door for her. Way to stick the landing, Shellhead.
And some say chivalry is dead.
With the new guns blazing grapple cam in hand, its sheer power has some especially fun applications in some old missions. They're not usually practical though. Like, this looks like it's working, but none of these guards we're taking down count as being downed by Bentley, so we can never win the brawl this way. You can use it to destroy the tar pumps though, which is absolutely easier than the old-fashioned method.
serious. Better hurry it up with the pipes.
Murray is completely in his element on this map thanks to this catapult. In fact, he's the only one of the three who can make it onto the top of the Skull Keep without the use of glitches. And even then, not in the PS3 version. For whatever reason, his bounce height is significantly diminished in this version, like it's night and day.
Okay, Murray, I need you and Sly to blast the rudders off all the galleons in port. With their boats disabled, the pirates won't be able to chase after us when we sail for Dagger Island.
That sounds like a job for a man of my many destructive habits.
You said it. Take out the harbor patrol, and there'll be no one left to chase after us when we appropriate a pirate boat.
Well, break out the rammers and call me skipper. We're taken to the water. I guess Murray's been practicing since we took on the Dutch sewers. This man can row! Why are we even trying to steal one of the big boats? Take us out to sea, Murray. Bring me that horizon. I guess these pirates can really aim. Wow. Okay, so this cannon feels surprisingly good to use, and given how fast Murray can accelerate, dodging the incoming projectiles feels pretty good too. We'll escalate from taking out the stationary rudders, to these enemy patrol boats, to this large cutter, all while constantly sustaining enemy fire. It's fairly simple when you get the hang of it, so you know, I really don't know when I'm gonna get a better opportunity to talk about how hard this level nails the music. So now's as good a time as any. Have a gander. Now, I have a pretty surface level understanding of music theory, but I for sure know what's going on here. The use of extremely low woodwind instruments like bassoon and bass clarinet emulate the sound of a creaking hull. Hints of concertina, flute, and various strings call back to the instruments typically used in centuries-old sea shanties and Anglo-Celtic folk songs. And these harsh warbled brass stings are basically just a reference to the Disney ride. It all comes together to be an eternally hummable tune that fits the mood like a glove.
Hey, we would have been sunk without your rowing.
When you guys are done making out, I'll see you back at the safe house. Sheesh.
Bentley, I will make you eat those words before we're done here today. Fun details for that mission, unlike the rubber boat, the Jolly Boat does have a sinking animation. There's this cave-shaped rock way over outside the range of the action. There's no reason for you to row through it, but the fact you can makes me happy. And perhaps most entertaining, it's not difficult to get the harbor patrol to sink themselves. All you have to do is sit directly in front of them. We're challenged to do the patrol boat leg of that mission under time pressure, which is fine, but I feel like a lot of these Master Thief challenges have been phoning it in a bit. In theory, I love the opportunity to feel the burn of a challenge in the midst of a game that's otherwise so child-friendly. But the increase in difficulty is always so incremental. It often feels like you're doing the same mission again, but without the story context, and that is a brutal blow, considering these minigames live and die on context. To contrast with the original game, let's take that one notorious Piranha Lake mission as a point of comparison. Why is Sly riding a hover skiff that eats piranhas and spits out fire? Because if he lights the torches, the gate will open and he'll receive a generic treasure key, essentially a power star he can use to open the gate to the boss. It doesn't matter what Sly, or occasionally Murray, does in this game. The goal is always the key you'll get at the end. So the question you as the player may end up asking yourself, even if only subconsciously, is, why am I doing it this way? Sly is a thief who can steal and climb anything. That's the whole point. So why are we not climbing over all this stuff and grabbing whatever keys we need? That same question isn't raised nearly as often in Sly 2 and 3. As long as your disbelief is decently suspended, the games are great at providing a reason for every antic. Like, how would we do this if not with the Jolly Boat? I guess Penelope's chopper could take out the sailors, but in-universe, she and Bentley are currently engaged in retrieving the map, so within Sly and Murray's skill set, this makes a ton of sense. I guess losing that context element of it is all part and parcel for a challenge mode like this, but I feel like that's all the more reason it should be genuinely challenging. On the bright side, since they are over so quickly, they never have the chance to overstay their welcome. Before we tackle this next mission and take the helm of that ship out there, I want to point out that it looks almost possible to paraglide to it if you start from high enough. and I'd like to use this opportunity to discuss a bit of movement tech typically employed by speedrunners. First, we're gonna need to equip the rocket boots gadget. This is a first for me. I just noticed you can see the frickin' rollerblade thing Sly wears while you use this. Anyway, it has a couple odd properties. For one, just like Murray's ball form, using it even once slightly reduces Sly's fall speed. Then we can take the fact that we can combine it with any number of Sly's attacks, and we can do this. It's pretty straightforward why this happens. Sly's jump attacks are programmed to raise him to X units above where he left the ground, so even though we fall so far, it still zoops us up to its original intended height. Very nice. Put all that to use from this crow's nest, and we can reach it no problem. There's nothing to do on this bar key. Even though the wheel looks interactable, pressing circle does nothing. That same glitch won't get us anywhere near enough height to get back either, so we are stuck out here till we die or reload, but I find it neat the boat's even collision mapped at all right now, and not behind an invisible wall or anything. I should definitely note that there are more advanced and more potent height glitches that speedrunners use. There's an infinite height glitch that can be accomplished by canceling an aerial attack with shadow power and then performing a feral pounce in midair, which lets you then cancel with an aerial attack and so on. The timing is incredibly precise, but it becomes a little less so by using thief reflexes. Even still, I'ma be real, my fingers can't do that.
Jesus.
Okay, Sly, time for the main event.
I've been looking forward to this. Every thief dreams of one day stealing a pirate ship. I don't know what it is, but it's like a total rite of passage. This is gonna be great.
As you'll be the first on board, you might want to keep your enthusiasm quiet. If the Night Watch detects you, this whole place is going to get lit up with guards. The rest of the team won't stand a chance.
Come on, pal, this is me you're talking to. I'm like a 4th degree black belt at this kind of stuff.
Murray will meet you at the Jolly Boat, but remember, keep it quiet.
Okay.
We can reach the boat our way and clear it out, but again, with no way back, the game just kinda shrugs at you. These mines are comically easy to avoid, which is probably for the best, because they are one hit and you're sunk. It's actually been a minute since the game has obliged us to be sneaky as Sly. Getting spotted here is an instant fail. We can use our pirate disguise, and that keeps them from being alerted as far as the mechanics are concerned, but not the mission. Here's an odd tidbit. I had no idea that silent obliteration was a required gadget until this project, but yeah, you're not allowed to try and clear out this ship without it.
Sly, this job will require a deadly quiet sneak attack.
Even though we could totally pull it off.
Okay guys, the coast is clear. Come on up.
Roger! I'll start rowing people over!
Then let's make full sail for the mouth of the harbor. If you guys are ready, I say we do it now. Every second we dilly-dally just puts us at more risk.
Agreed.
Murray, take up the anchor. Bentley, get down below deck and adjust the ballast. I'll hoist the sails and get this thing moving.
Given that your favorite games are likely to be the ones you've practically got memorized, a crucial element in the success of a video game that I think tends to go pretty unrecognized is the ability to surprise you. Now when I say that, I think there's a tendency to think of plot twists and story beats, but every aspect of a game can play a part. Music, visuals, and above all, those moments where you realize, wait, I can do that? Avast ye lubbers, run up your white flag, where be Captain Jack Sparrow? Drink up me hearties, gooseneck the jib, keel haul the poop deck, shave his belly with a rusty razor. Arr! We get a full, almost Wind Waker-style ocean to explore as we please, and a fully functional vessel to explore it on. We can gather coins from these floating chests, and in time we'll encounter opposing pirate ships, broadside to broadside, our cannons barking their fury across Neptune's sweet briny deep, and I don't think this was on anyone's bingo card. At the moment, we're only obliged to take on one ship and head straight to the treasure on Dagger Island, so I'll dig a lot more into this mode later. In the meantime, that tiny little harbor escape segment has a lot more to it than most players will probably ever see, since all you have to do is beeline to the open ocean. But if you let loose with your guns...
That was a bad idea, Sly. Everyone's sure to be awake now.
You'll wake up the town and they'll start firing on you. If you get close, you can see that the cannons function on the same cooldown as ours do. They're designed to miss you by falling just short, but they can hit you and even sink you if you sail directly towards them. As for the ocean itself, it's pretty smooth sailing. Probably the oddest thing about it is that there is an invisible wall surrounding it all, but it's way outside the bounds of the map. I think it takes nearly twice as long to reach the invisible wall from the edge of the map as it would to just sail across it. Okay, I know it's a nitpick, but according to the map, the mouth of the harbor is on the north edge of the island. But according to our binocucom, and I think the sun, that's the west. Come on guys, you had it right earlier.
You've got the map, Sly. Select it as a power-up and read its clues to find the treasure.
Dagger Island is easily the biggest sub-area in any Sly game. It almost feels like a second hub. There aren't too many details or landmarks that the search for the treasure won't guide us by anyway, but here's a couple. These nearsighted lizards, which totally aren't reskinned crocodiles, are surprisingly easy to take down. They're fully susceptible to many of the same techniques that most guards are, including the stealth takedown and even the pirate disguise.
Halt! What be the pirate passcode?
Got it. Here it is.
Avast! Oh, 'tis you.
This tiki statue that marks the start of the treasure hunt has an obscure spire point on top, and if you look from above, you'll see the stone it sits on is shaped like a skull. As for the treasure map itself, it's a peculiar mechanic, but pretty satisfying too. Discerning details from the environment to solve clues, counting your paces, gold stars all around. Ayo? Double animal style, anyone? The treasure is buried in this SOS on the beach, and you know, I just recently found out that that never actually stood for anything. I know, I always heard it was Save Our Souls too, but it was actually invented by the Germans in 1905, and specifically for use in Morse code. As far as we know, the letters were chosen mainly for that iconic sound rather than any particular acronym. Back in the golden age of piracy, a maroon sailor's best bet at rescue was a smoke signal, especially since rocks on the beach are really only visible from a bird's eye view.
Treasure! Hold the beat, bro! I come to help you dig. Dig?
We're all coming, Sly! This is too cool!
I open with joy. You Cooper gang is a tight groove. Van Gogh bullseye!
What kind of animal do you think Van Gogh was in this world? I'm thinking some kind of eldritch Cthulhian monster. That or a yak.
Primo diving gear to accentuate my deep down diving style.
It's so intricate. Your grandfather was an artist. I've never seen such fine craftsmanship.
So I'm guessing the reason this 60-year-old gear is considered better than the state-of-the-art stuff is because it was stolen before Remy could, like, go on Shark Tank and get it produced, leaving scuba technology decades behind where it would be in the real world. I'm gonna choose to believe that's what they were going for because it would feed into this game's themes.
I can dance, dive, and accessorize.
What else is in this chest?
Aye! Let's get a good look. Avast, lubbers! Didn't think you could steal from the smartest man of the 7 seas and not taste the repercussions. Har har har! I might have been late for the opening of the chest, but I'm just on time for the stealing of the gold.
Let Penelope go. We can work out a deal.
Penelope be the lass's name. Purty as a sonnet, and what a rich sweet scent from the wench's hair.
Let's thump this chump!
No, he'll hurt her! This guy's a killer!
Aye! You thumb me up with butterword! Killer! Away with ye! Back to your ship! This gold is mine now! Her death is yours! Take your choice!
Guys, we don't have any options here. Everyone back to the ship.
You can't just abandon me! Help! Please! I'm so scared.
Penelope, do what he says! Stay alive! We will save you!
I trust you.
And I trust you still plan on logging back to your ship. Away with ye. Now!
For how much I love Penelope, I think it's only fair I acknowledge her detractors, who saw this scene and basically surmised that they took this intelligent and independent character and suddenly thrust her into the role of a damsel in distress. I hear you, and I agree with you to an extent, but honestly, I think the only reason this scene doesn't quite land is because the animation doesn't make it clear that Penelope is in that much danger. In a perfect world, Lefouille would have his sword around her neck, which would prevent her from, like, you know, just walking away, but even without that, I can appreciate the deliberate use of traditional gender roles to drive home the mood. If Lefouille had, say, the guru at sword point and started smelling his hair to gloat, it wouldn't feel quite as despicable. If you think about it, that would have been the whole episode. We got Dimitri's gear back, time to head home. But with Penelope on the line, it's time to challenge the smartest man on the 7 seas to a battle of wits. This is an especially cool chapter because we are basically ousted from our safe house. We can't just sail back to the harbor when it's on full alert, so our current safe house is just the cabin of our ship. Though for my money, it's the coolest safe house yet. Our plans revolve around softening up Lafui's defenses as much as possible, and by as many means as we can, no matter how unorthodox. We also learned from that Chalk Talk that the name of Lafui's flagship is the Death's Head, which is like a 3-layer reference. Death's Head is another name for the skull design seen on a pirate flag, more commonly called the Jolly Roger. Now, the only pirate uncreative enough to name his ship the Jolly Roger was Captain Hook, but Lafui's the cleverest boy, so he ran that through a thesaurus and got a synonym and no one called him on it. I want whatever service package Bentley has that lets him surf ThiefNet in the middle of the ocean. Did anyone else ever see this ship icon as a bowl of ice cream? Is that just me? These waters are now swarming with enemy ships, which we can engage with at will. Get too close to one and you'll be forced into combat, or you can press circle while in range to start on your own terms. Mechanically, this isn't too complex. You steer with the triggers while running around deck manning the cannons. The entire broadside rips loose when you fire any cannon on one side of the ship, and they take a random amount of time to cool down and be ready to fire again. You can fire before every cannon is ready, but it's kind of underwhelming. The guns aim automatically and will make you feel like a crack shot, but the same goes for the opposition. Your ship has 2 HP bars, one for port and one for starboard. If either empties out, you're sunk. As each side depletes, you'll lose some of your cannons. Which side takes damage seems to depend both on where the incoming cannonballs land and the direction they came from. Even if the far side of the ship takes a beating, the side facing the source of the fire will take the brunt. I believe it's a system of bonus damage, which is why if you take shots to your bow or stern, both sides essentially take critical damage. Luckily, our foes follow similar rules, and most ships will fall in one volley if you fire down their nose. When you take a hit, you have to attack the leaks to patch them up and keep the damage to a minimum. And I like that your crew below decks has callouts for this to indicate they're working on the internal damage.
There's a gap in the hull. My strong arm will nail it. Blow.
I'll fix what ain't broke.
The technology's clearly not there to have the whole gang on deck with you, so I appreciate this indication they're still involved. Ships will sink when you deplete their health, unless it's the last one standing. Then its masts will fall, and you'll have the option to board the ship and fight your way through a whole pack of sea dogs. Take out the captain and you'll get some extra loot, and then you get this charming total screen where you get absurd amounts of coins depending on how many ships you captured or sunk. If you have any gadgets left to buy, this is how you're gonna afford them. Back in the top-down view, the only way to repair your ship is by picking up these scattered health crates. We have 3 objectives to go after, but we can spend as long as we want becoming the new scourge of the Caribbean. Strangely, we can even sail directly into Bloodbath Bay right now, but the area just won't load. I guess Lafui's keeping it in a pocket dimension. I can respect that. We've unlocked a lot of Master Thief challenges from that last mission. We're gonna start with Last Ship Sailing, which challenges us to take down 5 enemy boats without any health refills. This is a pretty meaty challenge, especially since getting into it with 2 or more boats can get your ship wrecked. But don't bite off more than you can chew and take them on one at a time. There are a number of tricks to this, both on the high seas and aboard the enemy vessel. We'll start with the latter, just because the skills are more transferable from what we've been doing all game. The enemy captains have a number of resistances and unique properties. You can't deal damage to them by knocking them overboard, and they can even jump out of your silent obliteration, which is a new one. Wailing on them while fending off all their underdogs can be pretty hectic. This feels like everything Sly's expanded combat abilities were building up to. You can use your various charge attacks to deal damage to as many targets as possible, use your combat dodge, abuse knockout dives, but there's one glaring weakness they all share. Your jump attack level 1 deals massive damage and tees them up for a follow-up. The retrievers even get stunned in place, and you can usually serve them 4 of these before their crew even has a chance to come to their defense. As for when you're still in command of your own bark, what you'll really want to get down to in art is avoiding the cannonballs, which sounds improbable given the size of their target, but by turning at just the right time, it can be done. The golden rule here is never turn towards an enemy ship when you can turn away from them. You'll want to abuse angles and blind spots to keep yourself in a position where you can either dodge consistently or prevent them from bringing their guns to bear in the first place. The best ways to do that are to either lock your bow with theirs or chase them in a circle and match their turns. Your ship is the fastest thing out here, so I guess this would be the in-game equivalent of gaining the weather gauge, if you'll pardon my complete nautical nerdom. And that really does bring us to the crux of the matter, that the fantasy of being a pirate captain in command of a trim and triumphant brigantine is a near universal aspect of the human condition. But the truly astonishing part of all this isn't that this game is giving us a chance to fulfill that fantasy, it's that This game is giving us that chance. This is genuinely the best ship combat we would see in any game until arguably Assassin's Creed Black Flag 8 years later. And even then, I think this bears more of a resemblance to Sea of Thieves another 5 years after that. There were other pirate sims making the rounds at this point, as I mentioned, but when it came to the actual of it all, they tended to feel more like directing a pirate ship unit in an RTS than being a bold buccaneer in the thick of the action. The fact that Sucker Punch was taking all these kids to school in the back half of their thiefy platformer is honestly quite stunning. But shiver me timbers, I am here for it. You have to keep wind and your surroundings in mind so you don't accidentally ground yourself and leave your ship a sitting duck. If you can't line up a good shot on a ship's front or back, hammering the same side can remove their cannons and make them easier to deal with. The colors of the sails the other ships have rigged indicate different pirate factions, and if you get into combat with more than one, they'll fire on each other, or gang up on you if they're allies. That's nautical. Perhaps best of all is the amount of positive feedback you get for participating. As I pointed out, this game's gadgets are expensive. I've afforded all of them up to this point primarily with a great deal of grinding, and here at the end, the game is throwing open the floodgates and letting you have them. With me golden spoils, I'm gonna buy Sly's last gadget, Jump Attack Level 3. It's almost exactly the same as Level 2, but this electric shockwave it emits is much bigger, which feels like it was specifically designed for use on these pirate ship raids. Shame about the cheese we already have, but it feels good to have that checked off the list. The other way ship combat rewards you is with this career rank. It's almost entirely superficial, but the title that appears here is based on an experience point system. You get 1 experience point per ship you sink and 2 per ship you capture. It's worth noting you don't have to capture a ship after you've got them dead in the water, and 1 more shot will sink them. My favorite thing about it is that it is possible to hit a captain directly with a cannonball, but since you can't really aim, it's extremely rare. Every 10 points, your rank will change from landlubber to swabby, to picaroon, to powder monkey, to coxswain. Yeah, see, I told you I was a boat nerd, I know how to pronounce coxswain. First mate, quartermaster, captain, notorious pirate, and finally, dread pirate at 90 points. The modern releases of this game will reward you with a trophy for reaching that top rank, but other than that, you'd think it'd just be bragging rights. You'd think so, but in fact, the more fearsome your reputation grows, the more likely enemy ships are to flee from battles with you. A fled ship doesn't give coins or XP, but it makes the rest of the fight easier, which is a cool reward. For that matter, it is possible to flee battle yourself. All you have to do is sail in the opposite direction of danger long enough and the other ships will disengage. But Happy Camper Orphanage didn't raise no quitters. I'll be going down with my guns blazing. I have no doubt the high score limit on this Master Thief challenge is once again 1,000, but I'm not sinking 1,000 ships without any health recovery. I hope you understand. We also unlocked Pirate Treasure Hunt, another treasure map challenge, though this time set in town. This is really cute. Again, reading your environment to decipher clues just feels good. Like, there's nothing in the area that would indicate this waterfall is called the Falls of Despair, but as the only waterfall on the map, and the reasonable assumption that this is Mushroom Rock, you can put 2 and 2 together pretty quickly. Then, when the last hint directs you towards the Falls of Despair, you can be confident in your newfound geographical knowledge. It's great. This hunt isn't too tricky with the hints, and snapping on the X marks is lenient enough you can even get away with going an entirely wrong direction in some cases. The main challenge here is that the area you're walking through is pretty heavily patrolled, and you'll likely be interrupted with combat every few steps. But get to the end, Sly does this little fist bump animation, and we did it. Hooray. Now, what were all those other Master Thief challenges I mentioned? Well, it so happens every level so far has a treasure hunt involved. If you were wondering why we had yet to 100% complete any of the episodes, this is the answer. Each one had 1 more challenge waiting to unlock. And this is an opportunity I've been waiting for. Nearing the end of this game, it obliges us to take a victory lap through every destination we've left behind, which gives me a chance to go over some of the things that change in the aftermath of the heists. Beginning with Venice, in stark contrast to Sly 2's Jailbreak, though Murray can never be selected over its course, he does get a spot in the safe house now. I'm pretty sure he's sitting on a stack of pizza boxes, but he's here, and dressed in his Dreamtime costume to boot. Something kind of neat I didn't have leave to point out until we'd seen his red mask model. His normal costume has these sort of goggles on it that essentially let his eyes be animated off the edge of his head. I imagine so they didn't have to completely alter his animation rig, his Dreamtime model has this whole extra mask just like caked onto the top of his head to contain his eyes. You can also see that the mask is still part of his model, just now colored the same as his skin. The elaborate headdress is there no doubt to distract from all these details, and credit where it's due, it worked on me. I always thought something seemed off, but I never looked closer until this project. Since Octavio's concert gone wrong, the stage in this park has been destroyed, but in an amusing oversight, one of the ropes tethering it to a nearby rooftop is still here, at least as far as the code is concerned. Now this is a master thief move. On to the treasure hunt. Thanks to Venice's rigid street structure, there are only ever a few directions you can move, which I think they took as an opportunity to make the hints completely meaningless. Not to mention they don't even rhyme. A point? What point? A spire point? That pointy roof? That pointy roof? You kinda just use the fact that you can't walk that many paces in any other direction and just roll with it. This final hint is also interesting. The struggle of man versus beast. Does this acknowledge the existence of humans in this world? Probably not, right? There's no way this map is canon. There's nothing really going on in Australia after the fact, so let's move right on to its map. I like this one a lot. It favors distant landmarks and alludes to the big truck a few times. It also makes me laugh that heading along the intended route, you could very well walk directly into this torch. I can't imagine that was intentional, but it feels like a pretty harmless joke on the player if it ever happens. The Holland treasure hunt is easily the most dangerous, crossing your path with a number of complications. It can be a bit harrowing to try and get those last few steps in before taking a hit. Finally, Cold Alliance has a little bit of continuity with the heist. The family temple remains obliterated, with the sole exception of this one intrepid little piece of wood. I'm rooting for you, little buddy. Okay, for some reason, every single one of these treasure maps is oriented perfectly south. I guess that's not necessarily wrong, this compass isn't labeled, but I feel like you only get away with that in Australia. China's treasure map is last and certainly least. More than any of the others, it's just like following the path. So that means I can talk about this mode at large. I've heard it said that this is Sly 3's answer to Sly 2's bottles, which I feel is an unkind comparison. Yes, they both necessitate a certain knowledge and awareness of the level design, but it's a strained parallel at best. I think it's worth considering this mode on its own merits, and I think it's great. Even as a kid, where the idea of a challenge mode stressed me out so much I never even tried most of these, I still did all the treasure hunts because they scratch that certain itch. It's fun to know these levels, and to explore them from a new perspective. Now back at sea, I want to test something. The mission we're about to do, Deep Sea Danger, ostensibly upgrades our cannons in some way. The reason given by the game is that Lefui's ship is too heavily armored for our current hardware, but I've always been curious to see if that affects their damage. So I'm gonna do some off-screen testing for a bit, and I'll report my findings when we steer back around.
Are you all set with your gear?
Got the gear, got the macho swimsuit, got more juice than you'll ever know. I'm a hit singer with a bullet.
Cool, Daddy-O. How about you take your pimp self down beneath the H2O and get nasty with the scuba? Yo, with bling.
Hey, man, you can try, but you'll never capture my essential style. It's like smoke, ungrabbable and all over the place. But no matter nothing, come at me with some turtle talk. You've got your own flavor.
Fine. Your objective is beyond the reef. We're looking for some more of these cannon blast amplification collars. We'll move the boat above the wreck and lower a basket for you to drop them into.
I think that's about as good as it gets for a scene with Dimitri in it. The phrase, "hit me with some turtle talk," especially sticks in my brain. I'd love to use that as a way to tell someone to talk nerdy to me. Never mind that this scene taught me the word pimp as a kid, once again, Sucker Punch getting away with anything they want, but let's dive in. I honestly wouldn't have thought this could work. The controls for these underwater sections are like reverse twin stick. You use the left analog stick to look around and the face buttons to move forward, back, left, or right. I have no idea why it's not just the right stick for camera and the D-pad for movement, but it's remarkably intuitive. This section is also one of the most visually impressive in the game. I especially love this transition between surfacing and diving, and the way you can still see everything on the other side of the surface. That out of the way, I'll fully admit this is the weakest new gameplay mode introduced for a little while. I think deep sea diving is almost an inherently exciting concept to design a game around, given most people's innate thalassophobia and the ocean's natural horror of the sublime, but we really don't capitalize on that here. It surprises me given the fact they programmed in the ability to surface that there's no breath meter, which means the only threat down here are the sharks, who are utter pushovers. They explode in one harpoon, swim in a straight line towards you, and don't even do that much damage. There are jellyfish, but they also die in one shot and are completely static. Apart from them, the only thing that can kill you is swimming out of bounds.
Stay away from the open water. The current will carry you down to your doom.
Strangely, the ocean current is a lot less prominent in the PS3 version, and I will say, this tooltip is pretty scary in its candor. Turn back or die, jeez. But it's hardly in your way. We gotta collect 6 cannon collars. They glow pretty conspicuously, but there are a couple tucked down in the caves at the bottom of the map. There are also a few treasure chests with coins and health, and finding those does feel pretty good, even if the reward is negligible. Seems someone at Sony wanted it to feel even better, and you can nab a trophy for finding and busting open 4 of them. I think Sucker Punch realized how uninvolved this was and tweaked it pretty late in development. Despite the ship's 12 cannons, we only need 6 collars, and I was able to count at least 13 scattered around down here. I'm guessing they reduced the number you needed to collect, and added this line from Bentley to make up the difference.
That's 2. Only 4 more to go. You're a lifesaver, Dimitri. We had a few blast collars on board, but without a full set, it's hard to calibrate the guns for synchronized discharge.
Things do elevate a bit though. We need to hunt down some hammerhead sharks, and to lure them, we need to capture some of their food swimming down in the caves. There's a sort of sprinting swimming mechanic introduced with this stamina meter, but it recharges so fast you might as well always be swimming at top speeds. Seriously, why isn't this stamina meter an air meter? And it could drain faster as you exert yourself swimming at top speeds down here, far from the surface. That would genuinely get my heart racing. I have to figure if it's obvious to me, it was obvious to the devs. So maybe that was all the case, but it proved too stressful in playtesting. I don't know.
I know, it's because marine iguanas can hold their breath for anywhere between 30.
The hammerheads take 2 shots instead of 1, but their attacks are so easy to avoid it hardly makes a difference. The stated reason we're doing this, by the way, is that apparently ground up hammerhead shark bones can be added to gunpowder to make it more potent. And, alright, fine, I've heard worse, I guess.
Magnificent, bro. Your method and madness have cold set us up with a fat pirate gat.
This is one of the coolest areas I've hacked Sly into. You can really appreciate the scale of it by running around on foot. Oh, and here's what Dimitri's rig looks like in third person. I'm sorry, you can never unsee it. I also got a kick out of exploring the ship above the reef. This crane rig to hold the basket is relatively elaborate for something most players will never look twice at, and I was especially pleased to see you can take control of the ship from its helm. The camera was not mentally prepared for this, and if you try to sail out to sea, the game just freezes up. I'm so sorry, game, please forgive me. Battle on the High Seas is the mission to show off our Bristol fashion, tasking us with taking out 8 red-sailed mercenary ships in these waters, so it's the perfect place to test our new cannons. And as I said, I want to know if these schmancy golden ornaments actually make a difference. The problem is, this mode feels almost like it was designed to defy my testing methods. Let me start with the stuff I can say for sure. There are 2 types of ship out here. The larger ones are differentiated from the smaller ones by this extra high quarterdeck, the aft windows, and their cannons are kept below deck and pushed out through gun ports. For brevity's sake, I'll call the larger ships galleons and the smaller ones barks. I know these terms are technically defined by the length of the ship, the number of masts, and the shape of the sails, but by all those metrics, these are the same kind of ship, so this is what I'm going with. Galleons can definitely take more punishment than barks, but as for how much, that proved difficult. The biggest problem was knowing what part of the ship I was hitting. Murray always lets out an exclamation if one of your balls hits for critical damage, but in a full broadside, there's no way to know for sure how many he's excited about, and there's really no easy way to consistently fire one cannon at a time thanks to all their random reload speeds. Hitting the boat is most consistent when shooting from afar, but then you really can't tell where the cannonballs count as hitting. Am I hitting the ship's port side here or its starboard? Then there's the fact that when you hit the masts, it still counts as hitting the boat, so even if I slow down the footage, it's so hard to tell which ball was the finisher. So all I could really do was eyeball it. Best I can figure, with the regular cannons, the barks go down in only 3 to 4 shots to the front or back, and 7 or 8 shots to one side. The galleons took 5 or 6 shots fore and aft, and 9 or 10 to either their port or starboard. I'm not even going to touch combinations of shots to different parts of the ship. I did my best to hammer only one side at a time, then I went out and tested again after getting the fancy cannons, and all the numbers came out the same. 3 or 4 hitting the barks head on, 7 or 8 to their side, 5 or 6 to the ends of the galleons, 9 or 10 to their sides. It's possible these cannons are better in other ways, perhaps they reload faster or shoot further, but again, there are so many variables it'd be impossible to test with my stupid monkey eyeballs. Either way, I have every reason to be confident they don't make a difference in how many shots it takes to burn a ship to the waterline, which is a bit disappointing, but I am glad to lay that question to rest. Now on to the job at hand. Taking out this first red ship is child's play, but you're required required to board it to learn the patrol routes of the other ships. As such, sinking it is an instant mission fail. Funnily enough though, it is impossible to flee. I did try, I got so far away you could barely see the ship, but the combat didn't end, so no running away from this one. Our next one pits us against 3 at once, which is normally the most we're allowed to try our hand at, but it's never been required before. The real danger is they start out surrounding you, so this can be a tough challenge. When in doubt, hit them first. By removing their cannons before they fire, you can minimize damage or make it easier to dodge. Turn constantly and keep an eye out for opportunities to fire on both sides, and you should be able to pull this off. The last battle of this job is probably my favorite part of this entire chapter, a 4 versus 1. The biggest boon here is that they all start with their weak points pointed directly at you, and you should be able to take out 1 or 2 before they can even get a shot off. Your best bet against steep odds like this is to sail away from them and force them to try and chase you. Once you've got them committed to the pursuit, turn and fire, and that should take care of that. If we take on that mission again from the jobs menu, we won't have the cannon upgrades regardless of if we've done Dimitri's dive. We know it doesn't make a difference anyway, but it's still noteworthy. This was probably my most replayed mission as a kid. I just couldn't get enough, and Sucker Punch had me covered on that front too, because our final 2-player mode has been unlocked as well. Galleon Duel is pretty much exactly what you might expect. Sly and Murray versus Bentley and Penelope gunning it out on the high seas. I feel like there wasn't much thought put into how this would work, and yet, in my opinion, it ended up the most balanced and interesting duel mode. Trying to keep the positioning edge on your opponent while balancing cannon fire with repairing leaks, it's everything that makes the ship combat great, elevated by the fact that you can't take advantage of the AI's poor planning skills. There's also an X factor in these sailboats that pop out of the sea from time to time. If you manage to hit one, they'll provide you with a power-up. You can get longer range cannons, rapid reload, faster turning, armored hull, and repairs. Repairs has an icon, but it's only on screen for a frame, so you'd never see it. Unlike the other modes, these power-ups are all on a timer, but they last long enough to absolutely shift the tides of battle. Gotta wonder what those little sailboat stories are. Wait a minute, a sailboat in the Caribbean? Lieutenant Barclay, was that you? Of course, I love anything Penelope is involved with, and the implication that she's just as good a helmsman as Murray has always tickled me. In fact, I've always thought Bentley's ship had the slightest advantage here because it has nearly perfect camouflage with the land. The last thing I was curious about was the size of this arena, so I pointed the ships in opposite directions and let them loose. Long story short, the arena is the size of this entire map, including the vast amount of open ocean beyond its edges. It took almost 25 minutes to hit the invisible wall to the north and over half an hour to get to the one to the south thanks to the direction of the wind. Being at the edge of the map gives me a great opportunity though. One improvement over Sly 2 that I noticed pretty quickly was the way characters react to standing on moving objects. Sly 2 basically had no system for inertia or momentum, which caused Sly to sort of slip all around in these situations. But you can see by the way Sly moves when I jump without pressing a direction that there is a slight forward force applied to him, which approximates the movement of the ship itself. I love this because it's the sort of thing you only really notice when it's not there. Our last mission in this set is odd.
Sorry, Bentley, but I can't see a thing in this fog. If your sea monster's here, there's no way we'll find him.
Well, it's imperative we track it down and discover why the pirates fear it so vehemently. Panda King, do you have any fireworks that might light the place up a little? Make it easier to spot the creature?
My fireworks are not flares. They burst with ferocious beauty and then disappear like the lightning.
Remember we added Panda King to our squad? Remember that? The Kraken, or Kraken, is perhaps the most famous mythological sea monster of them all, its origins stretching all the way back to ancient Greek menaces like Charybdis, a tremendous unseen beast which decimates ships at sea and leaves no survivors. It's really bizarre that our stated goal with this mission is to figure out why Crusher is so feared by the local color. Because it's a giant peck-off squid who can treat us like a bath toy, I would think? Luckily for us, we've got the Panda King on our side, and we get to let loose with him for quite a boss fight. A few oddities right off the bat. I have no idea why he has golden sparkles on the cannons instead of red, but it's even weirder that he can use them at all since they accomplish nothing. I like that we do have leave to use both fireworks and melee attacks to fend off the countless tentacles, and I adore every line out of the Panda King's mouth.
I will confront this creature with my firework artistry. So, you now choose to face me. Behold the Panda King, your master! Hide beneath the waters! Hide from your better! Yes, rise and let me punish you! Rah! Timid creature! With my beautiful fireworks I will They are all gone. Cooper! Your assistance is requested!
This whole fight is a great test of our most explosive character. I especially like how frantic it feels to prime the fireworks while avoiding Crusher's projectiles. The modern releases even encourage you to make it all the more frantic by challenging you to take this on without taking any damage. But here's where the other shoe drops. I love this mission, but ridiculously, this is the last time we'll ever play as Panda King. Our boy only gets 2 missions to shine. 3 if you count the turret section covering Murray. It makes some sense. Though he's extremely destructive, he's also very simple, and between killing a horde of foes and killing a massive foe, pretty much everything I could think to do with these fireworks is covered. I mentioned up front with this episode, Sucker Punch know when an idea has run dry, and have become pretty expert at keeping any one thing from overstaying its welcome. But the other side of that coin is that they can't help but feel a bit shallow. A mile wide and an inch deep is the turn of phrase that comes to mind, but I'm loath to use it. Perhaps some of the gameplay is shallow, but then it always was. Jump and press the circle button to make the frickin' jump. It's the simplicity that pulled us in. The depth has always been in the design, the narrative, and the characters. And yet, I can't deny that it hasn't pulled everyone along for the ride. That's a shame, because we are just ramping up.
A grand battle that was, worthy of the names King and Cooper.
You really softened him up for me.
I feel like I should acknowledge the absurdity of the mythical sea beast suddenly playing a role in our mission, but honestly, I don't think anyone really bats an eye. Yeah, we're doing pirates, of course we're doing krakens too.
Say, Guru, could you get inside this creature's mind?
Yes!
What's he trying to do?
Getting us a new ally out here in the sea.
Yes! I take it all back. Guru being here to recruit the Crusher is gold. I will take on all Guru haters, including my past self. Only real interesting quirk to that fight I found was during the middle section, where you have to keep too many tentacles from latching onto one side or else the boat will capsize. If you let enough tentacles on each side hang around, they'll just balance each other out and accomplish absolutely nothing. You do need to knock off a set amount of tentacles to move on, so I'm not accomplishing anything either, but I thought it was neat. Normally I'd feel bad stealing Bentley's spotlight during these chalk talks, but this one's unique. He actually just doesn't explain the whole plan anyway. Check it out. We're gonna go toe-to-toe with Lefui's flagship, board it, surrender, and then provoke the plainly cocky Lefui into bragging about where he's got Penelope locked up.
Irritate the daylights out of this guy. It's our best and only chance to rescue Penelope. Once he talks, we roll out plan A or B, depending on the situation. This Lefui is a smart man. Our only hope is to outsmart him at his own game.
What are plans A and B? Did those each get separate chalk talks? This is kinda funny. The point is clearly to keep the player in the dark, so whatever mind games Bentley is planning to outfox Lefui come as a surprise, which I feel like I shouldn't give a pass, given that kinda goes against what I understood the point of the chalk talks to be, but whatever, I'm into it. Let's go roll those dice. This is the last time we'll have the opportunity to organically access ThiefNet, so let's snatch up the very last gadget. Murray's Diablo Fire Slam is the slightly more energy efficient, significantly more cumbersome equivalent to the Inferno Flop, incinerating everything around him, but it requires a guard in hand to perform it. It affects a wider range than the flop and is overall a decent return on an increased risk, but my main issue with it is that we haven't had any call to use Murray to punch any dudes since we got the Inferno Flop last episode. And now we have these two great combat gadgets entirely for the purpose of taking on old missions. I gotta say, Murray really got the short end of the gadget stick this game. He got the hand-me-down temporal lock, which doesn't even get an icon that makes sense, it's just a recycled graphic from his Berserker charge, and he got the ball form. Other than that, he's got a completely identical gadget grid to Sly too. I don't know what I'd come up with if you put me in charge here. Murray starts the game with such a complete tool set, but maybe let him transform into stuff like the Guru? An electrical upgrade to his ball form like in the first game? I'm just nitpicking for fun now. Once again, it feels good to have an aspect of this game completed. That's another trophy in our bag, and we can grab one more easy one by taking out any 5 guards with 5 different power-ups. So we'll start with the ball form, then we'll hit one with our Berserker charge, then Fist of Flames, Inferno Flop, and Diablo Slam. Easy as can be. That was the plan anyway. In execution, I got it on the 4th gadget. Before the sequence, I took one out like this, which may have counted as using the Juggernaut throw? I'm not too sure. Either way, we got the trophy. There is of course one final gadget missing from our grid. This conspicuously empty slot on Sly's top row is coded to be filled by Mega Jump, the ultimate ability from the second game which could only be unlocked through a cheat code. There's no such cheat code in Sly 3, though we can assume there may have been one intended. Alas, the only way to get it now is through hacking. It's not free to use either, requiring gadget power. essentially only giving you 3 hops before you have to refill. This is probably just a holdover from its function in the Cops and Robbers 2-player mode, and if it had been fully implemented as planned, it probably would have been free like it was in the last game. I also want to bring up coins now that we have nothing left to spend them on. From here on in, they serve no purpose but the satisfying clink of collecting them, and the dopamine hit from watching a number go up. Like and subscribe, by the way. So the only question that remains is, how high can this number go? Obviously, blasting apart every ship in the Caribbean would be the fastest legitimate way to find out, but I'm already cozy with the game code, so let's just manipulate the coin total from there. The way the coin count increments gradually and in real time is a neat touch, and a satisfying flourish given that this game did away with manually selling loot. So it's cool to see your cash tick upwards when you get a score. The downside is that they programmed it not to be able to increase by more than 100 coins per tick, and seeing as the coin limit isn't 10,000, or 100,000, or sweet golden guppies even 1,000,000, that means even with hacking, this is gonna take a while. Okay, a few hours later, moment of truth. Oh dear, it does not stop at 10 million. I slowed it down and determined that the number goes up every 10 frames. Okay, not bad, that's 600 coins a second, will reach 100 million in about 40 hours. Well, there goes my day. Okay, we're back again, moment of truth. You've gotta be kidding me. The high scores only go up to 4 digits and the coin counter goes into the billions? Whatever, let's do it. The Cooper Gang's greatest crime will be capitalism. Maybe after the Cooper Vault we could buy Twitter and burn it to the ground. You don't know me. 1 billion, 10 billion, why not? I've got nothing better to do. Oh, thank God it stopped. Okay, let me make a very long story short here. I did end up learning that the highest number the coin counter can calculate is 999,999, and only by manipulating it directly through the code can it display such enormous numbers. But no matter how high I set it, picking up a coin always immediately reset it to below 1,000,000. I got the display itself to show some ridiculously large numbers, but I figured out this part of the code is handled by a 32-bit signed integer, which is fancy computer talk for it can count to 2,147,483,647. Once it exceeds that number, it triggers an overflow glitch, meaning adding to that data is actually spilling over into the code surrounding the code used to track this number, which can cause some very strange things to happen, including going way into debt. I would imagine if you knew exactly what you were doing, you could use this to affect stuff like warps and which gadgets you have unlocked. But I'm just goofing around here. I'll leave the rest to the data miners. Well, now that we're the richest man on the 7 seas, let's take on the smartest.
Battle stations, we're headed into action.
It's gonna be tight sailing in here, Sly. Keep an eye on the rocks.
Right off the bat, we have one of the best mission failed messages in the game. If we try to flee out to sea, cowardly flight is uncooperly. Uncooperly? The Death's Head is tougher than any boat we've gone against. For all the old reasons, I can't pin down exactly how tough, all I can say is it took about 10 shots to the aft. But the AI is no better, so, you know.
Really, Cooper? A bad choice boarding a ship packed with over 100 pirates. Sure your Keen is up to the task of cracking all our skulls?
I don't know about all of you, but yours, I'm sure it can manage.
Ha! Restrain this man and keep your distance from the enemy vessel. This smells of lubber trickery. Take heart, boys. Been a while since we witnessed a good plank walking.
This is a great send-up to that bout of vinegar talk we kicked things off with. Nothing like pissing off a killer to get the blood pumping.
That's the best insult you can think of? I could do better in a coma, while speaking a foreign language, to deaf apes.
Your wordsmithing is preposterous, presumptuous, and patently premeditated.
Oh man, I can do that too, look! Little Lafwee loves to lie loud like a lofty lad, but he's just a lowly loon, a leaping lark with legions of lapdogs licking his laces.
I'm not worried about Penelope. A girl tough as that will free herself by tomorrow morning, then come and steal your wallet.
Ha! That chickadee will never escape a skull keep. She's locked up in irons, and there she stays until she agrees to love me, despite all my faults. Now be the time sharks launched on your parts.
You're the captain.
And just like that, the port's a war zone. These cutters all over the place are especially interesting since they are identical to the ones we took out earlier. Support beams on the mast and all. We can shoot the supports off, but this doesn't actually accomplish anything. We are only meant to make a run for the docks. Once we get there, the town's entire population will dog us down as we try to make it up to the Skull Keep. It's so hectic, I am thriving.
Penelope, that you? It's time for a rescue.
Ooh, and he got us. You know I love when the baddie gets us.
He's good.
We can never fully explore this room without cheats, but with them, we'll find there isn't too much to see that wasn't already on camera. It is a bit festooned with these giant chiseled stone hearts. Are these implied to be like Valentines Lafouille is given to Penelope to try and woo her?
Bentley! Sly's all blown up and Lafouille's boat is gaining on you!
Keep it together and meet me at the mouth of the harbor. If I can get into deeper waters, I should be able to give this guy the slip.
But Sly!
Keep it together. We're not done yet.
Blast! They'll make it out to sea in this wind. Jones! Aye, sir.
Oh, word? That's Jones? That's awesome. This is probably the only definitive proof we ever get that most of our means of dispatching guards aren't deadly, since Jones was one of the guards we had to take out to get to the treasure map earlier.
Load the cannons and prepare to come about. If the breeze don't help, we'll fall back on iron and powder. Fire! Avast there! Afraid you didn't quite make it out of the harbor.
Yeah, honestly, I've seen some Lafouille haters in the comments, and I don't get it. This guy's personality is huge.
Sorry, Lafouille, but I'm sure this water is deep enough.
Deep enough to be your grave.
Guru, crush her, now!
Oh, my thunder! Just crush her! Crush her! We're doomed!
Yeah, bet you didn't think we were getting any Guru gameplay this level, but now we get to crush. It's just a shame it's really kind of boring. This right here, this is it. This is all we gotta do for like the next 4 minutes. Sorry guys, this is just not how you do a power trip. If I start playing as a boss in their element, I expect to be able to use a few more of that boss's moves, you know? Anyway.
Call off your squid, or the girl gets it.
Back off, Guru. I'll deal with this guy.
Aye, that you have. Set me up to think I'd outsmarted you, then pulled me into the deep water with this beast. I tip me hat to ye. You're the cleverest man I've ever had the pleasure of meeting.
You getting this, Sly?
So let me try and wrap my brain around this here. Presumably the gang had a plan A for if Penelope was in the Skull Keep, and a plan B for if she was on board the Death's Head. And it seems like they just actioned both plans. Sly surviving that point-blank Penelope bomb and using it to launch himself back to the ship almost seems like it was also part of the plan given how Bentley reacts to it. He is truly galaxy-brained if so.
Yeah, I've got some perspective on the situation.
Avast!
Guru, get Sly! He can't swim!
Aye, shipmate, but who'll be helping? You.
Ah!
Nobody touches that turtle but me.
Me pirate flower finally blooms, yet you'd favor this cripple over me, the smartest man on the 7 seas?
Oh, I do like smart guys. And he beat you at your own game. You tell me who's more intelligent.
Be still my heart and quick me blade. 'Tis time for a duel. You and I'll make the mating dance of death.
Why this shot? Why did they focus the camera on how utterly Penelope didn't help him up? Like, I wouldn't have really thought about it if you didn't zoom in like this. Penelope takes on the boss fight, and not with some RC mech or anything like that, just her and her steel. And before anything else, this was a very smart move. Again, turning Penelope into the damsel in distress and really leaning into it with this plot point about Lafouille hoping she'll fall in love with him, the dress he made her wear, and her reaction to Bentley rescuing her, giving her the big match with her captor is such a great subversion of those tropes. Hell yeah, this is the girl who boxed Sly into a corner on the wing of a plane in flight. Her combat mechanics are very simple. She has a high and low dodge, he has a high and low block, and they each have a high and low attack. And if we can force him off all 3 spars, we win. But if he forces off 1, that's it for us.
Farewell, my pirate flower. 'Twas short and bloody.
The coolest thing I can bring up about this is to do with that hacked-in Penelope mode. The last attribute of her that I shelved for later was that if you let her lock on to a foe without running, she'll change into this dress and sword rig. Unfortunately, she's still not programmed to attack outside of this fight specifically, and the guards aren't particularly intimidated, but it sure does look cool. This dress is also featured in the game's concept art, and looks somehow even better there. And I can assume that this idea of a corrupt pirate captain cajoling his captive into a fancy dress like this is a direct reference to the Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yes!
Smartest man on the 7 seas!
Lafouille is a very rare boss to just straight up die. You can see the shark fins swimming in the closing scene and hear them chowing down in this one. Brutal stuff, but classic all the same.
Lafouille was beat, outsmarted by our own resident genius, who'd done more than just rescue a team member. He'd won himself a girlfriend.
Okay, now we can have the talk about Bentley and Penelope. Their relationship is honestly a perfect microcosm of the direction this whole game is taking. Let's rewind back to Flight of Fancy, where Bentley, our tech guy, contacts the tech girl of our next area's boss. Over the radio they have an undeniable rapport, but Sly and the Black Baron are in the planes. Bentley and Penelope are just playing support in the background. But uh-oh, turns out Penelope was in the plane, and it's immediately treated as a foregone conclusion that she's out of Bentley's league. She and Sly are the title bearers, and Bentley is once again just the guy in the chair. In Cold Alliance, though Sly is a cordial teammate, all of Penelope's advances kind of bounce off him, and whether she reads that as him being uninterested or oblivious, she does read it pretty quickly. And then, here in Bloodbath Bay, we get what is perhaps the most important line in the episode.
Why do the girls always have to go for Sly? It's just not fair.
The idea that Bentley is jealous of Sly is not one that had ever been brought across through dialogue, but it is there. As Bentley reinvents himself to be more effective in the field with his wheelchair than he had been without it, we can see through the gadgets he added exactly what more effective in the field meant to him. The ability to pickpocket, the ability to traverse rooftops and great heights with ease. Heck, Bentley even got the Insanity Strike and Alarm Clock gadgets from Sly's kit in the second game. And now Penelope stands as the most overt symbol of that insecurity. It's not necessarily about the girl, it's about Sly's automatic authority. Bentley leads the Chalk Talks, he instructs all the new members on their missions, he chooses the new members even when it's directly against Sly's better judgment. And yet even Penelope, no doubt their smartest recruit, is looking to Sly to lead. And that's what's not fair. It's not an admirable character trait, jealousy never is, but it's a deeply sympathetic one. Which leads us to what I think is truly brilliant about Dead Men Tell No Tales, and that is that Bentley is the main character here. Sly captains the ship almost out of formality, but watching as Penelope's focus directly shifts from Sly to Bentley as she realizes he's a lot more than just the brains, the audience gets to join her. He outplays the villain, and he gets the girl, and frankly, Penelope gets the guy, and best of all, it's all with Sly's blessing. Obviously Penelope was never his to give up, but the spotlight always has been.
They'd have these conversations the rest of us couldn't even follow. As far as I could tell, they were made for each other.
When you guys are done making out, I'll see you back at the safe house. Sheesh.
Dmitri was in love too. The new diving gear had gone to his head.
Look at them holding hands over here, they're so freaking cute.
We were informed that he'd be our frogman for the Cooper Vault job. Not that any of us had even asked him. For the first time in memory, Carmelita didn't show up and cart everyone to jail. Oh well, I'll send her a postcard.
Gotta imagine Interpol just has negative influence in Triple B. Makes sense she wasn't here, but it's a very deliberate choice to give Carmelita the last word in this scene anyway. And so concludes Dead Men Tell No Tales. I alluded to it once before, but I know there are those who place this episode below Rumble Down Under, and I have a pretty good idea why. This level is really where the biggest criticism of Sly 3 shows itself. For a great deal of these missions, you don't feel like a thief. The thesis statement for the whole series. We're out to pull the heist of the century, loot the Cooper Vault beneath the nose of its wrongful caretaker, but every major step to get there has shifted focus instead to whatever our newest prospective party member wanted accomplished. We got to feel like an ace pilot, a Zen warrior, a dread pirate, all really fun in their own right, but that's not what we ostensibly signed on for. Sly is the thief. Look, it says it right there. I think the best way I can put what's happening right now is that Sucker Punch is essentially cashing in on all the investment that a player may have built up over the series, sending the adventure off the rails and reaching the edges of what it even means to be a thief. And there's a very simple reason for that. They know when it's time for an idea to run its course, and that doesn't just apply to the one-off gameplay gimmicks. It applies to Sly's story, to all of this. We've spent this whole time running from the inevitable. It's taken us places we might never have imagined, forged the most unlikely relationships, and maybe created something better as we went. But no matter which way we turn, it was always leading to the end.
All these memories, they just bring me back to the same place. getting crushed to death in the fist of some genetics experiment gone wrong. Not the way I thought I'd go out. Shame, really. Now that we've got this big gang, more like a pack of misfits. Either way, we'd become a team. We had some real potential there. Could have pulled off some big jobs. We were so close. The door to the Cooper vault was opening. But that Dr. M, if there's any justice, he'll get his. I just wish I'd seen what was in there. A stockpile of my family's accomplishments. Would I have measured up? What would I contribute? Would my father have been proud of me or ashamed? Can't take this crushing. Just let the pain stop.
That opening cutscene is the best Sly has ever had. I love that for once, it's not about the villain. It's not about Dr. M's backstory, it's not about our newest recruit. For the very first time, it's not about the job at hand, it's just about Sly. His regrets, his internal struggle, and it tells a really important story. The treasure of the vault is almost meaningless in the face of what it represents. His legacy, something concrete he can finally measure himself against, to see if he truly lived up to the Master Thief title he was supposed to inherit. And as his thoughts drift to what he has to be ashamed of, he can only focus on one regret.
Funny, but here I am at the end, and suddenly all I can think about is what a coward I've been towards Carmelita. I never took the next step. Looking at Bentley and Penelope, it's clear what life is about. If Carmelita was here, I'd tell her straight out how I feel, and quit playing around. Put our professional differences aside and see if we can make it work. But that'll never happen now.
Here we are at the end of the road for the third time, and twice now, he's taken the opportunity to perpetuate the chase, to let his guard down and be real with Carmelita, only to make another bold getaway. Now, with his back against the wall, sure that the opportunity will never knock again, he sees it as his greatest failure. Now, there aren't too many details to pick apart here, though something odd I noticed was this little mark on some of the shots in that montage. I think it's some sort of tracking graphic from whatever software they use to animate these cutscenes. Hard to say. Two of these shots are also a little altered from how they looked in-game. This one from the outro of Australia, and this one from the intro to Holland. Also worth noting, this flash of Carmelita is from Goodbye My Sweet, which I suppose does confirm that chocolate bar heist as canon. This shot of each of the members of the gang fading away accompanies them with sound effects to represent their skills. An explosion, bubbles, punching, mystical chimes, an airplane motor, and that sound green computer screens make in 90s movies.
We'd become a team. We had some real potential there. Could have pulled off some big jobs.
This is also the only spot I can think of to bring this up. Back in the run-up to Sly 3's release, Sucker Punch showed off the opening cutscene from the beginning of the end, though it opened a little differently. Check it out.
It was like they always say, your life really does flash before your eyes. There it all was, stretching back to my childhood.
Obviously, only those directly involved could tell us everything about this change. Looks like he got flung from some kind of explosion, but I really appreciate the change because I think the monster's claw does a way better job of visualizing Sly's mortality, the crushing inevitability of death, as opposed to having already been through the worst of it. Of course, it's also interesting how prevalent Bentley and Penelope are in this scene. They get a major focus in the flashbacks, they're the last two to fade away, and of course, this line.
Looking at Bentley and Penelope, it's clear what life is about.
Bentley and Penelope's relationship serves a really eye-opening role for Sly. One thing that's pretty easy to poke fun at when it comes to the expanded Cooper gang is how much of a sausage fest it is. We're definitely not passing the Bechdel test here, but that's not inherently a bad thing. Penelope is simply confident in pursuing what it is she wants. More confident than Sly, evidently, and in a lot of ways, she's not the only one. Oh hey, we know the opening heist officially took exactly 21 minutes, so that's less time than it took me, that's for sure. This opening shot is probably the best cinematography the Sly games have ever displayed in 3D. I love the framing of every reveal, especially this shot of Sly through the gap in the rocks, and it feels especially significant that this episode's title card is the vault door, and the first thing we see here is the key.
Lieutenant Gronk, get your squad together. We're about to see some action.
Yes, ma'am. Lock and load, you apes. We're going in.
Starting off strong with a Carmelita mission. No safe house, no hub, we're going in.
Hold on, Pigtail.
And I might as well tell you now, Honor Among Thieves, the episode, not the game, is a resonant callback to a cold heart of hate from the first game. As before, we do away with the traditional format the rest of the game has adhered to, and undertake a linear progression of levels so Sucker Punch can maintain a firmer grip on the plot. And the parallels do not stop there. Once upon a time, Sly took it upon himself to rush to Carmelita's aid when she was in danger, and now it's her turn. Even the names of these missions are a neat reflection of each other. As for this boss fight against, the only official name I can find on this guy is Mutant Primate. Though he's not terribly primordial, he appears to have the arms of a sloth, the legs and tail of some kind of reptile or dinosaur, and the head of an elephant seal. Anyway, this is a pretty cool fight. It feels super dynamic to see all of Carmelita's mercs rushing into combat as you fire away, and to see them systematically annihilated. Second time this year, Carmelita, that's gonna be a lot of paperwork. The fact that he's using our own men as projectiles against us is both brutal and clever. As they die, they get replaced by reinforcements from inside the boat, and you can see the doors they pop out of if you pay attention. If you try to stand on it though, you get knocked away. I don't think they quite made this jump too far to make, but they did put an invisible wall over there, which is kind of rude. Before we take this bad boy on in earnest, this is a rare fight where losing has a unique cutscene. Sly just gets vored. I know the results for losing are never canon, but wow, I would not have expected them to animate that. I imagine this was done to really drive home this Carmelita hero moment, but this is probably the easiest mission we've undertaken as her. Just move and shoot. He's accurate, but he's so far away there's no way for him to lead his shots. Once you get him almost halfway down, he'll change tactics and break apart the land and wedge a barrier in front of the boat, forcing you to relocate. Then he'll start throwing these new goons on these zip lines to deal with you instead.
So, you've got friends. I've got a shock list. We're even.
According to their concept art, these are called swarmers. Head of an alligator, arms of a stone crab, and though I always thought their feet looked very chicken-esque, they are apparently kangaroo legs. This is a unique variant of this type of guard though. They all die in one hit, no matter what too, even each other, which is fun. They're easy enough to ignore if that's more your speed. The only awkward thing here is that the big guy doesn't do anything once you hit the spawn cap of 5. Once you pass that phase, he knocks down these Tesla coil looking things, which electrifies the platform. Kind of. But since it's Carmelita, who is so often too tough for such things, it will just insta-kill you if you hang around here for too long. This is one of the only ways you can see her electrocution animation, but only if it works the way it's intended.
You're an unexpected annoyance. Do me a favor and hold still while I smash the life out of you.
I could absolutely do that, Doc, but unfortunately your big beastie has some pretty glaring blind spots in his attacks, so I'm not sure how much it'll help. The monster has some funky collision on his back that's just solid enough for you to stand on, and that is by far the coolest way to tackle this final phase.
You harpy witch! Why are the police invading my home?
I'm here to see that justice is done.
Justice? I'm the victim here, defending what's mine from thieves!
Looked to me like you were attempting to murder that man.
That man, please, you know this is Sly Cooper. You're as transparent as you are narrow-minded.
Cooper is a criminal. I'm here to bring him and all lawbreakers to justice.
I'm no lawbreaker. It was all self-defense.
First things first. Put Cooper down and we'll talk terms.
Sorry, Madam Cop, I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. Although I can throw you a long, long way. Go and smash that woman. Crush her bones to paste and toss her in the sea where no one will ever find her.
Most missions we'll be taking on here have a Master Thief challenge attached. Though before I take this one on, I haven't drawn any attention to the descriptions attached here because they're all pretty bog standard stuff. But this one's clever. Her most wanted criminal. Aw. Okay, Beauty versus the Beast. Kinda weird they used that reference twice. Despite the uncharacteristically strict time limit, there's not much room for optimization here. There is some highly advanced Carmelita tech speedrunners use, where you can cancel her landing animation by attacking, cancel her attack animation by jumping, then shoot twice in a single jump, enabling you to nearly double her rate of fire with precise enough timing. I only got it to work once, so I have no idea how these people nail it like 200 times in a row, but I am not a speedrunner. This is well established.
Now to find that cane. I can't believe this idiot just brought it to me. He looks just like his father, and he's just as dead.
Sly! He's over here! He's still breathing? He's alive!
Okay, so we got Sly back. He is not dead. Huge. Now for the cane.
Although he's suffered a major concussion. If he were up and about, I'm sure he'd want us to retrieve his family cane.
Go grab the thing. Jump in, do the swim, and take it. Legit, eh, my main man, bro?
Won't be that simple. That's an electromagnetic buoy. Dr. M has set them up all around the island to snag approaching metal boats. We just lucked out that we came here in a wooden ship.
I'll be honest, this line has always stuck out to me. Even as a kid, I thought it was cool, like, heck yeah, perks of the pirate ship, not too shabby. But Bentley had been considering every security measure. You're telling me he didn't account for these buoys and that this was just luck? I don't think so. Hype your man up, Penny. This was all part of the plan as far as I'm concerned. Alright, our plan to circumvent the freaking magnets is to send the Guru and a whole shiver of sharks to destroy it. And this is where some of the unavoidable problems in this episode rear their heads. First and foremost, contrivance. We have cannons. It's hard to ignore, they're literally on screen, so maybe just shoot the buoy? But no, obviously we're doing things this way because this is our final lap, as it were. We want to give everyone one last chance to shine. Which leads to our second issue. Though playing as Carmelita is always a welcome departure, we really hit the ceiling on what the Guru was capable of on his own ages ago. I'd love to see more of this, and if we flash back to the beginning of the end, he, under the alias of Agent Old Rock, pulled this off, and maybe incorporating that skill set into gameplay would have been more what I'm looking for at this point, but instead we're doing a lot of what we did back in Rumble Down Under. The additional stakes of falling into water being an instant fail is an escalation, but none of the hazards surpass those bear traps from Holland. They can all be dealt with by using the advanced tech of jumping, and your shark can tank so many hits, even that's barely necessary. And our third issue, the Panda King Erasure, my god.
You're the only member of the team who doesn't carry metal equipment.
I mentioned back when we were attacking a Kraken, that was his last mission, and he will be the only gang member whose gameplay is not represented here on Cane Island. Even though I don't see any metal here, but maybe I just don't know enough about fireworks. Sorry, Agent Monarch, you really didn't deserve this kind of snub. As for the mission itself, some cool details here and there. These sharks, though plainly a reused model, are not the same we saw in the Caribbean, or even the ones we saw in these very waters in the inaugural mission. My guess would be that these are intended to be more of Dr. M's hybrid, given that no species of shark has a pattern like this. Also, there's a visual glitch that can happen in the PS3 version where half these textures don't load, which gives them this sort of rotted ghoul aesthetic that's actually quite creepy. There are invisible walls surrounding every landmass around here, making it impossible to safely dismount your shark anywhere but the buoy, and there's a trigger that will force you to turn around if you swim too far out, but other than that, you can swim anywhere around the island. Really tour the space. Just above us is the unused tutorial area with the rope leading over the wall. Then, if you look to your left, you'll see where Sly nearly had the life crushed out of him, which triggered the flashbacks that encapsulated the events of this game. And if you'll turn your attention to the waters below, you'll see the bubbles that were once emitted by Agent Deep Six, better known to the Cooper Gang as Dimitri. Now, since nearly that entire mission sees us mounted up and there are no guards to spot us, you probably wouldn't think to disguise yourself at any point, and the devs probably hoped you wouldn't, because for the first time, the Guru only has one transformation, and it's a rock reused from Australia, not quite at home with any of the local sediment. The scene that closes out this mission is shot super weird.
It's okay, Guru. The cane's not lost. We've got a diver on the team, remember?
For some reason, Bentley is just off-screen while he talks. They don't put the radio filter on his voice, so is this like a POV shot?
No one else could have got the cane off that magnet. You're a credit to the team. Just leave your shark friends behind. They freak me out.
Bentley's tending to Sly. He wanted me to prep you for the mission.
Oui. The turtle dude makes sounds for les scuba. So here you go, baby. Dimitri are natural. Woo! Your plan? She's worked to perfection.
My plan to get you alone in a swimsuit?
Come clean, my lovely, and play your cards straight. These are dangerous waters, and I'm a big, strong, macho man.
Okay, first, get over yourself. Second, I mean it, get over yourself. And third, jump into that water and find Sly's cane. It's the key to the Cooper Vault. We can't lose it.
Salty language from such sweet lips. I'll die, baby. I die for the love.
What can I add? That scene was so perfectly written and delivered, I got nothing. Okay, so our second and final mission as Dimitri changes things up significantly. We no longer have control of our camera, instead we're locked front-facing and the left stick controls our target reticle. Then this opening section is basically Dance Dance Revolution. Avoid the giant crab claws by hitting the right button at the right time. They get pretty quick, but once you get a feel for the timing, this is one of the easiest DDR levels I've ever played, and when we get to the end of the tunnel we'll find the owner of those claws. This boss is known as the Mutant Fish, with the head of an angler or viper fish, the aforementioned crab claws, and as we'll get a very close look at in one of his attacks, giant jellyfish tendrils. Our camera is still locked forward. Our goal is to strafe around the hazards in this fight while steadily chipping away at Dr. M plonked in his Eska. This can get pretty tricky, especially when he does that one attack that comes standard with all deep sea bosses. If I had a nickel. It's not super clear that what you're meant to do is wait until Dr. M's shield drops and shoot him to interrupt the attack. But on the whole, I do think this fight utilizes Dimitri's diving mechanics way better than his first outing. There are advantages to using both the fast maneuvers and the slower, more precise ones to evade all these hazards, though moving the reticle around the screen feels a little weak. I can illustrate this best when the fish switches out its claws for giant laser cannons in its final phase. These things can be avoided by swimming circles around the guy, or you can interrupt them by shooting the arms. However, since the depth of field is really off, aiming directly at them will cause you to miss. You have to aim a little bit inward of where you're trying to hit, and there's really no excuse for that. As for fun details, we don't have that much freedom down here, but I am amused by the fact that we can destroy these various stalags, even while the explosives can't. Also, if you can parse Dr. M's warbled speech, he does have a few interesting things to say. I don't know if it was intentional for him to be this flippy-floppy, but it does fit what we know of how manic he is. I thought perhaps you might be able to destroy these cannons given enough shots, but despite the very damaged-looking animation, this is solely for the purpose of resetting their attack pattern. That does make this the easiest phase if you get the positioning down, but that's tough enough to do that it feels more like a reward than your standard cheese. Once more, by manipulating the code, we can run around here on foot, and the most interesting thing about this is that it seems everything underwater operates on a much larger scale than above. Look at how huge Dr. M is. Dimitri has to be enormous for this to fit. I also would have thought this watery tunnel was some sort of looping structure, but no, the whole thing is here, and looks pretty cool too. Last thing in the depths, I found that there are a lot more destructibles than there's any reason to be, but one potentially useful example are these giant crab claws. I tried shooting them as Dimitri, but the problem is, we're actually moving faster than his projectiles right now, so the timing to break these claws before you hit them is way more precise than just avoiding them. It is possible though, I did manage it once or twice.
That rude dude threw down heavyweight. I had him solid, but he ran, baby. Ran, and now I'm flat nowhere.
You were magnificent. Alone against a creature trapped in an undersea cave.
How about a kiss for Monsieur Magnificento?
Magnificento? Magnificent-oh? Wouldn't that be like closer to Italian? Yeah, I don't get it.
I'm Mac to the Jack to the Iverson, baby!
Sly, you're up.
He should be back in bed after the thrashing he took. Another blow to the head and your brain could snap.
Quit your worrying. I feel fine. Did Dimitri find my king?
No, Dr. M managed to get away with it.
Then we gotta go.
I have to praise this level for the fact that it never betrays its tone. It's cartoonishly bizarre, the antics we're getting up to, fighting off enormous biomechanical mutants by sequentially using every offbeat tool at our disposal, but the characters all treat it with such weight you can't help but be taken in.
Smash the drones, siphon their power, and fry the tower's matrix.
Perfect. Let's get your car onto a drone patrol pipe.
Not to be too obvious in exposing my ignorance, but what in the world are you two talking about?
Explaining it would include a lot of multisyllabic words. I could just show you.
Bring on the demo.
This line has always made me think of this one from the first game.
If my knowledge of mechanical engineering serves me right, applying significant rotational torque to achieve maximum velocity will yield a positive result.
You mean something good might happen if I can get the wheel to spin fast enough?
Isn't that what I just said?
It's probably not worth reading into. I'm sure Sly's head just hurts. Penelope's up, aiming to take out the radar towers around the island, and running with her new side-graded RC car. Since Bentley never gave her back her turret after attaching it to his grapple cam, she's outfitted it with these bumpers straight out of Speed Racer. And you know something? They're way more fun. Punting these drones off the track with precise timing and positioning is so satisfying. And it's the first time you really get to open up the throttle without having to worry about hazards. It's no Mario Kart, but I'm having a good time. Easily the coolest thing you can pull off here is hitting a drone in midair. Ooh, that's the good stuff. For all that, it's pretty simple goings. These power puffs dropped by the drones restore your health, so there's not much call to be that careful. I did happen upon one interesting detail, which is that if one of these enemy drones gets stuck upside down, they just self-destruct. Unfortunately, this doesn't count as you destroying them, but it is amusing. You can also pull off a completely useless shortcut from this big jump on the last course. By going off of it slow enough, you can land on this pipe here. As for how this works under the hood, there are always a set amount of drones on each track, 3 on the first and second, and 4 on the third. When you destroy one, it immediately respawns a set distance ahead of you, so there's no faster way to do this than racing after them. Though if you wanted to just wait in place, that is an option.
Fantastic!
One of my favorite Master Thief challenges, Road Rage. Destroy 16 drones on the final course without the aid of health pickups. This is just solid fun, especially since the more time you spend on one track, the more likely the drones are to get all clumped up together, until eventually you can pull off some really cool, combos. Getting a high score here is entirely down to how well you can avoid damage. Stay out from directly behind the cars and take every turn as close to the inside as you can, and you should have no trouble getting that target score of 16. But the further you get past that, the more inevitably you'll start taking pot shots. My best score without the aid of the Mystic Arts was 49. Not half bad, but this is our last one which tracks your score this way. I want to see it at 1,000.
With the guided missiles offline, we've got a chance at air superiority here.
I'm in. I've rested long enough.
You sure?
This is my legacy we're fighting for. You think I want to sit this one out?
Why, thank you, Sly. I was waiting for a good buzzword like that to start digging into the meat and potatoes here. Legacy is a powerful motivator. With only faith to tell us what happens next, a legacy is the closest thing we've got to immortality down here on Earth. And as such, mankind has developed an incredible fixation on fame, an impact, something we leave behind. The Cooper lineage is an extraordinary paradox spiraling around that idea. A family whose name is famous worldwide, whose deeds stretch back to the times of pharaohs, yet what they're famous for is inherently clandestine. Subterfuge, larceny, grand theft, and with each passing achievement, though they further the knowledge they have to hand down to the next in line, they also create ever-mounting obstacles for them to overcome. Remember how Sal figured us out on sight because that great reputation preceded us. Maybe overcoming those challenges would yield even greater accolades, but this isn't sustainable. How long before we're Octavio, clinging to tradition for tradition's sake as we're pulled below the ever-shifting tides of progress? Or Lefouille, with the reputation for being the best in a profession hundreds of years out of date? Or Penelope, defined by the celebrity of our success and pressured to perpetuate it by any means necessary? Sly is fighting tooth and nail for something he sees as bigger than him, but to what end? Nothing better for a concussion than some good old-fashioned G-forces, am I right? I certainly wasn't expecting us to still have the plane at this point, based on the fact we took the pirate ship here. That means we must have somehow had it with us in Bloodbath Bay, which in turn means it had to have accompanied us on the cruise ship getting there. Maybe Dimitri stashed it for us back when we left Holland. Pretty clutch of him, honestly. This challenge requires a lot more maneuvering finesse than the dogfights did. You might actually get some use out of barrel rolling here. And the only ammo around is in some pretty tight spaces. I also got a kick out of trying to fly along the tracks we were just racing on, which are just barely wide enough, but the game in no way asks you to do this. It does give us a sense of just how far the RC car was jumping in that mission, but at the end of the day, this is basically a cartoon, so I'll let it slide. The last thing I messed around with was seeing if there were any unorthodox breakables on the island. But apart from the antenna on the guard towers, I didn't find anything we haven't been able to break from the ground. My most interesting finds were the unique particle effects on the collapsed lab entrance and the security station. Breaking these turrets shouldn't take more than an attempt or two once you get into a rhythm with their firing rates. The only tip I can offer is to clear the outer ones first to essentially minimize the number targeting you at any given time, but that was pretty simple.
Great work, Sly! Looks like you really stirred up the hornet's nest. They're launching fighters!
These bat enemies might not be hybrids, but based on what I think are legs here, I think they're partially some sort of hexapod, or indeed, perhaps hornets. Their concept art drew them as part chameleon, with another input for Dr. M to control them directly, but their models are much simpler.
Those bats have some sort of shield on them. Your cannon won't work. Fortunately, I've upgraded your plane with a missile launcher.
The missile launcher that we suddenly have attached to our plane is really bizarre. We had it during the turret section, but each rocket does the same amount of damage as one bullet, so it would take 3 to destroy anything we're aiming at up here. Now that's not the only upgrade they've made to our plane. Our firing rate is also significantly faster, easily doubled. My guess is Penelope got her hands on it. Now these bats do feel more volatile than the dogfighters, but not by much. It's the shield that really mixes things up. I wanted to see how well the Toonami plane's missiles fared here, but it seems locked for this particular mission despite the successful input sound on the menu. Odd.
That's the last of them. Oh boy, here comes the big guns. And by guns, I mean a giant flying whale dragonfly thing covered in robotic junk. Wait, Dr. M is plugged into that monstrosity.
Yeah, I got nothing to add to that description, Bentley. This is quite a thing.
Nice! Tiny velvets likes to play second fiddle. I am the master here. Sidekick no more.
Dr. M's Sky Whale is a fun boss fight. I'm especially fond of these super trippy light rays he dares you to fly through, both visually impressive and oppressive. The limit on our ammo has finally been lifted too, making this a bit of catharsis in its own way as we can really just open fire. But I think this is the point where M's monstrosities start to feel kind of perverse. This line in particular puts that certain pit in my stomach. If this whalefly had vocal cords, well, he certainly did at some point, and you ripped them out in the name of the depraved art you call science. The Island of Dr. Moreau tells the story of a once-respected psychologist who secretly conducted experiments with vivisections. Ostracized from society when they came to light, he isolated himself on the eponymous island where he continued his experiments on both local wildlife and creatures he had imported. His ultimate yet impossible goal, his own Cooper Vault, was the achievement of turning an animal into a full-fledged human. His failures all bore animal traits and inevitably reverted to animalistic behaviors. The story has powerful themes of humanity and depravity, as Dr. Moreau is fully desensitized to the suffering he causes. He believes pain and the uncomfortable response to it are both base animal instincts to be left behind. The true irony being that in his quest to create humanity and surrounded by half-beasts, he is the least human among them. Now Dr. M is far from a direct adaptation of that character, but the irony at the center remains. He is a victim of his own efforts, as paranoia, envy, and hatred have twisted him into something no more humane than these wretched chimeras. But what brought him here? This is certainly as little to do with the actual treasure as it is for Sly. There's something deeper going on.
Headstrong, just like your father.
You don't know anything about me or my father.
Really? Who let you in on the secret of this place, eh? Was it my old pal McSweeney, perhaps?
McSweeney works for you? This was all a setup to get the cane.
No, my boy. Once upon a time, he and I worked together for your dear old dad.
This was brilliantly foreshadowed. We could see Dr. M's silhouette in the game's opening cutscene, and we could extrapolate that Dad's gang had a similar dynamic to ours, with the thief, the muscle, and the brains. If at any point you questioned how Dr. M even found out about the island and the vault, you probably put this together yourself, which always feels pretty cool.
Time does strange things to people. Just look at the real leader of your gang, Bentley.
Whatever, we're friends, equals.
Then why is it called the Cooper Gang, you self-centered egomaniac?
That's enough.
Finally got our cane back, and one detail that's never given central focus are these counterfeit canes surrounding the vault. They look to be exact replicas, and yet something about ours works where these all failed. As far as the cane goes, this little freefall from our plane to the whale is the only segment of the game where you can play as Sly without his cane. You can attack and swing the lack of it around, which is funny, but especially odd is what happens if you try to use his triangle dive bomb. You can see that his wrist just spins around like it's on a ball bearing. Dear God, Sly. There's also a Master Thief challenge associated with that last fight, but it's absolutely no trouble. The best tactic is to simply ignore the rocket launchers and let them self-destruct as you move between phases. You can use your own rockets to potentially speed up the process, but even that might be overkill, since you can take a few hits here and there. This should quite literally be over in seconds. The cold, silent opening of the vault this time feels really deliberate when compared to the first attempt. An anticlimax? No, not quite. More like an empty victory. Sly stands at the precipice of everything we've been working for, and this time, he realizes that he doesn't want to go it alone.
Bentley, you there?
Yeah, pal?
I'm about to head inside the vault, and I want you and Murray to come with me. We're a team, a family. We should do this together.
Okay, be right up, partner.
Well, this place is amazing!
Yeah, it's gotta be like at least 100 years old.
An archaeological marvel.
Glad you boys are impressed, because it looks like I'll have to go on from here alone.
Do it, Sly. This place was built for you. We'll hold down the fort here.
I find myself daunted by the task of writing about the Cooper Vault. It's everything this series has been building up towards, to see what our family title as Master Thief is worth. The stakes presented to us at the outset of our first adventure were strictly based on our legacy. By the end, there was no doubt we'd earned it. A triumph in the face of those who had simply been handed what we were given the opportunity to fight for. In the second game, the threat of clockwork still loomed over us, and any potential future we might strive for. We struggled against those smarter than us, stronger than us, more devious, all so we could protect that legacy and champion it for generations to come. And now, we finally get to see the material sum of what we've been defending. This single level has more to say without a word of dialogue than any of this series' cutscenes. An eon of history preserved in these caves, the dusty portraits of our ancestors staring down upon us, the overwhelming weight of their accomplishments literally piled in mountains of gold. But it's no museum. This is an obstacle course. A gauntlet of trials prepared to test any who would dare call themselves Cooper. The message is clear. Are you worthy? Can you prove yourself? Do your abilities match up? Would anyone even notice the riches you've gathered if you added them to the masses? It's an unfeasibly high bar. The music here tells the story incandescently. Sly's leitmotif plays every role in the performance. A tender flute wandering into the grandeur, a fleck of silver glimmering among an orchestra of golden brass. The fanfare rising and rising, a choir adding their voices to the crescendo threatening to crush everything until it collapses under the weight of its own prestige. Leaving just that flute to wander the ruins. The vault itself seems convinced of its own affluence, its own importance, and yet, why? Why is it here? Any Cooper worthy of getting this far couldn't possibly need the wealth, instead continuing to hollow out this mountain and fill it with yet more trophies. This isn't inheritance. This isn't for the benefit of future generations to enjoy. It's a titanic gilded measuring stick that only becomes more impossible to meet with every contribution. Is this really what we fought for after all? We scrapped and failed and killed for another chance to prove ourselves? But Man, is this place fun to dive into. There is so much lore and so many details we are going to be here for a minute. If you're playing on the modern releases, get into the habit right away of destroying all the spiderwebs you see, as there's a trophy for destroying 30 of them. But let's start with Slighton Common II.
This place was started by Slighton Common II. He built his fortune in the employ of the great pharaohs. That must have been around 1300 BC.
This is not the same Slighton Common who wrote his methods of invisibility in the Thieves Raccoonus. This would be his son, and it seems the founder of the Cooper Vault, though these dual cane kopeshes were probably the very same used by his father. And we can extrapolate a fair bit from this. Sly's cane was most likely created for the sole purpose of being the key to the vault. And as we've seen in every introductory cutscene, every Cooper except for Sly and his father created their own signature cane for carrying out their art. In addition, almost every member of the clan who has a shrine in here is based loosely on some historical or mythical figure, even if only in namesake. Slighton Common is easy. His name is based on Tutankhamun, one of the most famous Egyptian pharaohs, though neither Slighton Commons were pharaohs themselves. Here's a big surprise: I don't read hieroglyphics. But not to fear, I can be reasonably confident that no one at Sucker Punch could either, and we're likely just drawing something that looked convincing. While at least one of these images lines up with what I could find on real Egyptian obelisks, that being the symbol for Thoth, the god of the moon and magic, most of them either don't match or are too generic to go one way or the other. But it raises an interesting question. Obelisks adorned this way are guideposts to the dead. The hieroglyphics are a spell intended to ease their passage to the afterlife, so is this a tomb? This little Anubis right here is a sarcophagus. Is it just something fancy Slighton Common stole, or is his mummy in there? We won't know for sure, but perhaps this place's founder never intended it to be a vault, but a necropolis where he and his family could secure their belongings for their journey to the Field of Reeds. Of course, that's all conjecture.
Sir Galeth of the Knights of the Cooper Order. Honorable knight and cunning thief.
Sir Galeth Cooper is likely a reference to Sir Galahad, sometimes called Galeth, one of the Knights of King Arthur's Round Table, which is of course what this sword in the stone is a reference to. You can see in all his pictures that he was actually left-handed, which, as I said, is always just that little bit cooler, and his cane seems to be elongated to function as a lance. Now I have no idea if this was intentional or not, but you're not generally allowed to joust left-handed in a tournament setting. Of course, it'd be fair game during a war, but depending on the culture, it could still have been seen as fighting dirty. I'm also very fond of the different mediums each Cooper's picture is on. The first was a stone tablet, and this one's a banner. Last detail for Galeth, this symbol etched on the stonework around here has a lot of different names, but in context, this is what you'd call a wake knot, named because it was the heraldic symbol of Hereward the Wake, an Anglo-Saxon hero who fought to repel the Norman conquest at the beginning of the last millennium. We could probably read into this, but I'd worry about misrepresenting the history over something that in all likelihood was just intended as a fancy stone carving. More than any other, this level feels like it came straight out of the original game. A pure, perilous platforming promenade designed to test every Master Thief skill Sly has, with the awkward exception of ice climbing. Hey Bentley, do we ever want to talk about how you risked altering this 3,000-year-old relic and we're lucky it still functions as a key to the vault after that? This kind of bookending is really brilliant. This level oozes Sly's very DNA, the platforming strengths that built the series and the narrative aspects that defined it, working in perfect tandem. Salim Al-Kupar is next.
Salim Al-Kupar of Arabia. It was said that he had the stealth of 40 thieves.
Literally everyone makes the joke, wow, so he must have been really loud. And you know something, you're all a bunch of smooth-brained parrot-loving anchorheads. This is one of my favorite jokes in the series. Salim Al-Kupar is based off of the 40 Thieves from 1001 Nights, the same story Disney's Aladdin originates from. However, the twist here is that Salim was the 40 Thieves. He was such a great thief and stole treasure in such volume that his feats were attributed to an entire band of rogues. What a Chad. He also has several elements of Aladdin. He's depicted here riding a flying carpet. And of course he's got this golden lamp, which heavily implies that he may have had the help of a djinn back in his day. But hey, we hired the guru, so we can hardly judge. And finally, his cane has slightly more exaggerated curves, and is based on a scimitar.
The strongest of the Cooper clan, Slay McCooper, could break any lock with a single blow.
Slay McCooper is easily the hardest to place in terms of historical parallels. I figure he's somewhere between William Wallace and Rob Roy McGregor. The former, a Celtic-Scottish war hero whose legend grew to be larger than life, and the latter affectionately referred to as the Scottish Robin Hood. But he also has elements of a Viking, what with this shield and these Norse runes on his tapestry. This text is a bit of a mystery though. As best I can match up, these are Isaz Burkanen Kaunen Isaz Fehu Burkanen, which is Ibgifb. And this might come as a shock, that doesn't mean anything. His concept art has a few more runes, but I checked and they're equally nonsensical. He kinda looks like a saber-toothed tiger here, but that's just his floppy hat. Dude was built like a mountain. He probably could have used Arcane as a toothpick. Oh darn, Slay knew how to make a security measure, didn't he? I just can't overcome something like this. It's too much fun. How can I be expected to stop?
The Ninja Spire landing was perfected in feudal Japan by Ryoichi Cooper.
Ryoichi Cooper, the very first we ever saw in the old book's pages, is named after Ryoichi Hasegawa. Not an especially historical figure, but he's listed in the first game's credits under very special thanks. I don't know why they couldn't especially thank him for what he actually did, leading me on a goose chase to find out for myself, but he was the game's localization producer. Ryoichi Cooper does have a pretty clean historical parallel though in Ishikawa Goemon, a very famous rogue who is also often referred to as the Robin Hood of his culture. A descendant of Goemon is portrayed in Lupin III alongside the titular main character, who was a major inspiration for Sly himself, and that's just neat. This Japanese looks awfully similar to some Chinese I translated a few episodes ago. You ain't slick, Sucker Punch, I caught you. I adore that this bonsai model is identical to the one the Guru transforms into in China, and his dual canes look a bit like Sai. An amusing thing about his little spire jump challenge is that these ceiling swords are completely intangible, not even a little bit of a concern. Next up is Henriette One-Eyed Cooper, who I want to circle back to later. Don't worry, she's one of my favorites too. She's a fitting one to skip because while most everyone else's path forward won't activate until you've checked out their pedestal, hers has no such restriction, and you can just run on through this crawling challenge. This is also hysterical. You can destroy these overturned boats and make this stretch completely impossible. And no, shadow power doesn't work. I checked.
Tennessee Kid Cooper learned to slide along railroad tracks in the Old West.
Tennessee Kid Cooper was always my favorite from the first game based simply on his design. What a cocky rake, what a hellraiser. I feel like this guy walks into a saloon and everyone reacts, good or bad. Plus, you gotta love the gumption of immortalizing yourself in the ancestral halls using your own wanted poster. Another easy parallel, he's based on Billy the Kid, a famous American outlaw who I figure was probably not as successful as Tennessee, but I imagine they made the wanted price the same for the sake of the reference. One more cute detail here, the state animal of Tennessee is a raccoon. I don't know if that was on purpose, but I wouldn't put it past him. Oh, come on, Tennessee, man, you can't do this to me, your own flesh and blood.
Victorian-era London was the stomping grounds for the most gentlemanly thief, Thaddeus Winslow Cooper.
Thaddeus Winslow Cooper III is the one we're probably more familiar with than any other, thanks to getting a close look at one of his entries in the Thievius Raccoonus during Goodbye My Sweet. As the gentleman thief of the Cooper clan, he's the most likely candidate to be based on Arsène Lupin, but given the nationality, maybe AJ Raffles would be a better fit for essentially being a slightly less known but significantly more British gentleman thief. Also, considering his many dealings with Scotland Yard, it's possible Moriarty is in the mix as well. My favorite detail here is that if you look at his portrait, you'll see he has a nearly identical painting in frame with him. It's probably his dad, presumably Thaddeus Winslow Cooper, the Oilers' number. It's possible this jeweled chalice is something, but short of the Holy Grail, I can't think what. Thaddeus probably has my favorite stretch of the gauntlet, especially this sequence of gigantic hammers you have to carefully ladder your way up. Doesn't feel particularly gentlemanly, but maybe it's attributed to Otto von Cooper since his section is right here.
Besides being a thief, Otto von Cooper was a great fighter ace and mechanic.
The last of the Coopers we learned of in Sly's first foray, and easily the least popular because we never get an idea of what he did outside his planes. And while the fact he built them is undoubtedly impressive, it makes it look like the machine is doing all the work. His influence is undoubtedly Otto Lilienthal, whose experiments with heavier-than-air aircraft actually predate those of the Wright brothers, though in terms of when he was probably active as an ace pilot, he may be based loosely on the Red Baron, who we've already discussed. I do love the idea of Penelope basing her alter ego on one of Sly's ancestors, though. Which brings us to the most recent contribution.
This must be my father's work.
Sly's father is never seen above the shoulder, and never named directly within the series. He does have a widely accepted name, though, which is Connor. How we came to know this is a bit convoluted. Back when Disney was cool, they ran a kids magazine that tended to showcase just about anything popular, and Sly was featured in it, in a playful interview with him directly. One of the questions asked was what his middle name was, to which he said it was Connor, named after his father. Now these Disney interviews weren't canon, they weren't directly overseen by an official from Sucker Punch, they were just for fun, but for lack of any better answer, the fandom picked it up. And then, in 2010, when the Sly collection released, Brady Games worked directly with Sly to make an official guidebook for all three, and Connor's name is listed in its pages as a fun factoid. Now it's worth noting that by 2010, Sucker Punch no longer had any control of the Sly IP. It always belonged to Sony, and they had willingly stepped back as its sole developer. So while it is canon as far as Sony is concerned, no one who wrote for the original trilogy had a say in this decision. But again, for lack of any alternative, Connor's as good a name as any. I love the details about here perhaps most of all. The empty pedestal where a cane should go feels especially forlorn, and the use of the art from the beginning of the first game as this portrait is not lost on me. Take a look at this computer screen next to him for a moment, and the words "Hello World" will briefly flash on screen, which is a programming reference I'm not quite technologically literate enough to explain cleanly, but here I go. Basically, a Hello World program is something you can set up and run on anything capable of displaying text. It can be used as a diagnostic tool or proof of concept, but it got its start back in the 70s for being something simple that almost anything can run and almost any aspiring programmer can code. To compare it to something more modern, it'd be like if this screen were running Doom. I think I got all that right. Oh hey, we got a trophy for appreciating that Easter egg. Bonus. This crazy machine is a laser spirograph, though it's advanced enough to make complex shapes like the Cooper logo. Finally, there's what Dad figured out you could do with lasers.
How am I supposed to get through this thing? He made this challenge for a move I've never learned. There's nothing like this in the Thieves Raccoonus. Come on, Dad. Help me out here. Those laser beams? Thieving opportunity? You've gotta be kidding me.
This isn't just cool, it's downright poetic. The very first hazard we ever faced existing in harmony with the central mechanic of our abilities to bypass them. In addition to that, this finally contextualizes the thieving opportunity sparkles. Sly asks his dad for help, and they appear. They are the spirits of our ancestors guiding our instincts. Long before we knew their names, they've been with us every step, sidle, and spire jump of the way. The only thing that's a little weak sauce here is that this isn't a permanent upgrade we can apply anywhere else. It's only for very specific lasers where it's coded to be possible. Now, this would all indicate that Dr. M certainly wasn't the only brains of the last generation's Cooper gang. An interesting point I never see brought up. The idea that Connor and Dr. M were likely on equal footing, perhaps even seeing each other as intellectual rivals, was likely a huge contributing factor in their falling out. On that same subject, it's entirely possible that M personally sold out Sly's dad to Clockwork and the Fiendish Five, though that is admittedly a fan theory of mine.
This must be the inner sanctum. Wish Bentley and Murray were here for this.
It must be said, that was the best level in the whole trilogy. The zenith of everything Sly was and is, Raccoon rolled into a dense narrative package. As with all this game's platforming challenges, we are dared to try it with a time constraint. In addition to that, there's a trophy for completing the whole thing without taking damage, and the true ultimate gauntlet would be to try and take both on at once. This is the longest time limit we've ever had by a huge margin. I believe it's a full 14 minutes. You're more at risk of running out of health than time since the suck system doesn't have you covered, and with no checkpoints, that can be quite the setback. So my best recommendation is to fall back on Murray's golden rule and search for health packs as often as you need them. If you're going for speed, the only tool here that can save off some time is Feral Pounce, but man, can it ever. There are so many opportunities to skip otherwise long stretches of waiting. As for the no damage side of things, there are only a few places I think I can offer any advice other than be careful. Tennessee's railroad slides are weirdly easy to fall off of when jumping between them. Always jump off as you're going down. It gives you the best height advantage without the distance deficit. Anywhere these hooks unclasp, don't waste your time double jumping between them. Just a single jump with good momentum should keep you ahead of the curve. And finally, Dad's laser gauntlet. The key here is not to let yourself slide to the end of any of the lasers. You want to jump off as soon as you have a clear path to the next one, and that should hold you. Now, as we take on our penultimate Master Thief trial, we gotta talk about them. They're actually really clever. While not exactly the incentive to engage more with the level design I know most people prefer, I like to think of that difference for what it represents. The bottles are truly Sly at its most video gamey, a remnant of the series' roots as a collectathon. But the Master Thief challenges are a lot like bonus features on a DVD. In fact, a lot of how this game is presented is very Hollywood box release, scrolling through chapters, concept art, and especially the little bonus movies we've been steadily unlocking as we go. Whether or not there was time to implement the classic collectibles, the change feels, if nothing else, quite deliberate. As for those bonus movies, there are 4 total. Apart from Goodbye My Sweet 1 and 2, we have unlocked the evolution of Sly at this point. Sources say that this unlocks when you complete 90% total game completion, but others say it's after beating this episode, so I can't be entirely certain what the condition is. This is a really fun video, but I don't feel the need to let it play in full or even dive that far into it. Essentially, Nate Fox and Dev Madan watch a reverse timeline of developmental footage, a level that went unused for Sly 2, then several looks at many of the levels from Tide of Terror, 10 months to a year and a half before the first game's release. The most interesting of these is the submarine level, which, if I understand correctly, was planned at this point to be the first level of Tide of Terror, which really speaks to the team's commitment to the vehicle segments from Word 1. Then we see some old testing environments before any of the levels began to take shape, before we finally conclude with Sly's original model. Yeah, he was gonna be a bit chunkier. Now all of that feels a lot more relevant to the first game, and unlike the making of Sly 2, it's much more of a podcasty vibe as Nate and Dev just muse about what's on screen.
Dev, I don't know if you know it, but orange means lava. Lava. Totally. Lava is bad for video game characters. In a video game? Lava. It is. At least in most video games, that's the case. However, in our game, we decided that it didn't hurt Sly at all.
But if you want to watch it in full, I'll post a link to it in the description. The last bonus video unlocks after achieving 100% completion. I'm showing it now because I'm not sure it's the note I want to end on, but it is amazing. A music video set to Dimitri's Club remix from the second game. Likewise, I don't have much to dive into here, but again, if you want to watch it in full, which I do highly recommend, I'll link it in the description. As long as we're getting the completionist stuff out of the way, I want to take this moment to talk about the last few trophies we have yet to sweep up. A few I never covered, but you doubtlessly picked up, are Thieving Opportunist and the Cooper Special. Every episode has a trophy each for completing all its jobs and all its Master Thief challenges, though on that subject, I was both disappointed and insulted to find that taking no damage on this Master Thief challenge doesn't count for the damage list trophy? You have to do it on the base mission. Come on. The last trophy that's a little obscure is simply for viewing the gallery in every episode, which will net us our Platinum Trophy. I'd say these PS4 and 5 editions are an extremely welcome set of extras, and exactly the sort of thing I'm on record as preferring when it comes to this sort of achievement system. With the exception of one or two difficulty spikes, I would say they suit the game's sense of style and bonus content like a glove. The presentation is all part of that stylish package, little flourishes in every corner of the UI, from the stills of the characters fading in and out to the sound effects for scrolling through options. No, really. Oh, and one last PSA for the Gauntlet, don't actually skip Henriette's little interactable. You can get through her section just fine without it, but when you get to Tennessee's, his will simply be locked until you go back. Luckily, you can go back. I wonder if this rope is here solely for that purpose. And this is a perfect opportunity to return to that pin we so rudely put in her earlier.
Henriette One-Eye Cooper sailed the seas and stole from pirates. Guess I really take after her.
I like that her pirate flag was on a white field, to really set her apart from the thieves she was stealing from. Seems she lost her hand at some point and replaced her hook-shaped dagger with a classic pirate hook. Instead of being based on any one pirate, she's undoubtedly inspired by pirate queens like Anne Bonny, Grace O'Malley, and Shang Shi, but her role as a pirate hunter of sorts is most comparable to the start of Captain Kidd's career. Her mere presence in this vault is perhaps the most important of all of them. Piracy is a symbol of freedom, camaraderie, wealth, all things that translate well into the life of a modern thief, but there's one trope that's so quintessentially piratical that it's all we thought they did when we were children. Bury treasure. Now obviously in a maritime lifestyle this was done so your booty wouldn't sink to the bottom of the ocean if push came to shove, but that once again throws into stark relief that there's no reason for this grossly opulent stockpile. And I want to call back to the treasure we unearthed during our stint as plunderers. The diving gear represented a lot more than the treasure salvaged from shipwrecks. It wasn't just stolen from Remy, it was stolen from the world, hidden away where no one could benefit, not even the cutthroat who pilfered it. What similar knowledge is tucked away around us? What caches of history have been hidden away for the benefit of every dead and honored Cooper? How much more will meet its end in these caverns? Dr. M stands as the purest extension of the point. He's clearly brilliant, even if his ideas have become twisted. What might he have accomplished had he not spent his life banging on the outer walls, letting slip his grip on humanity?
This is going to be the payday of all time. Think of all the loot piled up back there.
Do you ever feel like you're playing second fiddle to Sly? Like he treats us as sidekicks?
In that one line, we learn that Bentley was listening. Every word, every hasty response, and it's clear it wasn't reassuring. We know Bentley has come perhaps the furthest in his role across these games. Coming out of his shell so many times, he's more nesting doll than turtle, and with Dr. M's dark perspective, it was only natural we reached this point, where Bentley himself questions the status quo.
No way! Sly's cool! We're all in this together!
Sure, we're all here, but are we equal? Who went into the vault? Sly. By himself.
Watch out!
Murray rivals him in the progress he's made, and in a way, he's taken the same journey backwards, accepting every step of the way what he is and what he is not. Like the Panda King, he's embraced every part of himself, but he sees the world in simple terms.
Think of it this way, Bentley. If it were you in that vault and Sly and I were out here, what would he do?
Stop these thugs and protect his friend.
Right, and that's what I'm gonna do. Keep your head down, stay clear. I'm gonna smash a lot of skulls, and I don't want yours to be one of them.
Words are cheap, so he talks with his fists. The last variety of pawn on Dr. M's vivisected chessboard, these mutants are part cobra, part tiger, and part frog, in conjunction with the gator mutants Carmelita dealt with earlier. That fight didn't do them any justice. Both these guards are among the toughest we've ever faced. Fitting for their hybrid designs, they package together a number of properties from several foes throughout the game. The gators can block attacks like golden retrievers, the cobras can emit sound waves like Octavio, and both of them are strong enough to take 2 hits from Murray without falling, something that was once only true of the Canada geese. In fact, these gators don't even get knocked out. The ranged attacks really make this tricky. The tracking on the sound waves is frankly too good, and they can't be interrupted at close range. Then the gators have the ability to break off their regenerating claws and throw them like boomerangs. And finally, this is the biggest crowd of guards we've ever seen in one space, up to 6 at a time, so mindlessly wading in and swinging ain't gonna cut it here. At long last, we have been given the opportunity to cut loose and use every trick in the book. Let fire reign supreme, and let Murray do what he does best.
Yeah! You're all knocked down, and the Murray stands tall, like a freaking totem pole of strongism.
Ah, Murray, you're much stronger than McSweeney ever was.
That's right, plughead. I'm like a semi-truck with its brakes cut.
I don't have time to get into a screaming match with a caveman like yourself.
Then lock horns with me. Think you'll find I'm a better match.
I have no fight with you, Bentley. You and I are the same.
I gather you were the technical specialist working with Sly's father?
Now, this is a real treat. It's all too clear that while Dr. M and Bentley aren't there yet, the Mandrill is a representation of what Bentley could become if he let those same envies fester. Bentley deserves to be the leader. He's earned that, but it's not what's important in the face of what he's already gained.
Than that.
Like what?
Like brotherhood.
Brotherhood? That's just what he wants you to think. It's a tool to keep you in line.
Now that's the thing that keeps us happy and alive. It's why I'm going to stop you.
Without the Cooper Gang, what is he? An orphaned turtle alone with his intellect. Running with Sly and Murray gave him a home, a family. And that's exactly what he's gonna fight for.
And me too!
Fine, Cooper Gang. I tried.
Caveman attack!
I love that Murray just owns it. Hell yeah, I'm a caveman. Unga bunga, come get somega.
Bentley, those statues look like ancient security devices. Maybe if you took the treasure off the top of them and put it on Dr. M's back, they might activate.
This wrestling match actually looks pretty good for what it is. Like, you really get a sense they're pretty evenly matched here. These Cooper diamonds are interesting. You have the ability to put them back, but other than that, they function like pedestal treasure from the second game, being destroyed if you take any damage. You can also do this, which is so much more than I could have hoped for. It's odd that we need to go through this whole booby trap rigmarole. You'd think I could just, like, blast him. Don't worry, Murray, I got him. I'm wearing him down. If you stand on top of them when Murray throws Dr. M up, he'll actually catapult you a bit, too.
I'm pinned down! Need to fall back on my grapple camp to deal with these goons.
Okay, now the real fight starts, and this line here does this sequence such a disservice, because of course you can go to town with your grapple machine gun, but just like Murray's segment, this is a long overdue opportunity for you to go absolutely wild with every toy in your Tinkerer's trove. You can lay down traps to be triggered at the perfect moment. You can carefully aim a rage bomb and stroll on by when they're otherwise occupied. These elephant mutants are susceptible to everything you can do to them, even pickpocketing if you're truly unconcerned with Murray. They also have a funny interaction with the health extractor. Since they don't have a grunt voice line, they just trumpet over and over again. It's even better if you shrink them first.
Nice work, handsome.
Despite being pretty unorthodox, I think this fight gets everything right. really gives Bentley and Murray a chance to shine at their best while having a crack at the final boss. But there's one question that presses down from every thematic direction. Isn't this Sly's fight? Isn't the lesson here that they deserve to do this as a team, as equals?
Oh, well played, Bentley. But it was a meaningless gesture. According to the tracking device I planted on Sly's cane, he's just entered the inner sanctum. I can use the collected positional data to get through the gauntlet with ease.
That hall's for Coopers only.
Maybe it's time for men such as you and I to change all that.
He's getting away! What do we do?
I'll think of something. Just give me time.
You know something, Bentley?
What?
You think awesome.
Thanks, pal.
This is just overwhelming. Amazing. How'd Thaddeus make a flying machine in the 1800s? Bet this thing still works.
Oh, I'm sure it's operational.
Dr. M, glad you could see all this. I know you've been looking forward to it.
Looking forward to all this, and your death.
Even Dr. M treats Sly as an afterthought in his own story, a fleeting formality. Yeah, I suppose I should kill the main character, I am the final boss after all. Inevitability feels like the right word. Sealed off in the deepest cavern of the vault, trapped with this force of illogical vengeance, there was no avoiding this fight. Words simply fail.
Come on, aren't we supposed to banter a little?
I only talk with my equals, and Bentley said no.
This is a wonderful clash of mechanics. You can really see how hard the developers worked to incorporate many of the game's platforming elements to avoid the trap of this being yet another slugfest. And I think it's especially elegant the way Dr. M utilizes all the most prevalent hazards we've dealt with across all three of our journeys. But there's something hollow about it. What are we fighting for? What ideals are on the line here? Dr. M is merely projecting his anger towards our family onto us. He represents an almost toxic distortion of reputation. All the fame Sly's family has accrued being spit back into his face. We as Sly aren't really defending the Cooper name. In fact, we're literally hiding behind it, using the getaway vehicles of our ancestors as disposable shields against his attacks. There's a pressure here. Accept everything it means to be a part of a legacy, including the retribution for their crimes, or forsake it.
You've got some moxie, Sly. I'll give you that.
I don't know what went down between you and my father, but I'm telling you, it's not the same with me and Bentley.
You might be right. He risked his life to defend you.
I'd do the same for him.
Funny. Your father was never such a good friend.
We're all individuals. I might be part of all this, a member of the Cooper line, but in the end, I'm just me. Not Henriette, Thaddeus, Slight and Common, Ryoichi, or my father. Just Sly.
Please, keep your touchy-feely rhetoric to yourself. I can't stomach it. You crews a bunch of dirty, attention-grubbing thieves! All of you, thieves!
But even if we wanted to, M isn't going to give us that chance. It's cold and dispassionate, nearly an ill-fitting climax for the emotional journey we've taken. The timed Master Thief challenge attached to this fight feels almost more appropriate. A ticking clock and some sort of imminent force might have served as a much-needed third element in this conflict, something to break apart these two opposing forces. But we don't have a timer. Instead...
Hold it right there! Both of you thieves are going to jail.
Nice to see you, gorgeous.
You too.
Oh, a love interest. I might be beaten, but I'll make you suffer.
Not her!
No one hurt my criminal.
One final time, Carmelita steps in to be the true hero of the narrative. Time and time again, she has put her own reputation on the line, and even paid dearly for it, but she does it again without hesitation. The Cooper line stands for everything she opposes, but what's attracted her most to Sly is his capacity to do the right thing. She's always recognized the difference between a criminal and a villain, and if anyone would give Sly the chance to make the right choice, it would be her.
What happened?
Sly?
Where are we? What is this place?
Sly, can you remember anything?
having ran from more opportunities than he'd care to recount, and having faced death yet again, he chooses, once and for all, her.
No. Who are you? You look familiar.
I'm Inspector Carmelita Montoya Fox.
And who am I?
You're my partner, Constable Cooper.
Well, partner, we'd better get out of here. The ceiling's gonna go. Haven't got much time.
Let's go.
And without a second thought, she accepts it.
Sly! You in here? Sly?
One peculiar point about this final sequence is the back door Carmelita burst in through. Kinda makes sense to have an emergency exit in case of a cave-in or something, but you'd think Dr. M would have found it in his decades on the island. And maybe he did. For that matter, he probably could have tunneled in through any of the walls instead of focusing on the clearly indestructible door. But it's obvious, just like it was never about the treasure, it was never about just getting in. The vault door itself symbolized everything M hated about the Cooper name. Their secrecy, their exclusivity, their greed, and only by getting through the front door, the way a Cooper would he accept it.
We watched as Dr. M just stood there, unwilling to leave as the walls caved in on the vault. He'd spent his life lusting over the Cooper fortune, and he wasn't going to give it up, no matter what the cost. Our exit was a little rough, but Murray managed to get us out just in time to witness the final fate of the Cooper legacy. It was a bittersweet moment. The end of the road always is.
It's our third ever cutscene to be narrated by Bentley. Where first it was out of necessity and then celebration, here it feels like the narrative has shifted focus. Sly has officially stepped out of center stage.
We'd worked for a long time to get Sly into that great vault, and now its secrets were hidden again, this time for good. I could only hope that he'd found what he was looking for in there. We searched every inch of the island for Sly, retrieving the gang one by one, only to make the surprising discovery that he didn't want to be found. As always, he'd left a calling card, only this time, it was worth millions. The months rolled by, and when Sly still hadn't shown up, Murray headed back east to complete his training with the Guru. Without Sly as our leader, for the first time we each had to step out on our own. A difficult thing. We'd been together ever since we met at the orphanage.
The most important takeaway here is that these characters' lives don't stop once Sly steps out of them. It's not easy, it may even be a little sad, but life does go on. Each character sets out on a new chapter of their own. Hey, that's a Speed Racer reference. In the credits, we see Dimitri becoming a celebrity diver, the Panda King retiring to a quiet life screening his daughter's suitors, and the Guru taking on our old friends the Oscars as Dreamtime students, which is genuinely a reference to when the Beatles pursued the teachings of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi over here in our world. And of course, there's Bentley and Penelope.
My new partner in crime. Let me tell ya, I'm in love. She and I have set out on a journey that I never would have dreamed of while running with Sly and Murray, although I hope our paths will cross again soon.
But this wasn't their story. It was Sly's, and this is how it ends. He finally realized, alone in the damp corridors of the vault, that the only ones he could share the riches with in that moment were dead, and that they had likely died for the sake of it. There's a line in one of the movies Sly 3 pays homage to that I suspect had a powerful bearing on this story.
There are two kinds of thieves in this world. The ones who steal to enrich their lives, and the ones who steal to define their lives. Don't be the latter. Makes you miss out on what's really important in this life.
Sly has been that kind of thief all his life. He was born into the role, to steal for the thrill of the lifestyle. But every daring getaway is only daring because of the risks. Dice he's thrown and lost before. That's hard to come to terms with on his own, and even harder to consider that he was gambling with everyone's lives. So, for the sake of not just himself, Sly sets down the impossible weight of reputation he's been fighting to uplift. that which he risked the lives of everyone he cared for in defense of, no longer worried about the people who aren't around to judge him. Maybe he doesn't know who he is without them, but he's finally willing to find out, and to let those he pulled into his thrall be the main characters in their own stories.
So while this might be the end of our adventures together, it could be the start of something even bigger. Time will tell. Literally. 'Cause I'm building a time machine to find out.
Sucker Punch is on record as having left this ending fairly open-ended on purpose, but they always intended Sly 3 to be their last Sly game.
It's useful to move, and it's useful to go somewhere new and have new experiences, and I think that was something that we were pretty clear on, that we knew we were going to do Sly 3, and then we were going to go do new IP.
And if I've heard anyone question this decision, they've simply asked, why? Why conclude here, now, at the top of your game? I think one possibility is that the stories they were interested in telling had essentially outgrown the medium. People will look at you a certain way and think, really? You're playing games like Sly Cooper for the story? But no, I'm not, because there are no games like Sly Cooper, which hide an extremely adult story about the burden of expectations beneath the veneer of a children's mascot platformer. To dismiss all of that based on what it looks like feels incredibly shallow and yet oh so inevitable. You can see it pretty plainly in the types of games they moved on to. The mature tones are matched by the style, and as cool as it is to introduce kids to this sort of thematically dense story, you avoid a lot of derision and dismissiveness in a style that allows for some, well, bloodshed. But I think the larger factor was simply the power that an ending has, and that would only diminish if this series were perpetuated. I remember a time when series like Assassin's Creed and the Marvel Cinematic Universe were all but universally acclaimed. Yet now, reviews of every release are filled with critics insisting that this is the one that finally recaptures the magic. Such praise quietly swept under the rug when the next title gets adorned with the same laurels. I don't want to be overly critical of what boils down to good business. There's undoubtedly demand, but these aren't just products. They're stories. And a story without an ending is little more than a setting. It's hard to see a character you love through thick and thin only to see them take their final bow, but in perhaps the most ironic line to come out of the MCU,
but a thing isn't beautiful because it lasts.
Maybe the next game would be just as good, or the next one after that, but just like the Cooper lineage, this isn't sustainable. Is it really preferable to milk it for all it's worth? To urge it forward long after the original creators have moved on? I don't think every series we love needs to last forever. Eventually, it's okay to let the curtain fall, to accept a finale. At its core, Sly 3 is about its own ending, taking the journey with him that encapsulates the experience of both the players and the creators learning to let go. No one loves Sly Cooper more than Sucker Punch, but it's because of that they didn't want his story to carry on indefinitely, that they wanted his greatest feat to be the time he beat the odds and stole his own happy ending. And in doing so, ironically, secured the legacy of the series.
That sneaky devil.
But what would an ending be without the credits? I have my own incredible list of people to thank for making this series what it is. Starting first and foremost with the delightful and talented Eagerlith, my co-editor, the voice of Juicy Phoebe, my partner in crime, and walking encyclopedia on all things fishy. I also want to give one last thank you to Mythology and Gaming for the use of his vast archive of folklorific knowledge. He really deserves a lot more attention for his work than he gets. And it wouldn't feel right closing out this video without singing the praises of B-Mask. My own thoughts on this game's brilliant writing would have never come together so clearly if not for how erudite and articulate he was in his own coverage of the trilogy. I highly recommend checking out his videos if you've somehow yet to see them. And in addition to them, I owe a tremendous pile of thanks to all of you for seeing it through to the end, and especially my legendary patrons for giving me the freedom to strike out on this path. My most excessive thank yous to Amiri the Grey, and if I had a nickel for every time I met someone as amazing, I'd have 5 cents. Raven, who you can find on Google Earth in over 5,000 different locations. Raisinbran, who caught the eye of Narcissus once, and let's just say the reflection lost its luster after that. RPG Grenade can code a UI in the blink of an eye. Rockington can open any jar in a single twist. Alex, Seeker of Shine Sprites, who could tell you where El Dorado is. He'll say he can't, he'll say I'm lying, but trust me. Chugs, the world's first swashbuckaroo, equally adept at high noon duels and high seas warfare. Merrill Hainsworth, who knows how to use a semicolon correctly. Strangebird, the inspiration for both Doctor Strange and Doctor Strangelove. The royalties are insane. Steve, who is a very, very good boy. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Sea Salt Trio, patented good mornings. Think about that the next time you have one. And Lotta Otter, who can sting like a butterfly and float like a bee. Unorthodox perhaps, but the results speak for themselves. More obsessive shoutouts to Busy Town, Chris Braydell, Doc Crimson, Eric Lee, Fundeldor, Jay Wibbs, Kane Lowind, Kinoi-san, Pagigallo, Quoth, Red Panda King, Remus, Sato DeSable, Sean Flowers, Scar Million, Tabriz Sadiq, 10-Beat, Undead Crisis, Zere, and the rest of the splendid 2C Cooper gang. That'll catch on. I almost made it the whole series without saying the real treasure was the friends we made along the way. And I will see you in the next one.
What I'm throwing down? Pizza!